Fire Country, my village. A row of houses located in the southern part of the village, arranged by the village as unified residences for war orphans. So-called war orphans are children whose parents were both my village ninjas, and after their deaths in duty, the village raises them uniformly, training them to become excellent ninjas. At this moment in the mansion of the Changchuan family, a young boy wearing an orange short-sleeved shirt with an excited expression dropped what he was holding and hurriedly walked toward the gate. 12 years. Finally, it's here. System, what is the novice mission? Ding. Novice mission within the time limit. Go to the Maihuiying Rock to sign in. Sign in to receive system rewards. The Maihuiying Rock is a sacred site of the village located behind the Mai office in the north, engraved with the statues of successive Hokages. It was also the beginning of his rise. 12 years ago, Li Tianming accidentally transmigrated into the Nine-Tails attack incident of the 48th year of Mai, becoming the child of Chunin Qingchuan Dahui. During the Nine-Tails incident, the Qingchuan couple was killed in action, and Li Tianming thus became a war orphan. Living a second life in the world of Hokage, he took the name Qingchuan Tianming, and then 12 years passed in such a way. Without a golden finger, Tianming initially felt nothing special. On the contrary, he was willing to train hard. However, he was a useless trash who could not sense chakra, and it had been like that for years. Just as Tianming was planning to give up training and be a slacker, the system arrived. Tianming was very excited. After all, he had arrived before the start of the major storyline. He was the same age as the 12 little strong of Mai from the same village and same faction. He had enough time to get involved. And today he had finally waited for this moment. The night in my village was slightly calm, with no other movements except a few ninjas on duty. Tianming left the Qingchuan residence and headed straight for the Huaying Rock. Due to the time limit, his pace was undeniably fast. While traveling, Tianming also had to deliberately avoid the perception of the ninjas on duty. After all, walking boldly to the Hokage office would probably get him caught and sent to bed before he even entered. Fortunately, although Tianming had been useless and unable to sense chakra for many years, he had never neglected his physical techniques and body movements, which granted him considerable convenience. The bright moon hung high and the cold wind howled. Tianming arrived at the Hokage office safely despite some scares. After climbing over the wall with hands and feet, he quickly reached the foot of the cliff. Looking up, the majestic statues of successive Hokages could be seen appearing grand and magnificent. Without much hesitation, Tianming began to climb the Huaying Rock. At the same time, in the dense forest above the cliff, several masked ninjas appeared silently. There were 5 masked ninjas in total, exuding a faint pressure of chakra. Ahead is the Huaying Rock of my village. We cannot go further, said one of the squad ninjas cautiously. We came to Mai with a mission, another masked ninja snorted. The Umbu ninjas won't be stationed in large numbers. Fool, don't you know who is inside? Of course I know, the Mai Hokage Yuanfei risen. Stop arguing. At that, the leading ninja said displeasedly, our mission is to investigate my village. We should not alert the enemy. Act with caution. As for the Mai Hokage, provoking him may end with no return. The boss spoke and the others fell silent. Actually, they were just talking big, which Kage of a ninja village was not a contemporary powerhouse. Move. The leading ninja gave the order and the 5 instantly disappeared into the forest. At the same moment, Tianming, after great effort, finally arrived on top of the 4th Hokage's head. Congratulations, host, on reaching the sign-in location. Commencing sign-in now. Duration 10 seconds, exiting midway will fail the mission. Hearing the system's voice, Tianming felt joy in his heart. But at that moment, a sound of wind breaking sounded overhead and Tianming looked up to see 5 black shadows diving down. Enemy attack. Tianming's heart skipped a beat. The northern part of my village had no defense. After all, it was also the residence of the Hokage. The 5 masked ninjas in the sky while surveying the terrain immediately spotted Tianming standing on the Huaying Rock. Someone is up there. Plan changed. A low shout rang out and thick chakra surged from the 5 bodies, allowing them to stand in the void. Boss, it seems to be a child. Whoever it is, eliminate the root. The leading ninja threw his right hand sharply and 3 shuriken instantly shot toward Tianming. In their eyes, a child of my village was just a matter of 1 shuriken. Sign-in successful. System reward ultimate chakra. At the critical moment, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Tianming's body, crushing the incoming shuriken, and in an instant a formation composed of chakra also appeared. What kind of monster is this? Chakra is the source of a ninja's energy, crucial for releasing ninjutsu. In other words, every powerful ninja possesses deep chakra reserves and masterful ninjutsu skills. Therefore, they were astonished when they saw Tianming's ultimate chakra, as even they themselves could not achieve the defensive effect of chakra externalization. Tianming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning as he glared at the 5 masked ninjas. Ultimate chakra, full-powered chakra. Tianming's body, which had never tasted the sensation of chakra in the past 12 years, now resembled a vast ocean. A point of chakra spread from his dantian throughout his entire body. The meridians throughout his body were like thousands of rivers, all filled with abundant chakra. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. The masked ninjas were stunned, nearly forgetting their mission. The leader, his eyes bloodshot, exclaimed, such abundant chakra, such a bizarre physique. Lord Wan will surely love this. Now Tianming's feelings were quite delicate. He had just ended his life as a chakraless waste, yet now he was like a lamb entering the tiger's den. After all, he was just a child, and he didn't know any ninjutsu. Change of plans. Capture this child. The leading ninja gave the order and launched an attack on Tianming. Their mission, ordered by Wan to investigate Muyi village, was already fraught with danger. But now they no longer needed to take risks. Capturing this special child would not only complete their mission, but also earn them Lord Wan's reward. Facing the assault of 5 ninjas, Tianming's scalp tingled, but he could not counterattack. Hastily, he pushed outward, and the chakra on the surface of his body formed a defensive barrier that swept out, blocking various ninjutsu. In the Hokage's office of Muyi, the third Hokage was examining intelligence about the border presented by the Umbu when a shocking wave of chakra collision swept over. This level of chakra. The Hokage Rock. Sensing that the source was the Hokage Rock, Yuan Fei risen, took a single step, and vanished from the office, rushing toward the Hokage Rock. The Hokage Rock was the spiritual symbol of Muyi, never to be desecrated. Moreover, Muyi's ninjas would never fight there. There was only one truth. Damn it. The 5 ninjas combined their efforts, but failed to capture Tianming. It wasn't that Tianming was too strong, but they couldn't break his defense. Don't you have any shame? Tianming's face turned green. A group of adults ganging up on a 12-year-old child. Was that a thing humans did? Leaving that remark, Tianming leaped straight off the Hokage Rock. Although he didn't know ninjutsu, his agility had improved with chakra. Where do you think you're going? The leading ninja snorted coldly, his hands forming a complex seal. In an instant, a huge black serpent was summoned, roaring at the sky as it chased after Tianming. Just as the black serpent reached Tianming and opened its massive jaws, a scorching ball of chakra bloomed above. Fireball jutsu. The timely arriving Yuan Fei risen didn't hesitate, attacking immediately. A massive fireball crashed heat into the serpent's head, incinerating it alive. Dammy. The 5 ninjas in the sky saw Yuan Fei risen arrive, and their faces changed drastically. Retreat. Without hesitation, the leader raised his hand and scattered hundreds of explosive tags down. After all, going head-to-head with Yuan Fei risen was asking for death. As the explosive tags rained down, Yuan Fei risen emotionlessly waved his wide sleeve and instantly pulled a massive earth wall from the ground, blocking all the tags. Boom. 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 After the explosion, the 5 intruders had already fled far. Whoosh. Whoosh. Soon several Umbu ninjas wearing fox masks rushed past in pursuit. Come with me, Yuan Fei risen said, turning to look at Tianming, his gaze softening. In the Hokage's office, Tianming was seated, and to calm his nerves, Yuan Fei risen specially prepared a cup of green tea for him. You must be from the Qingchuan family, Yuan Fei risen said while flipping through the records of war orphans. According to previous records, you couldn't sense chakra, but that intense chakra just now indeed came from within your body. Tianming's hand gripping the teacup tightened and his heart rose. It was not surprising that Yuan Fei risen could sense the release of ultimate chakra. Don't worry too much. You are likely one of the rare special ones like the troublemakers Ming Ren and Zhuozhu your age, Yuan Fei risen comforted, noticing Tianming's anxiety. The backgrounds of Ming Ren and Zhuozhu were not secrets. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the survivor of the Uchiha clan were both quite popular, though the former was famous for causing trouble and the latter for his strength. Grandpa Hokage, can you keep this secret? Tianming took a sip of tea and asked tentatively. Yuan Fei risen chuckled and said, of course I can, but you must also promise me one condition: don't use your ability too much before becoming a ninja. Yuan Fei risen was a highly esteemed Hokage in the history of Mai. With him stationed there, my village essentially reached the status of the premier shinobi village, and even the Fire Country stood out alone. Such an existence wielded an iron hand externally, but was very kind internally. Yuan Fei risen did not make things difficult for Tianming. Instead, he imparted some truths to him, and also handled the enrollment matter. Shinobi are sent to the ninja academy for training at a certain age. After graduation from the academy, they become genin. But Tianming could not sense chakra, so he spent several years in a daze, not even registering for the ninja academy. Although Tianming knew that Shaoli also relied on taijutsu rather than ninjutsu, Shaoli's case differed from his zero chakra because Shaoli's ninjutsu was merely unsuitable. Moreover, Shaoli had inherited Kai's true teachings and would become the foremost taijutsu specialist in the future. Lying on the large bed in the Qingchuan household, Tianming stared at the ceiling. The new school year at the Ninja Academy started tomorrow, and thanks to the Hokage's arrangement, he could transfer into Team 7. This was delightful. Team 7 was the protagonist squad configuration. Their instructor was Chimu Wuwakai, and the students included the 2 future strongest shinobi and the monstrous strength girl Chunaying. Becoming the 4th member essentially meant Tianming could strut through the ninja world. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Though Tianming had encountered a few of the My 12 young geniuses, he had barely interacted with others. His only true friend was probably Shaoli, with whom he practiced taijutsu. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Tianming muttered and began to sleep. Then the golden finger arrived, full chakra capacity. And thus the curtain rose. The night passed without incident. The next day Tianming rose early, washed up, and left the Qingchuan household. Shortly after leaving he heard commotion from a small grove nearby. Lousy loser. Meddling. You monster trying to save a damsel in distress. Dare to interfere. You're asking for a beating. Several kids shouting abuse kicked and punched someone on the ground. What's the big deal about bullying a girl? Do you think I Xuanhua Mingren am afraid? The one being beaten was naturally the young master. Still talking tough. The chubby leader rolled up his sleeves gathering wisps of chakra in his palm. Let me show you what Mingren's plight was grim. Befeng Shuimen died in my year 48 to protect the village. He sealed the nine tails inside Mingren. It was expected that my village would care for Mingren, but from childhood he was bullied as a monster. Still talking tough. The chubby leader rolled up his sleeves gathering wisps of chakra in his palm. Let me show you what Stop right there. At that moment a sharp shout rang out followed by a pebble hitting the chubby leader's calf. Wah. The chubby leader fell flat on his face. Who is it? The underlings helped him up. The chubby leader demanded angrily, you want a medal too? How dare you interfere in Lord Guitian's business? Tianming twitched his mouth. The kid had grown in weight, but not in wits. I don't want to interfere either, but is it right for so many of you to bully one person? Tianming spoke righteously. He genuinely disliked it and also wanted to take the chance to bond with Mingren. So you're with that damned Mingren. The chubby leader clenched his fists and suddenly said, since you're with that damned Mingren, then you're also a war orphan, a nobody without parents. Ha ha, no parents means you're a bastard. The group burst into jeers. Tianming's expression darkened. Although he had no memory of Qingchuan Dahue, Li Tianming had indeed transmigrated into the Qingchuan bloodline, and for 12 years his food, drink, and daily needs came from the Qingchuan family's pension. Thus insulting the Qingchuan family was insulting him. Enough talk. If you want to fight, then fight. Mingren immediately jumped up and the person he protected was Rishiang Chutian. Please don't fight, Chutian said a gentle girl. But Mingren already ready charged forward. It's too late for apologies now, Tianming said flatly, then scattered a handful of stones. The same trick won't work twice. The chubby leader dodged the stones with nimble footwork and met him hidden. But he didn't know what he was up against. The chubby leader's crude ninjutsu could not even get close to Tianming before being and when it came to brawling, Tianming's taijutsu was not for nothing. Soon the chubby leader was beaten black and blue and fled with his head in his hands while Mingren chased after his opponents. Just you wait. The chubby leader dropped a harmless threat and led his crew away. I'll be waiting. Mingren spat, then turned around and said, thanks for the help. My name is Xuanhua Mingren. What's yours? Qichuan Tianming. Tianming extended his hand. Xuanhua Mingren paused, then extended his own hand. How about I treat you to a Chiraka ramen? And all the curtains were drawn. The night passed without incident. The next day Tianming got up early, washed up, and left the Qingchuan house. Soon after going out he heard noise from a nearby grove. Lousy loser. Meddling. You monster trying to save a damsel in distress. Dare to interfere. You're asking for a beating. Several kids were kicking and punching someone on the ground shouting abuse. What's the big deal about bullying a girl? Do you think I Xuanhua Mingren am afraid? The one being beaten was naturally the young master. Mingren was also miserable. Befeng Shuimen died in the my 48. For the safety of the village, he finally sealed the 9 tails in the body of Mingren. Thinking that the my village would take care of Mingren, but Mingren was bullied since childhood because of the name of the monster. Still talking hard. The leading chubby boy rolled up his sleeves and a trace of chakra gathered in the palm of his hand. Let you see what is ninjutsu. Stop. At Yao Ramen Naruto Uzumaki followed by Tianming pulled open the curtain with practiced familiarity and announced, old man 3 bowls of Yao Ramen. Kid Naruto, are they your friends? The uncle with squinting eyes responded with a nod and began cooking the noodles. Sort of, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Old man, can I put it on the tab? By the end of the month. The uncle's hands didn't pause for a moment as he prepared the ramen. No problem. Or maybe I should pay, Hinata said softly. Compared to war orphans, the Hyuga clan was a wealthy family and Hinata was something of a little rich girl. A real man can't let a girl pay. No way. Naruto refused. Don't worry, sometimes I deliver newspapers and milk, so we'll have money. Hinata, we should trust Naruto. Just as Hinata was about to speak, Tianming gently dissuaded her. Naruto Uzumaki was a deeply sentimental person, and it was precisely such people who were worth forming close bonds with. Tianming's got a point. Naruto said as he took the ramen bowls and placed them before the two. Yao ramen is the best food I've ever eaten. Dig in, especially the broth, it's absolutely divine. Without needing Naruto's introduction, Tianming dove right in. After all, in his past life, while watching the anime, he had been curious about this ramen shop owned by Akatsuki Yao. Let's eat. Naruto separated his chopsticks, uttered a brief prayer, and then devoured the ramen like a whirlwind. Tianming and Naruto ate as if in a contest, their faces buried in the bowls, slurping noisily, with great relish, while Hinata ate much more elegantly. 3 minutes later, Tianming and Naruto finished their bowls almost simultaneously. Old man, thanks for the meal. After eating their fill, the 3 left Yao Ramen and headed to the Ninja Academy. Tianming, you're so skilled. How come I've never seen you at the academy? As they walked, Naruto Uzumaki had already grown familiar with Tianming. Because it's my first time going to the academy, Tianming replied. Your first time. Naruto was clearly incredulous, especially since Tianming's earlier beating of Kamita was still fresh in his mind. Naruto himself had awful control over Chakra. When he tried the shadow clone technique, the clone was barely alive, cementing his reputation as the dead last. Because I couldn't sense Chakra before, so naturally I couldn't enter the ninja academy, Tianming said without any concealment. What? Naruto was taken aback, then slapped his forehead and said, I remember now. You're that useless guy they talk about, the one who can never feel Chakra. I recall you're pretty close with Rock Lee. Not being able to sense Chakra. Tianming must have had a tough life. Hinata couldn't truly understand their situation. The Hyuga clan was practically nobility, and Hinata, especially after awakening her Byakugan, was considered among the elite. It's okay. Tianming had never been bullied. The kids at the ninja academy couldn't use many jutsu and hadn't fully mastered chakra release, so even in a fight Tianming could just brute force his way through. Ding. Mission activated. Please proceed to the ninja academy within the time limit to complete the check-in mission. Complete check-in and receive system rewards. The voice of the system sounded silently in his mind. The ninja academy. That was conveniently on the way. Tianming, what's wrong? Seeing Tianming lost in thought, Hinata asked with concern. I'm fine. I just think if we don't hurry we'll be late. The three jogged all the way to the ninja academy. It was the start of a new school year and many parents were at the gate sending off their children. Naruto, Hinata, you two go on in. Tianming paused at the school gate. Alright. Naruto Uzumaki didn't ask further, but after taking a few steps he suddenly turned around and said, Tianming, you're one of the few friends I Naruto Uzumaki have. We're both war orphans. Don't worry, if you run into trouble at school I'll have your back. Tianming smiled back. Perhaps Naruto misunderstood, thinking Tianming had to start from the first grade and was just a junior student. Even so, it felt nice. That was just the kind of warm-hearted person Naruto was. Arrived at the check-in location. Commencing check-in mission. Countdown 10 seconds. Aborting mid-mission will result in failure. Check-in successful. Reward Shuriken release mastery. The 10 seconds passed in a blink. When Tianming opened his eyes again, the methods for using long-range throwing weapons like Shuriken and Kunai had become fully ingrained in his skill set. After composing himself, Tianming walked into the ninja academy and headed to the principal's office. After entering the principal's office, the procedures were not complicated as Hiruzen Sarutobi had already informed them in advance. You are Qingchuan Tianming. The stout principal scanned Tianming a few times, then glanced at the documents before addressing the doorway teacher. Irika, please come over for a moment. Principal, you called for me. Shortly after, a figure appeared at the door. The newcomer had a deep scar across his nose, yet his face always bore a gentle, refreshing smile. Tianming quietly observed Irika, the first teacher Naruto ever had, and found him to be nearly identical to the anime. This is Qingchuan Tianming, a transfer student personally arranged by the Hokage. Aren't you heading to the classroom? Please take him along. A transfer student. Principal, is there such a regulation in the ninja academy? Irika asked, puzzled. No choice, it was an order from the Hokage's office. The directive only mentioned a single line, possibly indicating he is a special existence like Naruto. Naruto. Irika paused. I understand. On the way from the principal's office to the classroom, Irika occasionally cast glances at Tianming. Finally, Tianming halted and said calmly, Teacher Irika, do you have something to say? Irika never expected a child to see through him so easily, so he admitted, Teacher Irika wants to ask you for a favor. What is it? Tianming asked. Become friends with Naruto. I can tell you're a mature child, but Naruto is too thick-headed and has very few friends. So try to befriend him, he really is a wonderful person. Tianming hadn't expected Irika's request to be this, truly worthy of Irika. I'm already friends with Naruto. Meanwhile, the classroom was packed. The start of the new academic year meant squad assignments. Each squad averaged 3 members, all under a highly skilled ninja instructor. After the division, they would learn more advanced jutsu and undertake missions to pave the way for becoming genin. What? I have to be in the same class as that deadpan. No way. Who wants to be with the dead last? I refuse. Bastard Sasuke, what did you say? Stop arguing. The classroom had already descended into chaos. Moments after the squad assignments had finished, the popular Naruto Uzumaki and the aloof Sasuke Uchiha had accidentally kissed in public and then were placed together in Team 7, triggering an explosion. The two couldn't stand each other. On the podium, Kakashi Hatake, the team leader for Team 7, looked completely detached. Instead of intervening, he pulled out his copy of Make Out Paradise and began reading. Kakashi-sensei, will Naruto and Sasuke start fighting? Let them fight. Kakashi-sensei, stop. No need. Just as the classroom was thick with tension, a voice of exasperation rang out from the doorway. Naruto, what are you doing? Hearing that voice, the previously spirited Naruto instantly deflated. Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei, what brings you here? Kakashi Hatake closed his book and asked. Kakashi-sensei, this is a transfer student assigned by the Hokage to be placed in your Team 7. I've brought him over, said Irika. Understood. Kakashi Hatake nodded, then glanced at Tianming. Take any empty seat. Tianming immediately walked toward the group. Tianming. Over here. Naruto was astonished to see him and waved energetically. Tianming naturally moved to sit beside him. As he approached, he sensed Sasuke Uchiha's unfriendly gaze. I can't refuse you joining Team 7, but let me make it clear, I don't like being held back. With that, Sasuke walked over to the window seat. Bastard Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth. Naruto, no need to be angry, Tianming said with a smile. Sasuke is right, being a burden is indeed troublesome. Forget that deadpan, how come you're transferring in? Naruto made space for Tianming and asked eagerly. At this question, it was obvious that Sakura Haruno and the others who had been outside the situation also pricked up their... After all, Tianming was a new face who had never appeared at the academy before, and a transfer student skipping the first year to enter directly into the second year was unheard of. Didn't Iruka-sensei just make it clear? It was an order from the Hokage's office, Tianming said calmly. The answer left others baffled, but Sasuke Uchiha by the window reacted subtly. Alright, that's all for the instructions. Team 7, follow me. Everyone else find your own instructor. With that, Kakashi Hatake had already walked out the door, leaving the classroom completely bewildered. Did Kakashi announce anything just now? In truth, Hatake Kakashi had forgotten the rules. With the class division complete, the year of shared study came to an end as everyone went their separate ways. Uchiha Sasuke rose from his seat and was the first to leave the classroom. Sasuke, wait for me. Haruno Sakura immediately followed. Naruto, let's go too, Tianming said. Alright. The two also left the classroom. Once outside the ninja academy, the groups scattered, each team converging at a different... By the time Tianming and Naruto reached the gathering place of Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had already arrived. Sasuke, ever the archetype of aloofness, stood with arms crossed staring straight ahead, while Sakura, his devoted admirer, occasionally stole glances at him. As for Kakashi, he yawned, leaped down from a tree, and said, everyone's here. Good. For the first assembly of Team 7, all 4 of you score 0. Are you joking, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's jaw dropped. Do I look like I'm joking? Hatake Kakashi replied with a deadpan expression. Naruto wanted to say he couldn't see his expression anyway, but he kept his mouth shut for fear of getting hit. After reprimanding Naruto, Kakashi turned his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke. I've given you all 0s. Any objections? Yes. Uchiha Sasuke replied coldly. Oh. Kakashi's tone turned sardonic. Why do you object? Just now Kakashi-sensei said that after the team assembly I was the first one to arrive here. I wasn't late, so even if I'm to be punished, I absolutely refuse to be lumped together with the dead last. Uchiha Sasuke spoke more than usual. Is that so? If that's how you feel, then my judgment of 0 for all of you is absolutely right. Hatake Kakashi clicked his tongue, then turned his eyes to Naruto and Tianming. You two who were late, any objections? No, none. Naruto quickly answered. What about you? The question was clearly aimed at Tianming. Kakashi-sensei has his own evaluation criteria. Our failure is our own problem, not an issue with the teacher or the rules. Tianming replied ambiguously. Qinchuan Tianming, interesting. Hatake Kakashi was slightly taken aback. This kid was remarkably composed, and spoke with a certain eloquence. The implicit meaning of his answer was, you've given me 0, but I want to be tested again. Enough idle talk. Let's begin. Hatake Kakashi straightened up and pulled a bell from his pocket. After the division, you are officially genin. Ninja must act like ninja. A team is a single unit. On your path ahead, your teammates are as important as family. So because Uzumaki Naruto and Qinchuan Tianming were late, all of you fail. Of course I'm different from other teachers. See the bell in my hand. If all of you attack together and anyone touches it, it'll pass everyone. His words left the children somewhat stunned. Tianming, however, remained quite calm, understanding that Kakashi's method was simply to illustrate the importance of teamwork. Kakashi-sensei, any restrictions? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly asked. No restrictions on methods or ninjutsu. Hatake Kakashi replied. The moment he received permission, Uchiha Sasuke vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Hatake Kakashi in the blink of an eye, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Whoosh! Uchiha Sasuke blew out fiercely, and a scorching fireball burst forth. Then he produced shuriken and hurled them. This combination utterly dazzled Naruto, while Sakura's eyes turned into starry orbs. One must admit Uchiha Sasuke was a compelling model of perseverance. His clan annihilated in childhood, he bore a deep vendetta and became the foremost among his peers. That spoke volumes. Tianming stood aside, his expression impassive. Sasuke's great fireball combined with shuriken seemed fierce, but in reality it had little effect. Not quite there yet. Hatake Kakashi emerged from behind a nearby tree, remarking. At the spot where he had stood, only a charred log remained. Substitution technique. Uchiha Sasuke's heart churned. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. All of you come too. Hatake Kakashi beckoned to the 3. Shadow clone technique. Naruto without a second word conjured 3 or 5 clones and charged Hiden. Sakura played a supporting role. The battle ended swiftly. Hatake Kakashi barely moved from his spot, dispersing Naruto's clones and pinning his original body to the ground while casually catching all of Sakura's shuriken with one hand. Why didn't you act? Hatake Kakashi asked, looking at Tianming. Tianming scratched his head. Because before enrolling, I didn't know any ninjutsu. But now I do. With that, Tianming rapidly formed hand seals his chakra surging within shadow clone technique. Boom. In the next instant, smoke billowed and a dense array of clones instantly filled the forest. A rough count revealed 100 clones. What is the concept of 100 shadow clones? Not to mention Chimu Kakashi, even Mingren was dumbfounded. The shadow clone technique was Mingren's most proud ninjutsu, and he had practiced for a long time before achieving some results. But Qingchuan Tianming mastered it just by watching once. Yuzhibo Zuozu's expression changed drastically, never expecting this suddenly appearing transfer student to be so formidable. Chimu Kakashi was also taken aback, then said slowly, "Ah, so you're the child with the legendary extreme chakra." Learning the shadow clone technique, instantly summoning 100 shadow clones. That's a bit troublesome. Saying that, Chimu Kakashi was not afraid. He became serious, reached back to pull out the shuriken he had just confiscated and began to attack. Chimu Kakashi was like a gale sweeping across, tearing through the battlefield. As his shuriken flew, one shadow clone after another was completely dispersed. 1v100, such confidence. Tianming deep in the rear controlled wave after wave of shadow clones to encircle Chimu Kakashi. The three beside them could only stare in awe at such a battle. Tianming watched Chimu Kakashi's almost unstoppable breakthrough through the encirclement without being too flustered. "Qingchuan Tianming, do you have any other ninjutsu?" Chimu Kakashi asked with a laugh, gripping a shuriken and continuously slashing through the shadow clones. "Teacher Kakashi, you can try," Tianming said teasingly. "Then I'll test your level." Chimu Kakashi stopped in his tracks, and the moment he threw his shuriken, chakra burst from his palm, forming streaks of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning gathered in Chimu Kakashi's palm, emitting an overbearing aura. Even the sky darkened a bit. Lightning cutter. Tianming's eyes widened as he recognized the ninjutsu that Chimu Kakashi was using. The lightning cutter was a ninjutsu that Chimu Kakashi often used. A later Zuoju would learn and develop Chidori and Kirin. "Don't be afraid, I'm only using 3/10 of my strength." After saying that, Chimu Kakashi thrust straight forward, whipping out the lightning cutter with one hand like a spear of lightning that directly pierced through the shadow clones ahead. In a single breath, Chimu Kakashi had completely annihilated the shadow clones ahead. Only 10 of the 100 shadow clones remained. "Qingchuan Tianming, aren't you going to make a move?" Chimu Kakashi approached step by step, the lightning in his palm. "As you wish." Tianming formed yet another new hand seal. Fireball technique. As Tianming moved, the remaining 10 shadow clones simultaneously formed seals and unleashed the fireball technique. 11 massive fireballs descended overwhelmingly upon Chimu Kakashi, burning half the forest. Boom. Boom. Shortly after, the flames soared into the sky. The domineering lightning defeated the fire. In the middle of the woods, Tianming and Chimu Kakashi faced each other. Now Chimu Kakashi had lost all his elegance. He was covered in grime, and his clothes were torn with several large holes. "I lost," Chimu Kakashi suddenly said. The three watching from the side woke from their stupor. "Lost. Teacher Kakashi lost." "No, we won." "How did we win?" Chimu Kakashi smiled and threw a punch at Tianming, but the moment the fist struck, it turned into a log with a At that moment, Tianming also walked out from behind a rock, holding the bells in his hand. Everyone gasped in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? In the brief exchange, Tianming had unleashed 3 ninjutsu in a row. The shadow clone technique, the fireball technique, and the substitution technique, all were exceptionally masterful. The most surprising thing was Tianming's battle awareness. 100 shadow clones suppressed the enemy, forcing Chimu Kakashi to attack. Just when he was about to defeat all 100 clones, the remaining clones instantly unleashed the fireball technique. At that distance, it was impossible to dodge. Even the one who had been in the rear all along was not the real body. "It seems Konoha has produced another genius ninja." Chimu Kakashi patted Tianming's shoulder. "Qingchuan Tianming, well done. You all pass." "Wow. Congratulations, Tianming." Mingren ran over and bumped fists with him. Yuzhibo Zuoju clicked his tongue and left without a word. Thus the first gathering of Team 7 came to an end. And because of this, a series of subsequent events involving Xuanhua Mingren and Yuzhibo Zuoju deviated. As the sun set, Tianming returned to the Qingchuan home. It was already late. After being busy for half a day, he cooked himself a big meal as soon as he arrived, then ate while reviewing the battle with Chimu Kakashi today. Tianming hadn't lied. When the 3 members of Team 7 acted, he really didn't know any ninjutsu. But after they acted, whether it was Mingren's shadow clone technique, Zuozu's fireball technique, or Kakashi's substitution technique, he took one look and instantly understood the hand seals for each technique and the flow of chakra within their bodies when they performed them, coupled with his own extreme chakra reserves. So he directly replicated all 3 ninjutsu. Reproduction. Tianming couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Kakashi's Sharingan could also copy ninjutsu, but his own was a different form of reproduction. The Sharingan relied on the power of bloodline limits, yet Tianming could see through every detail of a technique with a single glance and then simulate it with extreme chakra control. After dinner while bathing, Tianming couldn't help recalling the scene of Kakashi unleashing Chidori. Chidori. Instantly all the information about Chidori and the chakra circulation method appeared in his mind. This is quite impressive. Tianming's face lit up with joy. How different was this from copying ninjutsu? After washing the dishes, he was about to go out and find a place to test Chidori, but as soon as he stepped outside, he saw a special person in the yard. Sasuke. Tianming was dumbfounded. How did Sasuke find the Qingchuan residence? Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms and said calmly, Qingchuan Tianming, let's have a match. Sasuke's reason for seeking out Tianming was simple: to have a match. Why do you want to fight me? Tianming asked. Because you're strong enough. I saw your entire fight with Kakashi Sensei. Your strength surpasses mine. Uchiha Sasuke stated bluntly. That's why I must fight you. Only by fighting the strong can I temper myself. Tianming waved his hand and said, stop, don't just speak for yourself. Who said I want to fight you? Did I agree? If you really want to fight, find someone else. Qingchuan Tianming, am not asking for your opinion. With that, Uchiha Sasuke took out a shuriken. If you choose to fight here, I won't be responsible if the house gets demolished. Second pillar, you're getting annoying. Tianming was a bit irritated. Although Sasuke had always been arrogant and cocky, this was too much, wasn't it? If you don't want the house destroyed, then fight me. Uchiha Sasuke didn't bother with what the second pillar meant from Fine then, let's change the place. Tianming sighed and had no choice but to accept Sasuke's challenge. This guy was too stubborn, he needed to be taken down a notch. After the two left the Qingchuan residence in a nearby alley, a few sly-looking men chuckled. We've finally caught him. Let's go inform Brother Guetian. The residential area for war orphans was separate from the ordinary residential area, and since utilities were free and no rent was paid, the facilities here had always been in a state of disrepair. In an open space somewhere, Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke arrived. Let's do it here, Tianming said. This place was relatively secluded and spacious. Without a word, Uchiha Sasuke assumed an offensive stance. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a group of uninvited guests surrounded them from the side. Isn't this Qingchuan Tianming? We meet again. The chubby kid Guetian spoke with a lisp, but he had brought even more people than in the morning, which gave him confidence. Are you here to cause trouble? Tianming said flatly. He wants to fight me, and you want to fight me too. Why don't you decide first? Uchiha Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly. Get lost. Those simple 3 words carried extraordinary killing power. Who are you? Guetian shouted, craning his neck. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke turned around, his indifferent eyes sweeping over everyone. So why haven't you left yet? Guetian was intimidated. Just as he was about to keep running his mouth, one of his lackeys pulled him back. Brother Gray, the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Why not? Because it's a clan with a Sharingan. Sharingan. Guetian's eyes shook, and without another word he turned and ran away. Are you kidding? Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. The Sharingan was an extremely powerful bloodline limit. Those who possessed it were generally stronger than their peers, and Uchiha Sasuke was the famous #1. The flies are gone. Let's continue. Uchiha Sasuke turned back, as if dealing with a trivial matter. Tianming beckoned with his finger. The next instant, Uchiha Sasuke vanished from his spot, and in a flash closed in on Tianming, attacking from above with the shuriken in his hand. Close combat. Tianming was somewhat surprised. Sasuke wasn't using any jutsu or ranged attacks, but actually engaging in close combat. Your abilities lie in your astonishing chakra reserves and learning capacity. Given that you used the substitution jutsu at the end of your fight with Kakashi Sensei, your close combat must be weak. Uchiha Sasuke analyzed while observing Tianming's every move. Attacking the opponent's weakness with one's own strength was an excellent tactic. Close combat not good. Sasuke, you're too confident. Tianming laughed out loud. In his 12 years of being a complete useless waste, he wasn't good at anything, but ironically, he was excellent at taijutsu. Swish! Just as the shuriken was about to touch Tianming, he moved like lightning and blocked Uchiha Sasuke's attack with just 2 fingers. Boom! Then Tianming delivered a kick to Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen, sending him back. Sasuke, is this your strength? Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened. He had anticipated the gap between himself and Tianming, but never imagined it would be this vast. Completely defenseless. Why are you so strong? Uchiha Sasuke also perceived the gap between himself and Tianming. No, it was the gap between Tianming and his fellow ninjas. This faint sense of oppression, he had only felt it from that man. Strong. Tianming stroked his chin. Previously, in order to survive in the ninja world, he had racked his brains every day trying to train. Though he felt frustrated and still couldn't sense chakra, over time his taijutsu improved. It must be accumulation. Shall we stop here? Tianming suggested. It's far from over. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In the next instant, two of Sasuke's shadow clones appeared not far behind Tianming, and without a word unleashed a volley of shuriken. Tianming stomped his foot, releasing his chakra outward, which directly blocked the shuriken. Fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke from the front exhaled a single breath and a blazing fireball came straight at him. Uchiha Sasuke's combination attacks were still dazzling, but it was all in vain. Chidori. Tianming extended his hand, turning his fist into a palm. Lightning gathered in his palm, and then instantly slashed. The fireball that was coming straight at him was split in two and flew into the air. The remaining electric light instantly surrounded Uchiha Sasuke's form. In the end, Uchiha Sasuke ceased his attack as it was meaningless. The electric light had already surrounded him. If Tianming wished, he could electrocute him at any time. Let's stop here. Uchiha Sasuke said flatly. I'll admit that you're stronger than that dead last. Becoming companions with someone like you shouldn't be a bad thing. With that, Uchiha Sasuke turned and left. Tianming watched Sasuke's back, not knowing what to say. This guy indeed possessed all the qualities to become a strong ninja. In a nearby alley, Gue Tian and his lackey witnessed the battle. At this moment, Gue Tian felt incredibly lucky to have taken the advice. These two monsters, charging at them directly would be a suicide mission. Brother Gue, should we still seek revenge? Gue Tian's face twitched, but to maintain his image as the boss, he snorted coldly. Let them be arrogant for a while. It'll make them beg for mercy sooner or later. Joining Team 7, Tianming's life became quite enriched. Hatake Kakashi's teaching was very relaxed. As long as you met the targets, he wouldn't bother about what you did. In the half-month after forming the team, Hatake Kakashi took the four of them to every corner of Konoha village. They also took on many missions. However, the missions were frustrating, nothing more than digging fields, farming, chopping wood, and finding dogs. After more than a month like this by the small river outside Konoha village, the Team 7 meeting spot. Kakashi-sensei, what mission requires such a big commotion today? Naruto Uzumaki's complaining voice sounded. Sakura Haruno didn't speak, but her little face showed confusion. Uchiha Sasuke and Tianming silently followed behind. Today's mission is quite significant, Hatake Kakashi said with a smile. Do you have all your equipment? Yes, the four replied in unison. Good. Hatake Kakashi took out his own backpack. Mission destination, the Hokage's office. Let me give you a hint. It's a crank mission. Crank. Kakashi-sensei, are you kidding us? Naruto said in disbelief. Over the past month, the missions arranged by Kakashi were hyped up beforehand only to be called team bonding training afterwards. Naruto's strong reaction was not surprising since crank missions were genuine missions for genin which required leaving the village. Tianming in the back instantly understood when he heard Kakashi mention crank. So it was the time for the Land of Waves. Ding. Mission activated. Please go to the Land of Waves to check in. Complete the check-in to receive the mission reward. Absolutely true. Hatake Kakashi clapped his hands. Enough idle talk, let's hurry to the Hokage's office. Soon the five of them arrived at the Hokage's office. Inside the office there were already many people. Besides the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were several Konoha high-ranking officials. Kakashi-sensei, you're here. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, his kind gaze sweeping over the four children behind Kakashi. Hokage-sama Hatake Kakashi is available to accept the mission. Hatake Kakashi said flatly. Hey, I thought you Konoha ninjas were recognized as the strongest by the 5 great nations, but sending a few lame ninjas is alright. At this moment, an old man reeking of alcohol and holding a bottle of sake spoke up. Incompetent ninja. Naruto Uzumaki immediately bristled. What right does a drunken saw it like you have to call us incompetent? Naruto, show some respect. Kakashi Hatake chided gently, a qualified ninja should not speak rudely to a mission client. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged, but he chuckled and said, Kakashi-sensei, it's rare for little Naruto to listen to you so obediently. Third Hokage, let's save the chit-chat for another time. Kakashi Hatake's gaze returned to the drunkard. I'm also curious about the kind of client who would hire incompetent ninja. This is Mr. Tazuna. Please review the detailed information. A ninja assistant handed over a stack of documents. There were 5 copies, one for each person. Tianming took the documents, glanced through them quickly, and returned them. The contents were not much different from the original story. Tazuna. A renowned bridge builder from Boji country. After completing a project in my village, he needs to return to Boji country, but he will be hunted by local villainous forces along the way. That's why he hired my ninja to escort him to Boji country. So you're Tazuna. Kakashi Hatake put away the documents and said, Team 7 accepts this crank mission. Tazuna. What's so great about him? He's just a drunkard. The thick-head Naruto Uzumaki was still fixated on Tazuna's earlier remark about ninja. Naruto, you idiot. Master Tazuna is a famous bridge builder. Many of the bridges in my were built by him. With bridges, life in the village becomes much more convenient. Sakura Haruno face-palmed. Naruto's comprehension was indeed not something to place hopes on. So that's how it is. Naruto Uzumaki said belatedly. Tazuna took another swig of sake and directly addressed the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. I believe I already explained the situation in Boji country. There's a tyrant there, and I want rest until he's dealt with. Sending someone with poor eyesight along with 3 kids, is that really sufficient? My ninja are widely acknowledged as powerful, but the composition of Team 7 was indeed not very convincing. Master Tazuna, the problem lies not with us, the so-called incompetent ninja. It's your budget. Tianming suddenly spoke up. The budget you provided is only enough for Genin. You little brat. Tazuna turned to look at Tianming. Is there any direct correlation between the price I pay and your strength? Or are you thinking of backing out because you can't handle this mission? Quite the opposite. Tianming smiled. You've managed to hire the strongest ninja in Mai with the least amount of money. Tianming's words left everyone present dumbfounded. Was this straightforward boasting? How absurd. Tazuna exchanged glances with Tianming for a few seconds. In the child's eyes there was no hint of deception, but rather a strong confidence. Alright, let's not argue. Hiruzen Sarutobi concluded decisively, Mr. Tazuna used such a low budget because he needs to save money for building bridges in Boji country. And my village has also benefited significantly from Master Tazuna's skills. We won't forget this favor. So for this crank mission, I actually arranged for 2 teams of ninja. As Hiruzen Sarutobi's words fell, everyone present was astonished. Even the usually calm Tianming was taken aback. Were they really deploying 2 teams for the Boji country mission? Come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi said towards the door. Soon a maturely beautiful woman appeared at the entrance, followed by 3 team members. Karina Yuhi. Kakashi Hitaki had not received any notice of collaboration. Kakashi, I never expected to be partnered with your Team 7. Karina Yuhi returned the greeting. Tianming's expression shifted slightly. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Typical support roles. Although he didn't quite understand why the Boji country mission had changed, it was none of Tian, he only needed to focus on the check-in task. Tianming Naruto. Hinata Hyuga waved in their direction. Tianming responded with a smile and Naruto Uzumaki also greeted her. Now we are all set. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tazuna. There should be no issues now. Then I'll thank the third Hokage in advance. Although Tazuna drank, he was no fool. He had secured protection from 6 genin at a minimal cost. My village had done everything within reason. Then you shall commence the mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. The mission starts now. After leaving the Hokage's office, Team 7, Team 8, and Tazuna's group exited my village. On the 3rd day after heading east from the village, the group arrived at a hot spring town. On the day they were resting and bathing at the hot spring town, a message arrived from my by-carrier pigeon summoning Karina Yuhi back. Thus Kakashi Hitaki had to lead both Team 7 and Team 8 on the mission by himself. Teacher Shi Yonghong was urgently recalled by my last night to carry out another mission, so I will be leading this mission alone. Understood. The next morning at the assembly, Chimu Kakashi immediately announced the news. Got it, said Chuanjunya, patting his dog Chiwan with a look of disinterest. Understood, said Yunu Jinai as taciturn as ever. Well, do our best, Teacher Kakashi. Rishyong Chutian was still like a little angel. Master Tazuna, there are no towns or villages along the road from Wonquan town to the seaside. Assassins will most likely be lying in ambush along the way. Please refrain from drinking for safety. Chimu Kakashi said indifferently. Alright. Tazuna, who had just grabbed his flask, released it again. He had bought Lushochu for the long journey, but it seemed he would not be able to enjoy it. The group left Wonquan town and headed toward the seaside. Bo no Kuni is an island nation, one must take a boat to get there. The road to the coast passes through a no-man's land almost never traversed except by merchant caravans year-round. The genin who had never left the village so far before looked around like curious children. Chiwanjunya was riding Chiwan at the front as the large dog was full of energy. Yunu Jinai sent his insects to collect pollen. Even Rishyong Chutian was captivated by the lush scenery. Over on Team 7, Xuanhua Mingren was jumping around like a monkey. The remaining 2 Yuzibos Wazhu and Qingtuan Tianming presented a different picture. Tianming's attention was constantly dispersed around him. He was not interested in the scenery, but in the movements around him. Yuzibos Wazhu simply found jumping around to be boring, but seeing Tianming so serious, he also began to learn to sense his surroundings. Teacher Kakashi, everyone please wait a moment. Yunu Jinai suddenly spoke up at that moment. Everyone stopped and turned around in confusion. Yunu Jinai snapped his fingers and from the nearby woods the insects he had just released flew back. The moisture is wrong. The humidity is wrong. Yunu Jinai said, slowly looking at an insect on his fingertip. Shino, are you losing it again? Chuanjunya said with annoyance from ahead. The two had never gotten along well. Chuanjunya thought Yunu Jinai was a mute jar playing with disgusting bugs. Yunu Jinai ignored Chuanjunya's complaint and approached Chimu Kakashi, saying, Teacher Kakashi, along the way the plants on both sides of the road are lush, but the problem lies in the moisture. Although the plants here are dense, the air is dry. In other words, the environment here cannot allow insects to come into contact with so much water. Yunu Jinai adjusted his sunglasses and analyzed. Chimu Kakashi instantly understood and quickly shouted to Chuanjunya ahead, danger. At that moment the sound of tearing air rang out as a dense hail of kunai and shuriken shot out from the woods. Before Chiwanjinya could react, the Chiwan under him kicked off and leaped out of the attack range. The spot where Chiwan had just stood was now full of projectiles. Chiwanjinya, get behind me. Chimu Kakashi stepped forward, frowned at the suddenly condensing white mist ahead, and said seriously, the enemy is here. Prepare for battle. Upon the order, the 7 genin took shuriken from their packs and stood ready. Tianming's eyes flickered. He suddenly wanted to see Kakashi being cut apart. Oh my. I was troubled that you were hiding in my, but I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. The mist ahead gradually dissipated and 4 figures emerged from it. The leader holding a scythe blade sneered. They're ninjas. Tazuna panicked at once. Chimu Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the 4 figures in the mist and said, by the looks of you're rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. Rogue ninjas. A topic unavoidable in any nation. Some ninjas betray their own ninja way for personal desires, committing crimes among the 5 great nations. These are rogue ninjas seen as thorns in the side of all hidden villages. Oh ho, not bad eyesight from my jonin. But are you here on a mission with these kids or on a spring outing? The rogue mist ninja licked his cracked lips, wearing an expression of total confidence. Don't look down on us over there. We are ninjas too. Xuanhua Mingren said with displeasure. A few rogue ninjas, you'll regret underestimating us, right, Chuan? Chiwanjinya was also holding a belly of anger after nearly being ambushed. Let's begin. Taking care of you will also make our report easier. The rogue leader gave the order and the 3 rogue ninjas behind him attacked from different directions. So fast. Chimu Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. 2 iron chains lashed out at an extremely weird angle. Clang. Chimu Kakashi drew a shuriken lightning fast, wedged it into the chains and jabbed it into the ground. The immense pulling force dragged the 2 mist ninjas over, and at the same time Chimu Kakashi kicked them both away. As expected of a Maijonin. The 2 were kicked back, but unharmed, dissolving into mist and vanishing again. On the other side, behind the isolated Tazuna, the mist condensed and a large hand reached out. Trying to grab someone right in front of me. Are you thinking too much? Tianming snorted coldly and the shuriken in his hand shot out. Oomph. The shuriken shot forth, forcing back the ambushing mist ninja by several paces. As the mist ninja retreated, the blade in his hand sliced through the air, cleaving the shuriken apart. You're an interesting brat. Tazuna. Chi-chuan Tianming. Hatake Kakashi said with considerable concern. You'd better worry about yourself. The 2 mist ninja before Hatake Kakashi laughed as they attacked simultaneously. The assault of 2 chunin was not to be underestimated. Tianming. Uzumaki Naruto was about to rush over to help. And where do you think you're going? A figure materialized from the puddle ahead. Another mist ninja snorted and said to his companion, Tazuna and that brat, can you handle them? Naturally. The mist ninja facing Tianming replied with ease. Dealing with a genin was hardly a challenge. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke growled as he attempted to break through, only to be blocked by the mist ninja before him. Are you underestimating me? The 4 rogue mist ninja who had come to ambush Tazuna were all at the chunin level, which showed just how much their employer wanted Tazuna dead. After all, the Land of Waves was an island nation, and the bridge was of paramount importance. Controlling the bridge meant controlling the entire country. And if one couldn't control the bridge, the best way was to eliminate the bridge builder. Let's take him on together. Inuzuka Kiba stated directly, it looks like he won't let us help Qingchuan Tianming. My thoughts exactly. Uzumaki Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. The support role Hyuga Hinata also activated her Byakugan the world before her eyes shifting instantly. The enemy's chakra is astonishing. Aburame Shino's loose robe emitted a dense swarm of insects. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, standing alongside Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto at the front. 5 genin. It seems you don't understand the gap between chunin and genin. The mist ninja responsible for dividing the battlefield suddenly grew interested. I hear Konoha's ninja are strong. I hope you don't disappoint me. When I knock you down, you won't be talking so smugly. Inuzuka Kiba crouched down, adopting a beast-like stance, 4-legged technique. Akamaru, let's go. The moment Inuzuka Kiba finished speaking while using the 4-legged technique, he shot forward like a sharp blade, with Akamaru letting out a howl right behind him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fireball Jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke attacked in unison. Teams 7 and 8 had never coordinated before. Their fighting was purely reckless and brash. Not far away, Tianming watched the nearby battle with some worry. Kid, aren't you in the most danger right now? What makes you think you can afford to be distracted while facing a chunin? The long-haired mist ninja let out a savage laugh, then melted into the mist and reappeared behind Tianming, striking out with a palm. You're too noisy. Tianming raised his hand, using chakra to push Tazuna out of the mist while simultaneously thrusting the shuriken in his hand forward. Clang. The shuriken did not pierce the long-haired mist ninja's arm, instead it was firmly clamped by his chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tianming murmured as over a dozen clones materialized around the mist ninja and attacked simultaneously. Instant Cast Jutsu. The long-haired mist ninja was forced to retreat, clearly alarmed by Tianming's counterattack. Both his use of chakra, his reaction speed in taijutsu, and the shadow clones were astonishing. Do you talk this much useless nonsense? Tianming said coldly. Interesting. It seems you're the strongest among these Konoha genin. But I still need to teach you the gap between a chunin and a genin. The long-haired mist ninja laughed maniacally as he retrieved a scroll from behind him. The scroll opened, the seal was released. Countless ninja tools instantly emerged from the scroll and shot outward like a storm. The ninja tool scroll was immensely lethal, sealing a portion of weapons within the scroll, a truly vicious killing move. Facing this dire crisis, Tianming felt no sense of danger. Instead, he glanced over at Naruto's situation. As expected, the genin from the two uncoordinated teams were still no match for the chunin. Not only did they fail to gain an advantage, they had fallen into a disadvantage. You've underestimated me twice. Die. The long-haired mist ninja, enraged by being ignored again, instantly appeared behind Tianming with a large blade, swinging it down at his head. Tianming's gaze shifted back as the barrage of ninja tools and the chunin's backstab both closed in. Chidori. In that split second, a fierce bolt of lightning roared forth and cut through the battlefield. In a flash, the massive lightning chakra pierced through the long-haired chunin's chest before anything else. Thud. The dense rain of ninja tools naturally struck his body. This sudden turn of events directly impacted the battle between Kakashi and the two teams. What? The first to react were the two mist ninja assaulting Hatake Kakashi. They had been working together to pin him down, and killing him was only a matter of time. But then the comrade assigned to eliminate Tazuna was instantly taken down. An instant kill? Utterly absurd. Chichuan Tianming. The battle naturally affected the 6 members of teams 7 and 8. Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akamaru were blasted away. Once more the fireball jutsu was repelled again, and Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones were completely useless. The 6 of them working together were unable to overcome the enemy. Damn it. With their comrade dead, the remaining 3 mist ninjas also dropped their playful attitude. Troublesome brats. The more corpulent mist ninja roared, charging straight at the 6. Rumble. Rumble. The plants along the path were shredded by the wild chakra, and the 3 boys dared not get close. Mist transformation technique. The mist ninja swiftly formed hand seals, and white mist rose, twisting into chains that attacked the 6. Damn it. The mist chains were impervious to fire and shuriken, binding the 6 in a flash. You. After trapping them, the mist ninja glanced at Tianming, raising his large blade toward Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haruno. Hey kid over there. I want you to kill Tazuna or I'll slaughter your companions. You fat pig. If you're a man, don't bully the girls. Come at me. Naruto Uzumaki shouted. Let me go and we'll fight again. Inuzuka Kiba also stated his I'll fight you to the death. Shino Aburame added. Shut up. The mist ninja bellowed. I won't repeat myself a 3rd time. Kill Tazuna or I'll kill your companions. Pfft, is this the famous mist ninja? Tianming suddenly laughed. A chunin using such dirty tricks against genin? Do you even deserve to be called a rogue ninja from Kirigakure? How laughable. You think I want kill? The obese mist ninja's face darkened. As rogue ninjas, they had betrayed their village and their ninja way, leaving only their pride. Now someone was insulting that pride. That was unacceptable. Your words are quite interesting, Tianming said, arms crossed. After all, you hold the initiative. If you kill Konoha ninjas, do you think the Jonin of Konoha will let you go? Or can Momochi Zabuza protect you? Who are you? The name Momochi Zabuza shattered the mist ninja's composure. But before the mist ninja could sort out his thoughts, the other battle had already concluded. Since you've stooped to threatening my students, I can't let you live. Hatake Kakashi slowly pulled down his mask, revealing his hidden right eye. The eye opened, a crimson pupil contracting as the tomo within spun. Mist transformation technique. The Sharingan could instantly copy an enemy's jutsu. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, and before the mist ninja before him could react, 2 puddles appeared on the ground, their moisture coalescing into misty humanoid figures. The mist figures struck with their blades, instantly taking 2 heads. The situation shifted. Of the 4 mist ninjas ambushing Tazuna, 3 were dead. Which Jonin of Konoha are you? The last surviving mist ninja's nerve was shattered. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. The mist ninja muttered the name as if recalling something and cried out. The intelligence was wrong. It said Tazuna had no powerful ninja protection. But his panic was fleeting. As a chunin, he quickly recovered. You'll let me go, right? The remaining mist ninja suddenly asked. Against Hatake Kakashi, numbers meant nothing. Now he could only save his own skin for getting the mission. Of course, Hatake Kakashi replied. Then we'll meet again. After those words, mist rose around the mist ninja and he vanished. Kakashi-sensei, why did you let him go? Naruto Uzumaki shouted. Idiot Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is looking out for us, Sakura Haruno said helplessly. Ugh. The sharp pain in his left eye nearly made Kakashi stumble. Kakashi-sensei. They all— Chichuan Tianming, come here. Hatake Kakashi leaned against a tree, speaking weakly. I used a forbidden technique and my body is too drained. I need to rest for the rest of the journey to the land of waves. So I appoint you as the temporary leader. Can you handle it? Yes, Chinchuan Tianming nodded. Kakashi's exhaustion was understandable. The Sharingan was a unique dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, and using it half-heartedly naturally caused backlash. Kakashi Sensei. After giving his orders, Hatake Kakashi fainted, worrying Sakura Haruno and Hinata. Kakashi Sensei needs rest. We'll take turns carrying him for this leg, Tianming said. Leave it to Akamaru. Inuzuka Kiba offered feeding some soldier pills to Akamaru. Now one more thing. Tianming turned his gaze to Tazuna. You concealed something about this mission, didn't you? Tazuna's expression turned peculiar. The one who tried to kill you was a Chunin. I don't recall you mentioning that in the request. Tianming withdrew his gaze and said, in that case, we need to discuss this mission properly. Our current lineup can't handle such a mission. We should return to Konoha first. Besides, Kakashi Sensei is still unconscious. I'm truly sorry. I concealed the truth. Tazuna bowed in apology. Because if I had told you, the mission fee would have doubled and I couldn't afford the extra cost. You don't need to apologize to me. Apologize to my comrades. Tianming naturally knew why Tazuna had hidden the information, but understanding didn't mean he could reveal it. It was best to let Tazuna confess everything. Kakashi Sensei just appointed me as the temporary leader, but I respect everyone's opinion. If we continue to the land of waves, we'll face even stronger ninjas. So I ask you, what should we do with the mission? Old man, your lies could get people killed, Naruto Uzumaki complained. A Chunin is beyond our ability to handle, Kiba Inuzuka added. Agreed, Shino Aburame nodded. We should return to Konoha first. Both Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haru. Only Sasuke Uchiha and Tianming remained to voice their opinions. I want to hear what you think, Sasuke said coldly. Me. Tianming said calmly, am naturally going to carry it out. The greatest enemy in the land of waves was Zabuza Momochi, and Zabuza was powerful. But that wasn't a reason for Tianming to back down. After all, there was a check-in mission waiting for him. Then I'm going too, Sasuke said directly. Hey, if you two are going, how could I be left behind? Naruto chimed in. The 3 male members of Team 7 had expressed their stance. The situation instantly became awkward. Initially, 2 squads were to execute the mission together, led by Jonin Kakashi Hatake. But now the mission difficulty had increased and Kakashi was out of commission. How about this Team 8 returns as planned and takes Kakashi Sensei back to Konoha? We'll continue on our own, Tianming declared decisively. Wait, Aokawa Tenmei, I want to know what you're relying on to make this decision. Shino Aburame suddenly asked. Reliance. The 2 strongest future figures of Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha, wielder of the Susanoo, and Naruto Uzumaki, the 6th-path sage. What else could it be? But Tianming naturally wouldn't say that. Retreat is not my ninja way, he finally declared with great seriousness. Little did he know that this proclamation of ninja way left everyone else utterly bewildered. Right. Naruto's eyes lit up. My ninja way is to become Hokage. That's my ninja way. How boring, Sasuke muttered, walking ahead on his own. Wish you luck. Kiba didn't say much. Of the truth was Teams 7 and 8 had no real chemistry. Well, bring reinforcements for you, Kiba said, placing Kakashi on Akamaru's back. The 2 groups parted way. Tianming, Naruto. Be careful. Hinata urged. Sasuke, you too, Sakura said softly, her eyes lingering on Tianming as well. Aokawa Tenmei, take care of yourself. After reorganizing, the 3 set off again. Tazuna looked uncertain. This escort mission had ended up with 3 genin protecting him. As they walked along the coast and entered the land of waves, they saw that the ferry boat moored at the dock had been torn open, with a huge hole, half its hull submerged in the water. A dense crowd gathered at the dock. Are you absolutely certain? Zabuza Momochi looked coldly at the mist ninja kneeling at his feet. 1 Jonin and 7 genin beat you all like this. That Konoha Jonin is named Kakashi Hatake. He activated a dojutsu instantly and took out a Da and A air, the mist ninja said frantically. And a C was killed by a genin. Haha, did I hear that right? A taunt came from the crowd behind him. Gato, with his protruding belly and a cigar in his mouth, blew smoke rings and said, although the land of waves has no ninja, I know that genin from ordinary villages are usually just 11 or 12-year-old kids, right? Your men got taken out by a genin. In paying you a fortune, don't disappoint me. I'll handle this personally this time. Are you still not reassured? Zabuza wasn't angered by Gato's mockery. Better that way. Kill Tazuna here and be done with it, Gato said, turning and walking away. As a prior notice, my men want help. Gato left, followed by a large group of samurai. At the dock, only a dozen or so people remained. Those following Zabuza were all ninja, though not many. Kakashi Hatake, Aokawa Tenmei. Zabuza chuckled softly. Let me look forward to it. Upon returning to the 8th squad, sent Hatake Kakashi directly to the hospital. Soon afterward, 3rd Hokage Yuanfei Risen entered the ward. Lord 3rd Hokage, a hospital doctor, greeted. Yuanfei Risen hummed in acknowledgement and asked, how is Kakashi? He overexerted himself using the Xiaolunian and his body couldn't handle it. However, a few days of rest will heal him, the doctor explained. Please take good care of Kakashi. Yuanfei Risen turned to look at the 3 members of the 8th squad plus Chunaing. What happened to you? As he spoke, the more composed Yunu Jinai reported the situation. What? A mist ninja Chunin. Yuanfei Risen was startled and momentarily regretted recalling Shi Yonghong midway. Well, it's good that you're all safe. What about Yuzhibo Zhuozhu Xuanhua Mingren and Qingtuan Tianming? Yuanfei Risen inquired again. Answering Lord Third Hokage before falling unconscious, teacher Kakaxi instructed Qingtuan Tianming to become our temporary leader. After discussion, our squad and Chunaying decided to bring teacher Kakaxi back while the other three continue the mission. Juanzhongya explained. Absurd. Yuanfei Risen exploded with rage upon hearing this. 3 genin escorting Dezina to Boziguo and facing a rogue mist village ninja. Which jonin is currently free? Yuanfei Risen immediately turned to the secretary. Lord Third Hokage, the only jonin without a mission right now is Maite Kai. Maite Kai. Yuanfei Risen pondered for a moment, then said, summon Maite Kai immediately to go to Boziguo and bring them back. Yes. On the outskirts of my village, by a cliffside, a waterfall cascaded from above, crashing onto the ground with a deafening roar. Oh Liluaka. This is our burning youth. Can you hold on? Yes, sensei. Beneath the waterfall's torrent stood 2 shirtless men, their hairstyles identical from behind, their passionate lines perfectly synchronized. Liluaka, who had been barely enduring the pounding water, felt his spirit rekindle. Liluaka, if you can't take it, quit. Your teacher has only just finished his youth. Youth must also be tempered with restraint. Maite Kai said, flashing his signature white teeth. Ningxi Tiantian, don't you want to try? Liluaka invited. Stupid Liluaka, I'm a girl. Tian retorted. As for Rishiong Ningxi, he refused to answer such a foolish question. Just then several sounds of breaking air came from the nearby woods. The Fire Shadow's secretary emerged and said, Teacher Maite Kai, there's a new mission for you. A new mission. Maite Kai leaped out from under the waterfall, took the mission scroll handed to him by the secretary and glanced at it casually. Boziguo. Kakaxi is hurt. A rogue ninja. Interesting. Maite Kai said as he rolled up the scroll. Third squad assemble. Let's feel the youth together. Maite Kai vanished on the spot. Rishiong Ningxi and Tian followed immediately while Liluaka belatedly jumped out from the waterfall. Teacher, wait for me. I said this mission isn't for the third squad. The Fire Shadow secretary was too late. It was already too late. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the 7th squad and Dezina finally emerged from the forest, heading into Boziguo. Along the way, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu and Xuanhua Mingren could barely walk, and Xuanhua Mingren occasionally stumbled. Huff. This is really tough. Xuanhua Mingren complained as he walked. Yuzhibo Zhuozhu remained silent, but the fine beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his struggle. Tianming smiled without saying much. Throughout the journey, Mingren kept asking about how to control chakra, so Tianming told them the method of using chakra to replace walking. Concentrate chakra on the soles of the feet and move by controlling the chakra to train controllability. But doing this made walking problematic. If the chakra was applied too forcefully, they would dig a hole in the ground. If too lightly, they would stumble and fall flat on their faces when dashing through the woods. After walking a bit longer, they finally reached the seaside dock. It's Kato's ship. Dezina shouted in surprise. The 3 looked up and saw a luxury cruise liner docked by the shore, while the boats that had previously shuttled between Fire Country and Boziguo had been destroyed. Ding. Approaching mission check-in location. The system's voice sounded again. Just as Tianming wondered, the cruise liner's cabin door opened and a dozen figures leaped down from the ship in quick succession. Leading them was naturally Taudi Zaibuzen. 3 genin, you actually dared to come. Kato, smoking a cigar on the deck, let out a laugh. Old man, step back. Xuanhua Mingren shielded Dezina behind him. Kakaxi didn't come. Taudi Zaibuzen taunted. It seems I won't get to feel the strength of my jonin. As he spoke, the mist ninjas behind Taudi Zaibuzen charged forward simultaneously. Tianming's eyes sharpened. Taudi Zaibuzen's forces seemed to have only 2 chunin left. Aside from the one who fled earlier, only the masked by remained. I'll handle the chunin, the rest are yours. Tianming decided instantly and charged into battle first. Zabuza Momochi did not make a direct move. With his arms crossed, he watched the 3 trapped with indifferent eyes. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of Tazuna, forming hand seals and channeling his chakra. Over a dozen mist ninjas split into 3 groups. The first to strike were Haku and the chunin who had ambushed them earlier. Kit'll bury you here today, the chunin roared as he thrust his scythe. The scythe pierced through Tianming's body instantly, but no blood spilled. Watch out, it's a shadow clone, warned the The chunin's eyes widened as a sense of danger came from behind. Boom. Tianming's whip kick struck the chunin's back, sending him flying. Swish, swish, swish. Shuriken and kunai from all sides instantly locked down Tianming's escape routes. Expressionless Tianming stomped his foot. The abundant chakra within his body burst forth, a surge of black chakra sweeping out, shattering all the shuriken. Zabuza Momochi, who had been watching, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That's a genin. If not for the intel from his own men and Tianming's boyish face, Zabuza would never believe he was a genin. Back to the battlefield, Naruto was trading blows with the mist genin. While traveling, he had been concentrating chakra at his feet, making his movements more agile now. With me here, you won't hurt the old man. Engaging directly, Naruto used a forbidden technique. Multiple shadow clone technique expanded his numbers to 10 clones. 10 of them acted in sync, gaining an unbeatable position. On the other side, Sasuke Uchiha showed richer combat experience. Holding a shuriken in one hand, he charged at the mist ninja's encirclement without falling behind. Boss, things don't look good. On the cruise ship, a fat man beside Gato said anxiously, Zabuza won't lose, will he? Why worry? No matter how pathetic Zabuza is, he's still a very useful tool. If he fails, I'll just save the rest of the payment. Gato coldly stubbed at his cigar in the ashtray. The battle on the dock continued. On the front line. After a period of fighting, the Chunin from the earlier ambush group was pierced through the neck by Tianming's shuriken. Now only Haku remained among the ninja besieging Tianming. Still not using your Kekiai Genkai, Tianming said coldly. How do you know? Half of Haku's mask had shattered, his handsome face filled with shock. No more talk. Tianming had no desire to chat. He was just wondering why the follow-up of his check-in hadn't triggered. Haku killed them with full force. Then Zabuza's order came down. After all, most of the mist renegade ninja had died. The battle became white-hot and Naruto and Sasuke were battered after finishing their opponents. Hearing Zabuza's order, Haku did not hesitate, forming hand seals rapidly. The next moment, mirrors of crystallized ice rose around Tianming. Tianming. Sasuke rushed over to help. Water prison technique. Zabuza suddenly appeared behind Sasuke and touched him with a finger. A water sphere of chakra trapped Sasuke inside. Sasuke. Naruto yelled, charging forward with his wobbling shadow clones. Zabuza drew the great sword on his back and swung a water blue blade arc, roaring out, severing Naruto's shadow clones. It'll make you die in despair. Zabuza's cruel voice came through the demon ice crystal mirrors. And on each mirror appeared the sight of Sasuke trapped in the water prison technique and Naruto struggling to get up from the ground. Then Haku entered the demon ice crystal mirrors. You're talented, but if Zabuza wants you dead, you must die. With that, Haku formed a seal with one hand and swung his saban fiercely. Sensei Sasho. Just as the technique was triggered, Tianming finally saw the follow-up of his check-in. Check-in mission activated. Check-in stands still for 10 seconds. Tianming quietly awaited the countdown as the sky full of ice needles surged toward him, cutting his entire body in an instant. During the check-in task, he couldn't use chakra. Tianming had to endure. Despair, haha. Standing outside the demon ice crystal mirrors watching Tianming pierced by the Sensei Susho, Zabuza grinned menacingly. Despair. Zabuza, after these 10 seconds, how about I let you die? Tianming's voice was icy. He felt no sympathy for the bond between Zabuza and Haku, he only wanted to kill. 3, 2, 1. Check-in successful. Mission reward Gura Gura no Mi Green. Check-in reward Quake Fruit dimensional level skill upgrades automatically with the host's power, a current fruit ability level green effect shockwave within a 10-meter radius. When the check-in reward was announced, Tianming was first stunned then ecstatic. The Quake Fruit. Originating from the One Piece dimension, it was the Paramecio-type fruit of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. The fruit's power took effect instantly and a peculiar sensation coursed through his entire body. In his mind, Tianming immediately gained knowledge of how to use the Quake Fruit along with its current skills. The 1,000 water needle dance continued. More and more ice needles converged to attack Tianming. In just a little longer, his body might be completely torn apart. Tianming. Xuanhua Mingren roared repeatedly, his pupils slowly turning red as the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. Crimson chakra seeped out from his body. Chakra manifestation. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan, noticing Xuanhua Mingren's transformation, was completely stunned. However, before he could sort his thoughts, another change occurred. Trapped in the water prison technique and on the verge of drowning, Yuzebo Zuishu suddenly opened his eyes. Within his scarlet pupils, Black Tomo appeared. Boom. Yuzebo Zuishu's pupils constricted and a strange power instantly distorted the water prison. Boom boom boom. The water prison shattered and Tao Di Zaibu Zhan had already leaped aside. This is madness. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan had never seen such a bizarre genin. Inside the demonic ice crystal, as the final assault of 1,000 water needle dance came one after another, Tianming, covered in wounds, straightened his body. He pointed a finger at the overwhelming ice needles and uttered, freeze. The moment the word was spoken, the ice needles that had been shooting toward him came to a halt right in front of Tianming. Then they directly condensed into an ice blade. Tianming reached out and grabbed it, pouring his chakra into the blade. Shock blade, jade shatter. He gripped the ice blade and swung it fiercely. A white line instantly appeared in the world before him, silently cutting through everything. All the demonic ice crystals, including Bei's body. Boom boom boom. A sound of the atmosphere being torn apart rang out. In the next moment there was a single booming sound. The world before Tianming shattered. After splitting the demonic ice crystal with one slash, a red rain fell from the sky. Having dealt with by, Tianming turned his gaze to the side. Xuanhua Mingren had already transformed into a Ninetales avatar, lost in madness, while Yuzebo Zuishu had also activated his Sharingan. Tianming sighed. In the original story, the changes in Yuzebo Zuishu and Xuanhua Mingren were triggered inside Bei's demonic ice crystal. But now it was himself who was trapped, and the two of them had reached this stage because of him. Tao Di Zaibujan was utterly beaten by Xuanhua Mingran and Yuzhibo's Wushu, unable to retaliate. Suddenly he seemed to sense something and turned his head to see Tianming. You killed Bai. No. Losing his mind, Tao Di Zaibujan charged forward, recklessly, the giant sword in his hand whipping up a blade storm. When Tao Di Zaibujan stepped within 10 meters, Tianming raised the ice blade. One slash. The white line that cut through everything caused Tao Di Zaibujan to vanish from the world. Thump. Tianming collapsed to the ground. Using the fruit's ability twice in a row, his severely injured body could not withstand it. Chi-chuan Tianming. Yuzhibo's Wushu took a few quick steps and then collapsed as well. Meanwhile, Xuanhua Mingran had already fallen into a coma. The whole world suddenly fell silent, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. On a luxury cruise ship, the ultimate winter cod duo emerged grandly with a vast group of samurai and ronin. Dezina had no chance to escape and was directly subdued. Slap, slap, slap. Truly a splendid battle, but I am the ultimate winner. Cod duo sneered coldly. No need to pay Zabuza's commission, and I can also extort Konoha's ninjas. Dezina knelt on the ground silent. You will never see a bridge built in the land of waves. The samurai's katana was already placed against Dezina's neck. Just as the samurai was about to strike, suddenly a giant kunai flew through the air from afar, cleaving the samurai in two. All the samurai and ronin swore it was the largest ninja tool they had ever seen in their lives. Kids, let them feel the rage of youth. Maite Kai's voice arrived before he did. That passionate youthful voice stirred up gusts of wind that made it hard to keep eyes open. Liluaka and Rishiong Ningxi arrived in time, and without a word charged into the crowd of samurai and ronin from left and right. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Whirlwind. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Sometimes the ups and downs of life come. Cod duo had just finished his threats for less than 3 minutes before his proud samurai force was wiped out clean by 2 genin. Boys, is the battle over? Maite Kai walked up from behind carrying Xuanhua Mingran and Zwushu on his shoulders. As for Tianming, he was being supported by Tiantian. Chi-chuan Tianming. Liluaka immediately recognized Tianming. Tian, he's a friend of mine, leave him to me. Shaoli, you're too clumsy. I'd better handle it. How am I clumsy? Clearly you are. The two bickering lovers started squabbling right away, and Rishiong Ningxi never involved himself in such matters. Don't come near me. Kadwa fell flat on his back, his earlier arrogance completely gone. His previous swagger relied entirely on the samurai and ronin he employed, but now left alone he was utterly terrified. Rishiong Ningxi, a genius among his generation of ninjas, was not only powerful in strength, but also ruthless at heart. His expression did not change even as Kadwa begged for mercy. Please wait. Dezina jogged over and bowed. Let me do it myself. Kadwa had built his empire over the entire Wave Country for his own selfish desires. Over the years, countless people in Wave Country had died or lived in darkness because of him. Rishiong Ningxi glanced at Maite Kai, who gave him a thumb up. A real man should be considerate. Rishiong Ningxi was still not used to Maite Kai's ever-present youthful enthusiasm, but he handed the shuriken to Dezina. Thump. Kadwa dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Lord Dezina, spare me. If you let me go, all my wealth is yours. The money is on the yacht, I can take you there. Dezina's face turned cold. I won't take that blood money squeezed from countless people in Wave Country. Lord Dezina, if you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know? These leaf ninjas are your hirelings, right? Let them spare me, and I, Kadwa, will leave Wave Country and never return. Anyone else might have been tempted by Kajuo's riches. But not Dezina. He had spent half his life building bridges, and he lived like a bridge, straight and unyielding. I will not forgive you, nor will the people who died by your hand over these years. Go regret in hell. Dezina roared and plunged the shuriken straight into Kajuo's chest. You. The portly Kadwa couldn't dodge and was pierced clean through. Aya. Dezina gripped the shuriken with both hands, stabbing Kadwa repeatedly, then dragged him to the shore and threw him into the sea. Thus the shadow that had loomed over Wave Country for years dissipated. After all this, Dezina, an elderly man, wept like a child on the dock. Though turbulent at times, the Wave Country incident ended safely. Team 3 saw their mission through to the end, sending Rishiong Ningxi to accompany Dezina in wiping out Kajuo's remaining forces in Wave Country. Without the Mist Ninja or the Samurai and Ronin, Kajuo's organization would soon be completely overthrown. Meanwhile, Maite Kai led Team 3 back to Konoha, bringing the 3 members of Team 7. Along the way, Liluaka chattered, endlessly insisting on taking care of Chi-chuan Tianming. Eventually, Maite Kai simply handed Yuzhibo's Wushu and Xuanhua Mingran over to him to experience youth. When they returned to Konoha just before entering the village, Maite Kai suddenly spoke seriously. I didn't win the fight with Kakashi after all. The true showdown will have to wait for the Chunin exams 6 months from now. Liluaka Tiantian. Kai-sensei. Liluaka and Tiantian had never heard Maite Kai speak so earnestly before. Ningxi is an exceptionally talented descendant of the Rishiong clan, and he will only grow stronger. You must never slack off. Maite Kai stated bluntly. Besides, those 3 kids from Team 7 have already surpassed you in a short time. But I believe in you all. You are no worse than them, you will become stronger. Right. Yes, Kai's Liluaka was instantly filled with blazing drive. Though less exaggerated, Tian also felt her blood surge with passion. Excellent. Let us embrace youth with all our might. Shortly after the three were taken to the ninja hospital, they regained consciousness one after another. Tianming woke first. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a ward with Xuanhua Mingran and Yuzibo Zhuju lying in the beds beside him. Awake. Chimu Kakashi, standing at the door, put away his make-out tactics and walked in. Kakashi-sensei, how did I get back? Tianming asked. Naturally, Team 3 rescued you. Did you think I saved you? Chimu Kakashi cracked an awkward joke. You three exceeded the mission parameters and took out all the rogue Miss Ninja. That's quite a feather in your cap. No one dislikes glory, and Chimu Kakashi was no exception. He himself hadn't expected that after overusing his Sharingan, he would wake to find his students had completed the mission on their own. Cough cough. Kakashi-sensei, is this the strict scolding you promised? The third Hokage Yuanfei Risen entered the ward and said calmly. Lord Third. Chimu Kakashi straightened up awaiting reprimand. Tianming swallowed hard, but before he could speak, Yuanfei Risen cut him off. You're all a bunch of reckless fools. A mission of this caliber, were you qualified to carry it out? If Team 3 hadn't come to the rescue, you wouldn't have made it back. Yuanfei Risen admonished earnestly. Tianming nodded repeatedly, but felt quite differently inside. Following the young master certainly came with. Upon careful reflection, Team 7's composition was truly a dream setup. Hatake Kakashi, a genius jonin and copy ninja, was also a disciple of the Fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto was the Fourth Hokage's son and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke bore the deep vendetta of his entire clan, possessing equally extraordinary talent. As for Qingchuan Tianming, he wielded supreme chakra. His combat experience was unparalleled. Nurturing such prodigies would make them the pillars of Konoha. Alright, don't be so reckless in the future. Your safe return is a blessing amidst misfortune. Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside his reprimanding tone. Kakashi trained them well. Prepare for the Chunin exams. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi rose and left the hospital room. Kakashi-sensei, what are the Chunin exams? Uzumaki Naruto's voice rang out with confusion. They're examinations for genin to advance to Chunin, a comprehensive test of a ninja's skills. They're held twice a year, and all villages with eligible participants come to compete. Hatake Kakashi gave a brief explanation. Wow! There must be lots of strong guys. Uzumaki Naruto burst into excitement. Don't get too optimistic. The Chunin exams are far from the easy ride you imagine. Hatake Kakashi poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Hehe. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. Kakashi-sensei, how did you pass the Chunin exams back then? Me. Hatake Kakashi pondered for a moment. I forgot. I was already a jonin at 12. After leaving the hospital, Hatake Kakashi gave Team 7 3 days off. When Qingchuan Tianming returned home and opened the door, he saw an unexpected visitor. He saw Hyuga Hinata wiping the floor with a wet towel. Tianming. What? What's going on here? You're back, Tianming. Hyuga Hinata looked up, her face brimming with gentle warmth. Hinata, why are you at my place? Tianming was genuinely bewildered. Don't misunderstand. I saw you hadn't returned, so I asked Kakashi-sensei for your address and Naruto's, then came over to help clean. I haven't touched anything. As a war orphan, having a house was already fortunate, so it naturally couldn't compare to others. Considering the Wave Country mission had lasted nearly half a month, the place would indeed be filthy without cleaning. Thank you, Hinata. Tianming expressed his gratitude. No, it's me who should thank you. Hyuga Hinata said softly. That day at the start of school, you and Naruto helped me out. It was nothing. Tianming truly hadn't given that little brat any thought. Maybe it was nothing to you, but Hyuga Hinata said seriously anyway. I've finished cleaning. I'll be going now. With that, Hyuga Hinata left the Qingchuan household. Tianming stood at the Genkan without seeing her out, a bold thought crossing his mind. He felt that Hinata might have. This wasn't baseless. Before his transmigration, Tianming had been a young man in his 20s. He certainly understood matters of the heart. Hyuga Hinata's hesitation and shyness gave Tianming a beautiful illusion. Hinata likes me. That can't be right. Tianming muttered under his breath, stroking his chin. But on second thought, what was wrong with a gentle girl like Hinata, who wouldn't adore someone as warm as water? Tianming admitted he was very fond of gentle types. Whatever, this wasn't the time to be the prince's rival, was it? Winning a girl by skill wasn't called stealing, was it? Meanwhile, after Hyuga Hinata hurried out of the Qingchuan house and returned to the Hyuga compound, the blush on her face still hadn't faded. She had lied earlier. She hadn't asked for Naruto's address, only Tianming's. Stupid Hinata. Hyuga Hinata could have died of embarrassment. Ever since that day at school when Tianming made a powerful entrance and drove away the thugs, his shadow had lingered in her heart. Though she had known Uzumaki Naruto longer, his way of helping her usually involved taking hits. But Qingchuan Tianming was different. He alone had fought off a group. And during the Wave Country mission, when they were helpless against a Chunin, Chichuan Tianming had managed to slay the... Thus an enigmatic and powerful presence took root in Hyuga Hinata's heart. Perhaps this was what they called liking. Time flew like a white horse past a gap. After the Wave Country Mission Team 7 returned to their daily training routine. With the past as a cautionary tale, Team 7 couldn't take missions outside the village. They could only accept trivial tasks within Konoha, chasing chickens and shooing dogs. Uzumaki Naruto complained daily about boredom. Uchiha Sasuke remained his aloof stoic self while Tianming enjoyed the leisure. With his supreme chakra, he mastered chakra control instinctively and learned jutsu at an astonishing pace. Moreover, without any sign-in tasks issued, each carefree day brought Tianming great joy. Kakashi-sensei, when will this ever end? Uzumaki Naruto was disheveled, having just completed a drink mission helping an old lady catch chickens. Isn't it fine like this? Said Hatake Kakashi, who as a teacher didn't need to do the work himself. What's so fine about this? Aren't ninjas supposed to risk their lives? Uzumaki Naruto pouted. So that's what you think, said Hatake Kakashi, closing his book Ika Paradise. But your teammates don't seem to agree. Naruto turned around and saw Uchiha Sasuke expressionlessly cutting grass with a sickle. Each swing released chakra that cleared the grass before him. On the other side, Chichuan Tianming was cheerfully chopping wood with an axe. Haruno Sakura was threading a needle for the old lady. Sasuke Tenmei, don't you have any thoughts? Naruto was puzzled. Where was the tacit understanding of risking life and death together? Naruto, your mindset is far behind theirs. Kakashi explained, although you're all doing simple tasks, you should carefully observe how Chichuan Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke use their chakra. At this, Naruto's smile faded. Come to think of it, it seemed he was the only one actually doing the work. Why didn't you tell me the trick? Naruto immediately formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. In no time 10 clones entered the chicken coop. After most of the day passed, the drink mission neared its end. Ding. Check-in mission triggered. Please go to the classroom to check in within the time limit. On the way back to the village after a month of silence, the new check-in mission had finally arrived. Tianming calculated, it was exactly time for the Chunin exams. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to Team 7's meeting point. Prepare for the Chunin exams. As they were about to disperse, Kakashi suddenly added, Kakashi-sensei, so soon. Naruto was startled. Although he complained about boredom every day, he still felt unaccustomed to the Chunin exams arriving so quickly. It's always been around this time every year, Kakashi said indifferently. Anyway, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Does Kakashi-sensei have some inside information? Naruto grinned. Kakashi raised his hand and gave him a sharp knock on the head. You can only rely on yourselves. The examiners change every year. Good luck. With those words, Kakashi's figure vanished. He left so fast, Naruto rubbed his head. Let's all do it. Haruno Sakura gave a dry laugh to ease the tension. Uchiha Sasuke walked away without looking back, still as taciturn as ever. Chichuan Tianming, go for it. Tianming nodded. Everyone together. Back at the Chichuan family home, after showering and washing his clothes, Tianming lay down on the big bed. Tomorrow was the legendary Chunin exams, the event from which the story of the Naruto world would fully advance. Gaara. The Clash of the Konoha 12. Orochimaru. Tianming's eyes lit up. In the original story, Orochimaru's first appearance during the Chunin exams was for Sasuke. In the end, he left a cursed seal. What Tianming didn't know was that the container Orochimaru had chosen had already changed from Sasuke to him, Chichuan Tianming. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, many ninjas from other villages were slowly arriving. In the shadows, Kabuto Yakushi, wearing glasses, looked at the 3 sound ninjas before him and said calmly, during this Chunin exams, your mission is to bring back one person. Kabuto took out a canvas and showed it to the sound trio. Success at all costs, no failure allowed. Lord Kabuto is such a minor character worthy of your involvement. The bandaged man to Asazen asked. Although Kabuto looked harmless, who could tell that someone with such a refined appearance was actually one of Orochimaru's most capable subordinates? This mission will be executed by you independently. Moreover, during the Chunin exams, my identity must not be exposed. If anything happens that could reveal my identity, I will kill you without hesitation. Kabuto finished coldly and turned away. Is he always this arrogant? Asked Sakeiching of the trio after Kabuto had gone far. Keep your mouth shut, the bandaged man to Wachijin said with a sharp gaze. Don't underestimate Kabuto. In the snake pit, many who defied him ended up as nutrients. The snake pit? A general term for Orochimaru's hideouts, it was a place of unimaginable evil that many could not even conceive of, and the most coveted location for countless wicked individuals. Those who could enter the snake pit were no pushovers, especially since Orochimaru had inhuman means to make people stronger. Therefore, many prioritized completing Orochimaru's orders and obtaining rewards. As long as we capture the target and Lord Orochimaru rewards us, our status in the snake pit will rise. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Tianming rose early. On his way from the Chichuan residence to the academy, he encountered the trio from Shine Village. For this Junrin exam, other ninja villages had dispatched powerful shinobi, and Shine Village was no exception. Having arrived in Mai for the first time, Kanjiolong and Shoju naturally got lost on its wide streets. I'm so busy. Should we just use ninjutsu to break through? Kan Jialong, exasperated, began to form hand seals. No. Shoju coldly refused. This is my we can't act recklessly. And don't forget our real purpose. Although displeased, Kan Jialong dared not defy Shoju. That guy wa Ailua, surely he isn't lost. Kan Jialong muttered. You don't need to worry about that. Shoju shot him a glare. Let's ask someone for directions first. Makes sense. Kan Jialong looked up and saw several children running out from an alley ahead. Hey! You kid over there. I have something to ask you. Kan Jialong's voice rang out, startling the playing child, who immediately burst into loud sobs. It must be said, Kan Jialong's puppet master appearance was quite frightening. I say, what are you crying for? In an instant, Kan Jialong appeared before the child, reaching out to lift him up. A brat like you, I really want— Smack. At that moment, a pebble wrapped in chakra silently appeared at the back of Kan Jialong's head. As the stone struck his skull, he cried out in pain and rage, "Who attacked me?" Hearing Kan Jialong's roar, Shoju narrowed her beautiful eyes. The stone had hit Kan Jialong from behind, meaning the attacker was behind them. You come to my to bully people. From the alley behind Shoju, Tianming strolled out leisurely. Tianming of course knew the trio were not enemies, but during the Zhongren exam period, Shine Village had the destruction plan to execute. Strictly speaking, considering them enemies was not wrong. Bastard. Kan Jialong, burning with rage, was about to strike. The bandages on his back began to loosen, revealing the puppet crow. Just as the situation grew tense. On a towering roadside tree, a figure appeared hanging upside down. Kan Jialong, no. Wa Ailua. As the words fell, Kan Jialong's violent chakra slowly retracted. Toward this younger brother, Kan Jialong felt both respect and fear. There are plenty of opportunities. The main task is important. After speaking, Wa Ailua vanished again, never once glancing in Tianming's direction. Damn it. Kan Jialong glared at Tianming as if wanting to devour him. What's your name? Just wait until the Zhongren exam. Chi-chuan Tianming. After stating his name, Tianming's tone turned amused. Kan Jialong, if you want to beat me first, overcome your fear of your younger brother. At these words, Shoju, who was walking ahead, abruptly halted. She instinctively reached for her 3-star fan. You know me. Kan Jialong regained some composure from his fury. He wasn't stupid. They had come to Mai for the first time, and in theory, no one should know them. Tianming did not directly expose them. Instead, he looked at Shoju and said, Shoju, with your strategic mind, do you intend to fight? At that moment, Shoju was truly certain. This person before her might know about the destruction plan. Do you know our plan? Shoju's voice wavered as she hesitated whether to join forces with Kan Jialong and strike. The smile on Tianming's face did not fade. On the contrary, he laughed aloud. Your plan is unknown to Mui's high officials. What I can tell you is that it will fail. And in terms of strategy, I think you will get to know a man named Nai Liangluan. Who is Nai Liangluan? Shoju asked. Who is he? He's your future husband. Of course Tianming would not reveal such a thing. You're not from Mai. What's your purpose? Kan Jialong calmed down. I am from Mai. As for my purpose, naturally, I won't tell you. After all, everyone has secrets, don't they? Having said that, Tianming walked over to the child, frightened into tears by Kan Jialong, and gently handed him a— Shoju and Kan Jialong stared at Tianming for a while. Only after Tianming's remark, don't be afraid of getting lost, just follow me, did they move. The Ninja Academy. Shinobi from various villages gathered together. As Tianming stepped into the academy, the check-in quest instantly triggered. After standing still for 10 seconds, Tianming received a headful of Hokage lore. Tianming roughly understood. The system wanted him to ace the first round. Tianming. When he reached the classroom, Xian Mingren waved from a corner. All 3 members of Team 7 were present. Tianming walked over to stand with Team 7, surveying the various shinobi in the classroom. Even Xian Mingren became serious at the sight. Everyone looks really strong. In the ninja world, the 5 great nations each possess distinct geographical locations and traditional customs, resulting in shinobi from different villages exhibiting noticeable differences in speech, attire, and even their aura. Among the most prominent were the Sand Trio and the Sound Trio. Just then Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward to explain. They are shinobi from the Hidden Sound Village, highly skilled. You know them, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to respond to Kabuto's overture. Frankly, I have taken the Chunin exams 7 times. Not only do I know them, but I also possess data on every skilled shinobi here. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. 7 times. Sakura Haruno was taken aback. What did that even signify? It's merely an obsession. Kabuto waved his hand and produced a few cards. The Sound Trio are shinobi from the Hidden Sound Village of the Land of Fields, Dosu Kanuta Zakuabumi and Kin Sichi. Kin wields Saban needles and bells, using sound waves to confound her opponents. Zaku has special devices on his arms that can release a vacuum wave through the small holes. Kabuto elaborated meticulously, even revealing each individual's jutsu and abilities. Just as Team 7 was engrossed and Kabuto finished describing Zaku, a mocking voice sounded behind them. What are you muttering about, Four Eyes? Zaku appeared instantly behind him and kicked Kabuto flying. Kabuto, caught off guard, slammed into the wall and spat out blood. You bastard. Why did you attack him? Naruto, brimming with righteous indignation, shouted. Truth be told, the melodrama between Kabuto and the Sound Trio was masterfully acted. If Tianming hadn't known the plot, he would have been deceived too. Naruto, don't be impulsive. We have plenty of time during the Chunin exams. Tianming advised, not intending to expose them, as the Sound Trio played a significant role in the exams. They were not only sources of experience, but also a crucial factor in gathering the 12 young ninjas. Moreover, Tianming had no plans to interfere with the course of events using his foreknowledge, except to prevent regret. Damn it. Naruto glared at the Sound Trio, and Kabuto's melodrama took effect. It not only fomented hostility between Team 7 and the Sound Trio, but also partially absolved Kabuto himself. Naruto, you don't need to stand up for me, Kabuto said with a show of defiance. I will defeat them with my own hands. Looks like I haven't beaten you hard enough before. Prepare to die. Zaka relished the chance to legitimately That's enough. We'll deal with them during the Chunin exams. Dosa, wrapped in bandages, said coldly and left. Are you okay? Sakura helped Kabuto up. I'm fine. Shortly after the commotion, a group of burly Konoha shinobi slowly entered through the door. The classroom's chatter instantly ceased. Ibiki Marino stood at the center of the podium, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled genin, unleashing a torrent of oppressive pressure. As the head of the Konoha Torture and Interrogation Division, Ibiki could instantly see through everyone's thoughts. I am Ibiki Marino, proctor of the first exam of the Chunin exams. This test evaluates your ability to analyze and gather intelligence. Let me explain the rules. A score below 80 means failure. Those who fail will immediately withdraw from the subsequent exams and can try again next year. Second, cheating is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught cheating will be permanently disqualified from the Chunin exams. Third, if any team member scores 0, the entire team is disqualified. Now distribute the papers. After Ibiki stated the rules, all the shinobi in the classroom were bewildered. Were the rules changing again? In previous Chunin exams there was a written test, but even if one failed at the subsequent 2 rounds, still offered a chance for promotion. But this year, was it really so harsh? Oh no, Sakura covered her mouth to stifle her cry. 1-0 led to the whole team failing. Wasn't that practically eliminating Team 7? Sakura wasn't aware of Qingchuan Tianming's academic prowess, but she knew Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. Those two would be completely lost on this test. Arg. Naruto stared at the test paper in front of him, groaning in despair. How was he supposed to answer these questions? He had only fooled around in class. The knowledge simply wouldn't stick in his head. Sasuke furrowed his brow as well upon receiving his paper. Involuntarily, he glanced at Qingchuan Tianming beside him. Meanwhile, Tianming also got his test paper. A quick scan was enough for him to grasp what the questions were about. The exam questions turned out to be a chronicle of major events in the ninja world, covering every nation, every type of ninja, and various cultural knowledge. No wonder everyone dreaded the written test. At the Ninja Academy, they taught how to control chakra and learn jutsu. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such an arcane subject? Fortunately, Tianming was unafraid. Sensei, if I answer all questions correctly, can our whole team pass? Tianming raised his hand, his voice resonating through the classroom. Marino Ibiki's scarred face twitched as he lifted his gaze toward Tianming in the corner, stating coldly, are you certain what you just— A perfect score on the written exam of the Chunin selection. That must be a delusion. Since the inception of the Chunin exams, no one has ever achieved full marks on the written portion. Even the most renowned figures of today have never recorded a perfect score. You are arrogant, boy, but failing to recognize yourself is futile. Marino Ibiki shook his head and said confidence is good, but blind overconfidence is not. Tianming lowered his hand, knowing that Ibiki likely didn't believe him. Indeed, such a thing would never be believed by anyone. Tianming, do you want to copy mine? Came the soft, gentle voice of Hinata Hyuga from beside him. She still thought Tianming probably couldn't solve the problems and was just trying to show off. I can write it myself, Tianming said with a smile, then began to write furiously. The scratching sound of his pen was strikingly loud in the silent classroom. Tianming's action of answering was like a signal. Others also began to display their own talents. Sasuke Uchiha crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hands. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. The Sharingan had been activated. Through the Sharingan's perspective, he could see not only the answers of the person in front, but even their internal organs clearly. Near the window, Gaara waved his hand and a stream of sand swirled around the examination hall before landing on his desk, arranging the answers automatically. In the corner, the Sound Ninja trio simply closed their eyes and discerned the answers through hearing. Just as everyone was flaunting their abilities, Tianming raised his hand again. Marino Ibiki's expression on the podium turned displeased. If you raise your hand this time to claim you have a perfect score, I will Tianming. Sakura Haruno said, equally puzzled. Was he also trying to show off? I'm done, can I submit or— Tianming walked to the podium with his test paper and slapped it down. Marino Ibiki chuckled lightly and said, there are 10 questions total. You answered 9 and claim you're done. It's over. Sakura's heart sank. She never imagined Tianming could be so bizarre. Was Team 7 about to be eliminated? Tianming looked calmly at Marino Ibiki and said slowly, the 10th question, isn't it meant to be given by you? At these words, Ibiki's expression shifted from calm to astonishment. This kid had seen through the first exam, tisk tsk. The other ninjas around gasped in shock. This year's Chunin exam written test was exceptionally strict, and Marino Ibiki was unlike ordinary jonin. His cautious nature meant the final answer for the first exam was only decided before entering the classroom. A flicker of delight crossed Marino Ibiki's face. Excellent. Since you've seen through it, let's get to the main subject. The other ninjas, still answering their questions, stopped writing, utterly bewildered. Wow. What did Tianming see through? Does anyone know? Naruto Uzumaki turned into a fountain of endless questions. The content of the test indeed requires only 9 answers, because the 10th question is not on the paper, Marino Ibiki said, scanning the entire room of ninjas. The 10th question is a special one. If you answer it correctly, even if you scored 0 before, you'll advance to the next round. But if you answer incorrectly, you will lose the chance to take the Chunin exam forever and remain a genin for life. Thighs. Remaining a genin forever. That's terrifying. If we answer the 10th question correctly, previous mistakes don't matter, so it must be extremely difficult, right? If we get it wrong, we lose the qualification forever. The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Marino Ibiki did not rush them. Instead, he generously allowed the others to think it over carefully. Sensei, I choose to give up. A ninja raised his hand to quit, and one by one others, after deliberation, also withdrew and left the exam hall. Tianming, what did you see through? Naruto whispered when Tianming returned to his seat. Naruto, in this first round you just need to sit still and you'll pass. Tianming smiled. Do nothing at all. Naruto's mouth fell open, completely dumbfounded. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the question to be given. Suddenly Marino Ibiki on the podium broke into a grin. Congratulations, all of you have passed the first round. No way. We really passed. Naruto stared at Tianming, utterly unable to fathom how someone from the same class had seen through it all. As all the ninjas were baffled, Marino Ibiki removed his headband, revealing a scarred and pockmarked head. The first 9 questions tested your ability to gather intelligence, but the 10th question was the true core. Ibiki pointed at his head. After obtaining information, you must also face the consequences of failure. If captured, how do you relay the intelligence? That requires unwavering conviction. Without conviction, how can you gather intelligence? After speaking, Ibiki put his headband back on and said, Anko Mitarashi Sensei, the first round is over. As his words fell, several figures burst in through the windows. The newcomer was a heroic and dashing female ninja, Anko Mitarashi. Another jonin. For the examinees, today might be the day they see the most jonin in their lives. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second exam. As for how the second round goes, first catch me. After introducing herself, Mitarashi Anko turned into a blur and dashed out of the classroom. The next moment, everyone in the classroom simultaneously gave chase. But how easy was it to catch up with a jonin? The genin who rushed out of the classroom all strained to pursue. Inuzuka Kiba of Team 8 directly fed Akamaru a military ration pill and mounted him. Aburame Shino, on the other hand, summoned his insect swarm and used it to levitate himself. Hinata. Kiba originally intended to give Hinata a ride, but Hyuga Hinata's figure had already disappeared behind him. Let's catch up with the examiner first. Aburame Shino said and dashed out first. Kiba had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the 4 members of Team 7 were sprinting when not long after Hyuga Hinata's voice rang out behind them. Wait for me. The 4 stopped and their Hinata appeared behind them. Hinata, aren't you staying with Naruto asked, remembering that Kakashi Sensei had said the Chunin exam was also conducted in teams. I lost my way and wanted to go with you. Hinata stammered, stealing a glance at Qingchuan Tianming. Then let's go together. Tianming naturally understood Hinata's intent, but he didn't expect this girl to be so blatant, did he? She really was taking advantage of the 2 straightforward guys of Team 7. Hinata, the rules say teams must act together, so after we catch up with the examiner you'll have to return to Team 8. Compared to the 2 dense guys, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno vaguely sensed something. Could it be that Hinata had a crush on Sasuke and came to create an opportunity? I know. Hinata smiled, but inwardly she couldn't help thinking Sakura is so wary. Could it be that she also likes Qingchuan Tianming? This can't be. The 2 girls were engaged in a mental battle, which the 3 boys naturally didn't understand. The scene shifts to a forest outside Konoha village, where there was a special defensive net with several Konoha ninjas waiting on standby. Swoosh! Mitarashi Anko was the first to arrive. A few seconds later, rustling sounds came from the forest behind. The genin finally caught up. Your speed is way too slow. When everyone gathered at the venue, Anko's first words were a complaint. I want be gentle like Marino Ibiki Sensei. Be prepared. Yes. All the genin responded, though some were puzzled. Was that guy gentle? The content of the second exam is a battle for capture. As she spoke, Anko took out 2 scrolls inscribed with heaven and earth. Later these scrolls will be randomly placed in various corners of the Forest of Death. What you need to do is find the scrolls and assemble both the heaven and earth scrolls. Then head to the central tower of the Forest of Death. Anko took out a map and pointed to a location. The exam lasts 5 days. Only teams that bring both scrolls to the central tower within 5 days will pass the second round. Anko put away the scrolls and continued. Originally, the second round had a life or death pledge, but I think there's no need to sign it. If you're afraid of death, why be a ninja? Remove the barrier. At Anko's command, the nearby Konoha ninjas began forming hand seals, and the defensive iron net behind them vanished. The exam begins. Training ground No. 44 of Konoha, the Forest of Death. This area was usually guarded by ninjas, and its purpose was for the Chunin exam. Therefore, this area had never been swept by ninjas. It was full of dangers and many ferocious beasts, hence the name Forest of Death. After all the genin entered the Forest of Death, they scattered like grains of sand into the sea. In a forest clearing, Hyuga Hinata had returned to Team 8. Hinata, why is your face so red? Did someone bully you? Damn it. Bullying a girl from Team 8 is unforgivable, right, Shino? Kiba said, seeing Hinata's flushed face. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Hinata smiled. How could she ever tell them about the encouragement Qingchuan Tianming gave her before they separated? Got it. Aburame, Shino suddenly said. Before long, the insect swarm under his control flew out from the grass nearby. The swarm came to Shino and left a green backpack before him. Inside the backpack was an earth scroll. Wow. Shino, your little bugs are amazing. Kiba said in astonishment. Woof. At that moment, Akamaru suddenly barked at a large tree in front. Kiba instantly reacted. Found me. A masked ninja appeared on a huge tree trunk, his eyes full of greed as he stared at the earth scroll in Shino's hand. You're really lucky. Now you have 2 choices, either hand over the scroll or I'll kill you and take it. What nonsense are you spouting over there? Chuanjongya said with displeasure. You've put me in a foul mood. I should be the one demanding you kneel and apologize. You have chosen death, the masked ninja snorted coldly. Before long, 5 more figures emerged from the surroundings. You. Chuanjongya was taken aback. A malicious team-up. The groups were assigned in 3s. Now they were facing 6 opponents, putting immense pressure on Squad 8. The rules never forbade forming teams. Besides, once you're eliminated, who would ever know? The masked ninjas. Just as both sides were about to clash, Yunyujinai tucked the earth scroll into his bag and turned to leave. Yeah, Hinata, that's enough. Let's go. Yunyujinai's words left the 6 malicious team members utterly bewildered. 6 of them were holding the upper hand, ready to kill at will. Wasn't the situation completely under their control? He said that was enough. Was he treating them as if they were nothing but air? Bastard, are you underestimating us? The masked ninja shouted, reaching back to remove the black cloak from his body. The inside of the cloak was densely lined with shurikens. The masked ninja swung the cloak with a flick. A torrent of shurikens came flying. With such an overwhelming number, if they couldn't block it, they would be turned into pincushions. Get behind me. Suddenly, Yunyujinai appeared in front of Chuanjongya and Rishiang Chutian, raising his hands. Secret technique. Insect wall technique. Dense swarms of parasitic insects flew out from Yunyujinai's wide sleeves, forming a dark barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Shurikens struck the insect wall, producing metallic sounds. After blocking the hail of shurikens, Yunyujinai waved his hand to recall the parasitic insects back into his body. Shino. You're this strong. Chuanjongya exclaimed in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Yunyujinai go all out. This is the secret technique of the Yunya clan. We normally don't use it. Yunyujinai spoke, as if it were a trivial matter, then pushed up the dark glasses on his nose. I didn't want to kill anyone, but since you've chosen to attack me and my companions, then die. You think you can be so arrogant just because you blocked my shurikens? The masked ninja sneered and began forming hand seals. But just as his chakra was almost fully concentrated, the connection suddenly dropped. The half-formed ninjutsu immediately fizzled out. My chakra. What's going on? The masked ninja was shocked. The other 5 also tried hand seals, but could not release any chakra. Finally noticed. Yunyujinai said coldly. Bastard, what did you do? The masked ninja no longer remained calm. In the Forest of Death, without chakra and lacking proficiency in taijutsu, they were nothing but cannon fodder. Just now, while my parasitic insects were searching for scrolls and backpacks, I set up a small trap along the way. Honestly, I didn't expect you to fall for it. Yunyujinai shook his head. Don't you feel anything odd about your necks? At those words, the several ninjas suddenly felt dizzy and a faint sting on their necks. The masked ninja violently plucked a palm-sized parasitic insect from his neck. As the insect clung to his palm, its soft suckers opened and closed, drawing chakra out of his body. The 6 screamed in unison as they each removed parasitic insects from various parts of their bodies. What is this? What is this? Just some adorable parasitic insects. By the way, after they drain your chakra, they'll start drinking your blood. Yunyujinai finished speaking and turned to his companions. We can go now. Shino, you're terrifying. Good thing we're teammates, Chuanjongya gulped. Yes, we are teammates. Yunyujinai smiled faintly. I have some cuter parasitic insects. Want to see them? No thanks. Not long after Squad 8 left, piercing screams echoed through the sky. The sound carried all the way to the woods on the other. Meanwhile, the 4 members of Squad 7 had also found a heaven scroll and arrived beneath a colossal tree. Oh my god. Xuanhua Mingren suddenly clutched his stomach. Naruto, what's wrong? Chunaying asked hurriedly. I think I drank expired milk last night. Xuanhua Mingren's stomach growled loudly. I can't hold it. Troublesome, Yuzebo Zuiju frowned. Let's wait a bit, Tianming suggested, also planning to wait for the sound ninja trio that had been following them. After a moment, Xuanhua Mingren emerged from the grass. Sorry, kept you waiting. But before Xuanhua Mingren could approach, Tianming grabbed a log and hurled it. This is a transformation technique. The real Naruto is behind me. Tianming had already charged forward as he spoke. Found out, have you? The log shattered instantly as it neared the fake Naruto. Sake-chung struck out with his palm, white vapor hissing from the air holes on his arm. Are you the only one of your trio? Tianming said calmly. Dealing with you, I alone am enough. Sake-chung sneered. You should consider yourself lucky. Huh. Tianming's lips curled slightly. Let Dashwan say that to me personally. You know of Orochimaru-sama. Sake-chung was stunned this time. Don't tell me you've seen through our plan. Tianming stared coldly at Sake-chung. To be honest, at this moment Tianming felt helpless. He knew Orochimaru was lurking in the shadows waiting to strike at Sasuke. If he intervened, he might block Sasuke's path. If he didn't intervene, he would have to watch his comrade get beaten. Zonkong wave. Just as Tianming's attention wavered, Sake-chung quickly retreated and struck out with a palm. An invisible air pressure shockwave blasted toward him. Boom. Tianming narrowly dodged the attack, yet he couldn't help but admire Sake-chung's technique. This technique harmed enemies by compressing air, somewhat resembling the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Tianming drew a shuriken and threw it. 2 streaks of silver light vanished in an instant, only to reappear on burst. Sake-chung thrust both hands forward, unleashing another Zonkong wave that deflected the shurikens. Damn it, watch my multiple shadow clone technique. At that moment, the other 3 ran back from behind. Naruto Uzumaki, now untied, lunged like a wild beast and raised his hand to unleash a forbidden technique. Suddenly, the forest was filled with countless Naruto clones, all charging at Sake-chung. Facing the onslaught of multiple shadow clones, Sake-chung calmly pressed his hands together. A peculiar sound wave emanated from the wind holes in his palms, and the sea of Naruto clones suddenly froze, then twisted. Sound hell. Sake-chung thrust his palms forward, and a strange noise instantly pierced through the shadow clones. What? Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. His most prized technique had been dismantled without even touching the enemy. Destroying the chakra connection through the power of sound wave hurts, Tianming said calmly. Any ninjutsu requires chakra to function. Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique was no exception. When they approached Sake-chung, his sound howls hurts shattered the link between the original and the clones, thus succeeding. Sake-chung didn't answer Tianming. Instead, he lunged forward with a single impact and fired several Zonkong waves at everyone in Team 7. Facing such a powerful opponent, no one dared to meet him head-on. But Tianming did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, he stepped forward and slowly raised his hand, pressing down. Sake-chung's Zonkong wave instantly stopped and scattered to both sides. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sake-chung's advancing steps came to an abrupt halt. He sensed that the Zonkong wave was neither shattered nor neutralized, but suppressed by another force of compressed air. Unheard of. Sake-chung's gaze shifted as he looked at Tianming again. So this is the vessel Orochimaru-sama chose. Damn it. A flicker of envy crossed Sake-chung's face. Then he rapidly formed hand seals and his arms began to shed skin blood, oozing out the wind holes, turning red. Zonkong Resetsu. With a roar from Sake-chung, a ferocious tiger formed from air pressure materialized and charged toward Tianming. Sake-chung struck to kill, and Tianming showed no mercy to enemies either. Shockblade Jade Shatter. Tianming raised his hand, using the fruit's ability to randomly grab a piece of air, shaping it into a blade, then slashed. A white line that tore through everything instantly pierced the Chakra Tiger and Sake-chung behind it. Sake-chung's eyes went wide. Now he understood Tianming's methods. He didn't use any sound ninja techniques at all, he simply used pure force to blast the air apart. Boom. Sake-chung's body shattered into pieces and then dissolved into nothingness. Tianming could have avoided using the fruit's power, but during the battle with Sake-chung he chose to drain nearly all his chakra just to let Orochimaru place the curse mark on Sasuke. This way he didn't feel stifled, nor did he steal Sasuke's cheat. Besides, he had the check-in system, plenty of rewards awaited him later. A curse mark was nothing. After finishing off Sake-chung before anyone could react, a giant snake suddenly emerged from deep in the forest. It charged straight at the 3 members of Team 7 and bit down. At the critical moment, Naruto pushed Sasuke and Sakura away, but was swallowed whole by the snake. Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha tried to charge in with his Sharingan, but was knocked back by the snake's tail. After scattering Team 7's formation, the giant snake opened its massive jaws, and a black snake emerged. Once separated, the first snake scurried away, while the black snake charged straight at Tianming. What the hell? Tianming quickly leaped onto a tree trunk to dodge, but before he could react a figure appeared behind him. It was none other than Orochimaru. "Qingchuan Tianming, a pleasure to meet you," said the figure wearing a human skin mask with a forced smile. "I witnessed your entire battle. Your body is perfect, such abundant chakra and overwhelming power, all excellent." Hearing Orochimaru call his name, Tianming was puzzled. "Orochimaru, why have you come to Konoha?" "Me?" Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked the mask's surface. "What if I said I came for you? Would you believe it?" "Damn me. Orochimaru, why aren't you playing by the script? Where was the promised Uchiha Sasuke? How did it become himself?" Tianming's thoughts drifted, and then he quickly found the reason. It was the first check-in task after he activated the system. "The masked ninja on the Hokage rock is one of Orochimaru's men. You seem to believe it judging by your expression." Orochimaru chuckled, slithering down from the tree trunk. "Fireball jutsu." Tianming opened his mouth and spat out a scorching fireball that struck Orochimaru Hiden, but the latter dodged the flame without evading and continued to approach. Although Tianming's physique was that of extreme chakra, which in essence meant his chakra reserves and recovery rate were above those of an average ninja, this did not mean it was inexhaustible. After all, recovery also required time. And since the Tremor-Tremor Fruit was an extremely chakra-consuming ability, his current fireball jutsu was nothing more than a tickle. Tianming. Under the tree, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Haruno, after rescuing Naruto Uzumaki, soon spotted Tianming in trouble. "You're no match for him. Run!" Tianming shouted. In the original story, Orochimaru hadn't killed Team 7 because his target was Sasuke, and he had more important matters. But now Orochimaru's vessel target had shifted from Sasuke to himself. So his motives might change. "I can't abandon my comrades." Naruto Uzumaki charged forward without hesitation. Though they hadn't known each other long, Tianming's strength and his decisive intervention in the Land of Waves had earned the recognition of the entire Team 7. Boom! At that moment, a huge hole burst open in the ground, and another purple serpent emerged, blocking Team 7's path. "Naruto, let's attack together." Uchiha Sasuke instantly activated his Sharingan and signaled with a glance. Naruto Uzumaki understood and used the multiple shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones restrained the purple serpent as Naruto's clones threw kunai. Uchiha Sasuke leaped over the purple serpent's head by stepping on the kunai, then using the Sharingan to lock onto Orochimaru's trajectory, he hurled a volley of kunai with explosive tags attached. Orochimaru's form paused slightly. He swept his snake tail to intercept the explosive tags. "Sasuke, are you growing impatient too?" Orochimaru smiled faintly, then his neck elongated and split into two heads, each darting like lightning behind Qingchuan Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke, sinking their fangs in. After being bitten, Tianming's pupils contracted sharply. Damn it, this Orochimaru wanted both of them. Aya. After the bite, 3 comma-shaped cursed seals appeared on the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Simultaneously, the effect of the cursed seal erupted in Tianming, as well as Orochimaru's venom spread throughout his body via the seal. Die. At that moment, the purple serpent on the ground was torn in two. Amid a rain of blood, the tailed beast form Naruto Uzumaki charged at Orochimaru. Boom! Naruto Uzumaki punched Orochimaru square in the head, but the latter's head twisted and turned into a log. Substitution Jutsu. The brat with the 9 tails. Orochimaru appeared suddenly behind Naruto Uzumaki, sneering coldly. Naruto whirled around and threw another punch. But Orochimaru was faster, slapping the 5-element seal on Naruto's belly. In an instant, the red chakra receded back into Naruto Uzumaki's body. Naruto's crimson eyes returned to their azure hue. Finally, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Now only Sakura Haruno remained from Team 7. Just as Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the terrified Sakura Haruno, a voice sounded behind him. "Wait. You can't kill her." "Oh." Orochimaru turned to look at Qingchuan Tianming, who was struggling to rise, and said with surprise, "You're the first person to stand up after enduring the cursed seal. A worthy vessel has the right to negotiate." Orochimaru licked his lips and abandoned the idea of devouring Sakura Haruno. "Qingchuan Tianming, my expectations of you far surpass those of Sasuke. Grow stronger so that I may enjoy you to the fullest when the time comes. Also, my cursed seal can make you even more powerful." After speaking, Orochimaru merged his body with the giant tree. "I barely escaped with my life." The stone hanging in Tianming's heart finally settled. To say the least, if Orochimaru had truly intended to kill him or the others of Team 7, he would have been helpless to resist. But from now on, Tianming smiled at the thought. It was also from this moment that Orochimaru's days of doubting his own life choices began. Of course, that was a story for later. Tianming. Sakura Haruno, after settling Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, immediately came to the tree. "Sakura." Tianming could barely stand and was steadied by Sakura's hand. "My condition is dire. I'll need you to protect us for a while." Though the power of the cursed seal didn't make Tianming writhe in agony, having his chakra drained while forcibly enduring its influence was still unpleasant. "Leave it to me," Sakura Haruno said resolutely. She finally felt her own helplessness. But as a member of Team 7, she could no longer run away. Sakura Haruno helped Tianming down from the tree and quickly moved the three boys into a tree hollow. But their respite was short-lived as an uninvited guest was already approaching. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were laid flat on the ground while Tianming's condition was slightly better. Tianming, what should I do? Sakura Haruno asked. There are many ferocious beasts in the forest of death. Go set some traps, Tianming replied. At this point Sakura Haruno had not yet fully awakened, so she was somewhat at a loss. Besides, Tianming couldn't just tell her to do nothing and wait to be beaten. Following Tianming's instructions, Sakura Haruno swiftly set up some traps around the tree hollow. Meanwhile, Tianming sat cross-legged, recovering his chakra while observing the surrounding bushes. At the same time, Takizan and Chinchue, who had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of battle, arrived nearby. Found them. Takishin's gaze pierced through the bushes and soon spotted Sakura Haruno guarding the cave entrance. Did you find Sake-chan? Chinchue came to Takishin's side and looked in the same direction. It's them. Chinchue was slightly startled. Aren't they companions of our target? Hey, Takizan said with a playful tone, how about we take the target away first? Then look for Sake-chan. Sure. The two agreed instantly. In their understanding, the mission to kidnap Chinchuan Tianming was far too simple. Just a mere genin. Although he was also a genin, Takizan always considered himself a master among his peers. They came from the snake lair and served Lord Orochimaru. How could their strength be compared to those soft-skinned brats from Konoha? Without even a thought of testing, Chinchue took out a flying needle with a bell attached and threw it. Swoosh! The flying needle tore through the bushes and shot straight at Sakura Haruno outside the tree hollow. Reacting, Sakura Haruno grabbed a kunai to block the needle, but she completely failed to stop it. Sakura only felt a sharp pain in her left arm. A tiny needle had already pierced in. When did? The next instant, Chinchue appeared behind Sakura Haruno and grabbed her pink hair. The bandaged man Takizan slowly walked out from the bushes, glanced at Chinchuan Tianming inside the tree hollow, and sneered. Looks like someone has removed some trouble for us. Despicable. Sakura Haruno spat angrily. Takizan said lightly, how can the law of the jungle be called despicable? Takizan raised his foot to enter the tree hollow. Hey, don't you want to know where your companion is? Sakura Haruno. Takizan stopped in his tracks. You've encountered Sake-chan. Where is he now? Takizan and Sake-chan were best friends. Is that how you ask questions? Sakura Haruno said coldly. I don't mind killing you first, Chinchue said and moved to act. Let her go. Takizan commanded. What? Chinchue did not quite understand. Toki, this might be a trap. Boom. Before Chinchue could finish, Takizan had already grown impatient. The device on his arm formed a blast of air that sent Chinchue flying. Really striking his own teammate. What do you know about my friendship with Sake-chan? Do you really think trash like you deserves to be my companion? If not for Lord Orochimaru's orders, I would have killed you long ago. Takizan flexed his wrist, his tone icy. Chinchue was beaten and spitting blood repeatedly, but dared not act out of line since Takizan could indeed kill him. Now you can tell me where Sake-chan is. Takishin's gaze returned to Sakura Haruno. Screw your mother. Sakura Haruno cursed, gathering all her chakra into her fist and then striking at Takizan. Facing her attack, Takizan revealed a cruel smile and threw a punch at the same time. The sonic resonance from the device on his arm blasted Sakura Haruno away. She couldn't even get close. Sakura's petite body crashed into the tree roots and could not get up. Blood also flowed from her ears. Just as Tianming inside the tree hollow was about to forcibly intervene, several figures suddenly appeared from the nearby forest. Sakura. The first to burst out of the bushes was Rock Lee in his green jumpsuit. He had heard the sounds of battle while scouting the terrain and rushed over. You did this to them. Rock Lee joined the fray, saw the severely injured Sakura Haruno and Chinchuan Tianming in a bad state, and instantly became furious. However, before Takizan could reply, roars erupted from another direction. Kiba Inuzuka riding Akamaru also joined the battlefield. You're bullying people from my Konoha. At this moment, Takishin's expression changed to he suspected he had been set up. Not to mention him, even Tianming inside the tree hollow didn't understand. According to normal progression, the gathering of the Konoha 12 would have taken a while longer. But now it's happening early. Anyway, no matter what, the Sound Village trio could brag about this for a lifetime. Because they were beaten by the Konoha 12. That's impressive. In the blink of an eye, several groups of people arrived at the clearing before the tree hollow, one after another. Shikamaru, is this also part of your plan? Choji Akimichi of Team 10 appeared on the tree trunk, followed slowly by Shikamaru, Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. This wasn't my plan at all, just a coincidence. Nara, Shikamaru said helplessly, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. He had chosen a random direction to travel and somehow ended up here. You guys came too. Nara Shikamaru soon noticed the others, then looked at Aburame Shino and asked. Among his peers, Nara Shikamaru was perhaps only interested in Aburame Shino of Team 8 because both were rather taciturn. Tenmei. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but call out as Tenmei staggered out of the tree hollow. So this is Aokawa Tenmei. Nara Shikamaru also sized up the prodigy who everyone said could kill a Chunin. He looks pretty ordinary, Akimichi Choji murmured while munching on potato chips. Looks like we won't need to step in. At that moment Hyuga Niji and Tenten appeared nearby. Now all 12 of Konoha's rookie prodigies had assembled. Tokushin swallowed hard. You want a group fight? Real men don't need to gang up. We'll fight one-on-one. Rock Lee exclaimed, his fighting spirit blazing. He also unwrapped the bandages from his arms. What's gotten into Lee? Hyuga Niji wondered, puzzled. Was Rock Lee going all out from the very start? This move was originally prepared for Niji, but now you'll get a taste of it. Rock Lee assumed a starting stance, then in the blink of an eye he shot forward with astonishing speed. What are you waiting for? Attack together. Tokushin barked, and beside him Kodo once again hurled her needles. Be careful, Lee. The needles have bells on them, the sound creates a disorienting effect, and there's a second needle. Haruno Sakura shouted, helped up by Tenmei. Hearing Sakura's warning, Rock Lee grew even more excited. Paying attention to the needles was out of the question. Now was the perfect chance to show off in front of his beloved. Clang! Clang! The needles struck Rock Lee's body as if hitting an iron plate, but even after taking the hits he was not unscathed. But he chose to power through directly. In an instant Rock Lee reached Tokushin and delivered an upward kick that struck the latter squarely under the chin. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bone, Tokushin was sent flying. Rock Lee immediately leaped and landed behind Tokushin's airborne body. High in the air, the bandages he had just unwrapped bound Rock Lee and his enemy together into a ball. Front Lotus. The two spun at high speed and plummeted toward the ground. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked densely and even the earth trembled. The 11 prodigies of Konoha stared in utter astonishment. In the eyes of his peers, Rock Lee had always been on par with Uzumaki Naruto. One was the monster Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the other a being who could neither use chakra nor ninjutsu. But now the 11 prodigies of Konoha had gained a whole new understanding of Rock Lee. Perched on a tree branch, Hyuga Niji's gaze shifted slightly. Has he grown this strong? Sure enough, the move he had prepared for me is quite impressive. Did we win? Haruno Sakura asked hastily, seeing the situation. The others also turned their attention to the smoke. No, Lee lost, Tenmei stated calmly. As Tenmai's words faded, a breeze blew, dispersing the smoke in the center of the area and revealing the scene within. Rock Lee was held limply in Tokushin's single hand, barely alive. Tokushin himself was in no better shape. His body was covered in wounds, and his left arm hung limp and useless. Lee! Haruno Sakura cried out. Interesting, very interesting. Do you really think you've already won? Tokushin sneered, then hurled Rock Lee like a projectile toward a massive tree nearby. Whoosh! Hyuga Niji intervened, catching Rock Lee's body with a gentle palm technique. Tenen arrived a moment later, unfurling a scroll from which a storm of ninja tools shot forth. No need to rush, right? Tokushin deflected all the weapons with a single push of his hand. Shouldn't we wait until everyone's here? He then bit his finger, crouched down, and began tracing a seal on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Tenmei frowned deeply. It seemed Tokushin was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Once the summoning array was complete, the blood seal on the ground emitted a faint red glow, and in a flash of light several dozen ninjas stepped forth from it. He has such a trick. No one present except Tenmei could even recognize this as a summoning technique, but now even Tenmei was baffled. Did a summoning technique not call forth a summoning beast? These are all people from my village. I killed every one of them, and Lord Orochimaru turned them into an army of suicide soldiers. Today all of you will die. This jutsu was Tokushin's ultimate trump card, and using it drained him heavily. At this critical juncture, words were unnecessary. The battle erupted instantly. Here we go. Akimichi Choji tossed aside his half-eaten bag of chips, clasped his hands in a hand seal, and activated his signature move. Meat Tank. Akimichi Choji took a deep breath, his already plump body swelling even more like a giant ball, then retracted into itself and began rolling at tremendous speed. He aimed straight for the center of the suicide soldier formation. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Nara Shikamaru, a master of teamwork, instantly pinned the slow-reacting suicide soldiers in place with his Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Some of the Death Warriors stood rooted to the spot, caught in Nara Shikamaru's Shadow Imitation technique, yet Akimichi Choji's Human Bullet Tank had already rolled over them without mercy. Shiwan, let's go together. Inuzuka Kiba crouched down, gathering chakra in all four limbs for legs technique. Moving on both hands and feet, Inuzuka Kiba's speed and power surged beyond the usual, and together with Chiwan, who had consumed a soldier pill, he charged into the throng of Death Warriors. Secret technique Insect Spear. Countless parasitic insects crawled out from Aburame Shino's sleeve, coalescing into a spear that pierced through the air. For a moment various ninjutsu bombarded the Death Warriors, yet the reality defied everyone's expectation. The Death Warrior, reduced to dust by the Human Bullet Tank, writhed and reassembled its body, while Inuzuka Kiba, having charged into the encirclement, could not inflict any damage due to the overwhelming number of foes. Even Aburame Shino's insect spear, after piercing 4 or 5 Death Warriors, was completely absorbed. Ha 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 ha, do you have any other ninjutsu? Tuachijin laughed grimly as the comma-shaped curse mark on his neck began to activate flame-like patterns spreading across his entire body. Observing the battle from inside the tree hollow, Tianming deduced a terrifying truth for himself: the Naruto world had undergone subtle changes. In the original story, Orochimaru's target was always Uchiha Sasuke, but now he had been added to the list. Among the Sound Ninja 3, Tuachijin was strong, but not to this extent. Summoning jutsu combined with Orochimaru's curse mark, this had reached the level of an elite monster. Thinking this, Tianming again felt the curse mark on his shoulder, the discomfort gradually fading along with the burning sensation. Tianming used his refined chakra to resist the curse mark's power. You want to devour chakra? Okay, let it devour. With this thought, he glanced at the still unconscious Uchiha Sasuke on the ground. Although the preteen Uchiha Sasuke possessed twin Sharingan, he lacked the Mangekyo and couldn't use it. Aside from the never-lethal fireball jutsu, he was essentially powerless. The power of the curse mark could be of great use to him. Chakra can balance the curse mark's energy. With that in mind, Tianming called out to Haruno Sakura, "Sakura, come help me. I have a way to wake Sasuke up quickly." Outside the tree hollow, Tuachijin, who had become the most imposing figure in Naruto history, was locked in an intense battle with the Konoha 12. Hyuga Neji, after handing over Rock Lee to Tenten, stepped forward without hesitation. This proud genius of the Hyuga clan rarely showed anger. "This next move is for Lee," Hyuga Neji said calmly. On the other side, after treating Inuzuka, Kiba with his parasitic insects, Aburame Shino spoke earnestly, "Hinata, please take care of Kiba. I'm going to get serious." In Team 10's camp, Nara Shikamaru lightly pressed his forehead. "I hate fighting the most, but since you hurt Choji, I'll have to teach you a lesson." No one would have thought that the united offensive of the 12 young ninjas had been spurred by an outsider. Tuachijin, however, was not unscathed. Half of his death warriors had been scattered and many rendered useless. And each one was his painstaking creation. Not angry, not angry. If I kill you and retrieve the target, I can still obtain better ones. Tuachijin abandoned his resistance to the curse mark, immediately spitting out blood, but the remaining death warriors around him became even stronger. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Secret technique, insect tornado. Shadow imitation technique, split. While the chaos raged outside, Tianming inside the tree hollow was transmitting chakra to Uchiha Sasuke. This chakra transmission was not as simple as in martial arts novels. It required Haruno Sakura to use medical ninjutsu, while Tianming provided chakra through physical contact. Pure chakra flowed through Haruno Sakura's body and entered Uchiha Sasuke via medical ninjutsu. At that moment, Haruno Sakura felt a twinge of irony. She was nothing more than a conduit. Meanwhile, Tianming, while continuously supplying chakra to Uchiha Sasuke, also kept tabs on the battle outside. Reality was always harsh. The 3 outside still failed to kill Tuachijin. They had used their killing moves and were drained of chakra. As for Tuachijin, after all his death warriors were annihilated just as Nara Shikamaru hurled a barrage of paper bombs into the sky, Tuachijin pulled Chin Chue in front of him. A true tool person indeed. After the explosion, Tuachijin lowered Chin Chue's body, touched her blood with his finger, and began forming hand seals on the ground. The blood seals sank into the earth, and instantly a massive serpent burst forth. As the serpent emerged, Chin Chue's life force was spent. The summoning required her blood, and upon appearing she was drained completely. "I've killed a Chunin with this technique before. You should be honored to receive such treatment." "Oh, I've killed a Chunin too." At that critical moment, Tianming walked out from the tree hollow, casting a cold glance at Tuachijin. "Chichuan Tianming." Tuachijin stared at the stepping forward Tianming and couldn't help but laugh. "You are the vessel Lord Orochimaru specified, but if you get in my way, I won't hold back either." "Huh." Tianming laughed out loud. That Sound Ninja just said the same thing. "Do you have any news of Sake?" Tuachizin's ferocious expression shifted slightly. Tianming shook his head and said softly, "I sliced him down with one strike. Not even ashes remained. He must be somewhere in the forest." At this, Tuachijin fell silent for a moment, then said, "Although you're the target, since you killed Sakeching, you shall die." The giant snake beside Tuachijin immediately abandoned the others on the ground and lunged toward Tianming with its jaws wide open. The bond between Tuachijin and Sakeching was beyond imagination. Even if killing the target meant punishment from Lord Orochimaru, he would not hesitate. Facing the summoned serpent's assault, Tianming neither dodged nor evaded. In an instant, he charged forward, gathering all his chakra in his palm and unleashing a violent thunderous light. Chidori. Tianming transformed the lightning into a blade-like onslaught that pierced straight through the serpent's mouth. Ugh. Despite landing the blow, Tianming was not at ease. For the moment he used chakra, the power of the curse mark was triggered. Due to the curse mark, Tianming's Chidori did not deliver a fatal blow. The serpent, prostrate then rising, had its mouth blasted into shreds. As the furious serpent launched another attack, a figure burst forth. Uchiha Sasuke, his entire body covered in the patterns of the curse mark, formed hand signs with one hand. A meteor-like blaze erupted from his mouth. The fireball jutsu enhanced by the curse mark was far more powerful. Roar. After being struck by several fireballs, the serpent crashed to the ground again. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura ran over upon seeing the awakened Uchiha Sasuke. "Who did this to you?" Uchiha Sasuke asked coldly. With that he fixed his gaze on the stunned Uchiha. Uchiha's mentality had completely collapsed. What did he see? He saw the patterns on Uchiha Sasuke's body. That was the exclusive curse mark that only Lord Orochimaru could bestow. Wasn't there supposed to be only one target? Then who was this unfamiliar face bearing the curse mark? Were they sent into battle without even being worthy of knowing the true plan? Just as you think. Tianming striking while the iron was hot at it. All three of you are just tools here for us to level up. No. It's not true. Impossible. We are Lord Orochimaru's most loyal subordinates. This absolutely cannot be. Uchiha's eyes turned bloodshot, his demeanor manic, as he frantically drove his chakra. Even at the cost of accelerating the curse mark's backlash, he had to kill these two. Arg. As Uchiha raged, his serpent let out a shrill cry and lunged at Uchiha Sasuke, who immediately engaged it. Meanwhile, Uchiha recklessly channeled his chakra and the power of the curse mark. This was his life or death strike. Die. Uchiha pressed his palms together. Air pores on his arms spurted wisps of red mist. The mist carried an extremely high temperature, nearly incinerating the bushes behind him. Forbidden art sound fire stream strike. When he fully unleashed this desperate final attack, the violent residual chakra blasted everyone else away. Facing such an opponent, Tianming's face remained expressionless. He didn't form hand signs, but spread his 5 fingers, then clenched them into a fist. At that moment, the very flow of chakra seemed to alter. Skywake. Mobilizing his ability without reservation, Tianming punched out, feeling as if an invisible cage fell from the heavens. Enclosing Uchiha. The punch struck the air as though hitting a wall. Crack, crack, crack. White fissures appeared around Uchiha. In that instant, Uchiha felt a chill run down his spine. Were there cracks in the air itself? Before Uchiha could react, the cracking sound intensified. The air cage compressed, pressuring his body. Then the white cracks rapidly spread across his form. Boom. The next moment, as the air cage shattered, Uchiha was directly disintegrated into nothingness. With the current stage of the Gura no Mi, Tianming could only use small-scale blade quakes and skywakes. But to the others, they had just witnessed a one-shot annihilation. On the other side, with the summoner dead, the serpent was found vulnerable by Uchiha Sasuke, whose Sharingan was fully activated. With a single kunai, he pierced the serpent's deadly 7-inch spot. The battle ended and both Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke collapsed almost simultaneously. At that moment, Tianming also fell unconscious. The remaining Konoha 12 genin fell silent for a moment. None of them could believe that Team 7 had grown so powerful. Considering that we are all from the same village, I want to take your scrolls. Shikamaru was the first to leave, and with his departure, Team 10 followed. Sakura, are you alright? Rock Lee asked with concern. Let's go. Hyuga Niji grabbed Rock Lee by the scruff and dragged him away. In the end, only Team 8 remained. Hyuga Hinata looked at the unconscious Tianming with deep worry. Sakura, please take good care of Tianming. Hyuga Hinata said, then seemed to realize something, and Naruto and let's go. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino being dense as iron didn't catch the implication. But Haruno Sakura understood and her guard dropped. Don't worry. I'll take care of them. The second round of the Chunin exam lasted 5 days, and only by reaching the central tower with the Heaven and Earth scrolls could one pass. The most unfortunate team in this exam was Team 7, who were tormented by Orochimaru at the start, and then harassed by the Sound Ninja Trio. Now they had escaped danger, but aside from an Earth scroll they had nothing else. By a small river, 3 members who had been unconscious for 2 days finally woke up. Naruto Uzumaki, upon hearing about Tianming and Sasuke's battle with the heavyweights, regretted not being awakened earlier. His incessant chatter earned him a righteous punch from Sakura Haruno. It's already the 3rd day. All teams must have gotten their scrolls by now, Sakura said, looking dejectedly at the Earth scroll in her hand. If we can't get the Heaven scroll, we'll be eliminated. Cheer up, Sakura, Naruto comforted. How can I cheer up? Time is running out and we still can't find the Heaven. Sakura shook her head. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. As the two bickered, Tianming and Sasuke Uchiha remained silent. Aokawa Tenmei, I need to talk to you, Sasuke suddenly stood up and said. Go ahead, Tianming replied. Let's talk somewhere private. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Sakura, then turned and walked away. I'll go see what he wants, Tianming said, though a bit puzzled, and followed. When they reached a secluded spot, Sasuke stopped and turned around. You were bitten by that guy too, weren't you? Tianming nodded, waiting for the rest. The mark on the back of my neck won't go away, and it's eating away at my chakra. When I was unconscious, I could feel pure chakra entering my body, helping me suppress the pain. I know it was you, so. Sasuke trailed off. So what? Tianming was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard Sasuke speak so much at once. A reluctant expression crossed Sasuke's face, and he quickly walked away. As he passed Tianming, he muttered a quiet, thank you. Did he just say thank you? Tianming smiled, feeling gratified. Looking back, he could see Sasuke's rigid posture. It must have been a rarity for him to express gratitude. Just then Tianming's stomach growled in protest. Tianming was helpless. The second round of the Chunin exam required staying in the Forest of Death for 5 days, so everyone had prepared food beforehand. Team 7 had a terrible start. They were lucky to have escaped with their lives, let alone food. Wait here. I'll go get something to eat, Tianming called out to the others and headed deeper into the forest. The three by the river heard him and replied with a warning to be careful. Naruto slapped his fist into his palm, suddenly remembering something. He rummaged through his backpack and a few scrolls fell out. These things all look the same. Why don't we just change the words? Naruto mused, holding the fire scroll. Naruto, that's cheating. Sakura was shocked. What was Naruto thinking? Cheating. Exactly. Cheating takes skill. Naruto reached for the earth scroll and was about to open it. Don't. A large hand snatched the earth scroll away, taking it first. It was Kabuto Yakushi, whom they had met briefly. Sasuke, seeing the scroll taken, prepared to act, but Kabuto voluntarily returned it. Don't misunderstand. I got separated from my team, and I have no intention of stealing your scroll, Kabuto explained. I stopped you because the scrolls can't be opened. Can't be opened. Why? Naruto asked. Inside the Heaven and Earth scrolls is a genjutsu that puts ninja to sleep. If you open it, your entire team will fall asleep immediately until the exam ends, Kabuto explained. That's terrifying. Naruto almost dropped the scroll. Thanks, glasses guy. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. Just call me Kabuto. Kabuto smiled and extended his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. These are my teammates Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. The other one, Aokawa Tenmei, went to get food. Naruto was always easygoing and didn't mind making friends. I see. But why do you need to get food? Didn't you prepare beforehand? That's a long story. Perhaps because Kabuto had helped them multiple times, or perhaps because he looked friendly. Naruto launched into a detailed account of everything Team 7 had experienced since entering the Forest of Death. Although Sasuke and Sakura were unhappy with Naruto revealing so much, they couldn't find any fault with Kabuto. But what Naruto didn't notice was that when he mentioned Aokawa Tenmei killing the sound ninja trio, Kabuto's expression shifted slightly. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Forest of Death, Tenmei was weaving through the trees, gathering enough wild fruits to fill their stomachs. Just as he was about to head back, a bear's roar echoed from the hillside. A bear. Tenmei immediately dropped the fruits to the ground. Meat was available, why settle for fruit? On the hillside, a girl in red was being chased by a massive black bear. She clutched an injured rabbit in her arms, moving with agile grace, while the bear behind her plowed through trees like a bulldozer in relentless pursuit. The girl's name was Uzumaki Karen, a ninja from the grass village participating in the Chunin exams. Unlike other ninjas, however, Karen, though a shinobi, lacked combat prowess and primarily served as a medical ninja within her team. Separated from her teammates in the Forest of Death, she had found an injured white rabbit. While tending to it, she was pursued by a man-eating bear. The bears in the Forest of Death were far more ferocious than ordinary beasts, and common ninjutsu could not harm them. Oh no. In her frantic escape, Karen stumbled and rolled down the slope, crashing into a tree. When she looked up again, the bear was already upon her, raising a massive paw to strike. Karen closed her eyes, awaiting death. Yet the expected blow never came. She opened her beautiful eyes to find a tall figure standing before her, blocking the attack. So there really are ferocious beasts in the Forest of Death, Tenmei muttered as he crested the hill and witnessed the bear attacking. Just as the paw descended, he arrived in time, drew a kunai and stabbed it into the bear's paw. The bear's paw froze. It stared at the blood spurting from the kunai embedded in its palm, then let out a roar of pain. Enraged, it swung another paw, the wind from the strike stinging their faces. Boom. The paw slammed down, snapping thick trees in half, but Tenmei had already snatched Karen and leaped away to safety. Close call. Having escaped, Tenmei set Karen down and gave her a casual glance. That look not because Uzumaki Karen was ugly, but because Tenmei never expected to meet Karen here. Saved by Tenmei at the critical moment, and then stared at so intently even the usually aloof Karen found her cheek. No big deal. Realizing he had been staring, Tenmei chuckled awkwardly. What are you doing here? He asked. My name is Uzumaki Karen from the grass village. I got separated from my teammates and ran into it, Karen said, lifting the white rabbit. I'm Qingchuan Tenmei, a ninja from the Leaf Village. Since you're separated from your team, why not join me? It wasn't that he didn't know Karen, or rather he had to pretend it was their first meeting. To be precise, Tenmei had to maintain a sense of first-time acquaintance with everyone in the Naruto world, or the consequences would be severe. As for Uzumaki Karen, she could be described as a rather tragic figure. Her tragedy wasn't in her lineage, but in her experiences. Uzumaki Karen, a mobile first aid kit, one of the few surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Her chakra was of the most special kind, and she stood at the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu. In the original storyline, Karen's exceptionally keen sensory abilities during the Chunin exams led to her recruitment by Orochimaru. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst was her becoming Sasuke Uchiha's #1 fangirl. Loving without reciprocation, supporting all of Sasuke's decisions, and in the end, during the assault on Danzo, she was even stabbed through the heart along with him. Truly tragic. Is there something on my face? Seeing Tenmei staring again, Karen asked softly, lowering her head shyly. I was thinking about how to kill this bear. Awkward and flustered Tianming quickly shifted the topic to the bear. Bear. I may be a bear, but you're truly a dog. Of course the bear's thoughts mattered little. Tianming closed in on it, and as the enraged paw swung down his kunai pierced its throat first. A flawless kill. So impressive. Karen couldn't help praising. Not only impressive but also delicious, Tianming said as he retrieved the kunai and began expertly dressing the massive bear carcass. After discarding the unusable parts, Tianming quickly packed a large bundle of bear meat. As dusk fell, Tianming looked up at the sky, considered the distance back, and resolutely decided to spend the night before returning to Team 7. Using chakra to ignite a fire, Tianming began to roast the meat. In no time the meat was cooked golden and exuding an enticing aroma. Here. Tianming handed the first skewer to Karen. Can I eat this? Karen was taken aback. It was the first time she had been treated like this. During the journey from the distant grass village to the leaf, the men would finish their food before she could have the leftovers. Eat up, Tianming said, placing the skewer in her hand. Knowing Karen's background, Tianming said little and silently continued roasting meat. Karen devoured the meat ravenously, tears streaming down her face, but she made no sound. After a while, full and satisfied. Lying on the grass, Karen gazed at the night sky and suddenly said, "Qingchuan Tianming, can I follow you?" "Sure. I mean follow you forever. Can I always follow you?" This question left Tianming stunned, but upon reflection it was not surprising. Uzumaki Karen was a person starved for affection. Before meeting Qingchuan Tianming, she was merely a mobile blood pack. Due to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen's chakra possessed extremely potent healing abilities. Merely consuming blood could sometimes surpass medical ninjutsu. Apart from this function, Uzumaki Karen seemed to have no other value. Being selected to represent Kusagakure in the Chunin exam was merely as a resource. I didn't say anything. Uzumaki Karen's beautiful eyes shifted as she quickly corrected herself. She was nothing but a mobile blood pack. How could she dare to hope for anything? Yume, Tianming said seriously. What? Uzumaki Karen doubted her ears. I said Yume, Tianming repeated. You can follow me until you wish to leave. Then let's pinky swear. Uzumaki Karen extended her little finger. Tianming lowered his head and saw the dense teeth marks on her pale arm, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Pinky swear. Tianming decisively reached out and touched Karen's finger. From then on, the ninja world gained a fervent #1 fangirl of Qingchuan Tianming. Meanwhile, night fell. Team 7 by the small stream still hadn't seen Qingchuan Tianming return. Could something have happened to Qingchuan Tianming? Sakura Haruno said with considerable worry. Impossible, Sasuke Uchiha said, as always sparing with words. Tianming's strength is formidable. There shouldn't be any problem, Naruto Uzumaki reassured. After all, no one would doubt Qingchuan Tianming's power. Even though Sakura Haruno hadn't experienced the Land of Waves incident since the start of the Chunin exam, Qingchuan Tianming had become the absolute pillar of Team 7. May I offer my opinion? Kabuto Yakushi interjected at this moment. Go ahead. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses meaningfully and said, I believe we should set off immediately for the central tower. Based on my many experiences, if we delay any further we may not have enough time. But we don't have the Heaven Scroll, Sakura Haruno pointed out. The Heaven Scroll is easy to obtain. Kabuto Yakushi said confidently, all teams in the second exam will eventually head to the central tower. We just need to get there first and wait for prey. Right. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up. That's a really good idea. Waiting for prey is indeed better than randomly searching, but what about Tianming? Sakura Haruno was also wavering. No need to worry at all, Kabuto Yakushi continued. Perhaps he encountered. However, given Qingchuan Tianming's strength, those who could harm him in the second exam are probably few and far between. I believe that if he returns here and finds us gone, he will surely head to the central tower. If we choose to wait, it won't be long. Even by dawn there won't be enough time. After this lengthy speech, the group fell into an eerie silence. Kabuto, what about you? Naruto Uzumaki asked. I've been separated from my teammates. If I go on alone it won't work, so I've decided to join you. I respect your choice. Even if we fail the second round, I can always try again. With Kabuto Yakushi's disposition, manipulating Team 7 was as easy as pie. With things having come this far, there was no reason to refuse. In that case, let's go with Kabuto to the central tower and snatch other teams' Heaven Scrolls. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. When Tianming arrives, we can still advance and Kabuto can reunite with his teammates. A win-win. I have no objections, Sakura Haruno stated. Let's do it, Sasuke Uchiha said as he began packing his backpack. Kabuto Yakushi's gaze lightly swept over Sasuke Uchiha before regaining clarity. A quiet night passed. Having rested on the grass overnight, Tianming's body had fully recovered. Uzumaki Karen, having sustained no significant injuries, had also fully recovered. Let's go, Tianming said. Okay, Uzumaki Karen replied without asking where. Once she had decided to follow, the destination no longer mattered. The two retraced their steps and soon returned to the small stream where Team 7 had previously stopped. Strange, where are they? Tianming frowned in thought, gazing at the empty riverside. Alright. Kabuto Yakushi. How could he have forgotten about that? At this point in time Kabuto Yakushi was practically a boss-level existence. Tianming, there are people nearby. Uzumaki Karen, whose perception ability was exceptionally strong, quickly sensed something amiss. The next moment the previously calm surface of the stream suddenly became turbulent. Meanwhile the surrounding grass and trees rustled, and in the blink of an eye several groups of people emerged from them. Captain. Karen was stunned when she recognized the faces. Wasn't this their leader from the land of grass? Oh. Karen, why are you with the target? Come here quickly, the leading Kusagakure ninja said flatly. No. You're not the captain. Uzumaki Karen instantly sensed the difference in the other's aura. Have I been seen through? Is this the ability of the Schwanwa clan? The leading ninja snorted coldly, directly shedding his disguise. The newcomers were clearly old friends, the Sound Ninjas. It seems you've infiltrated quite a bit, huh? Tianming shielded Schwanwa Xianglin behind him. Enough. The Sound Ninja without a good expression said, we have been ordered by Lord Dashwan to capture you and bring you back to the snake lair. Do not resist uselessly. Lord Dashwan, taking advantage of the Chunin exam timeline, nearly captured Qingchuan Tianming. As a side task, his true objective was to attack Konoha. After all, for just one vessel there was no need for such a large-scale operation. To this end Dashwan had also made numerous deployments infiltrating from 3 fronts. Tianming was fully aware of these top-secret plans. The way you act so self-righteous is truly laughable. Tianming laughed out loud and said, Lord Dashwan is so generous, always sending me heads. Damn it. Hearing Tianming's mockery, the leading Sound Ninja immediately drew a shuriken and threw it, and this action prompted all the Sound Ninjas from all directions to act together. Shurikens from all directions pierced through the air, aimed at the two in the center. Boom! Tianming stomped his foot. The immense chakra within him burst forth, forcefully stopping all the shurikens in midair. At the beginning of using chakra, again the curse mark on the back of his neck began to activate, and that burning sensation returned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The leading Sound Ninja charged over first, and as he spun his kunai it emitted a series of whistling sounds. With your curse mark activated, how can you fight back? The leading Sound Ninja laughed maniacally as he approached Tianming, and his kunai struck down like lightning aimed at Tianming's thigh. Their mission was to capture Tianming, not to kill him, so they could only apprehend him. Clang. Just a mere curse mark. Tianming thrust his kunai forward, colliding with the oncoming kunai in a fierce clash. The power of the curse mark had caused him so much suffering yesterday entirely because he had endured it while using his fruit ability. But now, that bit of curse mark power devoured far less chakra than what he randomly generated. It was just like that saying you want to devour. Go ahead and eat. When the two kunai clashed, the leading Sound Ninja already sensed something unusual. Tianming's strength was astonishing. Realizing this, the leading Sound Ninja retreated his steps, trying to create distance, but it was too late. Tianming took a step forward, his right leg shooting upward like lightning in a kick. Accompanied by the sound of a shattered jaw, the leading Sound Ninja caught the kick right on his chin, his body flying into the air. Before the others could react, Tianming had already closed in, instantly forming hand seals and summoning dozens of shadow clones. A Naruto-style barrage. Not happening. Because the leading Sound Ninja couldn't land, Tianming's clones each kicked him one after another. Tianming's own taijutsu was superb, and with the curse mark activating, his strength was further enhanced. In the end, the leading Sound Ninja was kicked to death. At this moment the other Sound Ninjas finally reacted, their hearts trembling. What exactly had happened? Their leading brother first threw shurikens, then closed in with a kunai, only to be kicked into the air. Kicked to death. And what about these underlings who had only thrown one wave of shurikens from start to finish? However, while the others were stunned, Uzumaki Xianglin on the ground unleashed a single adamantine sealing chain. This technique was unique to the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Xianglin's chakra surged out of her body, forming chains that directly bound the remaining Sound Ninjas. Having taken the adamantine sealing chains, heat in their chakra instantly stagnated. Sound Ninjas who couldn't use chakra were no different from ordinary people. Tianming descended from above and saw this, slightly taken aback. As expected of Xianglin. Although her ninjutsu and combat ability were mediocre, her sensory perception and battlefield insight were second to none. Exchanging a glance with Uzumaki Xianglin, without many words Tianming killed them one by one. Facing enemies, Tianming never showed mercy. After all, this was a world of the survival of the fittest. Xianglin, well done. Tianming gave a thumbs up. Uzumaki Xianglin was stunned for a moment, then smiled like a blooming flower. So this was the feeling of being acknowledged. Time ticked away, and finally the second round of the Chunin exam was coming to an end. When Tianming and Uzumaki Xianglin arrived at the central tower, quite a few people had already gathered there. All of the Konoha 12 rookies were present. Over at Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto was waving his hand, holding the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Tianming, we passed. Are they your comrades? Uzumaki Xianglin asked softly. They will be yours too in the future. Tianming smiled. Let's go over together. Tianming, are you okay? Where did you go? Why are you so late? And by the way, who is this girl? Uzumaki Naruto fired off a barrage of questions. Naruto. Haruno Sakura beside him delivered a righteous iron fist. You're asking so many questions at once, how do you expect Tianming to answer? Tianming introduced generously. Let me introduce everyone. This is my friend I met in the forest, Uzumaki Shanglin. Uzumaki. What a coincidence. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. As an optimist, Naruto naturally accepted newcomers easily. Amidst the harmonious atmosphere, Tianming felt an unfriendly gaze, but he ignored it. It can be done, but it's unnecessary. As all ninja participants of the Chunin exam gradually arrived at the central tower, the Leaf Ninja, in charge of the second round, discovered the corpses of several grass ninja in the outskirts, all with their faces missing. After arriving at the scene, Proctor Mitarashi Anko returned to the Hokage's office without a word and reported, "Has Orochimaru infiltrated?" Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured while listening to Anko's report. "There's no mistake, that technique is definitely his." Mitarashi Anko spoke with a complicated expression. As the disciple of N-rank rogue ninja, her psychological burden was considerable. "I understand, but the Chunin exam cannot be cancelled. Issue orders for all Leaf Jonin to head to the central tower, and let the Chunin handle perimeter reconnaissance." Hiruzen Sarutobi was a man who valued stability. If he interfered with the exam out of fear of Orochimaru, Konoha would likely become a laughingstock for future generations, something he could not accept. "Yes." After a wait inside the central tower, the iron door slowly slid open to reveal several familiar figures, the homeroom teachers of Leaf's squads, all renowned Jonin. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto Uzumaki called out. Hatake Kakashi nodded in response. Kini Tianming noticed that Hatake Kakashi wasn't holding his Ika paradise. He only got this serious when something extraordinary happened. Like Kakashi, the other Jonin had received the Third Hokage's orders to guard against Orochimaru's interference while ensuring the Chunin exam proceeded smoothly. It was an immense pressure. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko stepped forward, her beautiful eyes scanning the assembled genin. "This year is unusual. The number of those passing the second round is higher than ever, so we've temporarily decided to modify the rules. Teams with both Heaven and Earth scrolls will have their individual performance recalculated and divided into zones. Those within each zone will undergo a preliminary selection. The top 10 winners will earn Chunin status. The detailed rules will be explained by the third round proctor Moonlight Hate." Cough cough. Moonlight Hate was a complete invalid, coughing twice with every sentence. Mitarashi Anko Sensei has already covered the essentials. Let me add a bit. As it stands, cough, teams possessing Heaven and Earth scrolls qualify for the preliminaries. In the preliminaries it becomes individual combat. Within the score zones, participants will fight unknown. Matches may pit comrades from the same village or even the same squad against each other. Cough. Tianming listened from behind, a subtle feeling arising. This Chunin exam seemed different from the original. In the original plot, all who passed the second round were randomly paired by lottery. But now score zones were designated. Moonlight Hate wasted no time pulling out a remote and pressing a button. The screen instantly began to scroll. Soon the level ratings appeared: Nara, Shikamaru, Kankuro, Tamari, Inazuka, Kiba, Hyuga, Hinata, Rock Lee, Yamanaka, Ino, Haruno, Sakura. Each name also displayed individual data. The source was beyond question. During every Chunin exam, participating villages dispatched Jonin to supervise. After level came a level. The attire had fewer names: Hyuga, Niji, Tenten, Akimichi, Choji, Aburame, Shino, Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha, Sasuke, Yakushi, Kabuto, and several sound ninja. At this point, the vast majority of those present had been named. Just as everyone wondered who remained, the screen changed again, displaying S. And the zone had only two people: Chinchuan Tianming and Gaara. The latter's name was Thunderous, Gaara young and infamous, the son of the Kazekage. But what baffled others was who was Chinchuan Tianming. Soon their statistics appeared. Gaara ranked S because within his Sand squad he single-handedly annihilated the entire team, and they were the first to reach the central tower. As for Chinchuan Tianming, when his data came up, everyone's eyes widened. This guy did the opposite. He had killed 10 people. A total of 78 shinobi entered the second round. At Chinchuan Tianming killed 10, accounting for 1/7. The total death toll was 21, and Tianming claimed half of them. This statistic was unprecedented and may never be repeated. "Tianming, when you split from us, were you off killing?" Naruto Uzumaki asked in shock. Tianming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had he been out to kill? No, Orochimaru had been too generous, sending the sound ninja to be slaughtered. "I had no choice," Tianming said with a wry laugh. Beside him, Gaara sized up Chinchuan Tianming for the first time. Tianming met his gaze, and an invisible spark clashed between their eyes. "Proctor, I request to withdraw from the third exam." At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand from the corner. "I was severely injured in the second round and cannot participate in the third." Cough, granted. Moonlight Hate pulled out a notebook and recorded. "Since someone is withdrawing, the zone will have an extra slot. That slot will be determined by the A and B zones." As Yueguang Jifeng's words fell, the genin present all froze in astonishment. Chinchuan Tianming and Wailua from Sector S required no preliminary selection. If Yaoshido had not withdrawn, they could have simply arranged their ranking. but now that a vacancy had opened the situation was different. The genin from sectors A and B exchanged glances. This Chunin exam was in essence little more than an internal battle among Konoha. After Yoichi-do's withdrawal, only 2 minor ninja from the Sound Village remained. The gate of the central tower swung open, revealing a flat, spacious arena resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. The seats were elevated far above the fighting grounds, spiraling outward. The method of combat is to designate your own opponent. Cough. Begin. Yueguang Jifeng said, moving to the sidelines. Let me start the first match. The first to speak was Kenjiolong, clad in a black robe. He strode to the center of the arena carrying his puppet on his back and announced, I won't designate an opponent. Come challenge me. What a cocky attitude. Quan Zhongya said in annoyance. Chiyu, don't you think so? Woof. Just as Quan Zhongya was about to feed Chiyu a soldier pill, Envy had already beaten him to the arena. Damn, too slow. Quan Zhongya was utterly frustrated. In the Forest of Death, Team 8 had witnessed Wailua's killing methods. Though they dared not confront Wailua, they were intensely curious about his teammates Kenjiolong and Shoju. Shoju was a female, and out of chivalry, Kenjiolong naturally became a hot commodity. Oh, the one who peeked back then. Kenjiolong immediately recognized Envy as he stepped forward. I hope you won't disappoint me. Kenjiolong licked his lips, his fingers twitching slightly. The puppet crow on his back came to life. Puppet technique. The jonin on the sidelines were intrigued. Puppeteers were rare among ninja. Black destruction bugs crawled out from under his clothes, continuously channeling chakra into Envy's body. A bug master. Kenjiolong barely mustered interest in his opponent. First match, Envy versus Kenjiolong. The moment Yueguang Jifeng announced the names, Kenjiolong's puppet crow shot forward with agile movements, its rib section extending a double row of razor-sharp saw blades. Bug barricade. Envy commanded the destruction bugs to form a wall. Defense can't stop. Kenjiolong twitched his little finger. The puppet crow sprinted forward while spinning counterclockwise. The saw blades on its ribs formed a whirlwind of blades slicing through the bug barricade. A dark swarm of destruction bugs was instantly cut apart, falling like black rain. Bug spear. As Crow broke through the bug barricade, Envy stepped back and changed his hand seals. A black spear formed by destruction bugs pierced forward. The bug spear's attack was composed of destruction bugs. Envy only needed to control the insects. Facing Envy's new jutsu, Kenjiolong's flexible fingers shifted, slightly altering the chakra strings attached to the puppet. The saw blades on Crow's ribs slid into its hands. A puppet and a bug spear clashed fiercely. I don't understand their fight at all. Xuanhua Mingren, a typical underachiever, exercised his virtue of asking when in doubt. Because the Envy clan uses bug control techniques, all their jutsu rely on destruction bugs. Meanwhile, Kenjiolong's puppetry works similarly, controlling the puppet via chakra strings. Neither is likely to engage in close combat, Nai Liang Wan explained casually. Mingren, don't you ever read books? Xuanhua Mingren scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. If reading allowed knowledge to enter his brain, he wouldn't be Xuanhua Mingren. At a distance from the Konoha camp, Shoju cast a meaningful glance toward Nai Liang Wan before returning to normal. What Ailua should we make Kenjiolong forfeit? After all, we have something more important to do. The true purpose of their visit was not the Chunin exam at all. Kenjiolong's actions were merely wasting time. No need. He happened to find an opponent to his liking. The usually taciturn Wailua spoke more than usual. There's plenty of time. You may challenge an interesting opponent too. Wailua, don't misunderstand. I just think that guy's analytical skills are good, Shoju quickly explained. It's fine. Because I also have a desire to fight, Wailua said, gazing toward the Konoha camp. Below, the battle between Envy and Kenjiolong was nearing its end. Wave after wave of Envy's destruction bugs were cleanly sliced apart by Crow. Just as Crow's blade tore through the bug wall, it stopped 10 centimeters from Envy. Kenjiolong, who had been on the verge of victory, changed expression sharply and exclaimed, "What did you do?" "I simply let my bugs eat the connecting strings," Envy replied calmly. At that moment, some destruction bugs slowly crawled out from Crow's limbs. "I surrender." Kenjiolong raised his hand. Without his puppet, his combat strength plummeted. Continuing to fight would be foolish. A puppeteer relies heavily on his puppets, yet Kankuro had been too aggressive in the previous battle. Arrogant and overconfident, he underestimated his opponent, allowing Shino Aburame to exploit his weakness. First match winner, Shino Aburame. Cough cough. Gecko Hate announced with a violent cough. Well done, Shino. Inuzuka Kiba gave a thumb up. A great start for Konoha. That man is strong. If he had controlled his puppets a little faster, I might have lost, Shino Aburame said, calmly rolling up his sleeve to reveal his arm covered in black Kakechu, his hidden trump card. A win is a win. Kiba didn't quite understand why Shino was so modest. Are all Konoha ninjas this formidable? Asked Karen, standing at the edge of the arena. Probably, Tianming replied, unsure how to answer. To be honest, none of the Konoha 12 were weak, they were all stronger than their peers. However, the current Chunin exam had changed somewhat. Tianming had killed the Sound 3 himself, and Shino's opponent had become Kankuro. Everything was unpredictable now and Tianming didn't need to worry about how future events would unfold. The second match began promptly. This time Choji Akimichi stepped forward facing one of the many fodders from the Sound Village. The battle was straightforward. Choji endured the Sound Wave Hurts technique and used the Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu to defeat his opponent in a few punches. With 2 consecutive victories for Konoha Morale Sword, the Sound Village fodders could only swallow their frustration after all their role was merely to divert attention. Then came the third match, Naruto Uzumaki versus a Sound Ninja. The fourth match saw Sasuke Uchiha against another Sound Ninja. After 4 undoubted victories, the Sound Village was wiped out in the Chunin exam. Only Gaara and Temari from the Sand Village had yet to fight. Ready, Akamaru. Kiba cracked his knuckles, eager to jump in. But he was too slow. Tenten from Team 10 had already leaped down. You boys have been fighting long enough. Isn't it our turn? Tenten pointed her slender finger toward the Sand Village. Challenged Temari wordlessly jumped into the arena, flicking her giant fan behind her to cushion her landing. Tenten versus Temari. Begin. As Gecko Hayat's voice fell, Tenten struck first. As Konoha's foremost tool user once, she attacked weapons flew from all directions in an endless barrage. First came oversized shuriken tearing through the air, followed by countless smaller ones. Seeing the storm of weapons, Temari grabbed her giant fan and swung it forward. A sudden gale rose, intercepting all of Tenten's tools. Show me your real skills. You look like a circus clown, Temari said flatly. As you wish, Tenten replied, pulling out 2 scrolls without holding back. As she threw the scrolls, Tenten quickly formed hand signs, her chakra surging. Double Rising Dragon. The 2 scrolls unfurled in the sky, transforming into dragon shapes with silver ribbons. The scroll surfaces were covered densely with all kinds of gleaming weapons which shot toward Temari like falling stars. Locked onto by the double rising dragon, Temari loosened her grip on the giant fan, revealing a black circular pattern, the unique mark of the fan. Kamaitachi. Temari infused her chakra into the fan, then swung it with all her might. A tornado erupted, tearing across the arena and leaving cracks on the surrounding walls. Tenten's double rising dragon was instantly scattered. The threads controlling the weapon snapped, and Tenten herself was struck by the tornado and sent flying high. Thud. Tenten landed directly on the giant fan's handle. Temari, not even glancing at the unconscious girl, flung her toward the wall. A direct hit would cause even more severe injury. Before anyone could react, Tianming rushed over and caught Tenten just before she crashed into the wall. Rock Lee dashed down, and even Niji Hyuga's eyes blazed with killing intent. Damn it. Tenten had already lost. Why did you throw her at the wall? Lee shouted, his teeth grinding. Temari ignored him and leaped back to Gaara's side with a flick of her foot. You. Rock Lee was about to strike, but Tianming quickly pulled him back. Lee, forget it. Anger is futile. Prove your strength in battle later. Tenten's defeat sobered the relaxed Konoha 12. They couldn't underestimate an opponent just because of Kankuro. Tenten's tools were said to have 100% accuracy, and none of them could claim to block her attacks without fail. Yet, Temari needed only 2 swings from start to finish, pure power overwhelming. After the match, before hate could speak, Akamaru leaped into the arena. Then Kiba followed. Next match is mine. Kiba Inuzuka descended from the arena, immediately scanning the surroundings with his eyes. Eventually, after deep thought, he pointed toward the position of Team 10 and declared, Rock Lee, let's have a match. Sure. Although Rock Lee's body was still strained from using the front lotus in the second round, he did not refuse the battle. In fact, he was never the type to back down. Lee, how are your injuries? Asked Might Guy. Agai-sensei, I'm fine. I won't use the front lotus, said Rock Lee, flashing his bright white teeth. The front lotus was a forbidden technique, and there was no need to use it against a fellow student. Excellent. Let's get fired up. Yes, Guy-sensei. Rock Lee's fighting spirit reignited, his enthusiasm surging instantly. Rock Lee leaped into the arena and assumed a starting stance facing Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba's expression shifted slightly as he said, sorry Lee. I can't pick Gaara, Niji, I can't beat, everyone else has already fought, so you're my only choice. Tell you what, I won't let Akamaru join the fight. He spoke sincerely. Although Niji Hyuga was only a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, his reputation as a prodigy had been loud even in the ninja academy. Kiba Inuzuka, though battle-hungry, was not foolish. No need. Don't worry about me. Rock Lee enunciated each word slowly. Even without ninjutsu or genjutsu, one can become an excellent ninja. That's what Guy-sensei taught me, and that's my ninja way. Kiba going all out is the greatest respect you can show me. Rock Lee was also a rather tragic figure. It wasn't that he couldn't use ninjutsu, chakra control was simply too difficult for him. Under Might Guy's advice, he found his own path, the pinnacle of taijutsu. All right. Kiba replied earnestly, stuffing a soldier pill into Akamaru's mouth. The dog roared as its body turned crimson. Ahem ahem. Gecko Hate flipped through his notebook, scribbling notes. Rock Lee versus Kiba Inuzuka. Begin. Hi Hate, are you okay? Kakashi Hatake approached and asked with concern. Ahem, I'm fine. Gecko Hate had been promoted to Special Jonin precisely because of his severe illness. Now that Orochimaru is stirring against Konoha, the third Hokage deployed all available Jonin and Chunin to ensure absolute safety. As the proctor for the third exam, I have an unshirkable duty. In truth, it was rather bitter. Jonin represent a village's absolute combat power. Their strength in numbers reflect the village's overall capability. It'll be fine. Kakashi could only pat his shoulder in encouragement. Meanwhile, in the arena, the battle between Rock Lee and Kiba Inuzuka was growing fierce. Their fight was a pure contest of taijutsu. Kiba used the four legs technique, his movements and attacks resembling those of a wild beast. Combined with Akamaru, his assault came like a relentless tide. Rock Lee, on the other hand, practiced pure taijutsu. He abandoned the pursuit of chakra, discarded the use of tools, and devoted himself solely to physical combat. While others learned ninjutsu, he ran with weights and kicked thick logs. While others mastered chakra control, he hopped like a frog under the scorching sun up Konoha's longest staircase. While others practiced with weapons, he served as Niji's punching bag and Tenten's sparring partner. All for the sake of taijutsu. Boom. Boom. Kiba Inuzuka launched himself forward with all four paws off the ground, rushing at Rock Lee. The latter, supporting himself with one hand, swung a roundhouse kick, a pure collision of raw power. The resulting sonic boom echoed through the air. Lee, well done. Go. Unleash your youth. Might Guy stomped on the railing, tears streaming down his face in sheer excitement. In the entire shinobi world, there was probably no one else, so at Might Guy's shout, Kurina Yuhi refused to be outdone. She urged Hinata Hyuga to cheer, and had Shino Aburame form the words "good luck" with his insects. In the arena, the two clashed again with equal might. After separating once more, Kiba Inuzuka said, burning with fervor, "Lee, let's settle this with one final move." Just what I was thinking. Rock Lee replied, leaping onto a stone formation shaped like a hand seal at the edge of the arena. He untied his leg weights and pulled out 2 rows of iron strips from them. He tossed the strips aside casually. They crashed into the ground, leaving deep craters. Akamaru, let's go. Kiba Inuzuka roared, channeling his chakra. In the next instant, he and Akamaru shot forward, simultaneously spinning and striking from 2 directions in a pincer attack. Fong over Fong. The young ninjas watching from the sidelines held their breath. This move would decide the outcome. Standing on the stone, Lee vanished in a blur. An instant later, he appeared in midair, spinning in the opposite direction of the Fang over Fong, and slammed down with a devastating kick. The sight even shocked Might Guy. Oh, Lee created his own taijutsu technique. Ooh. The renowned Jonin momentarily lost the ability to articulate. Tianming was equally stunned. Watching the preliminaries so far, the strength of the 12 young ninjas from Konoha had already far exceeded his expectations. If the 12 were this monstrous, how powerful would later threats like the Akatsuki, the 6 Paths of Pain, and Obito become? At that moment, Tianming felt a surge of excitement. Boom. 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 Sonic booms erupted and a fierce gale swept out, nearly knocking people off their feet. The ground beneath the arena was scarred with hideous ravines immediately shrouded in layers of smoke. The next instant, Akamaru, having exited his berserk state, flew out of the smoke and crashed heavily onto the ground. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Kiba Inuzuka was seen lying on the ground gasping for breath, while Rock Lee's leg had been driven deep into the earth. The outcome was clear. The winner was Rock Lee. Rock Lee pulled his leg out of the soil and extended a hand to Kiba Inuzuka, who also raised his hand and let Rock Lee pull him up. Kiba Inuzuka grabbed Rock Lee's hand, raised it above his head, and announced loudly, "Little Lee wins." Then he quickly ran to the edge of the arena and picked up Akamaru. "We won, Might Guy vaulted over the railing and came to Rock Lee. "Little Lee, you did it." "Yes, Guy said." After saying that, Rock Lee collapsed from exhaustion into Might Guy's arms. "Sensei, I'm sorry." Kiba Inuzuka placed Akamaru on the medic ninja's stretcher and looked up to see Kurina Yuhi. "You only lost temporarily." Kurina Yuhi reached out and ruffled Kiba Inuzuka's hair. "You can't slack off in training from now on." "Yes, Sensei." As the battle between Rock Lee and Kiba Inuzuka concluded, the preliminary rounds also neared their end. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka simultaneously stepped into the arena. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Hate Gecko announced without any delay. The second match of the Chunin exam, a Kunoichi showdown, was about to begin. To be honest, neither Sakura Haruno nor Ino Yamanaka were combat-type ninja. Although Sakura was a girl with monstrous strength, she would later mainly study medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, with taijutsu as a secondary focus. As for Ino Yamanaka, she specialized in genjutsu support. Tianming, there's a girl over there who keeps staring at you. As Tianming was watching the fight intently, Karen Uzumaki reminded him. Tianming turned around and saw Hinata Hyuga, who was standing not far behind him with an awkward expression. Dammy. He had been so absorbed in the match that he had forgotten about Hinata. "Hinata, what's wrong?" Tianming walked up to Hinata Hyuga. "Tianming. That girl. What is she to you?" Hinata Hyuga stammered, her face flushed. "Karen." Tianming immediately recounted his entire encounter with Karen. "She's so pitiful. I guess I misunderstood." Hinata's voice regained confidence. There's another thing. I'm going to challenge my brother later. The Chunin exam's unforgettable battle the Hyuga siblings. Actually, Hinata had already mentioned this to Karina Yuhi, but she had opposed it. Karina Yuhi firmly believed that Hinata should choose Shikamaru, allowing Niji Hyuga to get a bye and directly advance to the Surya. First, Niji Hyuga was exceptionally strong in this exam. Second, because Niji belonged to the branch family of the Hyuga clan and had always resented Hinata, who was born with a silver spoon. Do you want to hear my opinion? Tianming said calmly. Hinata nodded. My opinion is to fight Niji. Follow your heart. Tianming replied. I understand. Hearing this answer, Hinata was very happy because Tianming could sense her feelings. At the same time, the battle between Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka also reached its conclusion. Sakura managed to break free from Ino's genjutsu control and knocked her unconscious. The end of this match meant that only 3 people remained, with one receiving a bye. After a brief pause, Niji Hyuga of Team 10 slowly walked into the center of the arena. Just as Shikamaru Nara was about to step forward, Hinata Hyuga also entered the arena. I challenge Niji Hyuga. Hearing the Shikamaru almost fell off his perch. Everyone else was stunned. Wasn't the arrangement for Hinata to get a bye reversed? Are you joking? Niji said coldly. I won't fight you. Sensei, can the rules refuse a challenge? Hinata asked. The rules don't allow declining a challenge, but you can forfeit. Niji's expression turned grim. Fight Hinata. He refused. But forfeit? Impossible. He had to change the fate of the branch family. One last time, step aside. Niji was angry. If brother doesn't forfeit, I won't either. Hinata smiled and assumed her opening stance. TCH. Without even using the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji approached Hinata and sent her flying with a single gentle fist strike. You're so weak, how can you fight? Hinata, why did you challenge Niji Hyuga? From the sidelines, Karina Yuhi glared at Tianming. Everyone was baffled. Hinata could have gotten a bye and directly become a Chunin. But why did she do this? Because. Hinata climbed to her feet and smiled. Because Hinata doesn't want to get something for nothing, and she wants to prove herself to her brother. Shikamaru Nara on the sidelines felt an arrow in his knee. Did I, Shikamaru, have no dignity? Don't say those 2 words. I am not your brother. Niji thrust out another palm, sending her flying again. Hinata Hyuga was once again sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. After a brief moment, she struggled to her feet once more. Why do you have to humiliate me? Niji Hyuga clenched his fists tightly, unable to comprehend why his sister insisted on challenging him. I never meant to disgrace you, brother. I merely seek your recognition. Hinata Hyuga wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and launched an attack. Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan, instantly perceiving Hinata's every move with clarity and sidestepped with ease to evade the bulk of her assault. As a member of the main family, you should remain aloof. Why? Why do you insult me? Niji Hyuga thrust out a palm to disrupt Hinata's offense, followed instantly by an elbow strike to her abdomen, and then a kick. The disparity in their strength was immense. Hinata. You bastard, how can you be a brother? Why can't you go easier on her? Naruto Uzumaki shouted indignantly. Despite his youth, Niji Hyuga had mastered the gentle fist and the 64 palms of the Hyuga clan to such a degree that his talent far surpassed that of his peers from the main family. Just as everyone began to feel sympathy for Hinata, Hyuga Tianming stepped forward, uttering words that astonished the crowd. Hinata, is this truly your limit? Do not leave yourself with regrets. Far from it. Hinata Hyuga rose to her feet, her body covered in bruises. Chichuan Tianming. Why are you instigating Hinata? Kiba Inuzuka, hot-tempered as ever, rushed over and grabbed Tianming by the collar. Because Hinata needs this battle. Tianming said calmly. This fight will be the beginning of growth for both Hinata and Niji. Hinata, all you need is to fight without regrets. Without regrets. A renewed light gleamed in Hinata Hyuga's eyes. Though Tianming's words provoked anger, she knew he understood her and supported her. To be trusted by the one she loved, that was enough. 64 palms. Reinvigorated, Hinata Hyuga struck out with a palm, unleashing the unique technique of the Hyuga clan. Niji Hyuga mirrored the same starting stance. Boom. 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 The two clashed palm against palm in a fierce exchange. By the 34th strike, Hinata's chakra and the flow of her movements began to falter. By the 42nd strike, Niji had already sealed several of her tenketsu points. Bang! On the 48th strike, Niji delivered a palm strike, avoiding her head and landing squarely on her chest. This time Hinata could not rise. Hinata. Hey, Gecko swiftly summoned a medical need to take Hinata. At the same time, Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, descended from the stands with a light leap, landing beside. Come to reprimand me. That was quick. Niji sneered. No, Hayashi shook his head. I merely wish to say that you are excellent and your victory over Hinata is well deserved. Would you be willing to speak with me alone? As if I have a choice. Hypocrite. Niji turned and walked toward the edge of the arena without looking back. As he passed Tianming, Niji paused and said abruptly, see. Even if you encouraged Hinata to fight me, even if I won, the outcome remains unchanged. Sometimes fate has already— Hyuga, perhaps the Hyuga clan isn't the absolute darkness you imagine. Hinata simply wanted to prove herself. She knew she couldn't beat you, she could have advanced to Chunin by default, yet she still stepped forward. Everyone else in the Hyuga clan, including yourself, fixates on the unbridgeable rules between the main and branch families, what you call fate. But Hinata too is trying to change your destiny. Whether Niji understood or not, Tianming said no more and followed the medical need. Thus, the preliminaries of the Chunin exam's second round officially concluded. The remaining battles in Sector S and the victors of the preliminaries would all compete in a unified tournament 1 month later. Once the results were announced, the 3 ninja from Sunagakure departed without delay. For the Jonin of Konoha, there was a measure of relief, at least knowing that Orochimaru had not caused any trouble during the preliminaries. Everyone left the central tower led by their respective senseis and traversed the Forest of Death to return to Konoha. During Team 7's return journey, Sasuke Uchiha collapsed due to the outbreak of his curse mark and was taken to Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital was likely busiest during the Chunin exams, treating numerous injured ninja. After watching Hinata Hyuga being wheeled into a ward, Tianming turned and saw Team 7 emerging from the adjacent room accompanied by Anko Mitarashi. Sensei Chinchuan, Tianming was bitten by that guy too. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly said. Tianming could only approach and show them the wound. Impossible. After confirming it was the curse mark, Anko Mitarashi was stunned. Only she truly understood the terror of being marked by Orochimaru's curse. The seal not only drained chakra but also inflicted continuous damage to the body. Yet Chinchuan Tianming appeared perfectly normal. Is there any place you feel unwell? Mitarashi Hondo scrutinized Chinchuan Tianming from head to toe, but found no abnormality. Sensei, I have a special constitution, so the power of the curse seal is not a big problem. Tianming explained. Indeed, Mitarashi Hondo glanced at Chimu Kakashi, who also offered an explanation. I've never encountered such a situation. The mortality rate after being struck by Orochimaru's curse seal power is extremely high. Even I only thoroughly assimilated the curse seal power after becoming a Jonin. Mitarashi Hondo recalled the incident from years ago and felt a lingering chill. Since that's the case, you don't need to be hospitalized. But if you feel unwell, report it immediately, understand? Mitarashi Hondo instructed. Yes. Tianming nodded. Kakashi, Sasuke will be fine at Konoha Hospital. Let's call it a day, I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead. After speaking, Mitarashi Hondo left the hospital first. Kakashi Sensei, why is Hondo Sensei so busy? Uzumaki Mingren asked. Because Hondo is that guy's disciple. Chimu Kakashi chuckled. Don't overthink. Dismissed. Go home and rest. Recover for a month, then prepare for the 3rd exam. Don't worry about anything else. Having given his instructions, Chimu Kakashi disbanded Team 7. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Tianming declined Uzumaki Mingren's invitation to eat ramen together and took Uzumaki Shanglin to the Chinchuan residence. Upon arriving at the house, Uzumaki Shanglin stared blankly at the room, for she had never lived in such a fine place. Can I really stay here? Don't I need to ask your parents? Uzumaki Shanglin asked timidly. I'm an orphan. My parents died in battle in year 48 of Konoha. This place was allocated to me by the village. There are many rooms, but in the only one. Tianming explained. So you're alone too. Now that we live together, does that make us family? Family. I suppose so. Tianming didn't dwell on the question. Now, let's go buy you some daily necessities. After resting for a while, Tianming led Uzumaki Shanglin to the liveliest street in Konoha. As soon as Tianming appeared, the hawking voices of the shopkeepers along the road noticeably faltered, and a trace of disdain could be seen on their faces. For them, the hardest customers to do business with were war orphans. War orphans had little money and offered no profit. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konoha had decreed that they could not refuse to sell goods to war orphans. Thus the shopkeeper's attitude toward war orphans was, I won't drive you away, but the prices are clearly marked. If you can afford it, buy it, if not, leave. Tianming, they don't welcome us, do they? Uzumaki Shanglin quickly sensed the shopkeeper's rejection. It's normal. War orphans have no fat to squeeze. Tianming said lightly. Human nature has its flaws, and perhaps out of 100 Konoha villagers, 90, as the village of the Land of Fire Konoha was recognized as the strongest among the ninja villages. While its shinobi forces were formidable, its civilians were also arrogant. After all, 12 years had passed since the war that devastated Konoha, and many had long forgotten that despair. Frankly, Tianming didn't like Konoha's civilians either. But it didn't matter. These people were mere cannon fodder, not worth getting angry over. He led Uzumaki Shanglin to a rather luxurious clothing store, but before they could enter, the owner blocked their path. Kid, this store is not for the likes of you. Leave quickly, don't dirty my clothes. The owner said impatiently. Since when does a business turn away customers? Tianming spoke calmly, but released a trace of chakra. The chakra wasn't aggressive, yet it still blew the clothes on display onto the floor. In the past, the shop owner would have cursed. But now he dared not. The chakra just now was an unmistakable proof. And in the 5 great nations, shinobi were the most untouchable beings. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please Shino come in. The shop owner's face instantly contorted into a fawning smile. But Tianming did not step inside. No need. A brat like me want dirtier store. Having said that, Tianming took Uzumaki Xinglin to the shop across the street. The owner there, having learned from the previous incident, immediately smiled obsequiously. Shino feel free to look, touch, and try anything. Take a look. What style do you like? Tianming said. I've never bought clothes before. Uzumaki Xinglin hung her head. She had never experienced a peaceful life. The food she ate was just enough to stave off hunger, and the clothes she wore barely covered her body. Tianming let out a soft sigh. Please pack all the latest clothes for this girl's size for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and deliver them to the Qingchuan residence. At these words, the shop owner across the street could no longer smile. How could this unknown brat be so Tianming paid no heed to the reactions of others. He simply placed some money in the shopkeeper's palm and walked away without a word. Tianming took showing off seriously. Loud shouting or physical confrontation were not the best methods. Invisible showing off is the deadliest. In the outskirts of Konoha at the Team 7 meeting, spot a man with a feminine appearance was leaning against a tree stump, greedily basking in the warm sunlight. Just then a rustling came from the forest, and a ninja wearing a black robe and a fox mask emerged. Lord Orochimaru, the arrangements for the first phase are complete. After removing his mask, Kabuto knelt on one knee and bowed. Have the Suna ninja been notified as well? Orochimaru's voice was extremely hoarse. Yes, the one-tailed Jinchuriki and several Suna Jonin will act according to the orders. Good. Orochimaru was very satisfied with this trusted subordinate. After all, he was one whose strength and intelligence soared together. By the way, how are Uchiha Sasuke and Chichuan Tianming? Orochimaru suddenly asked. Uchiha Sasuke is still lying in Konoha Hospital due to the power of the curse mark, while that Qingchuan Tianming seems to have resisted the curse mark on his own. Kabuto calmly reported the intelligence he had gathered. Interesting. Chichuan Tianming. Truly worthy of being the vessel I value most. Orochimaru had placed close to 1,000 curse marks, but none of those who survived and could use its power had ever satisfied him. But Qingchuan Tianming was different. With his extraordinary chakra and formidable strength, it would be wonderful to devour him when the time was ripe. Both have the curse mark, but Uchiha Sasuke is inferior. Should I eliminate him? Kabuto asked for instructions. No. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Sasuke's potential is beyond your prediction, and I merely desire the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Understood. Kabuto nodded, put on his fox mask, and prepared to leave. Kabuto. Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. You are also a precious comrade to me. Don't act rashly. With your strength you cannot harm Kakashi. Orochimaru calmly saw through Kabuto's thoughts. After leaving the forest, Kabuto put away his ANBU attire and entered Konoha Hospital in his original identity. Arriving at the hospital room, he could see Uchiha Sasuke sleeping inside. Gently opening the door and stepping in, Kabuto extended a finger, and chakra instantly formed into the shape of a scalpel. Being too excellent is painful. Let me help you find release. Just as Kabuto was about to strike, a powerful chakra presence appeared behind him. Do you visit patients with a knife? Hatake Kakashi said coldly. TCH. Kabuto thrust the chakra scalpel backwards and simultaneously broke the window to escape. During his fall, his attire transformed back into ANBU uniform. Hatake Kakashi reached the window and exchanged a glance with the masked Kabuto. It seems I'll have to teach Sasuke something good. Hatake Kakashi turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke on the sickbed and murmured to himself, after all, the Uchiha clan doesn't need to be protected. That night at the Qingchuan residence, Tianming dressed and walked out of his room. Ding. Quest activated. Go to Konoha's tallest building to check in. On a high building in Konoha, a red-haired boy with a giant gourd slanted on his back was admiring the moon. Behind him stood two people. They were none other than the Otogekure representative Kabuto and the Suna Joninbaki. The time for action is set for the third round of the Chunin exams. Your task is to disrupt the arena and lure Konoha's fresh forces out of the village. Any questions? Kabuto said calmly. No big problem. Baki thought for a moment, gazing at Gaara's back under the moonlight. The one-tailed Shikaku's allure should suffice. Although Gaara is hard to control, his sister Temari is cooperative. Excellent. 1 month from now the Konoha Crush plan will be executed. Cough cough. At that moment a faint coughing sound was heard. In the next instant the exposed Gecko Hate leaped out from the shadows without a word. A bug that delivers itself. Baki waved his hand. His chakra stirred, and in an instant sand from all directions completely enveloped Gecko Hate. Ninjutsu. Desert funeral. The sand covering the body suddenly compressed into an irregular shape, then exploded. Gecko Hayate's body, riddled with holes, silently fell onto the rooftop. In the shadows not far away, Qingchuan Tianming watched coldly. Stand for 10 seconds. Check-in quest completed. Quest reward: Lightning Chakra Mastery. Witnessing Gecko Hate being instantly killed, Tianming showed no excessive emotion, not even a feeling. He was not one who clamored to be a savior. Life and death among ninja were actually quite ordinary. Although Tianming had no intention of avenging Gecko Hayate, he kindly retrieved the body from the rooftop and handed it directly to the patrolling ninja. Soon nearly all prominent ninja of Konoha and several ANBU gathered in the Hokage's office. Among them the most conspicuous was probably Qingchuan Tianming. Tianming, how did you find it? Hatake Kakashi put away his astonished expression and asked. I just took a midnight stroll. Tianming said calmly. It seems the situation is far more serious than anticipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his tone edged with displeasure. The Jonin present felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This wasn't just serious, it had been dire for a long time now. After the 48th year of Konoha, no large-scale wars had erupted in the shinobi world, and the major nations and villages had experienced no significant conflicts. Against this backdrop, the fact that Orochimaru remained one of the 5 great nations jointly designated rank rogue ninja spoke volumes. As early as the second round of the Chunin exams, Mitarashi Enko had already reported it, but the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to take drastic action for the sake of stability. Third Hokage-sama, the situation may be far graver than we imagine. Hatake Kakashi spoke up. Moonlight Hayate's injuries appear to be from a magnetic release jutsu. Could it be? The Land of Wind is an allied nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, we cannot suspect the shinobi from Sunagakure solely based on magnetic release. Many individuals can wield such chakra. It might be one of Orochimaru's subordinates sowing confusion. Hatake Kakashi fell silent. Tianming listened below, saying nothing. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was a peculiar man. One could say he was incompetent, yet under his rule the Land of Fire stood as the greatest among the 5 great nations and Konohagakure reigned as the premier shinobi village. From ninja to civilians, all held him in high esteem. On the other hand, one could say he was capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a power-hoarding, self-absorbed man. More than the position of Hokage, he harbored politicians' ambitions. Most of Konoha's high-ranking officials were his people, infiltrating the village up and down while eliminating dissidents. Such a complex, two-faced man, yet lacking the most crucial element, true strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed all chakra natures and knew numerous jutsu, but his power never dominated an era like the first and second Hokage. Even the fourth Hokage who succeeded him had more impressive battle achievements. Moreover, he failed to recognize his own limitations, including the fact that Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha was no longer a secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen still clung to stability and faith even up to the moment he died at Orochimaru's hands, maintaining the demeanor of a benevolent master. Qingchuan Tianming, did you notice anything else when you found the body? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. No. Tianming shook his head. Mention the Suna shinobi. Not a chance. First, Tianming would never interfere with such historic events. Second, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's stubborn nature, even if he were told the outcome would remain unchanged, he would still die at Orochimaru's hands. Third Hokage-sama Qingchuan Tianming was likely fortunate. If he had encountered Orochimaru's men, he might not have returned. Hatake Kakashi remarked. That makes sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen again looked at Tianming, his gaze full of benevolence. You discovered Moonlight Hate and reported it. The rest is for the Jonin to handle. Go rest well and prepare for the third round. Given the permission, Tianming turned and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. He only needed to focus on the third round. Leaving the Hokage's office, Tianming did not return directly to the Qingchuan residence. Instead, he headed straight to the training grounds of Team 7. Standing by the small river in a place where one couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Suddenly a swirl of bright yellow energy rose and threads of lightning gathered in Tianming's palm. This was the reward from today's check-in, Lightning Release Mastery. Previously, when he used extreme chakra control to learn Hatake Kakashi's Raikiri, Tianming had altered the chakra state to imitate it. But now this was true lightning release ninjutsu. With a mere thought, chakra returned to his body. Tianming sat cross-legged by the riverbank, his eyes tightly shut. The ninja clans of Konoha all possessed exclusive jutsu or techniques to varying degrees. Though the Qingchuan clan was an unremarkable family, they still owned one ninjutsu. It was the lightning release mountain lightning seal that Tianming had been using to prop up a table leg. This technique was the signature jutsu of his father Qingchuan Dahue, a mountain lightning seal that condensed lightning release chakra into a colossal mountain-like force that crashed down. Overwhelming and unstoppable. Unfortunately, Qingchuan Dahue was an ordinary ninja without a bloodline limit or dojutsu. The lightning release mountain lightning seal in his hands was nothing remarkable. But now it had passed to Tianming. Lightning release mountain lightning seal. Tianming murmured. The dense lightning release chakra burst from his body, instantly filling the surrounding 100 meters. Within that 100 meters, lightning reigned supreme, a complex intertwined web of lightning, dazzling and brilliant. Yet these bolts did not destroy a single tree or blade of grass. Such was Tianming's terrifying control over extreme chakra. Condense. Tianming weaved hand signs, and the 100-meter lightning web violently contracted and compressed, forming a majestic mountain of lightning. Success. Joy surged in Tianming's heart, and with a wave of his hand the mountain of lightning scattered. Mastering a technique in one go and even fully comprehending it, no one else in Konoha could do that. Meanwhile, dawn arrived and the sky began to brighten. As Tianming returned to the war orphan residential area, he saw black smoke rising from the Qingjuan residence. Someone attacked Karen. Tianming turned into a blur and rushed back to the Qingjuan residence. It turned out Karen hadn't been seized. She had blown up the kitchen. Karen, what are you doing? I wanted to cook. And this happened. Seeing Qingjuan Tianming return, Uzumaki Karen pouted, looking aggrieved. Uzumaki Karen couldn't cook, which was understandable. Let's clean up first, Tianming said with a smile, using a small water release jutsu to wash away the smoky mess in the kitchen before tidying it up to restore it to its former state. I'm sorry I'm so useless, Uzumaki Karen said, self-reproachfully, feeling that ever since she met Aokawa Tenmei, she had become useless. Don't say that. Take it slow. If you don't know how you can learn, Tianming comforted her, wanting to reach out and ruffle Uzumaki Karen's hair, but he stopped himself, worried that such an innocent gesture might be rude. Uzumaki Karen watched Tianming's hand pause, then stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and placed it on top of her own head. Did you want to touch my hair? Tianming was embarrassed. It's fine. Whatever you like, I'm willing to do, Uzumaki Karen said with utmost seriousness. That's good then. Tianming quickly withdrew his hand and laughed it off. Let's cook something to eat. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno were walking toward Konoha Hospital. Along the way, Sakura Haruno moved extremely slowly, pausing to linger in front of shop windows on the street. Sakura, aren't we going to see Sasuke? Why aren't you walking faster? Naruto Uzumaki was clearly growing anxious. He had only been accompanying Sakura Haruno, otherwise he could have covered this distance in under 3 minutes. I need to look my best to see Sasuke. You wouldn't understand, Sakura Haruno said, adjusting her pink hairband in front of a mirror before smiling with satisfaction. I am without a doubt the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha. Let's go. The two leisurely arrived at Konoha Hospital, only to find Sasuke Uchiha's bed empty. Nurse, where did the patient? Naruto Uzumaki called out to the nurse changing bandages nearby. Uchiha Sasuke. He was discharged with someone last night. The discharge slip is posted on the door. The nurse replied without turning around. Discharged. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno simultaneously looked at the slip on the door. The signature read Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke away. That doesn't make sense. Naruto Uzumaki was dumbfounded. He had visited Sasuke in the hospital yesterday during the day, and Kakashi-sensei had been there by his bedside. But a day later the two had vanished. As his students, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno were completely in the dark. Where did they go? Maybe Aokawa Tenmei knows. Sakura Haruno was instantly upset. She had changed into a new hairband specifically to visit Sasuke today. He probably doesn't know. Yesterday Tianming was summoned to the Hokage's office. He wasn't with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Uzumaki analyzed. It must be that Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke went off on their own. Forget it, I'm leaving. Sakura Haruno's face fell, and ignoring Naruto's plea, she turned and left the hospital. Sakura, wait for me. Naruto Uzumaki chased out of the hospital, but lost sight of Sakura Haruno. Naruto Uzumaki sighed and decided to head home as well, but as he turned he collided with someone. That person's lower body was so stable that Naruto was knocked flying. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto Uzumaki clutched his head and looked up to see a slender man wearing circle-framed sunglasses standing in front of him. Hey, who are you, old man? I am Ebisu. Entrusted by Kakashi-sensei to teach you a few tricks. You're Naruto Uzumaki. Ebisu said in a condescending tone. Ebisu. Naruto Uzumaki was full of questions. He had never heard that name at the Ninja Academy. But on second thought the guy had no reason to impersonate Hatake Kakashi to trick him. And since Kakashi-sensei couldn't be found, having some training from a teacher wasn't bad. Alright, follow me then, Ebisu said and turned to leave. Naruto Uzumaki had no choice but to follow. The two arrived at the northern part of Konoha village. Unlike the dense forests in the south, water from low-lying mountain hollows flowed out here, gathering into one large pool after another. Ebisu-sensei, are you taking me for a bath? Naruto Uzumaki looked at the crystal-clear pools, unable to imagine any related training method. Foot washing. Impossible. I'm going to teach you a new level of chakra control, water surface walking. Ebisu lightly tapped the water with his toe and stood gracefully on the surface. Naruto Uzumaki. Though he didn't understand how this water surface walking counted as training, he didn't argue. He gathered chakra at the soles of his feet and leaped onto the water surface. But he forgot one thing. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru had placed the 5-element seal on him, preventing him from using the Nine-Tails chakra, and his own chakra was insufficient to maintain water surface walking. Splash. A simple fall ended Naruto Uzumaki's attempt. Boy, learn carefully. Ebisu said. Naruto Uzumaki swam back to the shore and was about to try again when an almost invisible transparent fishing line shot from behind, wrapping around his waist and pulling him back. Who? Ebisu turned to look, only to see a man standing by a pool not far away, his back to them, with long white hair cascading naturally. The man turned his head, the oil character on his forehead shining brightly. Oh, I am Jiraiya. I am Ebisu, the private tutor of Konohamaru. I know every jonin in Konoha, so how come I've never heard of you? Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses with a look of supreme self-conceit. Oh, is Konohamaru's private tutor that impressive? Jiraiya asked, unruffled, a hint of teasing in his tone. You seem utterly ignorant. Konohamaru is the future successor to the Hokage. Ebisu declared with unabashed arrogance, his sense of superiority always stemming from Konohamaru. Is there going to be a change of Hokage? Jiraiya murmured, stroking his chin. TCH. Jiraiya's reaction instantly irked Ebisu. As an exceptional private tutor, I don't need to boast about credentials or students. But given your ignorance, I'll enlighten you. Konohamaru is the eldest grandson of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. By the time he finished, Ebisu was practically floating with pride, already anticipating Jiraiya's flattery. If you're so capable, then you should be able to break the 5-element seal on this boy. Jiraiya flicked his wrist, tugging the fishing rod and pulling Naruto Uzumaki before him. Hey, if you two need to argue, could you let me go first? Naruto Uzumaki grumbled, but no matter how he struggled, the fishing line remained unbreakable. I said, don't you know when you're being offered a favor? Ebisu snapped back to reality. This man who had suddenly intruded hadn't even apologized, and was stealing his student right in front of him. What 5-element seal? Never heard of it. Don't push me to resort to force. Ebisu said as he strode over, vowing to make the man regret any rash move. Then he would have no good outcome. Boom. Boom. At that moment, the pond behind Jiraiya erupted with a thunderous roar. A massive torrent of water blasted skyward as a colossal creature burst forth, its aura surging with cascading water that swept Ebisu away into nothingness. Such a huge toad. Naruto Uzumaki stared in utter astonishment. Where had he ever seen such a sight? A creature that could blow away a jonin just by appearing. Impertinent brat. Gamabunta muttered, a pipe clenched between his lips. Jiraiya, are you sure you've got the right? This brat looks like a total weakling. No mistake, Jiraiya said, setting down his fishing rod as the line binding Naruto instantly released. Kid, wanna learn a few moves? Is that possible? Naruto Uzumaki showed no stage fright. This giant toad and Jiraiya were clearly close. Just how strong was this man? Before learning, we need to undo the seal first. Jiraiya pressed his palm against Naruto's abdomen, and with a surge of chakra, the 5-element seal on Naruto dissolved effortlessly. Naruto Uzumaki felt a smooth flow of chakra coursing through him and immediately dropped into a standard kneeling bow. Master, above your disciple Naruto Uzumaki. Stop. Jiraiya waved a hand. I never said I'd take you on. Want my approval? Go play in the water with Gamabunta. With that, Jiraiya walked over to a small wooden shack and began snacking on peanuts at the doorstep. Naruto Uzumaki stared at Gamabunta, gritting his teeth. Alright. How do we play? At the same time, atop a certain ravine on the outskirts of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake stood on a solitary peak. At his feet came a rustling sound. A bedraggled Sasuke Uchiha was laboriously climbing the peak under the scorching sun. What number is this? Kakashi Hatake didn't even glance away from his makeout heaven. 22. Sasuke Uchiha remained as terse as ever. Crack. Suddenly Kakashi Hatake stomped his foot. The handhold Sasuke Uchiha was clutching shattered instantly, and the boy tumbled down once more. Again. Since leaving Konoha Hospital last night, Kakashi Hatake had brought Sasuke Uchiha here. There was only one task: climb the mountain. Every time Sasuke Uchiha was about to reach the summit, Kakashi Hatake kicked him down. Kakashi Hatake gave no explanation, and Sasuke Uchiha asked none. Thus they spent the entire night. After another, while Sasuke Uchiha climbed back to that spot, 23. Announcing the number, Sasuke Uchiha let go to descend, but Kakashi Hatake grabbed him and pulled him up. Do you know why I made you climb and then kicked you down? Kakashi Hatake asked. Pant. Pant. No, Sasuke Uchiha gasped for air. Because I felt like it. Kakashi Hatake's answer was as infuriating as ever. Even Sasuke Uchiha's stoic heart felt a pang of irritation. Yes, that's the feeling. Kakashi Hatake suddenly clapped. Hatred is the fuel for growth and strength. You carry the blood feud of the Uchiha clan, but you're too reserved. If you don't release it, how can you grow stronger? Kakashi-sensei, what are you trying to say? Sasuke Uchiha didn't want to discuss this. Kakashi Hatake said nothing, instead landing a punch on Sasuke's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground with a gasp. Sasuke, this is the drawback of burying your hatred. If you want to become strong, you must unleash your hatred. Release your hatred. Uchiha Sasuke got up from the ground, carefully recalling Kakashi's words. All along he had borne the hopes of the entire Uchiha clan to chase that person and kill him with his own hands. Uchiha Sasuke lived in a way that nearly suppressed his hatred. Only thus could he be driven to constantly grow stronger. Indeed. Hatake Kakashi said, only with enough hatred can you unlock your potential and become stronger. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were somewhat dazed. It was his first time encountering such a teaching method from Hatake Kakashi. Not only did he not guide him toward conventional training methods, but instead made him understand hatred. Kakashi-sensei, I have a question. Uchiha Sasuke said slowly. What question? Where did you get your other eye? I remember the Sharingan is the ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi was startled for a moment, then pulled down his mask, a little revealing his always covered left eye. Compared to his lazy right eye, the left eye was much sharper and had a long scar. Your guess is correct, it indeed comes from your Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi spoke, his tone somewhat grave. It's from an old friend. It was the gift he left me at the end, and I've kept this eye alive all this time. To possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and to have worn it all this, well, it seems Kakashi-sensei's bond with that person must be very deep, doesn't it? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly realized it. He understood. Wasn't Kakashi constantly making him climb the mountain, and then kicking him down, also illustrating this point? Hatake Kakashi had always worn the Sharingan. Every time he used it aside from the drain, he could clearly sense the vitality of the Sharingan, and even feel the bond. All of this was driven by hatred. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke bowed to Hatake Kakashi and said, "Please Kakashi-sensei, teach me the true art of the Sharingan." No. Hatake Kakashi shook his head and said, "The art of the Sharingan is one of those few things that can only be comprehended, not conveyed in words. You have to discover your own limits yourself. Today I'm going to teach you my own original technique named Chidori." While Naruto and Sasuke began their different training, Tianming, who was sleeping in the Changchuan residence, suddenly opened his eyes. Ding! New check-in mission activated. Please proceed to the top of the high mountain on the outskirts of Konoha within the time limit to check in and receive the mission reward. Here it comes. A few days after gaining lightning release mastery, a new mission arrived. Tianming sprang up with a carp-like leap, said a quick word to Uzumaki Karen, and dashed out into the rain. He walked out of Konoha village in the rain and climbed up the mountain through the forest. Unfortunately, the weather was uncooperative. The rain only grew heavier, and with several flashes of lightning and roaring thunder, a fierce storm attacked. Standing at the mountain peak, Tianming looked at the thick dark clouds above, where silver lightning dragons danced wildly, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Host has arrived at the check-in location. Check-in in progress. Check-in duration 10 seconds. Moving mid-process will cause mission failure. The moment the system's electronic voice sounded, lightning began to interweave and converge among the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating Tianming's face with thunderlight. Crackle. Lightning burst forth from the clouds, striking directly at where Tianming stood. Dammy. What kind of crappy mission is this, making me get struck by lightning? Tianming's face turned green. Cursing aside, his posture was as steady as an old dog, not moving an inch. Because he was gambling. Every check-in mission so far had been simple. The most dangerous previous check-in mission was in the Land of Waves, where Tianming obtained the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. As the saying goes, great wealth comes from great risk. It's just lightning. Let me see what it's all about. In an instant the lightning arrived in front of Tianming, and from within the torrent of thunder a long hard object took shape. Check-in successful. Check-in reward: Thunder Nichirin Blade. Thunder breathing. 10 seconds passed, and the hard object formed from lightning before Tianming faded, its glow revealing a jet black tachi. The blade felt warm and smooth in hand, slightly heavy, but surprisingly suited Tianming. This is it. The Nichirin Blade came from the Demon Slayer dimension. Paired with its dedicated breathing technique, it is a powerful tool for slaying demons. And the one in Tianming's hand was a lightning attribute Nichirin Blade. Swish! Tianming grasped the hilt and drew the blade directly. As the Nichirin Blade left its sheath, lightning coiled around its body. The blade itself was engraved with bright yellow lightning patterns, extremely stylish and cool. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and one slash cut through the sky. Tianming swung the Nichirin Blade a few times and found it increasingly comfortable. He didn't expect the check-in rewards to be a set. The previous one was Lightning Release Mastery. This one is the Lightning Nichirin Blade. Let me comprehend the breathing technique while I'm at it. Tianming sheathed the Nichirin Blade and sat cross-legged. As the name suggests, breathing technique is a method of sensing the surrounding power through breathing. Understanding the principle, Tianming immediately released a measured amount of lightning attribute chakra, then took a deep breath. The lightning attribute chakra flowed through his nostrils into his body, reaching every limb and joint. Instantly the sound of thunder rumbled within his body. Huh. Tianming drew the blade with lightning speed and swung it. A straight blade arc cleaved the small hill before him in two. Amazing. Tianming gaped at the small hill he had cleaved apart with a single slash. The combination of this lightning release ninjutsu and the Sun Will Sword had produced an effect so earth-shattering that Tianming could hardly believe it. This single strike could probably not even be blocked by some jonin. Tianming immediately concluded that this would become his killing move. After all, at present he could only rely on his deep reserves of chakra and certain taijutsu, while the Tremor-Tremor Fruit consumed too much energy. Using it once depletes chakra, twice, and he would be completely spent. The fruit's ability was his trump card, never to be used except in dire emergencies. And at this stage, Naruto Uzumaki was learning summoning jutsu, while Sasuke Uchiha was mastering Chidori and gradually awakening the power of the curse mark and his Sharingan. If Tianming fell behind, it would be troublesome. Thank goodness. Tianming gripped his Sun Will Sword and began practicing techniques one by one on the flat mountaintop. He had no teacher, and indeed needed none. Relying on the sign-in rewards from the system and his own diligence, it was only a matter of time before he stood at the peak of the ninja world. Other transmigrators would either ruthlessly exploit the main characters, grab all resources, or become lackeys of the destined protagonists to conquer the world. But Tianming was different. He wanted to control his own destiny. He sought to compete fairly with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha and become number one. The rain continued to pour, yet Tianming kept practicing slash after slash. After an unknown span of time, the rain eased, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the ground. Clang! Tianming sheathed his sun will sword, glanced at the sky, then turned and headed back to the village. Tianming could decide his own training schedule, but the other two were not so fortunate. Naruto Uzumaki made a bet with Gamabunta. If he could stay on top of the toad's head for 24 hours, Gamabunta would acknowledge him. But at the 20th hour, Naruto had already fainted and lay unconscious on the toad's head. As for Sasuke Uchiha in the Great Rift Valley, his suffering was beyond description. Hatake Kakashi made Sasuke release and suppress his hatred, repeatedly forcing him to gather immense voltage and leap off the cliff again and again. Only by committing completely and unleashing the ultimate strike with no turning back could the true essence of Chidori be realized. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the day of the third exam. The third round was still held in the repaired area within the central tower. The only difference was that the once desolate area was now buzzing with noise and excitement. The third exam was watched by the third Hokage and several high-ranking Konoha officials, accompanied by the allied Kazekage and his Sand Village elite. Besides them, the spectator seats were filled with shinobi and civilian families. Such a grand display was indeed impressive. The genin who passed the second round were stunned by the sea of faces when they appeared. Tianming's expression remained as calm as still water. Truly worthy of the third Hokage, known for maintaining stability, even with a knife at his throat, he insisted on creating an illusion of peace and prosperity. So many people. Naruto Uzumaki had never been the center of so much attention and couldn't help but feel excited. Sasuke Uchiha, always the epitome of cool, had changed into a black short-sleeve shirt after a month of harsh training, exuding a much stronger presence. The third round of the Chunin exams will select 10 people as Chunin. Now is the time to test the results of your monthly. Are you ready? Due to Moonlight Gale's tragic death, the examiner for the third round was replaced by Hatake Kakashi. We're ready. The participants replied in unison. Hatake Kakashi took some bamboo slips from his pocket and said to everyone, "These slips have your names and numbers written on them. Slips of the same color determine your opponent, and the numbers decide the order of matches." After speaking, Hatake Kakashi tossed the bamboo slips into the air. Everyone quickly jumped up and grabbed one. Wow. Red. Naruto Uzumaki waved his slip and asked, "Who else got red?" Sasuke Uchiha silently raised his. So it really was a Team 7 internal match. Tianming certainly hadn't expected this result. The first serious confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke happened at the Valley of the End just before Sasuke defected from Konoha. Unexpectedly, it had come earlier now. Green, Shikamaru Nara said indifferently. As his voice fell, Temari also showed a green slip. Damn it. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead and said, "Kakashi-sensei, can we change opponents? I don't have a habit of fighting women." "Are you afraid of losing to a woman?" Temari shot back coldly. "Don't underestimate me. I can send you flying with one fan blow. You can forfeit." Hatake Kakashi said. Shikamaru resigned himself to fate. Though he was laid back and hated trouble, he couldn't simply admit defeat. "White." Niji Hyuga said calmly. Rock Lee slowly raised his hand. A Team 3 internal match. Lee. Niji Hyuga turned to Rock Lee and said, "Let's have a good fight." After the second round, Niji, under the narration of Hayashi Hyuga, finally learned the truth of the past, let go of his obsession, and forgave himself. Now Niji Hyuga was a completely new person. Just what I wanted. Rock Lee flashed his big white teeth. He too was looking forward to this fight. In pink, Haruno Sakura also showed her bamboo slip. This time the one to fight against the female ninja was Aburame Shino. "Kakashi-sensei, what about me?" Akimichi Choji asked quietly from the side. Though his strength was considerable, his speed could not match the others, which was why he failed to grab a bamboo slip. "Choji, there's no need for you to compete. I hereby declare you a Chunin now," Hatake Kakashi said calmly. "What?" Akimichi Choji's mouth hung open, chips falling out. Not just him, the others were also in shock. The third round hasn't even begun yet, and you tell me he's a Chunin. During the second round, I never anticipated so many would pass. And since someone withdrew before the preliminaries, a bye was already in place. The number of bamboo slips for the third round was indeed insufficient. The rule is whoever fails to grab a slip automatically gets a bye and becomes a Chunin. Hatake Kakashi explained matter-of-factly. Akimichi Choji was dumbfounded. Doing nothing and yet the biggest winner. "Asuma-sensei, congratulations on training a Chunin." From the spectator stands, Might Guy gave a thumbs up. "Should I say thanks?" Sarutobi Asuma said bluntly. "But at least it's better than your Team 3's internal fight." "No worries, isn't Team 7 also having an internal fight?" Might Guy was always optimistic. Then there's still the black slip to announce. Hatake Kakashi spoke. The others instinctively turned their gaze, the answer already clear. It was none other than the two most anticipated names. Chi-Chuan Tianming versus Gaara. As for this opponent, Tianming could only say he was satisfied. Everyone else was from Konoha, so he could neither go easy nor lose, and the fight wouldn't be thrilling. But Gaara was different. At this point, Gaara was still an enemy of Konoha, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki could take a beating. If anyone knew Tianming's thoughts, they would surely call him mad. After all, Gaara had a record of killing a jonin, a fearsome reputation. Gaara can take hits. The thought was truly insane. The two holding number one stay behind. Everyone else stepped back. Hatake Kakashi led the way away. In an instant, only Aburame Shino and Haruno Sakura remained in the arena. Shino, don't be like Shikamaru and refuse to fight a girl. Haruno Sakura laughed lightly. I won't. Aburame Shino replied coolly. The Aburame clan only cared about insects. The third round of the Chunin exam begins. With Hatake Kakashi's command, Haruno Sakura charged straight ahead. The bold Sakura went all out. The crowd, having retreated to the sidelines, watched the battle with keen interest. Tianming, however, was somewhat distracted. He either glanced at the distant sand trio or looked up at the highest seats. The high-ranking officials surrounded by ANBU bodyguards. Orochimaru's plan should be starting by now. At the same time, a large number of sound ninjas allied with sand ninjas appeared in the Forest of Death and the dense forests outside Konoha. A black crow landed on the arm of a sound ninja. He removed the note from the crow's leg, glanced at it casually, then gestured to the others in a different direction. The operation begins. At the command, several sound ninjas stepped forward, bit their thumbs in unison, and began drawing summoning techniques on the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of massive summoned snakes burst forth. From another direction, a sand jonin stood atop a tree. Suddenly, he clasped his hands in a hand-sealed chakra, erupting as countless fine grains of sand drifted down. Ninjutsu. Sandfall torrent. Boom. Boom. The ochre sand cascaded like a falling river, crashing onto the ground and crushing the Forest of Death. Simultaneously, the same scene unfolded in several parts of Konoha. Back at the central tower, the bout between Haruno Sakura and Aburame Shino had concluded. Just as Haruno Sakura knocked Aburame Shino flying and prepared for a follow-up attack, her calf was already engulfed by a dense swarm of parasitic insects. With a single command from Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura's calf would be devoured instantly. I lose. Haruno Sakura raised her hand. Thus, Aburame Shino became the second person to pass the Chunin exam. Immediately after the second match was the much-anticipated internal battle. Rock Lee and Hyuga Niji stepped to the center of the arena. Rock Lee, go for it. Big brother, go for it. Hyuga Hinata cheered from the stands. Though Hyuga Niji did not respond, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Rock Lee, let's fight with all our might. No regrets. Fight with all our might. Rock Lee's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He slid forward, closing in on Hyuga Niji, then lashed out with a roundhouse kick. 8 trigrams 11 palms. Hyuga Niji abandoned the gentle fist and unleashed his signature technique from the start. Boom. 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 The first exchange between the two was accompanied by a series of sonic booms. While the two were locked in fierce combat, Tianming appeared in the spectator stands and plopped down beside Hyuga Hinata. Tianming, you're here. Hyuga Hinata said with some surprise. Tianming reached into his pocket and pulled out an exquisite pouch. I bought this pouch for you. It contains several herbs that have a calming effect. Consider it a gift for your discharge from the hospital. This is for me. Hinata Hyuga's face instantly flushed crimson, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Don't you like it? Then I'll take it back. Tianming made a move to retrieve the pouch. I like it. This is a gift from you. It's also the first gift I've ever received. Hinata Hyuga quickly grabbed Tianming's hand and said, Ahem. What are you two doing? Kiba Inuzuka intruded with a rather mood-breaking approach. Hinata Hyuga realized she was holding Tianming's hand and retracted it like lightning. Since you like it, keep it safe. Tianming placed the pouch in Hinata Hyuga's palm and then stood up to leave. Tianming-kun, please do your best later too. Hinata Hyuga clenched her fists to cheer for Tianming. Then he'll win for you. In the arena, the battle between Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga had reached a fever pitch. The two fought back and forth, momentarily unable to decide a victor. Rock Lee had not put back on the restraints he removed after his match against Kiba Inuzuka a month ago. According to Might Guy, if Lee was accustomed to heavy weights, then wearing weights endlessly was meaningless. He should enter a state of controlling lightness. Light. Rock Lee quietly uttered a single word, then transformed into a blur and launched another attack. Niji Hyuga's Byakugan was not very effective, because Rock Lee came straight on without any tactics. This move. Niji Hyuga's eyes flickered as he instantly caught a subtle difference. He actually saw Rock Lee mobilizing chakra within his body. Lee wasn't incapable of ninjutsu, it was just that he was too slow at learning them and had taken the path of taijutsu. Had that fellow who only trained with weights awakened? Hyuga's blood also began to boil instantly. Go boys. The moment to burn our youth has arrived. In the stands, Might Guy shouted the loudest. But suddenly Might Guy stopped, his expression shifting from ecstasy to shock. Lee seemed not to be using the taijutsu he had taught him. He still remembered the words Rock Lee had spoken to him a month ago after the second round ended. Master Guy, this month I want to train alone. Whoa. Lee. So this is how you show your youth. Well done. Under Might Guy's impassioned yell, Rock Lee finally closed in on Hyuga. Niji, I prepared this specially. With those words, Rock Lee dashed right in front of Hyuga and launched a rising kick aimed at Niji's chin. Lee, don't underestimate me. As Rock Lee struck, Hyuga tapped the ground with his toe and crossed his arms to guard his chin. Boom. Rock Lee's kick slammed into Hyuga's arms and the two shot into the sky. A rapid succession of attacks and defenses unfolded like a storm. Rock Lee delivered a series of front kicks in midair, all deflected by Hyuga's gentle fist. Finally, they reached a critical point. Lee, care to show me the lotus? In response, a spinning side kick came when Hyuga blocked it. Rock Lee moved behind him parallel and loosened the red bandages on his arm. Now. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Rotation. Hyuga was no pushover either. He spread his hands wide and chakra burst from within his body, forming an absolute defense. Guy, are all your students this insane? In the stands, Asuma Sarutobi could no longer smile. One Rock Lee inventing his own taijutsu. And a Hyuga using rotation. As a Konoha Jonin, Asuma Sarutobi had dealings with the Hyuga clan during missions in the past. He knew that this technique, rotation, was a secret art of the Hyuga family. It releases chakra from the chakra points in the body at the moment of attack, forming an absolute defense. But this technique was so difficult that even among the Hyuga Jonin few could master it. Were kids nowadays already this monstrous? In the sky. Hyuga, who had activated rotation, first noticed that the bandages on Rock Lee's arm had retracted. Huh. So it wasn't the lotus. Niji, this move of mine is called Foolish Bird. Nice to meet you. As Rock Lee spoke, the long-prepared stomping kick crashed against rotation. A storm of kicks hammered against rotation, all deflected. Yet Hyuga had an ominous premonition. Rock Lee's Foolish Bird had not yet come. Swish. Amid the leg shadows so fast they were nearly non-existent, suddenly there came a cry like a newborn bird. Here it comes. Rock Lee's kick stacked all his chakra, one kick followed instantly by a second. When Hyuga withstood the first strike, his expression changed drastically. Rock Lee's second kick arrived before rotation with lightning speed, but paused unnaturally for a second. The next instant, Hyuga's absolute defense shattered, and he plummeted like a cannonball. Bandages. The red bandages on Rock Lee's arm landed first on the ground, forming a bird's nest shape. Boom. The ground immediately cracked. When the unconscious Rock Lee fell to the ground, Hyuga inside the bird nest coughed up blood and suddenly caught a strong smell of blood. It was not his blood, the source of the smell was the bandages beneath him. The third round of battles left the spectators awestruck. Both the exceptionally talented Hyuga Niji and the indescribably extraordinary Rock Lee shattered everyone's perception. As Hatake Kakashi walked into the arena and was about to announce the result while looking at the unconscious Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji beside him raised his hand. Kakashi-sensei, I lost. Rock Lee has lost consciousness. According to the rules, you've won, Hatake Kakashi said calmly. No, Hyuga Niji shook his head and picked up the red bandage. Lee's attack completely pierced my rotation. At the final moment, Lee caught me with his bandage. If he had caught himself, I would be the one lying on the ground. That's it. When did the bandage turn red? It's clearly the blood he shed after training the Foolish Bird technique. I, Hyuga Niji, admit defeat wholeheartedly. Kakashi, respect Niji's choice, Might Guy said as he approached. Nisai Tenten also appeared and helped Hyuga Niji up. Might Guy carried Rock Lee and walked toward the medical ninjas rushing to the sidelines. Third round, second match. Winner, Rock Lee promoted to Chunin. From then on, Konoha gained a genius of hard work. After the second match ended, the young ninjas of Konoha on the sidelines were all thrilled, and this emotion even infected Tianming. He, a transmigrator who knew the entire plot of Naruto, had actually been drawn into it. With that thought, Tianming looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi on the high platform. From his mouth had once come a saying, where leaves dance, fire also burns endlessly. Is that what it means? Tianming watched Rock Lee being carried away, then turned to look at the Konoha 12 and the ninja of Konoha around him. It seemed the story had already deviated from the original Naruto. Everyone grows and changes make them different. This kind of ninja world is what Tianming likes most, full of endless possibilities. The people of Konoha seem decent, said Gaara, who rarely spoke from the Suna trio. Gaara, you can't be interested in that kind of trash, and our goal isn't the Chunin exams, Kankuro said. No, Gaara glanced sideways, his eyes full of curiosity. What I'm interested in is Qingchuan Tianming, someone who like me fought through the second round. How does he have so many friends? When Gaara's gaze met his, Tianming also looked over. Above the viewing area, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was exceedingly vivid as he said, "This Chunin exam is truly splendid." No need to rush, there are even more exciting things to come, the Kazekage beside him said meaningfully. Yes, I've heard that your beloved son Gaara already possesses formidable strength at such a young age. Let us continue watching. In the arena, as the third match was announced, Temari, holding a green bamboo stick, stepped back into the field on her triple fan. Pineapple head, I'll show you the power of a woman. Pineapple head. Nara Shikamaru's expression turned strange. Who are you calling a pineapple head? Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a woman. Shikamaru's standing so far, how can she hear you? Uzumaki Naruto behind him chuckled, then kicked Shikamaru's rear, sending him off the field. Uzumaki Naruto, you ambushed me. In the future, Nara Shikamaru would be extremely grateful for that kick. After entering the field in an undignified posture, he had no choice but to fight seriously. What a bother fighting a woman, Nara Shikamaru complained. Then Temari grabbed the handle of her triple fan and slammed it down heavily. Boom. The ground shook, leaving a large crater, but when the dust cleared, Nara Shikamaru was seen clinging to the wall, having dodged the strike. Nice speed, but can you dodge this? Temari snorted coldly, swinging the triple fan diagonally. Wind release. In an instant, the arena was swept by a violent gale. Blades of wind infused with chakra densely bombarded the wall. Nara Shikamaru reacted swiftly, moving rapidly through the wind blades and dodging behind a tree in the arena. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikamaru formed hand seals, and his shadow shot toward Temari like a rope. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Temari instinctively glanced back and saw the shadow emerging from behind the tree. In an instant, Temari reacted and retreated. As she neared the wall, she unfolded her triple fan and thrust it into the ground, deciding to use this move to ward off the shadow. However, Shikamaru's shadow stopped just short of the triple fan. A step too slow, Nara Shikamaru could only withdraw his shadow. What a bother. It retracted. Seeing the shadow shrink back through the gap, Temari couldn't help but feel relieved that she had reacted so quickly, and she also gained a bit of respect for Shikamaru. This guy may have a sharp tongue, but his battle awareness is quite impressive. Battle awareness and combat power are different. Combat power is individual strength, while battle awareness is a comprehensive ability to assess and adapt to the situation. Temari could perceive this because she herself was adept at analysis. Launch an attack by entering a blind spot the moment wind release is activated. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes from the spectator area, unable to see clearly at all. Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique. Tianming said calmly, "Can you see that clearly, Tianming?" The other youngsters beside him asked in surprise as well. Like Naruto, they had not seen the movements of the two. Tianming nodded and said, although Shikamaru doesn't use powerful offensive jutsu, his speed cannot be underestimated. Just now Temari used wind release, but Shikamaru dodged before the wind technique arrived and simultaneously launched the shadow imitation technique. How do you know Shikamaru even better than we do? Akimichi Choji stopped eating his chips. To be honest, every time I fight Shikamaru, he never attacks hidden, and I end up being controlled by him inexplicably. Because Shikamaru is not a combat ninja. He uses tactics. As soon as Tianming spoke, almost all the youngsters gathered around. Everyone's chakra is limited and it takes time to recover. In theory, a ninja's battle is merely about allocating chakra. What Shikamaru does is simply distribute his chakra evenly according to his will. Everyone gasped in awe. Although they didn't fully understand Tianming's words, they grasped his meaning. Kurenai, do you know anything about Qingchuan Tianming from Team 7? Sarutobi Hiruzen came over to Yuhi Kurenai with a smile. You were assigned to guard the venue. Is it really okay for you to wander around? Kurenai had a bad impression of this brat. What's the problem? Hiruzen shrugged. But this kid is quite special. His family is not a major clan, and he didn't even attend the Ninja Academy before directly joining Team 7. I thought he was just an insignificant presence, but now it seems he is the most brilliant one. After the second round, where Qingchuan Tianming and Gaara were both rated as, information about Tianming was no longer a secret. Among the court jonin of Konoha, his story was not unfamiliar. He was unanimously recognized as the #1 among the young. Although several teams had outstanding performances in the current exam, they simply could not compare to Qingchuan Tianming. Could a child personally placed into Team 7 by the third Hokage be anything less than outstanding? Kurenai said indifferently. Although I don't like him, I won't deny his strength. Asuma, don't you remember? Every era has its extraordinary beings. Haha, you have a pretty high opinion of him. Asuma Sarutobi laughed awkwardly. Let's carry out the mission. With that, Kurenai walked towards another area. At that moment, a group of new Umbu appeared around the venue, silently replacing the original Umbu. Lord Orochimaru, the time is approaching. When will you make your move? Kabuto Yakushi muttered behind his fox mask. The scene returned to the arena. The battle between Temari and Nara Shikamaru continued. You're done now, aren't you? Temari drew a line on the ground and taunted. I've figured out the range of your shadows, and that tree has been cut down. Do you have anything else? Temari, a ninja with considerable strength and insight, had calculated the attack range of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique after just a short exchange. TCH. Shikamaru clicked his tongue in exasperation. Women and trouble. Self-righteous women are a big problem. Bastard. Then go to heaven. Temari couldn't stand Shikamaru's aloof demeanor. Even though he was no match for her, he kept making excuses to rile her up. Wind release weasel. With a swing of Temari's one-star fan, deep ruts were gouged into the ground. The obviously stronger and sharper wind blades twisted towards Shikamaru. After the fierce wind passed, Shikamaru was not blown away, but he sustained considerable injuries. Parachute. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru climbed to his feet through his headband-bound kunai and simultaneously launched the shadow imitation technique. Is that useful? Temari lightly jumped back, ready to counterattack. She thought she had figured Shikamaru out. However, the moment she landed, her legs instantly went numb. Oh, I forgot to mention. My shadow imitation technique can not only be controlled in direction and range with chakra, but also changes according to shadow conditions. Shikamaru walked forward as he spoke. Temari's body involuntarily moved forward as well. She forced her head to turn and saw that the shadow was emerging from the pit behind her. Suddenly everything became clear. From the very beginning, while dodging, he had placed the shadow imitation technique in the pit, and every time the technique seemed to miss, it was a fake. His aim was to force her to drop her guard and move closer to the pit. The two stood face to face. Looks like you finally understand. How does it feel? I lost. Hey. Shikamaru raised his hand and Temari involuntarily raised hers. However, after raising his hand, Shikamaru's next words shocked everyone. I give up. A single "I concede" left Temari utterly dumbfounded. Not only Temari, but all the spectators were stunned as well. Sarutobi Asuma nearly rolled off his perch. Damn it, Shikamaru, what nonsense are you spouting? Take it back. How could anyone be driven to madness like this? Who would hand over the fruits of victory after winning a match? Sorry, Asuma-sensei. Nara. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. I'm not good at close combat. If this were a life or death battle, I might have lost long ago. So I concede. With that, Nara Shikamaru released his shadow imitation technique and strode out of the arena with flair. Meanwhile, Temari remained frozen in place, staring at his pineapple-shaped silhouette, her heart in complete disarray. Since Shikamaru conceded and withdrew, the victor of this match naturally became Temari. Are you alright? Back in the Suna area, Kankuro whispered, we didn't come here just for the Chunin exams. And isn't it good that you've been promoted to Chunin by chance? I know you don't need to lecture me. Temari immediately resumed her aloof demeanor. On the Konoha side, Nara Shikamaru was met with a triple barrage of questions upon his return. Shikamaru, have you lost your mind? Why did you give up? Uzumaki Naruto said with chagrin. Becoming a Chunin means taking higher-level missions, earning big money, and becoming popular with the ladies. Why would you refuse? Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage, simply couldn't understand. Because I'm not interested in the Chunin position. And the Nara clan, though not a major family, doesn't lack money. As for girls, I haven't given them any thought. But that's no excuse for your lecture nor for your sneak attack just now. Nara Shikamaru retorted, settling old school. Nara Shikamaru. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma appeared at the edge of the arena, itching to land a few good punches on him. Asuma. Hatake Kakashi called out to him. Respect his choice. Kakashi, don't preach from a position of ease. Your Team 7 hasn't finished their matches yet, Sarutobi Asuma said languidly. Team 7 still had 3 members yet to fight aside from Haruno Sakura, who had already forfeited. And his own Team 10. Yamanaka Ino had been eliminated, Akimichi Choji had advanced to Chunin by default, and now Shikamaru, who had finally shown promise, had actually conceded. Asuma, you're wrong. Whether Team 7 has fought or not, I won't interfere with their choices. Even if they remain genin for life, I won't say a word, Hatake Kakashi said slowly. Little did Kakashi, who would later become the 6th Hokage, know that he would never have imagined of his 4 disciples 3 would stay as genin. Whatever, Sarutobi Asuma sighed, then shot a glare at Shikamaru, who was still among the crowd. I'll let you off this time, but you'll have to face your parents on your own. Asuma ultimately refrained from punishing Shikamaru, partly due to Kakashi's reasoning, but also because he knew the Nara family disciplined their children even more harshly. After this minor interlude, only 2 battles remained in the 3rd round, the ones everyone was eager. Sasuke, let's go. Uzumaki Naruto punched his fist into his palm with confidence, then held his head high and marched into the center of the arena. Uchiha Sasuke silently moved to the opposite side. Go Sasuke. Go Sasuke. The cheers from Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, each trying to outdo the other, rang out from the sidelines. It doesn't matter if no one cheers for me. Uzumaki Naruto had long grown accustomed to being unpopular. Uzumaki Naruto, fight hard. Just then Tianming's clear voice rang out from the edge of the arena. Naruto froze, then turned to Tianming, flashing a big grin. I'll give it my all. This battle between Naruto and Sasuke was the one Tianming had been most focused on. Even the earlier fights between Rock Lee and Hyuga Niji hadn't held his attention so intently. No one knew. This battle was the first clash between the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. At this very moment, aside from being teammates in Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had taken on another identity in Tianming's eyes. That is rivals. Everyone has their obsessions. Naruto wanted to become Hokage, Sasuke carried the blood feud of his clan and sought revenge. And his Qingchuan Tianming's answer was to ascend to the true pinnacle of the shinobi world. In the arena neither Naruto nor Sasuke moved, they simply faced each other in calm silence. Sasuke, do you know how much I hated your smug face the first time I saw you? I still do actually. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Anyway, I'm going to beat you today, so remember that well. Because I'm going to be enough with the chatter. Uchiha Sasuke already annoyed through Shoken. Naruto stepped back and formed hand signs, shadow clone. In an instant 4 or 5 Naruto clones armed with shuriken charged forward. And Sasuke countered without hesitation. A month of intense training for both had finally come to the moment of truth. Boom. Boom. They clashed in the middle of the arena, engaging in close quarters combat. After training with Gamabunta, Naruto's chakra control and body movement had improved enormously. And Sasuke needed no introduction. He had learned from Kakashi how to be fearless, leaving almost no weaknesses. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. A fireball shot from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth instantly engulfing several of Naruto's clones. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki used his clones to block the fireball and his real body directly pierced through, throwing a fist towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke shifted his weight to his lower body, crouched down, and executed a sweeping leg kick, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Bam me. Naruto Uzumaki's body was swept into the air. As Naruto lost balance, Uchiha Sasuke thrust out a punch. Naruto Uzumaki quickly crossed his arms to block. Finally, the two separated. The little strong ones on the sidelines watched the battle with grim expressions. When did even the bottom-ranked Naruto become this strong? Sasuke, this is the you I know come again. Naruto Uzumaki for the first time at a disadvantage didn't care and launched another attack. Taste this. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals. Countless shadow clones appeared, and the moment they appeared they directly threw shuriken. Swish! A dense shower of shuriken came sweeping in like a blanket. Uchiha Sasuke could only dodge with his body skills, of the ones he couldn't avoid were knocked away with his kunai. Now! Wind-style Wind Demon Shuriken. Naruto Uzumaki changed his hand seals, and his shadow clones instantly released a wind-natured chakra that converged in the air. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's real body took out a Wind Demon Shuriken several times larger than an ordinary shuriken. Go! Naruto swung his arm in a full circle and threw the Wind Demon Shuriken. The large shuriken flew out, directly pierced through the wind-natured chakra created by the shadow clones and instantly changed speed in midair, shooting towards Uchiha Sasuke. The people on the sidelines were stunned by this move again. Even Tianming was momentarily startled, but quickly understood. In the original story, the Wind Demon Shuriken was a technique completed by the cooperation of Sasuke and Naruto in the Land of Waves. Through shadow clones and transformation technique, they cooperated seamlessly, achieving a significant effect. Is this technique something Naruto Uzumaki developed on his own? The current Naruto world has overall deviated, so even some abnormal things are normal. In the past month, Naruto followed Jiraiya. What if he taught him something besides summoning technique? Boom! The Wind Demon Shuriken stabbed into the ground, directly leaving a shocking crack on the ground. The crack spread all the way to the wall, and half of the Wind Demon Shuriken had embedded into the wall. But there was no sound from Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly looked up and saw lightning flashing in the sky, then a figure descended from above. Chidori. The lightning, accompanied by chirping birds, slammed into the ground, and the violent lightning also engulfed Naruto Uzumaki. Shortly after, a figure flew out of the smoke. It was Naruto Uzumaki. The smoke cleared. Uchiha Sasuke's body went limp and he knelt on the ground. Immediately, a large amount of blood seeped from his left shoulder and armpit. It turned out that he hadn't completely escaped from that last attack either. Uchiha Sasuke slowly walked towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, lying on the ground, was convulsing after taking a direct hit from Chidori. Sasuke, it's like this, you don't need to go for the kill. Naruto Uzumaki was a bit worried. Would this arrogant guy take revenge for being hurt? Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke stood still and extended his right hand to Naruto on the ground. Winner. Uchiha Sasuke. Then Kakashi Hatake announced the result. The medical ninjas on the sidelines quickly grabbed stretchers and ran towards the two staggering figures walking their way. While others marveled at the thrilling battle between the two, Tianming remained calm. The first battle between Sasuke and Naruto, dramatic unfolding, expected outcome. At this stage, Naruto Uzumaki was not proficient in summoning, didn't know Rasengan, let alone the later power-ups. While Uchiha Sasuke's overall strength was superior to his. After Sasuke and Naruto left the arena, dust rose in the field. When the dust settled, a figure stood there. It was Gaara with a gourd slanted on his back and an indifferent expression. Seeing Gaara enter, Tianming also slightly stretched his body. After watching the show from the sidelines for so long, it was finally his turn. Qingchuan Tianming, if you can't handle that guy, just surrender directly. Before going on stage, Kakashi Hatake advised. That kid has a record of killing a jounin, and he's also the son of the Kazekage. Losing to him is not shameful. Tianming smiled faintly. Kakashi-sensei, none of that matters. No matter if the one standing in front is the son of the Kazekage, or the Kazekage himself, I will not back down without a fight. Besides, I've also killed a Jounin. Kakashi Hatake was stunned for a moment then smiled. Dear best. As Qingchuan Tianming stepped onto the stage, the most anticipated and final battle of the Chunin exam finally began. I have a technique that can wrap my sand around the opponent's body and completely drain their blood. The poor soul in the forest was like that. In the second round you tied with me for the most kills. Your method of killing makes me curious and excited. Gaara smiled eerily. This was his favor towards the strong. Stop pretending to be a big bad wolf. The thing inside you won't save you either. I said so. Tianming spoke calmly, exuding dominance. You say everyone has cheats, why are you putting on such a front? AI Luo's pupils contracted slightly. The one-tailed Shoha sealed within him was his greatest secret, known only to a select few in the phone country. How could he possibly know? However, AI Luo quickly recovered. You're indeed different from the others. I hope you last. With that he removed the stopper from the gourd on his back and faint yellow sand began to flow out. Tianming raised his hand and a kunai shot through the air. Ding! As the kunai approached AI Luo, a layer of yellow sand rose up, deflecting the kunai. From the sand emerged a humanoid form. It was AI Luo's sand clone. Not much different from the original story, the sand in AI Luo's gourd was actually a mechanism formed by his mother to protect him. The sand clone bore about 80% of AI Luo's appearance. After deflecting the kunai, it instantly counterattacked, forming a sand spear that pierced through the air. Tianming did not retreat, instead he waved his hand. Dense chakra covered his palm, and with a single slap, he dispersed the sand spear. Manifesting chakra, you're indeed impressive. AI Luo couldn't help but praise, then his face twisted into a snarl. Explode. The moment the word left his lips, the sand clone erupted, unleashing countless sand blades that shot out. Tianming, however, flickered and turned into an afterimage. In the next instant he appeared behind AI Luo and delivered a punch. Boom. A layer of sand blocked Tianming's punch, but the force penetrated the sand and grazed AI Luo's face as he turned around. The first exchange between the two surpassed all the shock caused by previous matches. Whether it was the sand from AI Luo's gourd that automatically attacked and defended, or Qingchuan Tianming's uncanny speed and the power that pierced through the sand. Explode. Tianming uttered the word and distanced himself. Standing in place, AI Luo could not react in time and was struck by the lightning release that Tianming had channeled through his punch, exploding his head. With his ultimate chakra control, Tianming had long mastered chakra to a supernatural level. Forget hand seals and ninjutsu, he simply concealed the lightning release within his punch's force, sending chakra straight to AI Luo's face as the punch penetrated. Boom. With the explosion, AI Luo's face cracked like a shattered eggshell and his outer layer broke apart like a shell. In their first exchange had he simultaneously broken through AI Luo's sand clone and sand armor. In the stands, Shoju and Kanjialang were stunned. They knew AI Luo's strength, but this Qingchuan Tianming seemed far too powerful, didn't he? Shoju suddenly recalled the meaningful words Qingchuan Tianming had said when they first arrived in Mai. So he wasn't bluffing, it was real. As for Kanjialang, his body was already trembling. If he had forcibly struck with crow back, then it might have been himself who would have shattered. Tianming, go for it. Beat this pandas guy. Xuanhua Mingren was the type with a sharp tongue and loud voice. In light of Qingchuan Tianming's earlier cheers, he began to reciprocate. On the field, AI Luo stood still like a statue, almost withdrawn, while Tianming looked somewhat expectant. Yes, toward this killing machine capable of killing Jounin. Tianming was not worried or scared, on the contrary, he was excited. Are you going to use the power of Shoha? Tianming's calm words directly shattered AI Luo's composure. How does this guy know everything? He hit the nail on the head. You're worthy of my full strength. AI Luo's words were an admission. As he crossed his hands, the yellow sand from the gourd spewed out, floated around him, and then condensed into a sphere. Although AI Luo was a killing machine and an unsociable one-tailed Jinchuriki, he was still just a child. There was simply no comparison with Tianming, who had lived 2 lives and had gone through the entire Naruto series. Therefore, AI Luo abandoned wind release ninjutsu and directly used the power of the tailed beast. And this was exactly what Tianming wanted. AI Luo. Shoju couldn't help but cry out, stunned. This wasn't part of their plan. Earlier, AI Luo, the calm one who told her and Kanjialang not to cause trouble, was now directly using Shi's power. It's useless. Once he starts that, AI Luo's mind will be partly taken over by that thing. Kanjialang said slowly. Let's wait for the sound ninjas to act. If it comes to worst, take AI Luo away. We have no choice. Within the field, the yellow sand quickly enveloped AI Luo into a chocolate ball. Tianming cooperatively performed hand seals and cast a small lightning release jutsu. A lightning ball struck the shell without effect, but the next moment Tianming stabbed a kunai into the same spot. Crack crack. Cracking sounds erupted and the sphere instantly writhed with half of its sprouting spikes that thrust toward Tianming. But Tianming was prepared and slapped several explosive tags onto the spikes. Boom. The sphere shattered, revealing Wa Ai Luo with half an arm and a beast-like tailed beast body looking disheveled. You did that on purpose. Wa Ai Luo said coldly. Even this technique couldn't hurt him. Could it be that Qingchuan Tianming had seen through him, that even using his power couldn't harm him? Then wasn't he just a waste? The belief he had built since childhood collapsed. Wa Ai Luo was about to— Gaara's expression twisted gradually, unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who was also a Jinchuriki. Gaara had known of Shikaku's existence since childhood. From the moment he was born, his father Raza had cultivated him to use Shikaku's power. It had already been a few years since he awakened by killing his uncle Yashimaru. Now Gaara had great control over the power of the one-tail Shikaku. Gaara, whose beliefs had been shattered, abandoned calm reasoning and was about to erupt. Just then a smoke bomb flew into the arena. Amidst the pervasive fog, Temari and Kankuro managed to take Gaara away before he completely erupted. The emotionally unstable Gaara could not even serve as a combatant, rashly turning into a one-tail before Konoha's eyes could be a catastrophic disaster. Tianming stood still, not watching the direction the three fled, but instead raising his eyes to look upward. Orochimaru was about to make his move. Just as everyone was still reeling from the dramatic departure of the three, the Umbus standing around the spectator stands began performing hand seals in unison. Global Hypnosis Technique. Led by Kabuto Yakushi, a wide-range hypnosis jutsu enveloped the area, causing the majority of people in the audience to fall asleep. A sudden change occurred. The Jonin present instantly took positions ready for battle. On the high platform at the moment the hypnosis technique was cast, the Kazekage had already appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressing a kunai against his neck. Fourth Kazekage, are you going to do something foolish? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled. The Kazekage did not speak, but instead grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen and burst through the ceiling. The four Umbu guarding him immediately rushed forward, but were sliced in half by a wind blade. The severed Umbu scattered into the four corners. No blood spurted out, instead smoke rose. Four unfamiliar faces appeared. Standing on the four sides were exactly Orochimaru's four subordinates. Kadamaru, Tayuya, Sakan, and Yukon and Jirobo stood in the four corners, respectively, beginning to perform synchronized hand seals. The complex seals were completed simultaneously as the four slapped the ground. With the four forming the corners, a purple barrier instantly rose over the entire rooftop area. Once the four violet flames formation was complete, it completely sealed off the outside. The Konoha Umbu below rushed in to forcefully break out, but were instantly burned to ashes by the barrier. You scum, don't even think about disturbing Lord Orochimaru. Kadamaru at one corner opened his mouth and spat out spider silk, marking a boundary. Any who crossed would die. Recalling the sight of their comrade instantly incinerated, the other Umbu dared not move. Inside the four violet flames formation, the Kazekage lowered the kunai, tore off the human skin mask before Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, "Saruto by Sensei, it's been a long time." Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Orochimaru was attacking Konoha, but seeing him again still stirred his emotions. What exactly do you want in Konoha? Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Back then you said a ninja could never learn all the jutsu. So I swore I would defeat you, the professor of ninjutsu, and prove myself. It seems your obsession is as deep as ever." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a bitter smile and said, "After killing me, what then? Destroy Konoha." Orochimaru said without hesitation, "In that case I'll have a go at you." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, A battle of earth-shattering proportions was about to erupt within the four violet flames formation, while outside the barrier chaos reigned. After the audience was hypnotized, the Hidden Nin and soon Nin leaped out together, while the Konoha Umbu also revealed themselves. At the same time, various defense lines in Konoha became battlegrounds for ninjas from three villages. The venue was in chaos. The young ninjas were at a loss. The situation is critical. The Chunin exam is suspended. Hatake Kakashi quickly arrived beside the rookies and commanded, "Qingchuan Tianming, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Shino, Aburame. Now I'm sending you four to pursue Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and the others. Sakura, Haruno, Ino, Yamanaka, you two try to dispel the genjutsu and treat the wounded. Shikamaru, Nara, Choji, Akimichi, Kiba, Inuzuka, Rock, Lee, Niji, Hyuga, you are responsible for staying here and protecting them." Yes. In combat mode, everyone cooperated highly. The members of Team 7, even before the order was fully given, directly leaped into the air, didn't even use the gate, and vaulted over the high wall. After exiting the wall, the four saw that the formerly lush and terrifying forest of death was no more. Now it was a scene of devastation with yellow sand everywhere. No time to sightsee, pursue. Tianming left a sentence and dashed toward the sparse forest area. Naruto, Uzumaki, Shino, Aburame, and Sasuke, Uchiha could only follow behind. Yellow sand covered most of the forest area, and the three fugitives would never have walked on the sand. After pursuing for a while, Tianming indeed saw traces on the trees ahead. There was obvious sand on the tree. Tianming recognized it as from Gaara's gourd. Continue forward. Given Gaara's current condition, Temari and Kankuro could not possibly be too fast. Meanwhile, the three from Suna also discovered they were being pursued. "Put me down," Gaara said calmly. "Your condition is unstable." Kankuro hadn't finished speaking when Gaara jumped off his back. "Wa ai luo." Kanjio Lang roared directly. He was furious, he was protecting him and keeping him hidden from the pursuit of Mu Yi, and yet he was still unsatisfied. The ones chasing us are not Mu Yes Jonin. What AI Luo said indifferently. And even if they were, it wouldn't matter. What AI Luo leaned against the tree trunk, adjusting his massive transformed arm of the tailed beast. Kenyo Lang. Shoju shot a glance at him. He understood instantly and turned back the way they came. What AI Luo's gaze shifted, not understanding Kenyo Lang's intention. What AI Luo, I know you're competitive, but your body hasn't fully mastered the power of the tailed beast. While your tailed beast transformation is formidable, its instability is also your weakness. Besides, the sand around Mu Yi is too scarce for your fighting style. Kenyo Lang is buying you some time now. Let's move ahead and find a more suitable battlefield for the hidden sand. As she spoke, Shoju reached out and pulled what AI Luo up, and the two continued forward. Ninja are not necessarily dependent on terrain, but when the environment complements their techniques, the power amplifies. For instance, a water release user is inherently stronger fighting near rivers, lakes, or seas. The ideal terrain for what AI Luo would be an open arid place with wind and sand. Behind them, Tianming led a group of 4, gradually approaching the spot where the 3 had just stood. Suddenly a barrage of shuriken came flying from ahead, tearing through the air. The 4 reacted, swiftly dodging. Whoosh! A dark figure erupted behind you, NVG9. In a flash of lightning, the Kakacha bugs formed a wall to... From the corner of his eye, Tianming spotted the puppet crow disappearing again. Playing dirty with sneak attacks. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me face to face. Xianhua Mingren immediately couldn't hold back his foul mouth. Mingren. Tianming shook his head. Verbal persuasion isn't for now. We still need to pursue what AI Luo. But what about the one ambushing us from behind? Xianhua Mingren asked. I'll catch up as soon as I can. That's a promise. UNVG Nai adjusted his sunglasses and left his back to the other 3. Let's go. Tianming naturally trusted UNVG Nai. After all, the bug guy was a man undefeated. The Aburame clan's insect control was not to be underestimated. Catch up quickly. Who gave you the nerve? Suddenly the puppet crow charged from under the tree, blades in both hands. In a storm of sword and shadow, it hacked the entire tree into dust. UNVG Nai, however, used his Kakacha bugs to leap to another tree. Humph. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm as blood dripped down his sleeve. During the Chunin exam, I just wasn't going all out. Now let me show you the true art of the puppet. Another volley of shuriken flew toward his face. The puppet crow also appeared behind UNVG Nai, its eerie face resembling Kenyo Lang's. On the other side, Team 7 finally emerged from the forest, but the barren land before them sent chills down their spines. What had once been a dense forest was now only neatly cut stumps. Are we under a genjutsu? Xianhua Mingren asked in disbelief. No. Tianming smiled and turned to look behind him. There stood Shoju holding her 3-star fan. Wow. Isn't this the woman who beat Luan? Xianhua Mingren exclaimed as if discovering a new world. The princess' daily amnesia went unnoticed. Compared to Xianhua Mingren's confusion, Yu Jibo Zhuozhu spoke with obvious tension. Qichuan Tianming. Shoju suddenly spoke. What AI Luo waits for you ahead. Understood. Tianming nodded and swaggered forward. Zhua and Ming wanted to follow, but Shoju's shuriken had already reached them. Your opponent is me. What AI Luo was easy to find. After a few steps, Tianming saw his silhouette with the gourd on his back, except the stopper had already been pulled off. Fight here. Tianming asked, then quickly formed hand seals. The Riluan Dao fell into his palm. As a major reward from the system, Tianming usually kept the Riluan Dao hidden stored in his system backpack. Holding the Riluan Dao with one hand before it even left the sheath, crackling lightning was already eager to burst forth. Wind release, fire release, lightning release. What AI Luo slowly turned, his gaze filled with frenzied battlelust. You too? What AI Luo asked. Tianming shook his head. He understood that What AI Luo's question was whether Tianming was also a Jinchuriki. I see. What AI Luo nodded lightly. To push me this far without the power of a tailed beast. Mother can finally let you drink the wonderful blood. As What AI Luo's words fell, 2 massive walls of sand shot up like tsunamis, surging toward Tianming. Without restraint, What AI Luo's opening move far exceeded the ordinary. Qinchuan Tianming looked up at the descending sand walls, feeling the immense pressure, but did not dodge. His chakra surged, forming a defensive barrier around his body. Meeting my jutsu hidden. In answer, a lightning blade arc ripped through the sand, slashing toward What AI Luo. What AI Luo quickly raised his sand armor, yet his proudest defense didn't hold for even a second. Boom. The lightning blade's momentum weakened after piercing through 2 techniques, but it still struck behind Gaara, who was sent flying by the residual force. Tianming burst out of the sand, holding his blade with the drawn Nichirin sword shimmering with intricate lightning patterns. Astonishingly, after the impact, Tianming only had torn clothes. Gaara staggered to his feet, a gruesome wound on his chest from which sand slowly trickled out. His composure completely shattered, and he began forcibly hypnotizing himself. Suddenly the left half of his body writhed and began to transform into Shikaku's facial features. Swish! Shikaku's claws tore through, carving a deep trench in the ground. Tianming leaped high to evade the strike, but below yellow sand erupted into sharp spikes that thrust upward. Lightning release mountain thunder seal. Tianming formed hand seals in midair, and as the seals changed, lightning coalesced into a miniature mountain that crashed down, colliding with countless sand spikes with a tremendous roar. With a loud explosion, chakra scattered in all directions. Tianming descended from the sky, his Nichirin Blade about to pierce Shikaku's arm. Rumble. Suddenly another massive arm lashed out instantly. Tianming quickly changed his move, positioning his Nichirin Blade to guard in front of him. Taking Shikaku's blow, Tianming was sent flying far away. Tianming's mentality remained largely unchanged. Tailed beasts were rare battle assets in the ninja world. Any faction possessing one essentially held the initiative in war. One-tail Shikaku was not so easily overpowered by Tianming. Meanwhile, Gaara's face gradually began to undergo one-tail transformation, his features twisting violently. He detested this state of himself. Yet he did not resist the surging power within. Swish! Gaara launched an active assault, and with his movement the yellow sand around him shifted instantly. Clang! Clang! Tianming charged forward with his blade, clashing head-on with Gaara. At the same time, both were astonished. To Gaara, the blade in Tianming's hand was bizarre. He had never seen a ninja tool that could affect a tailed beast. Tianming, on the other hand, marveled at Shikaku's power. An arm that looked ordinary was as hard as metal. Gaara, your opponent is tough. How about giving me a little more of your body? Suddenly the voice within resounded, dripping with temptation. Shut up. Gaara's expression changed as he roared. His life had been ruined by this creature, and due to the unstable seal, he couldn't even sleep. Haha, you want to use my power to defeat the opponent, but you don't want me to take over your entire body. Let me tell you, in this state alone you will still lose. Shikaka chuckled and fell silent. As for Gaara's inner drama, it was unknown to the outside world, including Tianming. So in an instant he created over a dozen clones that surged forward toward Gaara, one after another. Gaara swung his hand, tearing apart the clones before him. But the moment the clones vanished, a fireball technique was already right in his face. Gaara was blasted away again, this time with his body catching fire. Qingchuan Tianming slowly approached and said, "So, this is the one-tailed Jinchuriki." To be honest, Tianming had expected Gaara to surprise him, but alas, there was no surprise. Gaara was merely someone who could release one-tailed Shikaku but couldn't control it. In the original story, the reason he seemed so formidable was largely because Sasuke and Naruto at that time were too weak, making him look good by comparison. At that time, Naruto couldn't use the Rasengan or Nine-Tails mode, and Sasuke couldn't use the Curse Mark or Susanoo. If Naruto hadn't summoned Gamabunta to fight the full-bodied Shikaku, Tianming understood the reason he was stronger than Naruto and Sasuke at the same period, suppressing his opponent to an extent even greater than Gaara's own advantage. This caused their battle to feel like punching a sandbag. Gaara read disappointment on Qingchuan Tianming's face. Disappointment? Does he think I'm too weak? In an instant, Gaara recalled the past. In the village, only two people had ever thought him weak. One was his iron-hearted father. The other was his uncle, whose death had driven Gaara completely insane. No matter how much control he had over Shikaku, in their eyes he was weak. And now he felt the same judgment from this. Tianming, standing opposite Gaara, clearly sensed a change in Gaara's aura. A layer of yellow sand instantly spread. In the next moment, the ground for miles seemed to suddenly sink, and an invisible pressure emanated from the sand. The yellow sand dissipated, and finally the one-tailed Shikaku, towering like a small hill, emerged. Shikaku's true form is a marten covered in cursed seals, proficient in wind release and magnet release techniques. The manifested Shikaku locked its enormous pupils onto Tianming, then lowered its body and opened its massive mouth wide. A massive amount of wind release chakra gathered at Shikaku's mouth, forming a sphere. In an instant, the surrounding space began to warp slightly, and the immense wind force tore the ground apart. Boom! The wind sphere, akin to a small hill, hurtled toward Qingchuan Tianming in a crushing manner. If this were wartime, Tianming would already be dead. Because a tailed beast's power is not something any ordinary ninja can withstand. Facing Shikaku's wind-release drilling air bullet, Qingchuan Tianming gripped his Nichirin Blade with both hands, pouring chakra into the blade. Lightning release single-stroke thunder flash. Lightning release one-line thunder flash. This was a technique Qingchuan Tianming developed by integrating chakra with the total concentration breathing method. It took an entire month to perfect. Every day, when rain and thunder fell, Tianming would practice his blade atop the mountain. The emergence of this technique signified that Qingchuan Tianming had fused the cultivation laws of two realms. The total concentration breathing method from the Demon Slayer realm primarily enhanced cardiopulmonary function, enabling blood to absorb a massive amount of oxygen, thereby temporarily amplifying physical capabilities to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, there was the total concentration constant, a state that maintained unwavering focus on breathing even during sleep. With sun breathing as the origin, it branched into 5 major schools: water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind. Chakra, on the other hand, is an energy produced when the body perfectly fuses the various constituent energies. It is the source of power for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or forming threads to bind opponents or sever substances composed of chakra. This energy is composed of 1. Physical energy extracted from each of the 130 trillion cells in the body. 2. Spiritual energy refined through extensive cultivation and accumulated experience. 3. If one cultivates sage mode, an additional portion of natural energy. The commonality between both systems lies in their emphasis on elemental affinity. Qingchuan Tianming then released it directly through the Nichirin Blade in his hand. A dazzling flash of lightning erupted. Shikaku's ferocious air bullet was pierced straight through by the lightning. Crackle, crackle. A portion of Tianming's chakra gathered in his legs, and with every step the sound of thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, Tianming leaped high into the air. The lightning flashed and crackled as it ascended. Shikaku swiped its paw only to find the lightning empty. By then Qingchuan Tianming's true body had already appeared behind Shikaku. Slash. He executed a single draw cut, instantly cleaving off Shikaku's enormous head, revealing the slumbering Gaara within. To summon Shikaka, Gaara had even used a false charm technique to put himself to sleep. Brat, don't think you can drive me back. Shikaku snarled in human tongue, its massive paw swatting toward Tianming. Boom. But without its head, Shikaku's attack power and speed were greatly diminished. When it was at full strength, it couldn't catch Tianming, now trying to, was simply laughable. You have to go back, Qingchuan Tianming said calmly. If you take over Gaara's body, the other villages won't let you be. It won't be as simple as a seal anymore. Qingchuan Tianming's reasoning was straightforward. If Gaara were left unchecked and Shikaku ran rampant, it would directly trigger a new tailed beast war. Whether Gaara as the Jinchuriki would even survive was questionable. He did want to beat Gaara up, but he didn't want him dead. Could you know a lot, but what leverage do you have to negotiate with me? Shikaku's head regenerated, a skeptical expression on its face. That slash just now was your limit, wasn't it? If I strike again, can you resist? Faced with Shikaku's threat, Tianming didn't take it seriously at all. He even sheathed his Nichirin blade back into the scabbard at his waist. You're right, I can't unleash a second slash. But I don't think you can kill me. I imagine you haven't fully recovered from the wounds of your past battle, and on top of that you were sealed by the combined efforts of the Fourth Hokage and his wife. Gaara's partial tailed beast transformation and your full form cost you a great deal. Regaining your complete freedom isn't that easy, is it? How do you know so much? Shikaka roared, its eyes bulging with fury, because what the ninja said was indeed true. It simply couldn't understand how a once-weak ninja who would have been killed countless times by a single-tailed beast ball had become so powerful now. Shikaku, I'm just telling you that you're in no position to negotiate or threaten me. You have 2 choices. Tianming raised a finger. 1, you keep fighting. I may not be able to use my blade again, but try me. Will it be your death or mine? 2, I offer you a clear path. Would Shikaka dare to gamble? Of course not. The tailed beasts were split from the 10 tails into 9, and after being sealed for so long they had learned to fear. Boundless solitude was more terrifying than death itself. As for Qingchuan Tianming, he remained composed and trusting Gaara's fate to Shikaku's choice. If Shikaku forcibly attacked, he would have no choice but to use the Gura no Mi to erase it from existence. Tell me about the second option. Shikaku seemed to relent. Tianming smiled. First, return to Gaara's body. Second, assist him and grant him full access to your tailed beast abilities. He is the 5th Kazekage. After he takes office, Gaara will build a totem of you in the village. You will gain renown. In time, Gaara will even make you the village's guardian deity. You'll be respected and free. Isn't that good? If you forcibly break free from Gaara now, I guarantee you'll be captured soon, and then your fate will be assimilation. No. Impossible. Shikaku became agitated. Enduring the seal was already unbearable, but if it were remerged into the 10 tails, its consciousness would cease to exist. An unacceptable outcome. Kid, tell me. Who has the power to fuse us? You seem to have forgotten the current situation. Tianming was no fool, and naturally he couldn't reveal future matters prematurely. Shoha pondered for a moment, then patted its massive head with a huge claw. Rather than being captured and fused again, wouldn't it be better to coexist with this brat? Soon Shoha made its choice. It decided to trust Qingchuan Tianming's words. After all, they had been separated and sealed away long ago. If it meant returning to a void devoid of consciousness, then it would rather remain within Gaara's body. Shortly after, Shoha relinquished control over Gaara's body and retreated back into the seal. At that moment, Gaara manifested his true form. As soon as he regained control of his body, he fixed a hostile gaze on Tianming and said, "Weren't you confident enough to kill me and Shoha? Why did you hold back?" "Because there was no need. My goal was never to kill you," Tianming replied indifferently. "Not to kill me." Gaara was momentarily stunned. "I merely wanted to witness the power of Shoha," Tianming said, his expression still calm and composed. Gaara didn't know what to say. He felt a deep complexity. Even using the tailed beast's full form, he was no match for this guy. "Who are you? How do you know so much? And you've even uncovered the Konoha crush plan. As a ninja of Konoha, why didn't you capture me?" Gaara fired off a series of questions. "You ask too many questions," Tianming shook his head. "Because a new era is dawning. I'll give you this advice: open your eyes and look at the world. That companion of mine fighting Temari over there is a Jinchuriki just like you. What? Gaara raised his eyes to look at the bedraggled Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, unable to believe it. In Gaara's understanding, weren't Jinchuriki all murder weapons like himself? How could this reckless idiot resemble a Jinchuriki at all? Because Naruto is not considered a weapon of war in Konoha, Tianming seemed able to read Gaara's thoughts. Although he was also called a monster by the villagers from a young age and bullied, he still had many people who cared for him, a teacher and companions like us. Gaara's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. I have no friends. I don't need friends. Aren't your brother and sister your friends? Tianming countered. And your father, the fourth Kazekage Raza, was killed by Orochimaru long ago. Your Konoha crush plan, including the third part of the Chunin exams, was all orchestrated by Orochimaru. He's dead. Gaara felt that today was the day his perception crumbled. This Qingchuan Tianming was too I don't care to know your heart's journey, but I want to say that everything is in the past. Whether you choose to cling to those burdens and merely survive or start a new life is up to you. After saying this, Tianming turned and left. Not far away, the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke against Temari was nearing its end. The duo was being thoroughly thrashed at this stage when another of Temari's Kamaitachi techniques came. Qingchuan Tianming arrived just in time, raising a chakra barrier to block the assault. Meanwhile, Gaara landed behind Temari. Stop fighting. Gaara. Temari looked at Gaara with surprise. Let's end this here. We're going to find our brother, Gaara said, and took the lead back into the forest. Temari froze on the spot. She heard Gaara call him brother. Qingchuan Tianming, what did you do to Gaara? You'd better ask him that question yourself. Feel free to visit Konoha anytime. Leaving those words behind, Tianming set off with Naruto and Sasuke to find Aburame Shino. Tianming, what was the result? On the way back, Uzumaki Naruto kept asking. The result is that I won. Tianming repeated the same answer. Boring. Keep your secrets then. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to hear the battle details, but got nothing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke's expression was complicated, a bitter feeling gnawing at his heart. Soon the three found Aburame Shino injured in the bushes. They agreed on a unified story that Gaara's group had fled beyond the Fire Country border and could not be pursued. On the other side, Gaara and Temari also found the severely injured Kankuro. Why are you back? Konoha. After recognizing who had come, Kankuro blurted out. Let's return to the village, brother. Gaara extended his hand to Kankuro. Kankuro's eyes widened as he looked at Temari, seeking an explanation. What, your little brother is offering to help you up and you're not happy? Temari smiled mysteriously. Ahaha, of course I'm happy. So we're going back to the village. Kankuro struggled to his feet. Damn it, one day I'll return to Konoha and get revenge. Brother, I don't plan to attack Konoha anymore, Gaara. Huh. Then Gaara revealed the full truth behind the Konoha crush plan. The three siblings were shocked and helpless upon learning of Raza's death. Raza was not a good father. From a father's perspective, he was unworthy. But he did give them life. Gaara, what do you want to do? Kankuro asked seriously. I want to become the fifth Kazekage. I want to protect existence and lead Tsunegakure to unprecedented heights, Gaara declared his grand vision. Meanwhile, the war in Konoha ended in a tragic manner. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fell in battle. Many Konoha ninjas were killed or injured, and even the periphery suffered considerable damage. Orochimaru's group fled Konoha in disgrace. Hiruzen Sarutobi used the dead demon-consuming seal at the cost of his life to take the souls of Orochimaru's arms. With the full counterattack of Konoha ninjas, the Sound Sand Alliance retreated. Konoha did not annihilate the Sand Ninjas, which was the consensus of the high-ranking officials. The Hokage's death cast a shadow over all of Konoha. On the day of mourning, dark rain washed over Konoha, and all Konoha ninjas dressed in black bid farewell to the third Hokage in the rain. The relentless rain seemed to mourn as well. In this scene, the third Hokage's body was laid to rest while craftsmen simultaneously carved his statue on the Hokage rock. The destroyed houses and streets of Konoha began repairs. Regardless, the sage had passed, and those who survived had to move forward. Thus, when the position of Hokage became vacant, the Konoha high-ranking officials once again fell into the quagmire of power, but these matters had little to do with others. After the morning, Tianming directly returned to the Qingchuan family residence. As soon as he entered, he smelled the enticing aroma coming from the kitchen. Tianming, you're back, said Uzumaki Karen, who had strong perception, appearing at the door with a smile. Get ready. During the days when Qingchuan Tianming was preparing for the third exam, the Orochimaru Konoha destruction plan, and the pursuit of Gaara, Uzumaki Karen stayed at home practicing her cooking skills. After following Tianming, since she was not a Konoha native, it was almost impossible for her to attend the Ninja Academy and become a Konoha ninja. When Uzumaki Karen had free time, she started reading, and from books, she gradually learned that a woman should manage household affairs. Now that she couldn't provide help in battle, she could only take good care of the Qingchuan household. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Tianming came to the dining table. Uzumaki Karen had cooked several exquisite dishes. While they looked delicious, Tianming praised his appetite stirred. Try some, said Uzumaki Karen, handing Tianming a bowl of rice. Then I'll start, Tianming said, clasping his hands in prayer before beginning to eat. It must be said he was starving. He shoveled several mouthfuls of dishes and steaming rice into his mouth. Delicious, delicious. Why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry, Uzumaki Karen said with a smile, staring straight at Tianming as he ate. Ding dong. At that moment the doorbell rang. A guest? Asked Uzumaki Karen. Few people come to see me. It's probably the uncle who delivers my monthly allowance. Tianming recalled. You eat'll get the door, said Uzumaki Karen as she left her cushion to open the door. As the wooden door opened, Uzumaki Karen and Hyuga Hinata met each other's eyes. What are you doing here? The two girls paused, then spoke in unison. Uzumaki Karen wondered why Hyuga Hinata had come to the Qingchuan house, while Hyuga Hinata couldn't understand why that woman was there. What's wrong? Tianming, hearing the voices, came out of the room holding his rice bowl and nearly dropped it. Is this the legendary love battlefield? Who could have imagined that someone as strong as Tianming, who single-handedly suppressed Shikaku, would now be so passive? In the Qingchuan living room, Uzumaki Karen and Hyuga Hinata seemed to be vying for favor. Tianming, even if you and Karen are friends, you don't need to keep her in your house, said Hyuga Hinata, her voice gentle, but filled with dissatisfaction. That's none of your concern. I'm someone who will follow Qingchuan Tianming for life, said Karen with righteous dignity. I don't agree. Hyuga Hinata suddenly became anxious. I don't need your agreement, Uzumaki Karen refused to back down. Tianming, caught in the middle, was in a dilemma and could only say helplessly, can I say something? Karen is my good friend. We are both war orphans, and she has nowhere else to go, Tianming said to prove his innocence. This was the truth. He knew Hyuga Hinata had feelings for him, and probably Uzumaki Karen did too. But he couldn't be completely sure what if something went wrong later and his life path changed again. As for Tianming himself, did he like these two girls? It would be false to say he didn't like them. But what would liking lead to? Obtaining them through schemes and tricks? No. Although Tianming could do that, he didn't want to. He was still a fairly emotional person. He liked to take things slowly, like cooking a frog in warm water. As soon as Tianming said this, it silenced Hyuga Hinata. She had no standing to demand that Qingchuan Tianming drive the person away. Seeing Hyuga Hinata fall silent, Tianming was about to comfort her, but she immediately regained her energetic. Tianming, I have a good idea. Karen is your good friend, so it's not good to make her leave. How about this? Don't you have an empty room in your house? Keep one for me and I'll come stay occasionally. Tianming was dumbfounded. Hinata-kun, you've changed. You're not like this. Why would you abandon the Hyuga mansion to stay with me? While feeling helpless, he also felt a secret thrill. What? Can't I? Hinata Hyuga, who had mustered her rare courage, saw Tianming, dumbfounded on the spot, and nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Hinata, how could you say something so embarrassing? Going to live at a boy's place was really too improper, but as her feelings for Qingchuan Tianming grew upon seeing Uzumaki Karen, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Cowardice cannot protect love, one must be brave. It's not impossible, Tianming scratched his head and said. I don't have a problem with it, but it'll be hard to explain to the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan, a major family, discovered their young lady had been taken, wouldn't they go crazy? Hinata Hyuga hesitated. She indeed hadn't considered this issue. They were only 13 and dating, let alone marriage, was not allowed. Moreover, the clan wouldn't stand by. Thinking of this, Hinata Hyuga became dejected. Hinata, although it's troublesome for you to stay at my place, you can come over to play often. Tianming couldn't bear to see a girl sad, especially an angel like Hinata Hyuga. Hinata nodded. I will definitely come often. At the same time, two men in black appeared on the road outside Konohagakure. They wore conical hats and red cloud cloaks. One of them was burly, with a giant sword strapped diagonally across his back. So this is Konoha. The burly man raised his head, slightly revealing a face unlike ordinary humans. Mr. Itachi, are you here for your brother? The man beside him also stopped, revealing a crimson Sharingan from under his hat. For the tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were both members of the Akatsuki. After the former member Orochimaru defected the organization, originally 9 became 8 and began pairing up for missions. In the organization, the relationship seemed closest between Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. The latter always obeyed Itachi's words and addressed him as Sir. That plan, huh? Hoshigaki Kisame caught on. Because they had a good relationship, he knew some things about Uchiha Itachi's defection from Konoha and that Itachi had a younger brother. So when Uchiha Itachi proposed a trip to Konoha, Hoshigaki Kisame came along. That plan was one of the Akatsuki's most important schemes, combining the mission with visiting your brother. As expected of Mr. Itachi. The two quickly disappeared down the road. On a high-rise building in Konoha, a lecherous-looking man was hiding in a secluded corner with binoculars, occasionally letting out perverted laughs. Within his view there was an indoor hot spring across the way. From this angle it perfectly overlooked the women's section where some young ladies had already entered the water. At that moment 2 figures appeared behind him. Something you need. Jiraiya put down his binoculars and turned around to see 2 unexpected people. They were Konoha's two advisors Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. Konoha needs a new Hokage. After unanimous decision by the High Council, you Jiraiya are to become the 5th Hokage. Hamura Mitokado said bluntly. I refuse. Jiraiya shook his head. I'm a man of no real learning and the least suited to be Hokage. Jiraiya, you're not young anymore. Why are you so impulsive? The situation in Konoha is too complex, we need you to step up now. Koharu Yuditane said. I just don't want to get caught up in these conflicts. Isn't the joy of life enjoying sake at brothels? Jiraiya, seeing their displeased expressions, could only think and then said. Although I cannot become Hokage, I know who the best candidate is, and I can find that person. Back to the Qingchuan residence, after spending the whole afternoon, Hinata Hyuga was going home, and Tianming saw her out of the Qingchuan estate. But as he turned around, he saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting at the street corner, clearly waiting for him. Naruto. Something up? Tianming asked. Ha, just want to treat you to a bowl of ramen. The confidence of someone who had become a genin and earned mission pay was evident. Still, it was the favorite Ichiraka ramen. While waiting for the noodles, Tianming and Naruto chatted, and it seemed Naruto had something to say. Tianming said casually, Naruto, if you have something to say, just say it. Forget it. Actually, I'm here to deliver a message. Naruto Uzumaki confessed directly, my master wants to see you, I don't know if you're willing. Your master. Tianming instantly understood it was Jiraiya, but he played along and asked. Just a pervy sage, Naruto Uzumaki complained. Kid, using my money to eat noodles and you're bad-mouthing me behind my back. At that moment the curtain was pushed aside and Jiraiya walked in and ruffled Naruto Uzumaki's hair. Wah. Pervy sage, what are you doing here? The surprised Naruto Uzumaki looked confused. Can't I? Jiraiya said, then ordered a bowl of ramen from Tuchi and sat down next to Tianming. Nice to meet you. Jiraiya gave an ostentatious greeting. Chichuan Tianming. Tianming, who had never imagined crossing paths with Jiraiya, stated his name. Yo kid, you're quite aloof. Jiraiya patted Tianming's shoulder with familiarity. Congratulations, you've won a prize. Want to become my disciple? Tianming shook his head. Become Jiraiya's disciple. Should he learn to make Rasengan or practice Sage Mode? Not to mention Tianming had no intention of stealing Naruto Uzumaki's cheat abilities. He had never considered becoming a disciple of the Sannin. Even if he had to choose, wouldn't following Tsunade be more appealing? Despite being directly refused, Jiraiya's expression didn't change. He remained smiling. Same as that kid Naruto. But I like this kind of troublemaker. I know the 3rd Hokage thinks highly of you and you're a special kid. So I want to guide you a bit. Jiraiya was serious for once. Ding. New mission activated. Go to the shortened street for a check-in mission to receive rewards. Tianming was about to refuse a second time when the system mission was issued. Wait, isn't this location and storyline the one about finding Tsunade to return as the 5th Hokage? If he didn't agree with Jiraiya, he couldn't find Tsunade and fail the check-in. Follow them. Follow one of the Sannin. Don't be ridiculous. In the end, for the check-in mission, Tianming shamelessly picked up a cup of hot tea and offered it. Master, your disciple Qingchuan Tianming offers you tea. Ha. Tianming's sudden change of attitude pleased Jiraiya. He took the tea and drank it all, then laughed heartily. Good. Tomorrow you and Naruto get ready. We're going on a trip. Xuanhua Mingren, utterly baffled, quickly interjected, pervert sage, you never mentioned taking on Qingchuan Tianming as your disciple, did you? Naruto kid, are you jealous? Afraid you'll teach others what I've taught you. Jiraiya let out a mischievous chuckle. The things you need to learn can't be learned by anyone else, besides what I teach each of you is different. Sokka Xuanhua Mingren nodded half understandingly. Tianming, however, finished his ramen and took his leave. On the way back, he kept pondering why Jiraiya wanted to take him as a disciple. Jiraiya took on Xuanhua Mingren because Mingren was the son of the 4th Hokage Bufing Shuaman and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It was both reasonable and justified. But what about him, Qingchuan Tianming? The Qingchuan family could hardly be called a clan. In the history of my village, they were nothing more than cannon fodder background characters. In Jiraiya's era, even being vaguely recognized was already quite an achievement. Thus from the very beginning, Tianming never considered training under any of the 3 ninja. But now, for the check-in mission at Duanzhi Street, he had no choice but to become a disciple. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Tianming appeared at the appointed intersection and saw Jiraiya. Tianming kid, you're here. Jiraiya greeted him. He was quite serious about the mission to find Gang Ho. It was rare for him to have neither drunk nor been late. Jiraiya Sensei, Tianming replied. Do you know why I took you as a disciple? Jiraiya changed the subject. Faced with such a direct question, Tianming didn't play dumb. To be Naruto's sparring partner. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile. It's not for you to be a sparring partner. It's because you're very special, so special that it's bewildering. In fact, it's also to keep an eye on you. I don't care what your goal is, but if you betray my village or harm it, I won't let you off. He said no more than necessary. Jiraiya never played tricks, he always came straight to the point. Tianming realized he had been exposed. After much thought, he identified the breakthrough. That was his battle with Wailua. The one-tailed Shoha was mysterious to many, but to the higher-ups or someone like Jiraiya, it was quite ordinary. During the pursuit of Wa'ilua Jiraiya, who had been gathering intelligence, did not stay in my village. Instead, from the border he witnessed firsthand the battle between Qingchuan Tianming and Wa'ilua. Besides that reason, you were also personally placed into the 7th class by the teacher. Jiraiya continued, I trust the Third Hokage's judgment. He was your guide. Now that his light has gone out, I am willing to be your new lamp. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Tianming pondered for a moment. As for this man, he was lecherous and utterly frivolous, yet he loved the village with all his heart. Years ago, during a mission, he left children in the Raincatcher village. When his friend Dashyuan defected from my village, he tried his best to bring him back. And when the child he once adopted from the Raincatcher village became part of the Shao, he unhesitatingly spent years abroad gathering intelligence. Now Qingchuan Tianming had been recognized by Yuanfei Risen and placed into the 7th class, despite being mysterious and capable of overpowering the one-tailed Shoha. From my village's perspective, Jiraiya could have directly subdued and dealt with Tianming. But he didn't. He chose to take Tianming as a disciple and watch over him. Simply because he is Jiraiya. Pervert sage. Xuanhua Mingren's voice came from the street corner, where he slowly approached with a huge bundle on his back. Naruto kid, are you moving? Jiraiya teased. This is my first time traveling far. Hey Tianming, aren't you bringing anything? Xuanhua Mingren looked at their empty hands and asked. First, we've been to the Wave Country. This is my second long trip. Second, you only need to bring money. There will be places to eat and inns along the way. We're not going camping, Tianming said. You're right. Wait for me. I'll go put my stuff away. With that, Xuanhua Mingren turned around. Jiraiya glanced at Tianming in surprise. That loudmouthed brat Naruto, who always talked back to him, how could he be so obedient to this guy? Could it be that one of my plans inadvertently turned out right? What's the matter, Jiraiya sensei? Seeing how handsome you are, you really remind me of myself in my youth. Jiraiya laughed it off, and upon hearing sensei for the second time, he seemed to understand. After the little interlude, Xuanhua Mingren returned, and the three set off on their journey to find Gangs Ho. And from the moment Jiraiya accepted Qingchuan Tianming as his disciple, the core progression of the entire shinobi realm changed, and it would even alter Jiraiya's life. On the other side, on a road washed clean by a light rain in my village, Chimu Kakashi and Yuzebo Zuiju walked along the street. Today was the anniversary of the Yuzebo clan's death, so Chimu Kakashi had specifically invited Yuzebo Zuiju to go pay respects. While Zuiju was sent to buy flowers, Chimu Kakashi bumped into Yuanfei Asima and Sherry Hong. The two tried to flee as soon as they saw Kakashi. Hey, are you two on a date? No, there's not. It's a date. Flustered, the two couldn't even string their words together properly. Yuanfei Asima manfully admitted that he was indeed dating Sherry Hong, while Hong, being a woman with thin skin, was mortified to have run into Kakashi. You two move pretty fast. Chimu Kakashi said with a wistful tremor. He wasn't young himself, yet he spent his long nights accompanied only by the passionate paradise. By the way, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Yuanfei Asima asked. Just taking a stroll. Chimu Kakashi said as he shot them a glance, and the three of them turned their gazes in unison toward the tea stall ahead. Through the beige half-curtain, they could see 2 cups of steaming green tea on the table with money pressed beneath them. Looks like trouble has entered the village. I need to report this. Asima Hong, please go ahead and pursue them. After saying this, Chimu Kakashi vanished into the rain. Without any delay, Yuanfei Asima and Sherry Hong dashed off in one direction. The reason Chimu Kakashi had sent Yuzebo Zuiju away, and the reason Yuanfei Asima and Sherry Hong had come to the street, was that they had all sensed an unusual aura. A single glance exchanged between the three was enough to convey all the information. Such was the tacit understanding of Mui's elite jonin. Meanwhile, Yuanfei Asima and Sherry Hong had already chased beyond the village, spotting 2 figures silhouetted against the rain on the riverbank. Yuanfei Asima raised his hand and sent a volley of shuriken whistling through the air, embedding themselves in the ground before the two. The pair halted and turned around. Who are you? What business do you have in my... Yuanfei Asima demanded coldly, already bracing for combat. One of the men removed his straw hat. His crimson eyes were as calm as still water. Asima, it's been a while. Yuzebo. Yuanfei Asima was utterly stunned. That face was all too familiar. My name is Ganshur Guijiao. The burly man beside him also took off his hat and introduced himself, though no one paid his introduction any mind. Forcing down his shock, Yuanfei Asima said, Yuzebo, you've defected from my... Why have you come back? Annoyed. It wasn't Yuzebo who reacted, but the hulking Ganshur Guijiao beside him, who drew Samahata and swung it in a horizontal arc. Sherry Hong nimbly ducked aside. Yuanfei Asima raised his bladed gauntlets to parry. Boom. A tremendous force slammed into him, shattering the stone slab beneath his feet. In that single exchange, Yuanfei Asima was already at a disadvantage in terms of raw power. Ganshur Guijiao, adhering to the principle of swinging a second time if the first fails, brought Samahata down again. As the bladed gauntlets blocked it, the bandages wrapped around Samahata burst open, revealing rows of barbs. Samahata was not a sharp slashing weapon, it worked like a saw, grinding and pulling. With a forceful tug, Gashar Guijiao tore a gaping wound in Yuanfei Asama's left shoulder, blood gushing forth. Sherry Hong quickly began forming hand seals to use the genjutsu tree bind death, her body gradually fading away. This scene drew no more than a placid gaze from Yuzeboyu. Under his Tsukuyomi, anyone else's illusions were nothing but a joke. The next moment Gashar Guijiao's legs were trapped in quicksand from the illusion, while behind Yuzeboyu a great tree emerged, its countless vines binding his body. And Sherry Hong appeared at the top of the tree brandishing a kunai as she stabbed downward. Just as the kunai was about to touch Yuzeboyu, Hong's mind snapped back. She found herself restrained instead. Yuzeboyu toyed with the kunai, then charged forward, slashing horizontally. Sherry Hong broke free at the last second, ducking just in time. The kunai's cold gleam sliced off a lock of her hair. Having evaded one strike, Sherry Hong couldn't evade Yuzeboyu's second. He kicked her into the riverbed. The next instant, Yuzeboyu appeared behind the battered Hong, ready to finish her off. But at that moment, a kunai pressed against his waist. "Chimu Kaksiksi," Yuzeboyu said calmly, the voice coming from behind him. It turned out that the figure about to kill Sherry Hong was merely a shadow clone. On the bank, Yuanfei Asima was no pushover either. He channeled chakra into his bladed gauntlets, the sharp edges even cutting Gashar Guijiao's face. "Guijiao, don't waste time," Yuzeboyu said flatly from the riverbed. Gashar Guijiao immediately leaped aside and began forming hand seals. Water-style water bullet technique. A torrent of water rose from the river, forming an overwhelming wave of impact. Chimu Kaksiksi also pulled down his mask, revealing a scarlet Sharingan, its pupils subtly shifting. Water-style water bullet technique. An identical onslaught surged upward, blocking the attack in front of Yuanfei Asima. The next moment, the two clashed on the riverbed, moving as blurs. Before long, they stood apart again on either side of the river. "You're quite impressive developing the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to this degree," Yuzeboyu praised. "Now let me show you what true Sharingan techniques are." "Asima Hong, close your eye," Chimu Kaksiksi bellowed. At that moment, Yuzeboyu's Tomo Sharingan transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. The Sharingan possesses different forms, each granting distinct abilities. Among them, the Mangekyo Sharingan transcends the ordinary Sharingan, allowing its wielder to employ unique ocular techniques. The Genjutsu Tsukuyomi struck Hatake Kakashi in an instant. Within the world of Tsukuyomi, Kakashi found himself in a void of nothingness. Suddenly a blackboard appeared before him. An invisible force pinned Hatake Kakashi to its surface. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Then a blade flew from afar and embedded itself squarely in Kakashi's chest. In the next moment, countless weapons hung densely suspended in the air. Screams echoed through the space as the blackboard was stained crimson with blood. This torment lasted 3 days. In the real world, Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan turned bloodshot. Suddenly his body went limp and he knelt on the water's surface. 3 days in Tsukuyomi's realm were but mere seconds, yet the pain he endured was all too real. "What is your purpose in coming to Konoha?" Hatake Kakashi asked weakly. "We seek the Fourth Hokage's legacy," Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. "You can be proud of reaching this level without Uchiha blood." "Hey!" Hatake Kakashi's voice faded. "Your target is Uzumaki Naruto, isn't it? Your organization is called Akatsuki, am I right?" A few days earlier, Jiraiya, a fellow enthusiast of the Makeout Paradise series, had requested Kakashi's permission to personally train Uzumaki Naruto. During that conversation, Jiraiya had also informed him about Akatsuki. A strange light flickered in Uchiha Itachi's pupils. "Take Kakashi. Kill the other two." The moment he spoke, Hoshigaki Kisame tore through the water and charged forward. His weapon Samahata swept out, splitting the water. Boom! At that instant, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the water and delivering a straight kick that deflected the raging torrent. In a flash, he closed in and planted a kick squarely on Hoshigaki Kisame's face. Kisame was sent flying backward, rolling to Uchiha Itachi's feet. As the water spray settled, the one who delivered the kick revealed himself. The iconic bowl-cut hair, bright white teeth, and green jumpsuit, the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, had arrived. "Kakashi, are you alright?" Might Guy glanced at the unconscious Hatake Kakashi and abandoned any further offensive thoughts. Hoshigaki Kisame rose, eager to retaliate for the kick to his face, but Uchiha Itachi stopped him with an outstretched hand. "We've wasted enough time. Let's complete the mission first." With that, the two vanished from the water's surface. Might Guy hoisted the unconscious Kakashi onto his shoulder and departed as well. Meanwhile, adjacent to Konoha lay a hot spring town. Upon arriving, the master and his two disciples nearly forgot their own names. Jiraiya paid no heed to Chinchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto. He rushed ahead, his eyes darting about, wholly captivated by the young women present. He truly lived up to his moniker, the gallant pervert. "Tianming, Naruto, find yourselves an inn and wait for me." With those words, Jiraiya slipped into a shop where a young woman stood by the entrance. "Old lecher," Uzumaki Naruto muttered. Then he and Tianming casually chose a place to stay. Inside the room, Naruto began meditating to familiarize himself with chakra, but noticed Chinchuan Tianming idle. "Tianming, don't you need to train?" Tianming paused. By train, Naruto likely referred to the chakra control Jiraiya had instructed. It seemed the Rasengan was already on the agenda. But Tianming had no need to learn the Rasengan. With that thought, he released his abundant chakra, its presence so overwhelming that Naruto could only stare in astonishment. His question answered. "I'll take a stroll," Tianming said, leaving the inn. He returned to the izakaya where Jiraiya was and stepped into the private room without a word. Pouring himself a cup of sake, he sat down beside the sannin. Jiraiya, seeing this, dismissed the young woman who had been accompanying him and scowled. "What's a kid doing drinking?" Tianming raised the cup and downed it in one gulp, the fiery liquid searing its way down his throat, a sensation he had long missed. "Oh, seems you can hold your liquor." Most children would find sake too harsh, but Qingchuan Tianming appeared to be a natural drinker. "Why did you come looking for me?" Jiraiya asked after a few cups. "You told Naruto to practice chakra manipulation in the room." "I don't need to." Tianming grasped his cup and released a sliver of chakra, causing a small whirlpool to form in the sake, yet the cup remained intact. Jiraiya's own cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. An impossible thought arose. "Kid Tianming, can you use the Rasengan?" Instead of answering directly, Tianming extended his palm and conjured a sphere of chakra. Unlike the wind-release Rasengan, the sphere Tianming formed crackled with lightning. The electrified orb hummed with energy. Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation, then said, "It seems Naruto Bisensia's judgment was exceptionally keen. Your chakra reserves rival even that boy Naruto's." Never mind all that. Having a disciple of mine become a formidable shinobi is something worth celebrating." Jiraiya poured Tianming another cup of sake. From that moment, Jiraiya realized that Tianming had no need for his tutelage in ninjutsu. Moreover, the long-buried, previously dismissed plan seemed to be brought back to light. Uchiha Sasuke lay on his back on the rooftop of a building in Konoha, his hands cradling his head as he gazed up at the cerulean sky. The weather was pleasant today, clear skies after a morning drizzle, but the pristine expanse offered no solace to Uchiha Sasuke's troubled heart. Ever since the mission to pursue Gaara and the subsequent funeral of the third Hokage, his state had been profoundly disturbed. The battles of that day relentlessly replayed in his mind. He and Naruto had been intercepted by Temari of the Sand Village. They had intended to break through swiftly, but the outcome was bitterly ironic. Under the onslaught of wind-release Kamaitachi, both he and Uzumaki Naruto were utterly outmatched. Neither shuriken and kunai attacks nor even the great fireball technique could land a hit on her. And this was despite Temari merely stalling for time, not seeking to kill. If that incident struck Sasuke as ironic, what he witnessed afterward shattered his very understanding. So Gaara was this powerful, and within him lurked a monster so terrifying. If he himself had to face Gaara, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to flee. Damn it. Sasuke punched the ground in frustration, always believing that relentless effort would let him catch up. But what kind of monsters did he keep encountering? "Sasuke, you're here." At that moment, Haruno Sakura appeared behind him, offering comfort. "Is something the matter?" Sasuke quickly composed himself. "I just noticed you seemed down, so I wanted to check on you," Sakura said, stepping closer. "Even though the plan to capture Gaara failed, it's not your fault, right?" Hearing Sakura mention Gaara only deepened Sasuke's unease. His mind was consumed by the battle between Qingchuan Tianming and Gaara. That level of combat was beyond his reach. "Sasuke." He rose from the ground, his eyes regaining their cold clarity. "I have something to handle. Don't follow me." Leaving those words behind, Sasuke vanished from the rooftop, leaving Sakura alone in silent sorrow. After leaving the rooftop, Uchiha Sasuke had a clear purpose. He sought out Hatake Kakashi to learn more powerful jutsu. Though Chidori was formidable, it alone was insufficient. Kakashi was a jonin of Konoha, possessed the Sharingan, and had even accompanied him to pay respects at the Uchiha clan shrine. Surely Kakashi Sensei would teach him stronger techniques. Techniques that surpassed even Qingchuan Tianming. Sasuke hurried to Kakashi's apartment and pushed open the door. "Kakashi Sensei, I want to." Before him stood three jonin, Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi lay unconscious on the bed, his forehead glistening with sweat, as if in great pain. "What's wrong with Kakashi Sensei?" None of the three answered. The atmosphere grew tense. "Bad news." Yamashiro Aoba, wearing sunglasses, burst in. "Uchiha Itachi has returned to Konoha. He's searching for the Ninetales Jinchuriki." Those words struck Uchiha Sasuke like a lightning bolt. "Uchiha Itachi." His body trembled, his pupils contracted sharply, then turned a violent red. "Itachi." Sasuke spun around and dashed out of Kakashi's home. The jonin exchanged glances. "Where is Naruto now?" Sarutobi Asuma asked calmly. "No need to worry, he's on a mission with his teammate Qingchuan Tianming and Jiraiya." "With Jiraiya there, it should be fine," Yamashiro Aoba replied. "We can't let our guard down," Asuma said, glancing at the bedridden Kakashi. "Guy, take care of Kakashi. I'll notify the ANBU about Itachi's return and coordinate a response." "Leave Kakashi to me," Might Guy assured. Tension immediately escalated. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame soon reached a neighboring town. Sasuke searched every inn for Uzumaki Naruto. If he found Naruto, he would find that man, and when he found him, he would exact his revenge. Back in Tanigakure, Uzumaki Naruto was diligently molding chakra in his room. Knock knock. A knock at the door. Tianming, don't you have a key? Despite his words, the carefree Naruto jumped off the bed and opened the door. When the door swung open, it was neither Qingchuan Tianming nor the pervy sage Jiraiya. It was Uchiha Itachi clad in a red cloud black cloak. Uchiha Itachi. An enraged cry rang out. Sasuke, who had rushed to the second floor, glared at the familiar yet dreaded figure, breathing heavily. Itachi-san, he has the same Sharingan as you. Could he be? Hoshigaki Kisame inquired. Without turning, Itachi replied flatly, my foolish little brother. Uchiha Itachi. I'll kill you. Frenzied Sasuke formed hand seals and clutched his wrist as the sound of chirping birds erupted from the lightning gathering in his palm. Chidori. Blinded by hatred, Sasuke charged forward. Itachi turned and raised a hand. The wall was shattered as Itachi effortlessly caught Sasuke's wrist, dispelling the Chidori. My foolish little brother. You haven't improved at all over these years. Arg. Unable to suppress his fury, the helpless Yuzhibo Suiju let out a series of roars. After his Chidori was blocked, he immediately lashed out with his fists again. Yuzhibo Yu effortlessly parried the blow, then exerted force, with a crisp crack snapping it. With an additional kick, Yuzhibo Suiju was sent flying to the end of the corridor. Yuzhibo Yu closed in, standing before Suiju, his scarlet eyes looking down at him. Suiju, I once told you to hate me and live in ugliness, but it seems your hatred still isn't deep enough. Yuzhibo Yu raised a finger tilting Zuozu's chin, and without a word activated the Uedu. Arg. The scene Yuzhibo Suiju least wanted to recall finally emerged. In his childhood, he had idolized his brother, who was hailed as a genius, often pestering him to teach ninjutsu, though his brother was rarely free to spend time with him. Suiju relied heavily on you. His dream was to become a ninja as excellent as his brother. But all of that changed on that fateful day. Returning home from the ninja academy as usual, Yuzhibo Suiju found the Yuzhibo clan's compound eerily silent. When he opened the door, he saw the house was in disarray, shuriken embedded everywhere, and the walls bore the marks of battle. As Suiju opened the door, he saw his parents lying in pools of blood. And the murderer was none other than you, standing like a reaper under the moonlight. If you want to kill me, then live on in ugliness. Upon entering the Uedu world, Yuzhibo Suiju witnessed the carnage before the clan's annihilation over and over again. Arg. In the real world, Yuzhibo Suiju fell to his knees, his body convulsing. Suiju. Beside him, Xuanhua Mingren shouted, surging his chakra to intervene. Whoosh. Cheshire Guijiao drew his Samahata and waved it lightly, absorbing all the chakra Mingren had generated. Cheshire Guijiao then moved to strike Xuanhua Mingren. Whoosh. At that moment, a shuriken flew from the hole aimed at Cheshire Guijiao's back. He paused, knocked it away, and slowly turned around. The arrivals were Zilai Qingchuan Tianming and a toad from Yamu Mountain. Ninjutsu toad mouth binding. Without wasting words, Zilai instantly formed hand seals and activated the technique. In an instant, the inn's corridor was replaced by red flesh with unknown fluids dripping down. Suiju, pinned to the wall by Yuzhibo Yu, was swallowed while Yuzhibo Yu's limbs were bound. Zilai swiftly pulled Xuanhua Mingren behind him. The fleshy walls of the esophagus rose, sealing the two together. So this is Zilai of the Sannin. Unexpectedly powerful. Xianshir Guijiao looked at his own calf being swallowed by the esophagus without any panic. The mission is a failure, let's retreat first. Up ahead, Yuzhibo Yu blinked once, his pupils rotating. The second dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. A wisp of black flame shot from his pupil, instantly piercing the flesh wall before him. The next moment, the two vanished. With the toad mouth binding broken and the Akatsuki members retreating, Zilai chose not to pursue. Suiju. Xuanhua Mingren tried to help the fallen Yuzhibo Suiju. Don't move him, Qingchuan Tianming said. Suiju is badly injured. Wait for the medical ninja. Thus, after Zilai sent word, Konoha's medical ninja arrived under Maite Kai's escort and took the severely wounded Suiju back to Konoha. I will avenge Suiju. Xuanhua Mingren raged at his own helplessness. If you want revenge, then let's begin the next phase of training. Zilai said with a smile. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, I will learn it all. Meanwhile, in a room of some, a waiter delivered a meal to a guest. No sooner had he set down the food and left than a snake emerged from a corner, devouring him whole. Yeah. It hurts. It hurts. You old monkey Hiruzen, you won't let me rest even in death. A long-haired man on the hospital bed cursed in a sinister tone. This was Dashuan, trapped by the dead demon-consuming seal. Dashuan's cold gaze fixed on his numbed hands, his hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen burning deep. As a scientist, how could he function without hands? Creak. The door slid open and Yao Shurdo entered, sniffing. Lord Dashuan, why did you kill again? The smell of blood will attract trouble. How is Qingchuan Tianming? How is Yuzhibo Suiju? Either of them will do. Yao Shurdo shook his head. Yuzhibo Yu and Xianshir Guijiao appeared in Konoha, we'll have to postpone the retrieval plan. Additionally, Qingchuan Tianming seems to have joined Zilai. Zilai. He's appeared too. Dashuan, feeling the excruciating pain in his arms, snarled, that old man's dead demon-consuming seal is too sinister, ordinary bodies won't work. Since the retrieval plan is off the table, then find Tsunade. Have her heal me. After leaving the inn, Jiraiya and his two disciples headed toward the mountains, only stopping when they found a secluded spot far from human presence. Pervert sage, is this the place for training? What's so special about it? Naruto Uzumaki surveyed the surroundings, but could discern nothing unusual. No, I just got tired walking. We'll do it here. Jiraiya's answer left Naruto utterly baffled. Naruto Uzumaki. The technique I'm about to teach you is incredible. It's a jutsu created by the Fourth Hokage himself. Jiraiya said with a smile. Wow. The Fourth Hokage's technique. Naruto Uzumaki grew excited. Jiraiya extended one hand palm up. Strands of wind-natured chakra natural energy gathered from all around, forming a spiral in Jiraiya's palm, which then condensed into a sphere as it spun. Chaotic and irregular chakra began to merge, compressing chakra into a high-quality sphere through a spiral motion. When released, it causes devastating destruction. This technique is called the Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki stared in awe, his eyes wide open. Rasengan, huh? While the master and disciple discussed the Rasengan, Qingchuan Tianming quietly walked away. Despite Jiraiya's belief that Qingchuan Tianming understood the Rasengan's principles from the previous night's demonstration, and though he was not asked to leave during the lesson, Qingchuan Tianming still departed. The significance of the Rasengan lay not in its raw power, but in the fact that it was an incomplete jutsu created by the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, passed down to his son to complete. In the future, Naruto Uzumaki would harness the power of the Ninetales and Master Sage mode. He had countless means at his disposal, yet he always focused on developing the Rasengan. Many wondered why Naruto kept shaping that sphere. Few realized that after learning his true lineage, Naruto Uzumaki used the Rasengan as a way to feel Minato Namikaze's presence. In battle after battle, wielding the Rasengan was like having his father by his side. This was perseverance, and this was legacy. Finding an open space, Qingchuan Tianming sat cross-legged. He too had training to begin. With a thought, the lightning attribute Sun Wheel sword materialized in his hand from his system inventory. Gripping the hilt firmly, Qingchuan Tianming began practicing forms one after another. He had no master in the conventional sense. Every reward he earned through sign-ins was absorbed and refined by himself alone. After several rounds of drills, a flash of inspiration struck Qingchuan Tianming. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he conjured an imaginary enemy to spar against. From behind a tree not far away, Jiraiya withdrew his gaze, sighing inwardly. This child was simply breathtaking. What true genius was there really? Weren't even the most gifted individuals putting in hard work behind the scenes? Jiraiya then turned his head to look at Naruto Uzumaki, who couldn't even manage a balloon. It was truly a headache. But thankfully Naruto Uzumaki possessed an indomitable spirit. Failure didn't matter, he would simply start over. Thus they trained until the sun set and Naruto Uzumaki collapsed onto the ground utterly exhausted. At that moment an ice pop appeared in his field of vision. Naruto Uzumaki sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, only to see Jiraiya and Qingchuan Tianming. Qingchuan Tianming was enjoying a luxurious chocolate ice pop, while Jiraiya had a twin pop, one stick in his mouth and another extended toward Naruto. What are you spacing out for? Don't you want it? I do. I do. At some gambling den in Tanzoku Street, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around a certain gambling table. What drew them wasn't the staggering stakes, but the gambler herself. She was too big. On one side was the casino's undefeated champion, the one-eyed dragon. On the other was the focal point of everyone's gaze. Her proportions were extraordinary, and they stood tall. Her face cold and fierce yet alluring left people spellbound. Lost again. Tsunade put down her cards and rubbed her forehead. It seemed her curse of losing at gambling would never be broken. Lady Tsunade, we can't play anymore. If we lose again, we'll be sleeping on the streets, Shizune whispered beside her. Beautiful lady, care for another round? Today, I'll go all in with you. The one-eyed dragon said smugly. Winning money felt good. Winning money from a beautiful woman was even better. Let's hit the restroom, then we'll come back. Shizune declared, then helped Tsunade away from the table. Take your time. The one-eyed dragon said nothing more. The two women went to the restroom and locked the door. The once dejected Tsunade's eyes regained their sharpness. Shizune, as expected of you, perfect timing. Lady Tsunade, I wish I didn't have to do this. Let's leave this trouble spot first. Tsunade said and began forming hand signs using a transformation jutsu to change her and Shizune's appearances before slipping out. After leaving the casino, the two headed toward Tanzoku Street. As they entered an alley, a formidable aura came from ahead. Huh. Have we been spotted? Tsunade wondered in surprise. Emerging from the darkness was not the one-eyed dragon from the casino, but a man wearing glasses. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru invites you for a chat. Kabuto Yakushi said calmly. Dash you in. Hearing this name, Tsunade couldn't help but stomp her foot, creating a crater in the ground. He betrayed the village and appears before me unafraid that I might kill him. Yakushi-do, no longer angry, said indifferently, Lord Dashuan, this is Tsunade's attitude. At that moment a chilling aura emerged. Behind the courtyard wall behind Yakushi-do a shadow appeared, its voice quite hoarse. Tsunade. Long time no see. Dashuan, have you come for a unknown fight? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves without a second word. No, I wish to make a deal with you. Dashyun stepped out of the darkness, revealing his limp hanging arms. If you can heal my hands, I will offer terms that will satisfy you. Tsunade's indifferent eyes suddenly widened in shock. Your hands. This is the dead demon-consuming seal. I took him down. Dashyun licked his lips. Swish. The next instant Tsunade appeared directly behind Dashyun, her iron fist descending with immense force. But Yakushido swiftly formed hand seals and used the substitution jutsu. Boom. The ground cracked open and collapsed under Tsunade's monstrous strength, leaving only 2 bloodied snakes in the crater. Tsunade, I'll give you a week to think it over. As a token of gratitude, I will use that technique to revive your lover and younger brother. Dashyun's voice rang out, but he had already departed. Tsunade knelt on the ground, 2 streams of tears sliding down her cheeks. Lady Tsunade. Shizune rushed over. Tsunade forced down her grief and said, make an exception today and have a drink with me. Meanwhile, night fell. Unlike the night in Duanche Street was not bustling. Apart from izakayas and gambling dens, all other shops had long closed. The 3 who had spent the day on the mountain were now famished. To fill their stomachs, Uzumaki Naruto stepped into an izakaya for the first time. Tianming, aren't we not allowed to drink? Uzumaki Naruto was baffled as he watched Qingchuan Tianming and Jiraiya drinking together. Don't be bound by rules, be free. After Jiraiya and Qingchuan Tianming had a drink, he no longer treated Uzumaki Naruto too harshly. Naruto won a cup, kid. I'll try. Uzumaki Naruto poured himself a glass of shochu and downed it in one gulp. Tui. Ah, so strong. This is terrible. Within a second, Naruto sprayed the drink onto the next table, complaining. I'm terribly sorry, this kid is drinking for the first time. Jiraiya quickly stood up to apologize. But when he looked up, who else but Tsunade had been doused by Naruto's spray. Tsunade's face was flushed, her breath reeking of alcohol. Am I that drunk? I'm seeing that old pervert Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade, it really is Lord Jiraiya. Inside the izakaya's private room, Jiraiya and Tsunade drank together while Qingchuan Tianming sat beside Tsunade. Tsunade, heartbroken and tipsy, didn't mind. She clinked glasses with Jiraiya 3 times, but both times Qingchuan Tianming drank for her. Wasn't he just a relentless drink blocker? Jiraiya, you're usually out wandering. Why are you here? Tsunade said languidly. I came specifically for you to ask you to return to Mai and inherit the position of Hokage. At the mention of Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto became instantly excited. The Hokage position. Whoever takes it is a fool. I refuse. Tsunade showed no room for negotiation. The name of Hokage, which she had once revered, was now tarnished. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't stand it and was about to unleash a verbal barrage. But Qingchuan Tianming spoke first. Lady Tsunade, that's where you're wrong. If taking the Hokage position makes one a fool, does that mean your grandfather, the first Hokage, and your teacher, the third Hokage, were both fools? Did you bring this one? Tsunade said calmly. He's my disciple. Jiraiya scratched his head. As expected, the ones you teach are also annoying. As Tsunade spoke, her gaze swept coldly over Qingchuan Tianming. Kid, are you trying to lecture me? If you interpret it that way, I suppose so. Qingchuan Tianming said startlingly, after all the predecessors of my village gave everything for the name of Hokage, while you are nothing but a failure, drowning your sorrows in drink. Boom. Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand down, shattering the table. Jiraiya, I take back what I said. Your disciple's tongue is sharper than yours. Can I hit him? Tsunade. Tianming is just a child. Why get angry with him? Qingchuan Tianming apologized quickly. Jiraiya tried to mediate. Teacher Jiraiya, I must decline. Qingchuan Tianming stood up and said, I think a drunkard who escapes reality through alcohol is indeed unfit to inherit the name of Hokage. Rather than that, teacher, you should take the position. I can't take it anymore. Tsunade grabbed Qingchuan Tianming by the collar and dashed out of the izakaya into the back alley. Kid, hit me. Give me a reason to teach you a lesson. Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya and Shizune also rushed out. Especially Jiraiya, whose eyes were full of helplessness. Wasn't provoking Tsunade when she was drunk, just asking for trouble. Fighting is simple. Let's make a bet. Qingchuan Tianming said calmly. At the mention of gambling, Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't fathom why this brat brought by Jiraiya was so composed. Normally, even Jiraiya himself wouldn't dare to talk back when she was angry. What kind of gamble? Ultimately, Tsunade refrained from directly striking Qingchuan Tianming. Laying hands on a child was against her principles. I'll fight you. If I win, you return to Konoha and become Hokage. Qingchuan Tianming's words shocked everyone. Tianming, what nonsense are you spouting? In the one who's going to be Hokage. Can this drunkard even manage that? Naruto shouted loudly. Are you 3 out of your minds? Jiraiya extended his hair to pull Qingchuan Tianming back behind him. Taking on Tsunade in an unknown fight. Do you even realize that across all 5 great nations, barely a handful of people would dare to say such a thing? Instead of flying into a rage as usual, Tsunade stared coldly at Jiraiya. I never thought that after all these years you old pervert would resort to schemes. You thought I wouldn't take a kid seriously, so you pulled this stunt, didn't you? Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. Then something that made Jiraiya even more exasperated happened. Naruto, afraid that Qingchuan Tianming would steal his thunder again, jumped forward and said to Tsunade, "I'm the one who's going to be Hokage. Let's settle this with strength." With that, Naruto formed hand seals, summoned 3 shadow clones, and charged at Tsunade. Jiraiya suddenly regretted bringing the kids along. Shizune. As Naruto attacked Shizune, protective of her master, wanted to intervene, but was called back by Tsunade. In an instant, Naruto's 3 shadow clones attacked from different angles. Tsunade remained rooted to the spot. She lightly stomped the ground and chunks of rock flew up, piercing the clones with pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, she flicked Naruto's forehead, sending him tumbling backward. Ouch! 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 Naruto flew back and rolled to Qingchuan Tianming's feet. Interesting. I accept your gamble. Tsunade gave Qingchuan Tianming a sidelong glance. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you 2 brats can defeat my clone, I'll seriously consider that matter. With that, Tsunade clenched her fist and slammed it into the ground. A clump of earth rose from the shattered floor, condensing into an earth clone of herself. Tianming, what do we do? She's so strong. Naruto, having tasted her power, was a bit intimidated. A glimmer of light flashed in Qingchuan Tianming's eyes. Naruto, hold her off for 10 seconds. It'll lead us to victory. No problem. Naruto agreed without a second thought. After all, as fellow members of Team 7 and now disciples of Jiraiya, a little trust was a given. Hold me off for 10 seconds. What kind of boast is that? Tsunade chuckled and formed another seal. The earth clone seemed to come alive. Naruto charged without hesitation, throwing shuriken that whistled through the air. The shuriken struck the earth clone Hiden, but bounced off as if hitting a block of iron. With a roar, Tsunade's earth clone punched the ground. The shockwave tore a deep crevice that raced toward Naruto. Naruto leaped into the air just in time, but the tremors from underground shifted again and sharp earth spikes shot up. Shadow clone technique. A swarm of Naruto's clones confused the spikes, robbing them of their target. As the clones slowly fell, the real Naruto had already formed a Rasengan. That technique. You taught him. Tsunade asked Jiraiya, who nodded in confirmation. Rasengan. Descending from above, the real Naruto delivered a diving strike, slamming the Rasengan directly into the earth clone. With a blast, Naruto was thrown back. In the smoke, the earth clone, now only half its body left, took a step. Naruto's Rasengan was only half finished and lacked full power. When he landed again, his body felt like it was. At last, the agonizing 10 seconds were over. Sign-in successful. Reward summoning egg. Without pondering what the summoning egg was, Qingchuan Tianming faced the half-bodied earth clone. Qingchuan Tianming charged forward, his assault sweeping through the earth clone like a gale. Cracks of electricity appeared on the clone's severed waist, and with a thunderous crash it crumbled apart. Qingchuan Tianming slowly sheathed his sword. That swordsmanship, using lightning to counter earth. Jiraiya, did you specifically bring a Jonin to set me up? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I swear I'm innocent. Jiraiya wailed. They're my students, but this plan wasn't my idea. Fine, fine. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to argue. After a meaningful glance at Qingchuan Tianming, she turned to Jiraiya. Send the kids away. Shall we talk alone? The outcome was obvious. Jiraiya and Tsunade went back into the tavern while Qingchuan Tianming, Naruto, and Shizune returned to the inn first. In the inn room, Qingchuan Tianming sat cross-legged. Suddenly he remembered the reward he just obtained. System, what is the summoning egg? Summoned beasts are formidable combat forces in the Naruto world, divided into battle and support types. Taking the 3 ninjas as examples, the battle type includes Jiraiya's contract with Gamabunta the Toad and Orochimaru's with Manda the Snake, while the support type is Tsunade's Katsuyu the Slug. Summoning a beast typically requires a summoning scroll and blood. But Qingchuan Tianming's summoning egg was something unheard of. Did any summoned beast in the Naruto world ever come from an egg? System, how do I use this summoning egg? Qingchuan Tianming had no choice but to consult the system. The summoning egg is a product of the system, sharing the same essence as the Naruto world. The difference is that the egg doesn't require a summoning scroll as a medium. The host only needs to drop blood to form the contract. The summoned creature inside the egg is entirely random. Pretty straightforward, just shed blood and it's done. Qingchuan Tianming placed the summoning egg on the bed and without hesitation bit his index finger. The crimson blood slowly dripped onto the egg's surface, quickly seeping in. The egg trembled and obscure patterns began to emerge. Crack. Then cracks spread across the egg's surface and something began to emerge from within. When the summoning egg fully cracked open, Qingchuan Tianming finally saw the true form of the summoned beast, and for a moment he didn't know what expression to make. The creature bore a resemblance to a snake, yet it also had 4 legs. Could it be a lizard or a chameleon? Qingchuan Tianming muttered indifferently. You're the lizard. Your whole family are lizards. To his surprise, the creature spoke human language and lashed out, even flinging eggshell fragments onto Qingchuan Tianming's face. What a fiery temper. A summoned beast with a foul attitude. Sorry, it's my first summon, and I couldn't tell what you were. Qingchuan Tianming apologized swiftly. He couldn't afford to offend such a powerful ally. I am a dragon, you heard that right, the being that dominates all species. But right now I'm still in my infancy. Once I fully grow, I'll take you and crush the entire ninja world. the summoned beast declared with soaring ambition. Infancy. Growth potential. Qingchuan Tianming suddenly recalled that summoned beasts and their contractors complemented each other, possessing growth potential. Alright, shall I give you a name? How about Little Dragon? Qingchuan Tianming asked tentatively. The summoned beast let out a disdainful sound, then immediately leaped onto the top of Qingchuan Tianming's head. Better call me Brother Long. From now on, when you face enemies you can't handle, Brother Long will take you and show off, fly you to victory. Qingchuan Tianming. In the end he compromised Brother Long. It was. Everything from the system was top-notch. Yet in the near future Qingchuan Tianming would admit that shouting Brother Long was truly worth it. After successfully forming the contract, Qingchuan Tianming learned that his summoning egg only needed to be nurtured with chakra, a truly welcome bonus. Inside the izakaya, Jiraiya and Tsunade drank together. I saw Orochimaru today. He asked me to heal the hand sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal at the cost of resurrecting them. Tsunade said while sipping her sake. Tsunade, you know they've been gone for a long time. Resurrecting them through forbidden techniques would only disturb their rest. Jiraiya naturally knew who she meant. One was his rival in love, the other a little brother who always looked up to him. I know, but I miss them so much. Tsunade couldn't help but weep. All these years I've drowned my sorrows in drink and lost every gamble I've taken, just to numb myself. Jiraiya fell silent. After that mission her lover and younger brother died one after another. Tsunade, a medical ninja, couldn't save them, and their departure took away her conviction as a ninja. Have you decided? To go see Orochimaru? Jiraiya said flatly. Probably. Jiraiya finished his drink and stood up. 7 days from now I'll come and treat you to another drink. If you haven't changed your mind by then I'll kill you and Orochimaru. With that Jiraiya placed money on the table and walked out of the izakaya. The night passed without event, and early the next morning, Qingchuan Tianming and Jiraiya appeared outside Naruto Uzumaki's store. Opening it quietly, Jiraiya mischievously yanked off the futon in one swift motion. A sudden chill came over Naruto Uzumaki, jolting him awake from the cold. Seeing the two already dressed, he launched into his Toknajutsu. Still groggy, pervy sage, what are you doing? It's not even dawn yet. Let's talk, we're not here on vacation. You've got 3 minutes to wash up, Jiraiya insisted. No matter how reluctant, Naruto could only get up. Back at the familiar training ground, Qingchuan Tianming once again found his own spot to practice, while Jiraiya prepared a new training exercise. You've managed to burst a balloon, and last night's half-finished Rasengan was decent, but it's far from enough. Jiraiya said, tossing a white rubber ball to him. Now burst this. Naruto Uzumaki caught the rubber ball with both hands and began his attempt, but progress was far from smooth. Jiraiya's teaching method was indeed simple. After demonstrating once more to Naruto Uzumaki, he went off to sleep in a shady spot. As for Qingchuan Tianming, he truly needed no instruction. Arriving at a secluded spot, Qingchuan Tianming made a hand seal and pressed it to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Brother Long appeared on the ground, having been nourished overnight by Qingchuan Tianming's chakra. Brother Long had grown from the size of a finger at hatching to the thickness of an arm. You've got some sense, kid, knowing to let me out for a spin. Brother Long praised him. Although it was a product of the system, it was still a summoning beast. In terms of cause and effect, without Qingchuan Tianming summoning it, it could not appear. Brother Long, as my summoning beast, do you have any special abilities or something? Qingchuan Tianming rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. For example, the toad ninjutsu of Hama Wenta, the medical abilities of the slug, the snake-like ninjutsu that Wanshi bestowed upon Orochimaru, or the crow that allowed Uchiha Itachi to cast genjutsu, all were top tier. But his own summoning beast was a dragon. Brother Long glanced at Qingchuan Tianming and said indifferently, don't look at me like you've never seen the world. Even though I'm not strong yet, it won't be a problem for me to take you around the ninja world and show off in the future. Qingchuan Tianming. Was this saying the most cowardly words with the most arrogant tone? Apart from absorbing my chakra, can you gain abilities through other means? Qingchuan Tianming asked. Brother Long shook his head. Now it was Qingchuan Tianming's turn to feel troubled, unable to be useful now yet, constantly needing to supply chakra. Wasn't that a bit of a loss? So you're useless for now. Brother Long was displeased upon hearing this, almost jumping up to hit Qingchuan Tianming. I said, what's the rush? Brother, I've only been born for a little over a day. How powerful can I be? If I came out and instantly dominated everything, what would we need you for? How about I just unify the ninja world myself? Could you still need training? Qingchuan Tianming was stunned. He was being scolded by a dragon and couldn't find a retort. Since you're my little bro, I have to show you something, right? Brother Long changed the subject. Extend your hand. Qingchuan Tianming silently extended his hand. Brother Long jumped up from the ground, climbed onto Qingchuan Tianming's arm, and turned into a black pattern. Try throwing a punch. Qingchuan Tianming turned around without hesitation and punched the thick tree behind him that would take several people. As his fist contacted the tree, Qingchuan Tianming felt a second surge of power burst forth straight through the tree, and the blazing heat carved a trench through the forest. The trees around the trench were even melted by the high temperature. At that moment, Brother Long detached from Qingchuan Tianming's arm and landed back on the ground, showing off. Understand? Qingchuan Tianming nodded. This damn thing was really brutal. When Brother Long attached to his body, it not only increased destructive power, but also formed an additional attack of fire element chakra. Here Chakra had another form of attack besides ninjutsu. Brother Long. Qingchuan Tianming swallowed his saliva, calling him brother willingly. After feeding him chakra for just a day, he became like this. In the future, wouldn't he be ridiculously overpowered? After a brief excitement, Qingchuan Tianming did not get carried away, but devoted himself again to training the Riluan blade. On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki sat on the ground staring at the motionless rubber ball, doubting his own existence. This was unscientific. He had been working on it all day until his hands were raw, yet the rubber ball remained still. The second round of training was nothing like the first. After all, the rubber ball was solid and elastic, and Naruto Uzumaki needed to control two streams of chakra, one positive and one negative, to converge in his palm. Too weak and it had no effect, too strong, and he himself got blown away. Soon the sun was about to set. Qingchuan Tianming finished his training and appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki. This guy was still practicing. Even though he was a mess, he didn't care. Boom. The rubber ball shook again and Naruto Uzumaki was sent flying once more. But this time, instead of landing on his rear, he was caught by Qingchuan Tianming. Tianming, did you finish your training? Naruto Uzumaki had no idea that Jiraiya hadn't taught any ninjutsu to Qingchuan Tianming. Sort of, Qingchuan Tianming said calmly. Are you having a problem? Right. I can ask you. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up. Tianming, you're smarter than me and your chakra control is amazing. How about teaching me? The reason for the Rasengan. Qingchuan Tianming was helpless. He had deliberately trained at a distance to let Naruto Uzumaki complete the technique on his own, but after avoiding him for so many days, Naruto had come to him instead. It seemed this guy was really thick-skinned, telling everything to those around him. That was probably the charm of Naruto. Naruto, why don't you try the shadow clone? Qingchuan Tianming summoned two clones and the two clones simultaneously released positive and negative wind element chakra, converging into a ball in the palm of the original Boda's hand. Shadow clone technique. A flash of inspiration struck Uzumaki. Naruto, right, why didn't I think of that? If I can't do it alone, why not just summon some help? You're really smart, Tianming. Naruto's mastery of the shadow clone technique is unparalleled. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto followed the example and summoned two shadow clones, one on each side, who began gathering chakra into his palm. The two precisely synchronized streams of chakra entered the rubber ball, causing it to distort. Bam me. Finally, the rubber ball exploded, sending Uzumaki Naruto flying, but it was all worth it. 4 days passed and Jiraiya came to inspect the results. Naruto, you little brat, how's your training going? During these past few days, Jiraiya had only occasionally appeared on the mountain, otherwise he was either at some tavern or spying from rooftops. Seeing him was a rare feat. I can burst the rubber ball now, Uzumaki Naruto said confidently. Oh. Don't brag, you know, the Fourth Hokage took nearly 3 years to master this technique. Jiraiya said, tossing a rubber ball to Uzumaki Naruto. It'll surpass the Fourth Hokage. Naruto caught the ball and immediately performed the shadow clone technique. Looking at the shadow clone beside Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't fathom what kind of technique this was. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto roared and the two shadow clones instantly converged, their hands working on the rubber ball in his palm. Soon a pair of opposing wind-natured chakra streams merged into the ball. Bam me. After the rubber ball exploded, Uzumaki Naruto was only pushed back a few meters. During Jiraiya's absence, Uzumaki Naruto had bought many rubber balls with his own money to practice. Now his control over the Rasengan had reached a new level. Jiraiya was speechless for a long time. What kind of absurd technique was this? Who uses shadow clones like? The reason for his shock was that the Fourth Hokage had honed the Rasengan through sheer hard work. Even Hatake Kakashi, renowned as a genius, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had put tremendous effort into learning the Rasengan. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto in less than a week had mastered it through the unorthodox method of using shadow clones? Ahem, not bad. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, then let's begin the third phase of training. The first phase, bursting balloons to sense wind-natured chakra. The second phase, using rubber balls to experience opposing forces. The third phase combines the two. After saying this, Jiraiya formed a Rasengan with one hand and slammed it into a tree. The Rasengan tore through the bark like a drill, boring deep inside. It didn't shatter the tree but left a spiral. Give it a try. Uzumaki Naruto immediately attempted to form a Rasengan. Without the balloons or rubber balls, it was much harder to shape. After a struggle, the Rasengan was noticeably smaller than before. Huh. Uzumaki Naruto pressed the Rasengan into the tree, but it only shook off a few leaves without even damaging the bark. You can form it now, not bad. Jiraiya praised him, then vanished. I have things to attend to. You two keep training. After Jiraiya left, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel much and threw himself into smashing the tree. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming, standing nearby, knew that a plot point was about to arrive. That was the reunion of the Sannin. Naruto. Qingchuan Tianming appeared and stopped Naruto's tree-mashing frenzy. Master Jiraiya has gone to see Tsunade. Tomorrow Tsunade will go to meet Orochimaru. We should conserve our strength and see if we can help. Uzumaki Naruto was baffled. Tianming, how do you know so much? Qinchuan Tianming didn't explain, and Naruto didn't bother to think further. That drunkard would rather refuse the title of Hokage to help a villain. Then I can't just stand by. Though his understanding was a bit off, it didn't matter. At the end, Tsunade put the specially prepared sedative into her pocket. She looked at the unconscious Shizuno lying on the floor and said with a pang of guilt, "Sorry, Shizuno. I have to settle this once and for all." Leaving the inn, Tsunade went straight to the izakaya where Jiraiya had been waiting for some time. "It's been a few days. Have you made a decision?" Jiraiya poured her a cup of sake. "This sake is no good." Tsunade poured the sake onto the ground, then pulled a bottle from her pocket. "Wanna try mine?" "Sure." Jiraiya poured out his own sake. This sake is excellent." As soon as he uncorked the bottle, Jiraiya was captivated by its unique aroma. "Cheers." They clinked glasses and downed their drinks, then chatted for a while. In the end, Jiraiya never asked Tsunade's decision because he had been drugged. Tsunade, sitting across from him, stood up and left the izakaya as the sky began to lighten. When she arrived at the meeting point, Ikushi Kabuto and Orochimaru had already been waiting. "You came after all, Tsunade. Save your breath. Every second I look at you fills me with disgust." Gangsho shuddered in revulsion. Despite the insult, Dashiwan showed no anger. Instead, he gestured for Yaoshiro to present their sincerity. Yaoshiro formed hand seals, and with a puff of white smoke, 2 wooden coffins rose upright behind him. Gangsho's composure shattered, her eyes reddening. "As your former comrade, Lord Dashiwan trusted you deeply. After that day, we resorted to forbidden techniques," Yaoshiro explained slowly. "If you heal Lord Dashiwan's hands, they will be able to see you. 2 arms for 2 people, our sincerity is beyond doubt." A complex expression crossed Gangsho's face as she stepped toward Dashiwan. "The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands." Dashiwan stepped forward as his bandages unraveled, automatically revealing his blackened arms. If he delayed any longer, the deterioration would render them beyond healing. Even a body swap wouldn't save them from total ruin. "Gangsho, after all these years, your temper is still as fiery as ever," Dashiwan remarked. "Don't speak to me." It seemed only Gangsho could show such disrespect to Lord Dashiwan. She approached, formed a peculiar hand seal, and a pale green chakra flowed from her palm onto Dashiwan's arm. With Yaoshiro standing guard, the treatment was perfectly safe. Just as everyone believed the procedure would proceed smoothly, Gangsho's healing technique abruptly ceased. She then struck Dashiwan with a single punch, sending him flying. "I still want to kill you after all." Gangsho. Caught off guard, Dashiwan lost his balance due to his crippled arms and slid across the ground, his composure shattered. "Lord Dashiwan." Yaoshiro reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and engaging Gangsho. But she was one of the Sannin. She stomped the ground heavily. A stone slab rose from the earth as Gangsho leaped, her iron fist descending toward Yaoshiro. Boom. Yaoshiro dared not face her. He frantically dropped an explosive tag and retreated to Dashiwan's side. "Don't take me away." No matter how formidable Dashiwan was, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Yaoshiro immediately performed a summoning technique, then helped Dashiwan vanish from the spot. The summoned giant serpent, unaware of the situation, lunged at Gangsho with its gaping maw. Bang! The snake never managed to inflict any harm. Gangsho's punch obliterated it instantly. The serpent's body crashed into the coffins, revealing them to be empty. Dashiwan. There was no trace of sorrow in Gangsho's eyes now, only blazing murderous intent. Before long, others arrived at the scene: Qingchuan Tianming and Xianwen Mingren. "Damn, we're too late." Surveying the wreckage and the serpent's corpse, Qingchuan Tianming frowned. "Mingren, go back to the tavern immediately and wake up teacher Zilai Yi. Then follow the marks I've left to find us." With matters urgent, Xianwen Mingren ceased his antics, shouted, "Leave it to me," and retraced his steps. Qingchuan Tianming gave chase without delay. He knew this was the point where the Sannin clashed. Though he was no match for Dashiwan at present, in the original storyline, Gangsho was overpowered after Yaoshiro took his drugs. Under his guidance, Xianwen Mingren had mastered the Rasengan in less than a week, but its destructive power was too limited. For now, he had to act himself. On the other front, the battle unfolded much as in the plot. Gangsho was not gaining the upper hand. Fully aware of the Sannin's might, Yaoshiro had taken his drugs before the fight, no longer needing to conceal his spy mission. Unleashing his full power, his strength already exceeded that of a regular jonin, and the drugs doubled it again. Moreover, Dashiwan provided assistance. Though he could not form hand seals, years of research had granted him numerous alternative techniques. Dashiwan stood atop a massive serpent, occasionally sending smaller snakes to harass Gangsho. Boom. Under relentless assault, Gangsho faltered, allowing Yaoshiro to exploit an opening and strike her with a palm. As Gangsho flew back, her left leg went numb. Now all 4 of her limbs were immobilized. "Lady Gangsho, you never expected I was also a medical ninja, did you?" Yaoshiro sneered coldly. Her monstrous strength had battered him dizzy, but with Dashiwan's coordination, he had used chakra scalpels to sever the meridians in all 4 of her limbs. Gangsho was now a lamb for the slaughter. "Gangsho." Dashiwan rode the serpent closer. "Had you healed my hands properly, I would not have struck at you. But you made the wrong choice." Teacher Yuanfei's greatest shame in life was probably taking you as a disciple. If I hadn't drunk too much last night and been out of form, I would have crushed you too. Ha ha, you can tell him that yourself. Shiwan's pupils gleamed with murderous intent. Another massive serpent burst from the ground ready to devour Gangsho. In the nick of time. Suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, a katana plunged down landing before the serpent could reach Gangsho. It embedded into the earth. Gangsho slowly opened her eyes. The person who had arrived was beyond her expectations. Qichuan Tianming. No one could have imagined that the one who reversed the tide of battle was a mere child and a genin. Qichuan Tianming pulled the sun-will blade from the giant serpent's skull, wiping the blood off the blade. Lady Tsunade, how could you handle a fight like this alone? Tsunade was astonished. How are you here? She had knocked out Shizune and drugged Jiraiya precisely to deal with this situation alone. Qichuan Tianming. Qichuan Tianming. Orochimaru's excited voice rang out. What did he currently desire most? Without a doubt it was to heal his hands, and the fastest best method now was to change bodies. And Qichuan Tianming was the vessel he valued most. Qichuan Tianming's eyes swept over Orochimaru, who instead greeted him, long time no see. Qichuan Tianming, come to me quickly, and I shall grant you great power. Orochimaru said hastily, already, I refuse. Qichuan Tianming shook his head and glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, saying calmly, as expected, you have surpassed the level of a jonin. Are you going to be our enemy? Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, equally shocked by Qichuan Tianming's sudden appearance. Qichuan Tianming raised his hand and sent several shuriken whistling through the air. Kabuto, without dodging, used his chakra scalpel to deflect the shuriken, and then charged forward. Kabuto. Subdue Qichuan Tianming. Orochimaru commanded directly. Kid, you're no match for him. Tsunade wanted to help, but her body wouldn't obey. In the middle ground, Qichuan Tianming had already engaged Kabuto Hiden. Fully aware that a single touch from the chakra scalpel would sever his meridians, Qichuan Tianming kept his distance, avoiding close quarters combat. Have you noticed? Kabuto gave a faint smile, then suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a flying needle. At that distance there was no way to dodge. Indeed, Qichuan Tianming used his chakra to deflect the needle, then took a step forward and swung his sun-will blade in a horizontal arc. But Kabuto was a master after all. He retreated repeatedly, and the slash only cut through the fabric over his abdomen. Shadow clone technique. Qichuan Tianming quickly formed hand seals while holding his sun-will blade. As white smoke rose, several clones closed in while the original's hands changed seals once more. Lightning release mountain thunder seal. Boom. In an instant a dark cloud gathered in the sky and a massive lightning bolt crashed down from above. Qichuan Tianming could freely control the form of mountain thunder seal. On flat ground the lightning strike form was naturally better. Thus Kabuto could only use his movement technique to dodge the lightning strikes from behind. Watching the battle, Tsunade felt a sense of unreality. Was this still a genin brat? With such chakra reserves, hand seals, speed, and battle awareness. Definitely at the level of a jonin. Boom. 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 As the lightning strikes continued to bombard, the clouds in the sky began to shrink. And as the power of Mountain Thunder Seal waned, Kabuto found an opportunity to counterattack. Wind release explosive wind stream. Kabuto flicked 2 fingers, inhaled and exhaled. A fierce wind erupted from his mouth, forming a tornado that blew away the lightning strikes behind him and even scattered the clouds in the sky. Wind defeats lightning. Qichuan Tianming frowned. This Kabuto's strength was indeed as deep as the ocean. His combat power was even greater than Zabuza's. It seemed that fighting a strong jonin was still too much for him in his current state. For a moment Qichuan Tianming was in a dilemma. To forcibly kill Kabuto, he could use Thunder Flash or the power of the Quick Fruit. But once he used that move, he would be incapacitated for a short time. Even if he killed Kabuto, there was still Orochimaru left to deal with. While Qichuan Tianming was deep in thought, Orochimaru, watching from the side, narrowed his eyes and activated his summoning technique. Manda. Boom. As the words fell, the ground trembled, and a nearly 100-meter-long purple serpent burst from the earth. Unlike ordinary giant snakes, Manda required a sacrifice of 100 people every time it was summoned. And it was even more powerful. Orochimaru, I want 100 people. Manda stated its condition as soon as it appeared. Catch Qichuan Tianming and I'll give you 1,000. Manda, receiving the command, opened its huge maw directly at Qichuan Tianming in the sky. At that moment Qichuan Tianming snapped back to reality and Manda's attack was already upon him. Slurp. Meanwhile, a pink tongue from nearby coiled around Qichuan Tianming, pulling him back just before Manda could strike. The newcomer was the summoned Gamabunta with Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki on his head. Tsunade, why did you have to drug me? Jiraiya complained. Tsunade's drug was too strong. Knowing she was in the wrong, Tsunade said nothing, though the stone in her heart finally dropped. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's face twisted atop Manda's head. He had been so close to capturing Qichuan Tianming. Orochimaru, I was looking for you too. Jiraiya's gaze turned cold. You killed Lord Third and tried to harm Tsunade. I won't let you go this time. The same goes for me, Orochimaru said with a twisted expression. Manda kill them. Gamabunta attacked. Jiraiya also clasped his hands together entering combat mode. Jiraiya and Orochimaru clashed heat-in. Beneath them their summoned beasts fought with full force. Gamabunta the toad beneath Jiraiya drew his short sword and lunged forward in a swift slash. The colossal toad leaped into the air thrusting his blade forward. You dead frog, you dare challenge me. Manda twisted midair lashing out with lightning speed using his tail. Clang. The serpent's tail met the short sword. A metallic ring echoed as Gamabunta's charge halted stumbling backward a few steps. Meanwhile Manda skidded across the ground. Frustrating, isn't it, you dead frog? Your swordsmanship hasn't improved one bit after all these years. As equally matched summoning beasts Gamabunta and Manda were evenly skilled. Now that they engaged they even exchanged trash talk, how nostalgic. Gamabunta took a puff from his pipe exhaling smoke into Manda's face then raised his short sword once more to attack. Manda writhed his serpentine body. A creature without hands dares to speak of swordsmanship. Fine. Let me tear that frog's skin of yours apart. Stung by the remark Manda swept his massive tail sideways which Gamabunta blocked with his arms. Perfect, I could use a snakeskin wallet. While the two beasts clashed Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not idle. You always appear at the most annoying. Orochimaru's bandages unraveled revealing dark bloodied arms. Kabuto used my blood to summon more creatures. At Orochimaru's command Kabuto drew blood from the wrecked arm and performed the summoning jutsu. Instantly two snakes slightly smaller than Manda burst from white smoke targeting not Jiraiya, but the people behind him. Earth released swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya rapidly weaved hand signs causing the two charging snakes to halt as a massive swamp materialized beneath them swallowing their bodies. I don't have enough chakra, this technique can only trap them. You finish them off. Jiraiya shouted, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Tsunade's medicine was too potent, Jiraiya's body still felt weak. He had strained himself just to cast the summoning swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya, worry about yourself. Orochimaru sneered then spat out a sword from his mouth. With both hands useless, he bit the hilt and extended his neck to attack. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's long hair suddenly hardened completely enveloping his body. Orochimaru stabbed the hardened white hair with the sword in his mouth then abandoned the blade and extended his neck slipping through the gaps of the needle Jizo. A snake's head flashed past Jiraiya's vision and bit his neck. Jiraiya, how about a deal? Orochimaru whispered in Jiraiya's ear, my hands are sealed by the dead demon consuming seal, so I can't fight at full strength. And you still under the medicine's effect can't fight either. How about this, give me Qingchuan Tianming and I'll spare Tsunade. Daydreaming. Jiraiya showed no sign of negotiation. That kid is my disciple. How could I hand over my own student? Jiraiya, you should understand you have no right to refuse. Orochimaru said coldly. You mean that bite will give me a curse mark? No. Orochimaru replied, having trained at Mount Myaboka, curse marks have no effect on you. I mean those outside can't stop Kabuto. While Jiraiya and Orochimaru locked horns, Kabuto leaped off Manda and approached the snakes trapped in the swamp. On Tsunade's side, Naruto stared at Kabuto in utter shock. The same Kabuto who had helped Team 7 so much during the Chunin exams was actually a villain. Naruto, can you handle those two snakes? Qingchuan Tianming said calmly. Tianming. Don't worry, I have a plan. Qingchuan assured him. Get back, brats. Tsunade stood up with Shizun's support. I don't need you standing in front of me. Qingchuan Tianming chuckled lightly. Lady Tsunade, the strength of a Hokage is not merely combat power, nor can the title of Hokage be born alone. You are the Hokage of Konoha. How could we ever let the Hokage fall into danger? King Twin's words struck Tsunade's heart like a hammer. She had been running away all these years, yet a child saw it more clearly than she did. Just as Qingchuan and Naruto exchanged glances ready to act, they felt a pulling force seize them. Then Tsunade lifted them both, one in each hand. You're right. I am the Hokage of Konoha. How could the Hokage let Genin charge into battle? Just watch. With those words, Tsunade vanished into a blur, instantly closing in on Kabuto and throwing a punch that seemed to shatter the very air. That speed. Kabuto's mind reacted, but his body could not. Boom. Kabuto was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Meanwhile, dark intricate lines slowly crept across Tsunade's face. Kabuto Yakushi was sent flying by a punch, sliding across the ground and shattering a huge boulder into pieces, demonstrating the immense power of that strike. Instantly, Kabuto's gaze turned to see Tsunade's face covered with intricate lines accompanied by a shocking aura surge. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake trapped in the swamp of the underworld turned and lunged at Tsunade. Without dodging or avoiding, she performed a high kick with her heavenly foot of pain and literally exploded the snake's massive head. Is he that strong? Naruto Uzumaki was stunned from behind. Tsunadesima used a technique that consumes her life, Shizun said with a complex expression. Consumes life. Naruto looked completely baffled. Tsunadesima is the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, hence she possesses the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, and this move is a veritable forbidden technique. The 100 Healings technique. When activated, the curse seal spreads throughout the body. At the moment of taking damage, it begins continuous rapid automatic regeneration without affecting the rhythm of attack. The downside is that the healing is automatic and uncontrollable, consuming far more chakra than ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even minor injuries are regenerated, though such minor wounds could be treated with normal medical ninjutsu or left untreated for a while. Moreover, like the creation rebirth technique, using it will shorten one's lifespan. Listening to Shizun's explanation, Naruto felt as if he had opened the door to a new world, but with his intelligence, those secret clan techniques were beyond him. However, he did grasp the part about shortening lifespan. How can she fight like that without regard for her life? I'm going to help, Naruto said, preparing to use the shadow clone technique. Naruto. Chinchuan Tianming stopped him and said, we can't interfere in this battle. Tsunadesima is already the Hokage, and this fight is her Allen Gamble. We just need to watch. One punch demolished the summoned snake. Kabuto Yakushi slowly crawled up from the ground, took out his medicine jar again, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his mouth, his chakra was replenished. Chakra scalpel. Kabuto chose to meet her heat in his palms, chakra scalpel striking Tsunade's arm with astonishing speed. Tsunade's expression remained unchanged as she freed one hand and punched Kabuto in the face. Taking the full force of the blow, Kabuto was knocked to the ground, the earth cracking rapidly beneath him. Ugh. Kabuto coughed up blood profusely. He was no match for Tsunade in her 100 healings mode. This fight also startled the two standing atop the summoned beast. Tsunade actually used that technique. Orochimaru was astonished. The 100 healings technique consumes one's lifespan. At the same time, this move was very familiar to Orochimaru. He had studied Hashirama Senju cells partly in order to obtain the 100 healings technique, but after countless failures, he eventually produced only a defective version, the power of the cursed seal. Tsunade. Jiraiya was also stunned. Boom. At that moment, the giant snake Manda bit down fiercely on Gamabunta's sword below, while its tail struck Gamabunta from behind, sending him flying. The enormous toad short sword also fell to the ground. The two separated, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru lost the will to continue fighting. Hiss hiss hiss. Just as Tsunade was about to finish Kabuto, the second snake trapped in the swamp of the underworld launched a deadly attack, its head shooting forward like a cannonball breaking through the wind. Tsunade lightly stomped her foot. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the snake's head missile. At that same moment, Manda's tongue coiled around Kabuto and immediately burrowed underground. Tsunade's gaze shifted unconcerned. After deactivating the 100 healings technique, she collapsed to the ground, appearing several years older. Tsunade. Jiraiya leaped down from atop Gamabunta, came to Tsunade, and lifted her in his arms. You bastard, if you try to take advantage of the 5th Hokage, you're dead. After issuing the threat, Tsunade fell unconscious. Tsunadesima Shizun came running over. Let's go back to Konoha first, Jiraiya said calmly. Although everyone had suffered injuries of varying degrees, and the process had been quite tortuous, the outcome was still good. Thus the mission to find Tsunade was considered complete. On the way back to Konoha, Naruto kept complaining about why Tsunade had become the 5th Hokage, but Jiraiya gave him a good thrashing. After returning to Konoha, Tsunade was sent to Konoha Hospital, while Chinchuan Tianming and Naruto Uzumaki each went to their own homes. Tianming. On the way home, Naruto spoke up. When we parted, Shizunini gave me a necklace, saying it was from Tsunade Obasan for you. Chinchuan Tianming looked at the Senjin necklace around Naruto's neck and said calmly, this is no ordinary item. It's a symbol of the Hokage. One day you too will become Hokage. Waha. Tianming, do you think you'll become Hokage? You have great eyesight. Naruto was easily satisfied by eating ramen or being called Hokage. Returning to the Chinchuan residence, before entering, Chinchuan Tianming saw Karen standing at the door. Why are you outside? Because I'm waiting for you. Every day when you go out on missions, I wait for you at this time, Karen said in the tone of a long-married couple. Why do you wait for me every day? Chinchuan Tianming said with a hint of subtlety. Xuanhua Xinglin, however, smiled lightly and replied, I've never had a life like this before, so I cherish it all the more now. The meal is ready. Come and eat. Oh. Chinchuan Tianming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't intended to eat when he suddenly returned. Entering the inner hall, Xuanhua Xinglin had already placed the dishes on the table. After several days of diligent practice, her culinary skills had reached new heights. Chinchuan Tianming ate with relish, while Xuanhua Xinglin stared straight at him. Let me prepare a bath for you. Thank you. Chinchuan Tianming mumbled through a mouthful of food. After living alongside Xuanhua Xinglin for a while, the initial awkwardness had faded. He found it rather peculiar to have someone waiting at home. Men in Konoha valued speed when eating, and Chinchuan Tianming was no exception. By the time Xuanhua Xinglin had drawn the bathwater, Chinchuan Tianming had already finished his meal. Setting down the bowl and chopsticks, Chinchuan Tianming grabbed a change of clothes and headed into the bathroom. Tossing aside his dirty garments, his well-built upper body was fully revealed. Though only 12 years old, years of unwavering physical training had sculpted a set of robust muscles. Lying back in the bathtub, Chinchuan felt the warm water wash away the accumulated fatigue of recent days. Outside the bathroom, a figure appeared before the laundry basket. Xuanhua Xianglin, having finished the dishes, paused as she passed by. The dirty clothes in the basket held an irresistible allure for her. I can't. Tianming will think I'm weird, Xuanhua Xianglin muttered as if a different person. This was her peculiar obsession. Once she became dependent on someone, she would accept everything about that person. For the current Xuanhua Xianglin, Qinchuan Tianming's dirty clothes exerted a powerful pull. These are Tianming's clothes. I want to touch them to possess them. At this thought, Xuanhua Xianglin's face flushed with heat. After a long internal struggle, she managed to suppress the urge. Once she had left, Qinchuan Tianming heaved a deep sigh of relief inside the bathroom. He had keen perception too, sensing Xianglin's desire to snatch his dirty clothes had made his heart leap into his throat. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. In the original Naruto story, Xuanhua Xianglin was not just a mobile blood pack, but also an extreme Yandra. Qinchuan Tianming had assumed young Xianglin wouldn't be like that, but he had miscalculated. The outcome left him both embarrassed and alarmed. It felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Soon Qinchuan Tianming emerged from the bathroom to find Xuanhua Xianglin sitting outside the door on a cushion. What are you looking at? Qinchuan Tianming sat down beside her. The moon in the sky, Xuanhua Xianglin replied with a smile. There are so many stars, but only one moon. It seems lonely. Anyway, let's drop it. Your mission this time was dangerous, wasn't it? Not really, answered Qinchuan Tianming. I can tell. Your body is more exhausted than ever. Xuanhua Xianglin rolled up her sleeve. If you get hurt in the future, you can bite me. My blood is the best medicine. Hearing those words from Xianglin's mouth struck a peculiar chord. Qinchuan Tianming knew it, but knowing was one thing, her offering it herself was another. Well, if you think my arm has too many bite marks, there are other places. Ahem. Qinchuan Tianming snapped back to reality with a dry chuckle. It's not that I mind. I just don't see you as a medical supply, understand? Xianglin, how about I teach you ninjutsu? Admittedly, his way of changing the subject was clumsy, a hard pivot. I'm willing to learn. Xuanhua Xianglin's eyes sparkled. No matter how difficult the jutsu, I can master it. Whether it's washing your clothes, cooking, or accompanying you on missions, I can do it all. Because we're family. Sensing the ambiguity, Xuanhua Xianglin hastily added an explanation. Let's start with the basics. Qinchuan Tianming stepped into the courtyard. On the left wall hung a red bullseye target, a hardcore target he had etched as a child for practicing shuriken. Truth be told, Qinchuan Tianming's shuriken skills were exceptional. My teaching might differ from others, but it's very easy for you to learn. As he spoke, Qinchuan Tianming drew a kunai and hurled it at the wall. The moment the kunai left his hand, 10 shuriken followed in rapid succession. A series of sharp thwack sounds rang out. The kunai struck dead center of the bullseye while the shuriken spread around it. Amazing. It was Xuanhua Xianglin's first time seeing shuriken used in such a manner. What should I do? She drew a kunai, but did not throw it immediately. Throwing weapons are all about accuracy. First extend your chakra and concentrate it at the center of the target. Then infuse the kunai with chakra. That will greatly boost both power and precision. This was the method Qinchuan Tianming had deliberately conceived. The Uzumaki clan possessed an immense reserve of chakra, and their usage of chakra extended beyond medical ninjutsu to include flexible practical applications. Karen was not a combat-oriented ninja. To see results quickly, she had to find an alternative path. I'll give it a try. Uzumaki Karen was quick-witted and immediately grasped the idea. She blinked her beautiful eyes once, and in that instant a dense chakra enveloped the entire courtyard. She then concentrated the chakra at the center of the target while channeling another stream into the kunai. Whoosh! The kunai shot through the air, tearing a large hole in the courtyard wall. A closer look revealed it had missed the bullseye by a short distance. Missed. Let me try again. Karen, stop for now. Karen could certainly keep going, but the walls of the Qinchuan estate couldn't withstand any more punishment. I was just showing you an example. Tomorrow we'll train outside the village. Qinchuan Tianming murmured, I'll teach you more than just shuriken and kunai. Understood. Uzumaki Karen looked eager. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the two left the Qinchuan estate and headed to the outskirts of Konoha. Besides the special training for Team 7, Qinchuan Tianming had also found a secret base for extra lessons. With Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke both hospitalized, Team 7's training had been put on hold. Jiraiya meanwhile was helping Tsunade secure her position as Hokage. Thus the present time had opened up. Arriving at a forest clearing, Qinchuan Tianming stopped. Karen, my teaching methods might be harsh. Don't go easy on me, I like it rough. Uzumaki Karen's words were brazen. Qinchuan Tianming gave a faint smile and then prepared. Though he had already mastered shuriken throwing, he still practiced occasionally. Unlike others who used fixed targets, Qinchuan Tianming always practiced with moving ones. I'll demonstrate. Qinchuan Tianming then formed hand seals rapidly. A puff of white smoke appeared and 100 shadow clones materialized in the clearing. The last time he used 100 shadow clones was during his match with Hitaki Kakashi. Now they transformed into moving targets. With a thought from Qinchuan Tianming, the 100 clones began moving from all directions. His original body stepped forward, leaping into the air, and with a casual flick, he readied a shuriken. 1 shuriken became 10. Shuriken Grand Loop. The 10 shuriken shot out from his hand, pursuing different. As each shuriken pierced a clone, Sichuan Tianming changed the hand seals using magnetic release chakra to guide them. The released shuriken turned into homing weapons. Finally, all 100 clones were eliminated. Huh. Sichuan Tianming exhaled a breath of turbid air and beckoned. The 10 shuriken flew back from the forest. By now Uzumaki Karen was utterly stunned. She had never seen shuriken used in such a manner. The shuriken Grand Loop is a technique I developed. I don't expect you to master it, just do your best to hit every clone with a shuriken, understand? Sichuan Tianming placed a shuriken in Karen's palm. Got it. Give it a try. He summoned another 100 shadow clones, which again scattered chaotically. Meanwhile, his original body found a spot to practice his daily sword training. This continued until noon. Sichuan Tianming emerged from the forest to find Karen panting, her eyes fixed on the remaining 20 shadow clones. Give me a little more time, I can do this, Karen said. You've already done well. Take it slow. Sichuan Tianming reached out and ruffled Karen's red hair. Eliminating 80 shadow clones on the first try was already a remarkable record. Sichuan Tianming had it easy only because his chakra was immense, and he had mastered magnetic release chakra, turning shuriken into homing projectiles. Even so, he had practiced for a long time. After bringing Karen home, she was nearly exhausted. Sichuan Tianming thoughtfully made her take a break from training, and the afternoon was spent visiting the Konoha hospital. Tianming. On the way to the hospital, he ran into Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Sakura, dressed flashily today, asked Sichuan Tianming, do I look good today? Not bad. Sichuan Tianming replied casually. Just like Naruto, no taste. Sakura stuck out her tongue, indicating she wouldn't discuss it with a straight man. Sichuan Tianming gave an as-you-wish expression. Arriving at Konoha Hospital, he found Sasuke's ward easily. The three pushed open the door and saw a fresh flower on the bedside table. Ino was here first again. Sakura, not to be outdone, placed her own flower into the vase and began peeling fruit with practiced ease. It seemed she had been coming for several days in a row. Just as Sichuan Tianming and Naruto were about to go see Kakashi, Sasuke, who was lying in bed, awoke. Wait. Sasuke, you're awake. Sakura Haruno put down the fruit knife and handed him the peeled apple. Uchiha Sasuke completely ignored her, staring fixedly at Sichuan Tianming, and said, Sichuan Tianming, I want to fight you. Sasuke, you can't. Your wounds haven't healed yet and you're not fit to fight. Sakura Haruno advised. That's right, Sasuke, we're all waiting for you. Once you recover, Team 7 can train together again. Naruto Uzumaki also said. Sichuan Tianming. Uchiha Sasuke tried to get out of bed. Fight me. Sasuke. Sakura Haruno wanted to say more. Get out. Uchiha Sasuke knocked Sakura's hand away, and the peeled apple fell to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke got out of bed, crushed the apple into mush, and as he approached, his Sharingan had already activated. Sasuke, you've gone too far. Naruto Uzumaki said indignantly, we all came to see you and you're throwing a tantrum. Sakura has been taking care of you. What are you doing? Shut up, dead last. Uchiha Sasuke had completely changed, becoming a powder keg ready to explode at anyone. Dead last. Even if I'm a dead last, I'm stronger than someone who only bullies those close to him. Tianming, and I just came back from a mission and came to see you without even resting. What's wrong with you lying in bed losing your mind? Naruto Uzumaki was angry too. Mission. I believe Sichuan Tianming. But you. Uchiha Sasuke showed a mocking expression. Bastard. Naruto Uzumaki exploded. Fight on the rooftop. Sichuan Tianming stopped the angry duo. Don't disturb the hospital. Fine, let's fight. I'll teach you a lesson. Naruto Uzumaki threatened. Since you want to be humiliated, I'll grant your wish. Uchiha Sasuke slowly walked out of the room. Naruto Uzumaki followed closely. Sasuke. Sakura Haruno, dejected, was about to chase after them. Sakura. Sichuan Tianming called out to her. Let me tell you something. If you truly like Sasuke and have decided he's the one for the rest of your life, then no matter how hard it is, don't give up. Also, Naruto likes you too. Make it clear to him as soon as possible. Sichuan Tianming's tone was very calm. Remember to inform Kakashi Sensei. I won't let them act recklessly. With that, Sichuan Tianming also left the room. Meanwhile, in another room, Hatake Kakashi had escaped danger and regained consciousness. On his bedside table, although there were no flowers, there was the latest issue of Aika Paradise. Without a doubt, it must have been sent by Might Guy. Aga, you're a lifesaver. Hatake Kakashi got the latest Aika Paradise, as if injected with adrenaline. Kakashi, you'd better not read it now. Might Guy warned. Why? Hatake Kakashi had already opened the cover. But before Guy could explain, the door was pushed open, and the visitor was none other than his student Sakura Haruno. Kakashi Sensei, Naruto and Sasuke are fighting. You need to come see. Hatake Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. Might Guy's words were prophetic. What's wrong with those two? Hatake Kakashi put away the Aika Paradise and was about to get out of bed. Might Guy had already stood up with a confident look and said, "I'll take care of disciplining the students for you. Sakura, take care of your Kakashi sensei." With that, Might Guy disappeared from the room. The scene shifts to the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke stared at each other. Sasuke had originally wanted to settle scores with Qingchuan Tianming, but Naruto kept babbling, so he had to deal with him first. As for Qingchuan Tianming, he was in charge of watching. The reason for Sasuke's drastic change in temperament might be known only to Qingchuan Tianming. After suffering a dimensionality reduction strike from Uchiha Itachi plus a Tsukuyami combo, Sasuke's mentality had collapsed. He no longer intended to give himself time to grow. "Dead last, do you really want to fight me?" Uchiha Sasuke. "The Sasuke I know is not like this. Since you're not clear-headed, I'll knock some sense into you," Naruto Uzumaki said with disappointment. "Put on your headband." "What if I don't?" Uchiha Sasuke had no intention of seriously fighting Naruto Uzumaki. After all, his only opponent was Qingchuan Tianming. "The headband is a ninja symbol. Put it on as a ninja of Konoha," Naruto Uzumaki said again. "TCH." Uchiha Sasuke impatiently took out the ninja headband from his pocket and threw it directly on the ground. Only weaklings care about such useless things. As his words fell, Uchiha Sasuke rushed at Naruto Uzumaki with a swift dash and threw a punch. Half a month of training was not in vain, and Naruto Uzumaki reacted and also threw a punch. Their fists collided, evenly matched. After each caught the other's fist, the second wave of assault commenced. Uzumaki Naruto directly launched ahead but toward Uchiha Sasuke, catching him off guard with such a reckless attack. Seizing the moment, Naruto followed up with an uppercut, determined to knock some sense into Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke was no pushover. He crossed his hands to guard his chin while spinning his body, delivering several solid knee strikes to Naruto's chest. Both had improved significantly since their early days as a team. Naruto stumbled back, then formed hand signs, conjuring over a dozen shadow clones charging from all directions. Uchiha Sasuke pulled a kunai from his pouch, twirling it in his palm. Facing Naruto's clones, he opted for a frontal assault. When it came to taijutsu, Sasuke still held the advantage. A dense swarm of clones filled the rooftop as they rushed at Sasuke, who showcased his martial prowess. Planting one hand on the ground, he executed a rabbit-kicking giggle maneuver, sending the approaching clones flying. At that moment, Naruto slid in with a low kick. His real body struck, unexpectedly knocking Sasuke airborne. Naruto then propelled himself up with one hand. This opening move was unmistakably Naruto's barrage. Midair, Sasuke absorbed two consecutive kicks, his Sharingan pupils narrowing as he spotted Naruto's true form hovering above. Abruptly twisting around, Naruto slammed down a powerful stomp. Sasuke met it with a bent elbow. Their forces clashed with a thunderous roar. Upon landing, Sasuke unleashed a fire-style great fireball technique to clear the area. After several exchanges, tempers flared. Sasuke in particular had intended to teach Naruto a lesson and then challenge Qingchuan Tianming unknown. But now during his hospital stay, how had this dead last improved so much? Impossible. Back on the ground, the curse mark on Sasuke's neck began to throb. As the stinging spread, his chakra surged. "Let's settle this once and for all." Sasuke formed hand signs, gripping one wrist with the other hand as violent lightning gathered in his palm. In the sky, Naruto also split into two clones, building up power. Chidori. Rasengan. Qingchuan Tianming, who had been spectating from the sidelines, saw the ultimate techniques unleashed and was about to intervene when someone else stepped between the two combatants. Youths, know your limits in a spar. Appearing on the scene, Might Guy fearlessly faced the Chidori and Rasengan, reaching out to grab both fighters' wrists and gently redirecting their momentum. Both ninjutsu were deflected. Boom. Simultaneously, the attacks meant for each other instead struck two innocent water towers nearby. On Naruto's side, a deep crater appeared on the water tower's surface, with a thin stream of water spurting out. Beside him, Sasuke's attack twisted the water tower's surface into a spiral. He struggled to pull his hand free and water gushed out in a column. Humph. Sasuke gave a grunt of relative satisfaction. How could Naruto's strength ever match his? "Young man, let me talk to him." Might Guy crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "I refuse." Sasuke turned and leaped off the rooftop. As he landed, he felt a calm gaze assessing him. Sasuke looked up and froze. Qingchuan Tianming stood atop the water tower Naruto had struck with his Rasengan, offering a faint smile. Then Sasuke saw the aftermath of the Rasengan. The back of Naruto's water tower had exploded into a massive hole. Half of it was gone. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable rage surged within him. Had he already fallen behind? This was unacceptable to Sasuke. On the rooftop, Naruto watched Sasuke's retreating figure, his face full. "Naruto, this isn't your fault." Qingchuan Tianming patted Naruto's shoulder and said, "Everyone has their own path. Sasuke's path can only be his choice." Qingchuan Tianming knew that the plot of Sasuke's defection was about to begin. After returning from the mission to find Tsunade, Sasuke, defeated by Itachi Uchiha, was desperately eager to prove himself against Qingchuan Tianming. But by a twist of fate, he ended up fighting Naruto. The outcome surprised even himself. Ding. Check-in mission activated. Please proceed to the Valley of the End to check in. As Team 7 parted on bad terms, the gears of destiny began to... A new check-in mission arrived. Meanwhile, the Sound 4 had also silently appeared in Konoha, moving with extreme discretion. Their objective was not to cause chaos in the village. Found Sasuke. From the shadows, Kodomaru descended beside his comrade and said slowly, but Kakashi Hatake is with him. We can only wait. Kakashi Hatake. Sakan and Yukon hesitated before asking, that powerful jonin of Konoha, correct? Before we came, Kabuto-sama instructed that this operation must be kept secret, and we are not to engage Konoha jonin in battle. The battle in Tanabata Street was exceptionally painful for Orochimaru. Not only were his hands sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal left untreated, but he also lost Qingchuan Tianming right before his eyes. Now that Qingchuan Tianming was training under Jiraiya, turning him into a vessel again was virtually impossible. Thus he had no choice but to settle for the second alternative container, Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan had always been one of Orochimaru's most coveted possessions. As early as his time in the Akatsuki, he had been fascinated by Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. After all the twists and turns, his target had returned to Sasuke. Compared to the enigmatic Qingchuan Tianming, Uchiha Sasuke was undoubtedly much easier to control. Burdened by the tragedy of his clan's annihilation, the notion that ordinary ninjutsu training could grant him the power to avenge himself against Uchiha Itachi was nothing short of ludicrous. And to achieve vengeance, Sasuke had to make a choice. The Sound 4 held higher status than those encountered during the Chunin exams. Each bore Orochimaru's curse mark, possessed considerable strength, and were pillars of the snake lair. After being ordered to infiltrate Konoha, they quickly located Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, atop a certain large tree, Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk, gazing vacantly at the sky. The battle with Uzumaki Naruto earlier was still fresh in his memory. Could it be that he had already been surpassed by that dead last? For the first time, Uchiha Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. Soon a figure appeared before him. It was Hatake Kakashi, who had just been discharged from the hospital. You're here, Hatake Kakashi said as he stepped forward. Stop, Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Don't come any closer. Hatake Kakashi understood and stopped advancing, cutting straight to the point. Uchiha Itachi was already a squad leader in the Konoha Umbu at the age of 13. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze turned fierce, his eyes aggressive. Why do you bring him up in front of me? Can't Uchiha Itachi be mentioned? Can't you even face his name? Hatake Kakashi shrugged. What I'm trying to say is Uchiha Itachi is not an insurmountable mountain for you. He was a genius of his generation. When I was young, I was also a step behind him, Hatake Kakashi said, unhesitatingly admitting his own shortcomings. That was just who he was. Although Hatake Kakashi was known as a genius, he still fell short of the Uchiha clan's prodigy. After all, the Sharingan was one of the premier bloodline limits. Are you here to lecture me? Uchiha Sasuke's tone remained icy. Yes and no, Hatake Kakashi began. You fought Naruto. I heard about what happened, and frankly it shouldn't have. No matter what, you can't raise your hand against a comrade. Comrade. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. Who would call that dead last a comrade? If anything, only Qingchuan Tianming deserves to be called a comrade. So that's how you see it. Hatake Kakashi nodded. In your eyes, comrades are linked to strength. Then by your logic, does your strength even qualify you to be a comrade to Qingchuan Tianming? What are you trying to say? Uchiha Sasuke was on the verge of losing control. In saying that, even though Uchiha Itachi is a rogue ninja, you are far inferior to him. Hatake Kakashi's tone was somewhat disappointed. Enough. Uchiha Sasuke jumped up, face crimson, shouting, stop talking about bonds and comrades in front of me. What do you know? How can you presume to guess my thoughts when you understand nothing? Sasuke roared repeatedly. No one understands my pain. If you could experience it then I would kill everyone around you and you would understand. The latter part was roared by Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Hatake Kakashi did not strike him but instead smiled and said, there hasn't been anyone by my side for a long time. Uchiha Sasuke was not listening to anything at that point. Knowing that too many words could backfire, Hatake Kakashi turned and left. Sasuke sat down again, beginning to reflect on Kakashi's words. As he pondered, time passed until evening. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to leave, a sinister aura suddenly manifested. He looked up sharply and saw the Sound 4 under the moonlight. Who's there? In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke flung 4 shuriken. We've come to take you away, they said. The next moment, 4 figures appeared behind Sasuke. Their uncanny power made Uchiha Sasuke's heart race. Fireball technique. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a blaze of fire erupted. The massive Jirobo showed no intention of dodging. He charged straight through the fireball technique, reaching out with a large hand to seize Sasuke's neck. With a bang, smoke billowed. It was a wooden log. Having evaded the attack with a substitution technique, Sasuke appeared behind Jirobo, ready to launch a follow-up strike. With a whoosh, Kodomaru's powerful spider web struck Sasuke, first pinning him to the wall. So this is the vessel Lord Orochimaru specifically demanded. The Sound 4 approached the trapped Sasuke, scrutinizing him up and down. The vessel that Orochimaru specifically demanded. When they received this mission, the Sound 4 felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of person could be worthy of becoming a vessel? Someone who could even replace their leader Kimimaro. Those branded with Orochimaru's curse mark were both vassals and subordinates harboring a twisted devotion to him, viewing the honor of becoming his vessel as the ultimate glory. Within the snake lair, Kimimaro had always been the top candidate for the vessel, but now he had been supplanted. The Sound Four seemed to want to see through Uchiha Sasuke, yet they could not comprehend him at all. This kid is far too weak, isn't he? Uchiha Sasuke, trapped by Kadamaro, felt a volcanic eruption within his heart. He had never been so utterly defeated before. At the Ninja Academy in Konoha, he had always been the top student. But after being humiliated by Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke realized he couldn't defeat anyone anymore. Oh. Trying to struggle. Kadamaro, one of the four, crossed his arms with a hint of surprise. Beneath the spider web, Uchiha Sasuke's figure hunched over as the curse mark at his nape began to activate, the unique pattern spreading across his body from his neck. Rip. Suddenly Uchiha Sasuke burst through the web at an incredible speed. But the four before him were even faster. It was Jirobo again. He stepped forward, the curse mark's power spreading over his body as he extended an arm to block Sasuke's punch. In the next instant, Sakan and Yukon in their curse seal forms appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke, immobilizing his limbs. Kadamaru descended from above, his 6 arms clenched into fists, launching a storm of attacks. As for Tayuya, it seemed her involvement was unnecessary. Even in his curse seal state, Uchiha Sasuke could not gain the upper hand. The trio's onslaught forced him to his knees. Kid, you're not the only one with a curse seal. If you weren't the one Orochimaru-sama specifically asked for, would have killed you 1,000 times over. Kadamaru grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's chin, looking down on him. Sasuke was utterly despairing now. Look at that helpless expression, just like we were back then. Sakan and Yukon chimed in with one voice. Sasuke, with your current strength, you can't even decide your own life or death, let alone take revenge. After the physical torment came the psychological assault. This was also Kabuto Yakushi's parting advice. You're not going to kill me. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Kadamaru. Kadamaru shook his head. It's Orochimaru-sama's will. Come with us and you'll gain power. Orochimaru. That name was not unfamiliar to Uchiha Sasuke. After the third Hokage's death, the name Orochimaru was known to everyone in Konoha. Once Orochimaru-sama joined an organization called Akatsuki where he met Uchiha Itachi. Kadamaru smiled. I'll say no more. You have one day to think it over. Meet us outside the village tomorrow night. As his words faded, a gentle breeze blew. The Sound Four vanished from sight. Uchiha Sasuke slumped to the ground, his mind replaying the scene of his own defeat. He had truly been too naive. He hadn't known there were skies beyond skies and people beyond people. If he continued training in the normal way, he would never be able to take revenge on Itachi. After Uchiha Itachi appeared in Konoha and the Sound Four attacked, Uchiha Sasuke gained a new understanding of himself. He was far from enough. To seek revenge, he had to abandon everything. Reaching up to touch the curse mark on his neck, Uchiha Sasuke pondered for a moment. The light in his pupils finally faded. A night of silence. The next day at Team 7's meeting spot. Uchiha Sasuke was absent, the others simply assumed he was sulking. But only Aokawa Tenmei knew that Sasuke had already made his choice. You three seem off today, Kakashi Hatake observed. Is it because of Sasuke? Aokawa Tenmei twitched his lips. Wasn't that obvious? Sasuke's sudden change had broken Sakura Haruno. The day before, Sakura had followed his advice and confessed everything to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki's grand unrequited crush had ended before it could even truly begin. Thus 2 of Team 7's 3 members were distracted. Kakashi Hatake let out a long sigh, not bothering to say more. Train freely. That's all for today. At the dismissal, Sakura Haruno left in silence. By the river, only Aokawa Tenmei and Naruto Uzumaki remained. Tenmei, what's wrong with me? Why can't I compare to that dead fish face, Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki wore an expression that screamed he would never be happy again. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to that one flower? Aokawa Tenmei patted him on the shoulder. Well, at least I have you to comfort me. Seeing that you're single too makes me feel a little better, Naruto said. But fate seemed to have a cruel joke in store. Tenmei. 2 female voices rang out in unison. Hinata Hyuga and Karen Uzumaki appeared, each holding a lunchbox. Naruto Uzumaki felt as if an arrow had struck his knee. Was fate being fair to him at all? The Uchiha clan's compound lay behind the clan's graves, where instead of tombs there were only wooden plaques. After the massacre, Uchiha Sasuke became the last survivor of his clan. For 3 days he stayed with the bodies of his family, then he dried his tears and wiped away his smile. Young as he was, he buried his parents' remains and then proceeded to bury the other clan members. However, not all the bodies were recovered. Only 328 were interred behind the compound, a number Sasuke would never forget. Sasuke knelt before his parents' wooden plaques and bowed 3 times, then looked toward the other plaques. Those plaques bore no names because at that time Sasuke could not recognize every member of the clan. The meaning of my remaining life is revenge. I must kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's gaze hardened. That day that man had overturned his entire life. You foolish little brother, hate me. Then live on in ugliness. Sasuke's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood dripped down. After standing still for a moment, Sasuke picked up his backpack and resolutely left the Uchiha compound, heading out of Konoha. Walking along the cold wide road, the setting sun stretched his shadow infinitely. Soon the sky darkened. Streetlights came on along both sides of the road, but there was no one else in sight. Just as Sasuke stepped out of the compound's perimeter under a streetlight at the entrance of Konoha, a figure had been waiting under the streetlight for a long time. Haruno Sakura. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. The route he was taking from the Uchiha compound to the village outskirts was unknown to ordinary people. Though waves stirred within him, his face remained indifferent. Ignoring Sakura's complicated expression, Sasuke brushed past her. Sasuke. Sakura's voice trembled with tears. Are you really leaving? If you go, you'll become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto's dense nature. As a girl, Sakura had always been perceptive. Go back, Sasuke said coldly. From now on, we'll walk different paths. Sasuke. Sakura broke into tears. I like you. For you I'd do anything. Can't you take me with you? Though the young man's heart was as hard as iron, such a powerful confession could not be brushed. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. These love games, find someone else. Sasuke, don't go. Sakura cried and tried to embrace him. The latter sidestepped, appeared behind Sakura, and with a clean chop knocked her out. Sorry. Sasuke placed her on a roadside bench and left the village without hesitation. Outside Konoha, the Sound Four also saw the belatedly arriving Sasuke. A wise choice. Rather than stay in Konoha, follow Lord Orochimaru. The power you will gain in the future will be unmatched by anyone. I'm a fugitive from the village, let's go. Sasuke had no interest in idle banter. Of course. The four chuckled and vanished on the spot. The next morning, Sakura woke up on the bench, tears streaming down her face. She had failed to stop him as Sasuke was gone. The news of his departure spread like wildfire to the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the main seat. Having just taken the position of Hokage, she had countless old affairs to deal with, and now at this crucial moment this incident occurred. Lady Tsunade, we received word from the Umbu. Yesterday, four mysterious ninjas appeared in Konoha. Upon investigation, they were found to be subordinates of Orochimaru, who controlled the barrier during the third Hokage's death. Shizune reported. Tsunade's brows furrowed while Sakura continued sobbing nearby. This matter is neither trivial nor serious. Lady Tsunade, Sasuke is just blinded, he's been deceived, Sakura pleaded. Little girl, I am the Hokage, do you think I can't see through this? Tsunade turned to Shizune. Summon a few Jonin. Lady Tsunade, last night you already dispatched all the Jonin on rank missions, and even most of the Chunin are away. Shizune said awkwardly. Tsunade massaged her forehead. Many of Konoha's higher-ups were dissatisfied with her ascension, and had thrown obstacles her way, including a funding shortfall, so she had to send ninjas to earn money. Bring Qingchuan Tianming, Uzumaki Naruto, and Nara Shikamaru of Team 10. Shortly after, the three were summoned to the Hokage's office. Is there a mission? Hey, why is Sakura here too? Naruto, as clueless as ever, asked. Qingchuan Tianming and Nara Shikamaru remained silent. The former understood the situation, the latter simply didn't like to talk. I called you here for an urgent mission, Tsunade said slowly. Last night, Uchiha Sasuke defected. Sasuke defected. When this news came out of Tsunade's mouth, a stiff expression froze on Naruto's face. Aunt Tsunade, did you make a mistake? Sasuke's deadpan face is always so arrogant, but how could he betray the village? There must be a mistake. Naruto insisted. A rogue ninja was a grave topic. They were openly rejected by the 5 great nations, even amid friction and constraints between countries. The policy regarding rogues was universal death without mercy. Naruto, don't be rude to Lady Tsunade, Shizune scolded softly. But it's ridiculous. I fought him on the rooftop yesterday morning. He can't just defect because of a fight with me. Naruto still couldn't believe it. Naruto, use your sleepy brain. Would Lady Tsunade joke about something like Shikamaru shook his head and looked at Tsunade. So the mission is to bring Sasuke back. While Naruto and Aokawa Tenmei were in Tanzaka town, Shikamaru had passed the second exam and become a new Chunin. Wearing his Chunin vest, he spoke with newfound confidence. Tsunade clasped her hands under her chin and thought for a moment. Sasuke was given a curse seal by Orochimaru, so he must be deceived into seeking Orochimaru. And Orochimaru's snake lair lies at the border of 3 nations. You must find him within the Land of Fire's borders. Once he crosses the border, Uchiha Sasuke becomes a rogue ninja of Konoha. Tsunade sighed. This mission to retrieve Sasuke will be led by Shikamaru and Aokawa Tenmei. Shikamaru will choose the team members. Lady Tsunade, I get to choose. Shikamaru said. Then first I exclude Naruto. Why? What right do you have? I want to go too. Naruto immediately bristled. Because you lack both strength and brains. This enemy we face demands caution. A one wrong move costs a life, Shikamaru stated bluntly. And you're still— What's wrong with being a genin? I'm strong. Naruto argued. Aokawa Tenmei intervened. Shikamaru, Naruto has the strength for this mission. At that, Shikamaru glanced at Aokawa Tenmei. The two hadn't interacted much before, but Shikamaru recalled the first Chunin exam. Aokawa Tenmei had scored in strength, towering above everyone. Fine, but I won't save him, Shikamaru said, leaving the Hokage's office first. Aokawa Tenmei also turned and left. On the way back to the Aokawa residence, his mind replayed the original anime. The watershed of Sasuke's defection was the Valley of the End, which overlapped with his own check-in location. So the Valley of the End was a must. As soon as he entered the gate, Uzumaki Karen stopped tending the flowers. Are you going on a mission? You can. Aokawa Tenmei was puzzled. I guess Karen smiled. Take me along. Take you. He didn't understand why she wanted to come. My instinct tells me this will be dangerous. If you get hurt you can bite me, Karen said, patting her chest. Well, Aokawa Tenmei was troubled. How to explain he had no authority to assign personnel. Tenmei, before I met you my life was also wandering. You don't have to protect me so much. Karen pressed on. Besides, I get bored at home alone. When I'm bored I can't help but, Aokawa Tenmei's gut tightened. Elder sister, just speak normally. What's with that ambiguous tone? And that strange punctuation? Stop. We'll go together. The preparation time flashed by. When they reached the village gate, Shikamaru's squad had assembled. Slightly different from the original, besides the usual trio of Choji Niji and Shikamaru, Kiba's spot was taken by Ra. All assembled, let's move out. Shikamaru ordered decisively. The team to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke said. After the main group left, footsteps sounded from the nearby woods. Uzumaki Karen with her red hair. Can we go? If we delay, we'll lose them. Don't worry, little sister. With Brother Dragon here, we won't lose them, said Ryu, slithering out of Karen's sleeve. Karen wasn't a Konoha ninja, so Aokawa Tenmei couldn't take her openly. Their compromise was to use Ryu. As his summoned beast, they shared a soul contract, making it easy for them to find each other's location. Meanwhile, the main squad entered the forest. Shikamaru quickly found a trace of white spider silk, left by those who took Sasuke this direction. Among the 5 great nations, the Fire Country is known for its rich and complex terrain. As the foremost nation in the ninja world, the Fire Country boasts abundant resources, featuring mountains, rivers, and deserts, with its dense forests posing the greatest challenge during pursuit. The dense forests stretch for hundreds of miles where the sunlight struggles to penetrate through the thick foliage. This provides a natural hiding spot for many lawbreakers. After all, it is far more difficult to find someone than to be found. Speaking of which, after meeting Uchiha Sasuke, the 4 sound ninjas had been rushing for an entire night and would soon emerge from the forest, reaching the borders of the Fire Country. Once they crossed the border, they would enter the realm of the Snake's Den. In a clearing within the forest, the group, after their long journey, decided to take a break. Uchiha Sasuke stood aloof on the side, remaining silent. The sound ninjas paid no mind to him. They watched as the cursed seal on the neck of Kaitumaru slightly shifted, and then he leaped onto a large tree, gently stroking its trunk, drawing out strands of blue chakra. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback by this display. It was his first time witnessing such a power. No need to look, this is Kaitumaru's unique ability. State 1. Uchiha Sasuke inquired, puzzled. What is that? Shirobo paused before bursting into laughter. That's right, although you possess Orochimaru's cursed seal, you don't know how to utilize it. Considering we all serve Orochimaru, I'll give you a demonstration. As he spoke, Shirobo activated State 1, and a triangular seal spread from the cursed mark on his neck, enveloping him in a deep aura. Earth release, Earth surface reversal. Shirobo formed hand seals and thrust his hands into the ground in an upward motion. Suddenly, a large section of earth rose sharply beneath him, flipping over heavily as Shirobo performed the technique. My State 1 allows me to gather chakra within a specific area, suddenly hardening the diluted soil for combat. After Shirobo finished, the seal gradually faded. Uchiha Sasuke displayed a look of shock. Oh, was the power of this cursed seal truly so extraordinary? That guy named Kaitumaru could absorb the chakra from plants, while Shirobo possessed an unfathomable earth release. The other two had yet to showcase their abilities. In that moment, the last shred of unease about defecting from Konoha was smoothed out. There was no way one could possess such abilities or jutsu while remaining in Konoha, and to overcome Uchiha Itachi's stronghold, one must wield such power. Alright, it's time to get down to business. At that moment, the pair known as Zoken and Yoken stood up, saying, you understand Orochimaru's abilities now. By following him you can gain such powers. But there is a price to pay. Zoken and Yoken produced a small vial containing dark pills. Before doing all this you must die once. This specially made pill will temporarily sever your life force, preventing Konoha's pursuers from tracking your position, while also enhancing your physical condition. Zoken and Yoken tossed the pill over. Uchiha Sasuke caught it, opened the cap, poured a pill into his palm, and swallowed it cleanly. The pill dissolved instantly, and Sasuke felt a wave of intense heat spread from his throat throughout his body before everything went dark and he fainted. Let the work begin. Zoken and Yoken called out, pulling out a scroll. As the scroll unfurled, Zoken and Yoken bit their fingertips, letting their blood drip onto it. Instantly a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing a sealing pot that stood half their height, just large enough to fit Sasuke inside. Shirobo grabbed Uchiha Sasuke, as if he were a chick ready to toss him into the pot. Wait. Kaitumaru, perched on a tree, jumped down with a smile on his face, saying, Konoha will definitely send someone to pursue. Let us look forward to the Konoha ninjas chasing us. At these words the four sound ninjas reacted simultaneously as they were all warriors at heart. What do you plan to do? The usually quiet Doyu asked. I plan to. Kaitomura sneered, then reached out and tore Uchiha Sasuke's clothes into shreds. The torn pieces were whipped up into 4 small fabric bundles and distributed. At that time we can split into 4 groups with me taking this kid. When the Konoha ninja arrives they will also split into 4 groups and you understand the rest. Alright. I haven't killed anyone in a long time. Chirobo nodded repeatedly, already itching for action. Though others did not show it, excitement flickered in their eyes. Thus Uchiha Sasuke was shoved into the sealing pot. The sound ninjas performed the Jutsu 4 Black Mist formation. On the other side Konoha's pursuit team was also racing forward. In the woods Nara Shikamaru, responsible for surveying the terrain, halted, his expression grim as he said, "Bad news, the chakra has dispersed." The dispersal of sense meant that the enemy had already detected Konoha's pursuit and was taking countermeasures. Nara Shikamaru crouched on a branch, his brows tightly furrowed. This troublesome mission. Nara Shikamaru would never have accepted it if not for the lack of suitable candidates. The difficulty was immense, for the enemy was one who had once invaded Konoha alongside Orochimaru. As for the pursuit team, aside from himself and Akimichi Choji, all others were still genin. Encountering a problem? Qinchuan Tianming asked, looking at this strategic mastermind of Hokage. The enemy is not to be underestimated. They chose to split up. What intrigues me is why 5 of them would take. Nara Shikamaru voiced the issue. Qinchuan Tianming silently commended Shikamaru's meticulousness, but he had no intention of volunteering the reason. Are we losing them? What do we do, eh? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in utter confusion. Naruto, don't cause trouble. Let Shikamaru think of a way. Hinata Niji put in a word. Clearly Nara Shikamaru's strategic acumen was acknowledged by all of the Rookie 12. When I was gathering people initially I considered Inuzuka Kiba. His sense of smell combined with Akamaru would surely pinpoint the right path. But I made a trade-off. Nara Shikamaru's gaze swept over everyone present. After we catch up to the enemy, we'll still have to fight. To compensate for my own lack of combat prowess, I brought Lee along. Nara Shikamaru murmured, now the problem is 4 sense diverging. It means that Sasuke might have gone in any of 4 directions. If we choose wrong we may end up going the opposite way. Then use your method, said Qinchuan Tianming. A 1 in 4 chance of being wrong is high. If we err and Sasuke steps beyond the Land of Fire's border, his title as a rogue ninja will be solidified. Nara Shikamaru was somewhat surprised that Qinchuan Tianming could read his thoughts, but could only say, for now to complete the mission we have to split into several teams. Let's decide now. Choji and I will go together because we're in the same squad and my shadow imitation technique can synergize with his expansion technique. Nara Shikamaru voiced his idea. Then I'll go with Lee, Hinata Niji said slowly. Then I'll definitely be with Tianming. Uzumaki Naruto grinned. In truth, splitting up or not didn't matter, they were all from the same squads anyway. However, Qinchuan Tianming shattered Naruto's notion. Naruto, we cannot be together. Why? Naruto's eyes brimmed with huge confusion. Qinchuan Tianming's mouth twitched. How was he supposed to explain that he was actually bringing a girl along? Because before departure Lady Tsunade gave me a secret mission to carry out independently, Qinchuan Tianming said, quickly, lying without a blush. The answer, though far-fetched, was surprisingly not doubted by anyone. After all, among those present Qinchuan Tianming was indeed the combat ceiling. In that case, Naruto, come with us. Time is tight and the mission is heavy. Let's move quickly. As the team leader, Nara Shikamaru had no choice but to accept the unpredictable factor of Naruto. After finalizing the groups and routes, the squad split into 3 branches and spread out. As for the 4th scent, fortunately it was very close to the 3rd, so Shikamaru simply covered it himself. Only Qinchuan Tianming remained at the original spot. Moments later a figure darted out from the bushes behind the latecomer Uzumaki Karen. Little sister, see. Brother Long said, we wouldn't be left behind, said the dragon, and as soon as she approached it flew from the collar of Karen's shirt onto Qinchuan Tianming's shoulder as if coming home. Qinchuan Tianming's face turned green, and he complained inwardly, Brother Long, exactly where did you crawl out from on Karen? Brother Long instantly grasped Qinchuan Tianming's meaning. TSK. Don't think of me with such dirty thoughts. Brother Long only likes female dragons. Tianming, what do we do next? Uzumaki Karen asked, feeling both the thrill of unknown danger and excitement at her first mission with Qinchuan Tianming. A pursuit mission. Qinchuan Tianming had already formulated a plan in his mind. He had Karen sense the river and the 2 of them arrived at the stream that ran through the forest. Upon reaching the riverbank, Qinchuan Tianming sniffed the air. The scent was exactly as he had expected. In the original story, Sakan and Yukon had a skirmish with Inuzuka Kiba by a river, and now the riverside was tinged with Sasuke's scent. Even a fool could deduce that they had used Sasuke's belongings to split into 4 routes. Secondly, at the Valley of the End, the stone statues stood between a waterfall. Finding the river and following it would lead straight to the destination. This way he could both reach the sign-in point and conveniently kill someone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, in the lawless tri-border region of the 5 great nations, a hidden underground cave lay within the mountains. Following the passage downward revealed man-made underground fortifications complete with rooms and corridors. Sasuke. When will Sasuke come? I want Sasuke. A shrill scream echoed from the far end. Kabuto. Where is Sasuke? Inside the room, Orochimaru, bedridden from illness, looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who had just entered with medicine, and asked. Orochimaru-sama, the Sound Four completed their mission brilliantly. Though Konoha ninjas gave chase, it amounts to nothing. Within the snake lair, the favored subordinate of Orochimaru was undoubtedly Kabuto Yakushi. This was evident from how fiercely Orochimaru protected him during the battle at the Short Book Street. Kabuto Yakushi approached the bed and unwound the bandages from Orochimaru's arm, allowing the dark, foul-smelling blood to flow out. After first using the mystical palm technique to stop the bleeding, he replaced the bandages with new white gauze infused with fresh medicine. Kabuto, we cannot fail this time. Bringing back Sasuke must go without a hitch, Orochimaru said urgently. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto Yakushi replied slowly. Although they had no way to deal with Qingchuan Tianming, who was following Jiraiya, they had full control over Uchiha Sasuke. After leaving Orochimaru's chamber, Kabuto Yakushi entered a room filled with instruments. The room contained a variety of medical apparatus and numerous nutrient fluids. Tubes extended from storage tanks filled with nutrient fluid to a bed in the corner, where a gaunt figure lay. If not for the faint rise and fall of his abdomen, he would have resembled a corpse. Kabuto-sama, is the plan not going smoothly? Just as Kabuto Yakushi was about to leave, a hoarse voice rang out from the bed. It's not that it's not going smoothly. It's just that they are pursuing ninjas from Konoha, so it will take some time, Kabuto Yakushi said, indifferently, not believing that the ninjas dispatched by Konoha could pose a threat to the Sound Four. Then it is not going smoothly. The person on the bed sat up and the tubes attached to him fell off with a clatter. It was a face devoid of color. At that moment, Kimimaro Kagaya's expression revealed a hint of envy. If my body were not in such a state, I would have already merged with Orochimaru-sama. Now the situation is critical. Orochimaru-sama urgently needs a new vessel, and my body does not meet the requirements, so that one is the most important. I will go to provide support. Kimimaro Kagaya attempted to get out of bed. Kimimaro, your condition is not optimistic, Kabuto Yakushi said, shaking his head. Kimimaro Kagaya gave a faint smile. As long as I can bring the person back, death is inconsequential. After all, I can give everything for Orochimaru-sama's ambition. In the end, Kabuto Yakushi could not dissuade Kimimaro Kagaya. In truth, among the Sound Five, the strongest was not Kodamaru, but the ailing Kimimaro Kagaya. However, due to his worsening illness, he had not fought for a long time. At the same time, by a river in the dense forest near the border of the Land of Fire, Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Karen were both maintaining a high-speed state of movement. The summoned beast Long Ge hovered beside Qingchuan Tianming. Long Ge was now about 2 meters long and even more domineering in appearance. Uzumaki Karen occasionally blushed when she leaned against Qingchuan Tianming. Kid, there's unusual information up ahead, Long Ge, usually loquacious, said briefly before coiling around Qingchuan Tianming's arm. Qingchuan Tianming halted his steps. They followed the river to an underground stream where the water passed through a mountain, forming a river course within the mountain. Qingchuan Tianming took a brief look at the terrain. There were oddly shaped stone pillars hanging from the dome, and sharp spikes jutted out on both sides of the river. Get out. Uzumaki Karen suddenly aimed at her 3 o'clock direction and infused her shuriken with chakra before flinging it out with a whoosh. Boom. The spikes there were shattered into pieces. As the rubble fell, a bloodthirsty voice echoed. Era, what astonishing perception. The figure that emerged from the smoke was none other than Sakon and Yukon, the twin-headed single-bodied ninja. Both heads stared at Qingchuan Tianming with great delight. I deliberately chose the waterway and waited here, not daring to hope, yet you came to me on your own. How fortunate. Sakon and Yukon licked their lips. I deliberately chose the waterway, hoping to find someone, not daring to hope, yet I found you. To be honest, you're finished, Qingchuan Tianming replied with a cold snort. Sakon and Yukon had a fiery temper. Provoked by Qingchuan Tianming's retort in the same manner, they immediately lost their cool. Their figure dashed forward in a charge, appearing before Qingchuan Tianming for a frontal assault. Multiple fists. The second head behind Sakon awakened. Upon receiving the battle signal, cells began to split and roam, instantly forming 3 heads and 6 arms. A storm of attacks then rained down. Qingchuan Tianming did not dawdle. He drew the Sun Will blade from his waist to engage, but this time he did not unsheath the blade. Clang, 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 clang. The ultra-fast multiple fist collided with the Sun Will blade, producing ringing sounds. Their speed was evenly matched. Compared to the shock on Sakon and Yukon's faces, Qingchuan Tianming's expression remained indifferent. He usually practiced his sword alone, but now he finally had a sparring partner. Indeed, the feared Sakon and Yukon were nothing more than a tool for sword practice in Qingchuan Tianming's eyes. Multiple kick. Seeing that multiple fist was ineffective, Sakon and Yukon's 4 legs also swept in from all directions. Qingchuan Tianming remained unhurried, and Long Ge on his shoulder burst out with a shout, "Here I come." Long Ge then engaged in a tangle with the 4 legs. Sakon's pupils contracted. Is there also a snake? You're the snake. Your entire family are snakes. Brother Dragon was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He opened his mouth and spat out a searing breath which shot towards Zuojin Eugene like a beam of light, forcing the latter to dodge hastily. The scorching breath carved a bottomless chasm into the riverbank resembling an abyss. Zuojin Eugene broke out in a cold sweat. Such destructive power was truly astonishing, wasn't it? You two-headed freak, I'll give you one more chance. What do you think I am, eh? Brother Dragon simply hadn't evolved yet, so he lacked both horns and claws, looking indeed like a snake, but that wasn't a reason for anyone to casually say so. Summoned beasts in the Naruto world were generally limited to a few types and dragons were unheard of. Pressed by Brother Dragon's question, Zuojin Eugene was taken aback. Aren't you just a snake? TCH. I unilaterally declare you dead. Brother Dragon returned to Qingchuan Tianming's right arm and instantly entered a combat state, not with the previous patterns, but with his hand growing black scales directly. Feeling the power surging into his right arm like ocean waves, Qingchuan Tianming understood. Brother Dragon was furious, and the consequences would be dire. You want to kill us? Zuojin Eugene no longer dwelled on Brother Dragon's true identity. Instead, Qingchuan Tianming's strength piqued his interest. I didn't expect a ninja sent by Konoha to be such a formidable opponent. I was afraid you'd be a weakling, slaughtering you wouldn't be satisfying. Zuojin Eugene grinned cruelly and his limbs began to writhe. This unique technique, the power of twin demons. It allowed the limbs to freely shift positions using the body as a vessel, achieving unexpected effects. Zuojin Eugene suddenly stomped his foot. He shot toward Qingchuan Tianming like an arrow, simultaneously entering State 1. Irregular curse marks appeared on his body, further amplifying his strength. Qingchuan Tianming stood his ground, signaling Uzumaki Karen to step back, then advanced to meet the attack. Like a gale sweeping past, the sun-will blade at his waist was drawn the moment he moved. Wind release, wind killing formation. Without forming hand seals, Qingchuan Tianming uttered softly. Wind-attributed chakra poured into the sun-will blade, and 2 chakra clones materialized beside him. He thrust the blade forth. The chakra clones executed a drawing slash motion as well. Instantly, the wind-attribute blade slashed from Qingchuan Tianming's main body, and 2 chakra-condensed slashes roared forward. Wind-release, wind-killing formation was a technique Qingchuan Tianming created himself. Though his chakra reserves and comprehension made learning Konoha's techniques easy, he chose his own path. With Supreme Chakra and the Divine Sun-will blade at his disposal, the way to grow stronger was not to foolishly train in Konoha's ninjutsu. Instead, he would blend chakra with his weapon to create new techniques. This move was Qingchuan Tianming's first step, a technique known only to him. The 3 close-range blade slashes carried a sensation of severing all things. Zuojin Eugene made no attempt to block Hiden and immediately activated State 2. His skin turned vermilion and 2 horns sprouted from both sides of his head. Brother, use that technique, called Eugene from behind. Zuojin quickly bit his finger and drew a summoning array on the ground. Summoning technique Rashomon. As the summoning array was completed, a bizarrely shaped gate burst forth from the earth, shielding Zuojin Eugene. Boom! The wind attribute blade slashes crashed directly into the front of the Rashomon, which resounded with thunderous roars, barely deflecting Qingchuan Tianming's attack. Ha, not a bad jutsu. But you'll never break through the ultimate defense, the Rashomon. Zuojin Eugene emerged from behind the gate, laughing arrogantly. Are you sure you stopped it? A faint smile curled at the corner of Qingchuan Tianming's mouth. Could it be that you still? Before Zuojin Eugene could finish, 2 chakra spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him, piercing through both his feet. When Zuojin Eugene was utterly shocked, their bodies became immobile, and even the flow of chakra within them ground to a halt. Qingchuan Tianming sheathed the sun-will blade and said calmly, my wind-killing formation consists of 3 blade strikes. The middle one is a wind attribute attack, the other 2 are condensed from chakra. You only blocked 1. Damn it. Zuojin Eugene's heart pounded with terror. What horrified them was that they had believed the Rashomon blocked all 3 slashes. Yet, unexpectedly outside the summoned Rashomon, the 2 chakra blade slashes had burrowed underground and turned into spikes. Chakra solidification and shape transformation. Such a feat was unheard of. Are you a Konoha Jonin? Zuojin Eugene ventured boldly. Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. I'm just the one who kills you. With those words, the dragon scales on Qingchuan Tianming's arm instantly stood erect and shot out like bullets, riddling Zuojin Eugene's body with holes. Having dispatched Zuojin Eugene in an almost overwhelming fashion, Qingchuan Tianming felt little emotion. The technique of releasing and solidifying chakra externally was something only achieved by Naruto Uzumaki in his Nine-Tails form. Yet Qingchuan Tianming had accomplished it first with his supreme chakra. When the chakra spikes pierced their feet, Zuojin Eugene's chakra was also suppressed, rendering it unusable. That was the key to Qingchuan Tianming's victory. Tianmin, you're so cool. Karen Uzumaki was utterly smitten, no doubt about it. Zuojin and Eugene were not weak among the Sound Four, it was simply that they encountered Qingchuan Tianming. After dispatching Zuojin and Eugene, Qingchuan Tianming did not linger, but continued walking along the river. However, not everyone was as fortunate as Qingchuan Tianming. Deep in the forest, Nai Liang Luwan, Qiu Daoding Ci, and Xian Wenming Ran had not advanced far before encountering one of the four, Ci Langfang. Or rather, it could not be called an encounter. Ci Langfang appeared openly with no intention of ambushing, he chose a frontal assault. A guy about the same build as Ding Ci. Xian Wenming Ran exclaimed in shock as he stared at Ci Langfang's mountainous figure. Are you the strongest among the pursuing ninja? Ci Langfang asked confidently. Don't misunderstand, we are not a combat squad. We are merely here to negotiate, cautious Nai Liang Luwan said, not immediately burning bridges. Unexpectedly, Ci Langfang gave no chance for detours. He took a cloth ball from his pocket and said, we used Zuoju's clothing to separate ourselves, intending to scatter you and defeat you one by one. No matter who you are from Muyi, if you wish to proceed you'll have to step over my body, Ci Langfang said, striking his fists and feet together with a dull thud. He was a rotund fellow with formidable physical strength. Then let's fight. Xian Wenming was not one to dilly-dally. He immediately initiated with shadow clones and charged to surround him. Ci Langfang clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground, sending earth and rocks flying, each one piercing a clone. Just as Ci Langfang was about to attack, his body suddenly became immobile. Looking down, he noticed a streak of black shadow beneath his feet. Interesting, Ci Langfang smirked. Expansion technique. Qiu Daoding Ci, also a nimble fat boy, saw his right arm gradually enlarge before slamming a fist down onto Ci Langfang's head. Xian Wenming clones feigned attacks to draw fire. Nai Liang Luwan used the shadow imitation technique to covertly restrain, and finally Qiu Daoding Ci dealt the damage. It was a fairly decent combination attack. The earth trembled, and as the smoke cleared, Ci Langfang was hammered into the ground with only his head protruding. Not bad, Ci Langfang praised repeatedly. Compared to those who are easily killed, you're quite good. Too much nonsense, Nai Liang Luwan sneered, sending several explosive tags flying. Boom. 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 The consecutive blasts blew a crater into the open ground around Ci Langfang. Is he defeated? Qiu Daoding Ci wondered, gazing at the vanished Ci Langfang. No, not yet. To think you could defeat me so easily, you underestimate me, don't you? Suddenly a teasing voice sounded from behind, and Ci Langfang had appeared there. Whoa, how did you get there? Ci Langfang's head still poked out of the ground. Regarding the sound, Four Muyi had no detailed intel, so they did not know that Ci Langfang was a ninja proficient in earth release, moving through the earth as if on flat ground. I can't move. Nai Liang Luwan looked down at his feet, seeing a pile of mud-like substance sealing his body. This technique was similar to the shadow imitation technique, but it could not control movements. Crack. Crack. The ground around Ci Langfang began to shatter and burst, and his body slowly rose. In response to the trio's performance, Ci Langfang appeared quite indifferent. Your strength surprises me, but it is not enough to satisfy. Show me more. Laughing heartily, Ci Langfang began forming hand seals. Earth release, earth prison dome. As the technique activated, chunks of earth rose from the ground and rapidly stacked into a semicircular earthen prison around the immobile trio. The prison descended and enveloped them. Inside the earthen prison, the trio's restraints were released. Careless, I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to handle. Nai Liang Luwan frowned deeply. The opponent's combat awareness was formidable. You think a turtle shell can trap us? Impossible. Xian Wenming immediately summoned shadow clones and began punching and kicking the earthen walls. Strangely, whenever he left a fist mark, it would recover at a visible speed. Absorption. Absorbing what? Ding Ci hit the earthen wall directly with a ninjutsu. I have a hypothesis, Nai Liang Luwan said slowly. Qiu Daoding Ci put down his potato chips and stepped before the earthen wall. Gathering his chi, he let out a super pushing hands. His palms partially enlarged, and as he pushed forward, a tremendous palm pressure blasted a huge hole in the earthen wall. But the huge hole quickly restored itself. Wait, stop, Nai Liang Luwan called out just as the two were about to— What's wrong? Nai Liang Luwan made a shushing gesture, then began writing on the ground with his finger. This earthen prison absorbs chakra. Any technique used against it will be absorbed. But every absorption technique has a limit. It seems this guy is not having the technique absorb chakra, rather he himself is outside the earthen prison. Nai Liang Luwan's analysis made the two's hearts race with shock. While astonished by Ci Langfang's ability, they also gained a new appreciation for Nai Liang Luwan's deductive skills. Jirobo's earth prison dome caught the trio off guard, and the hot Emperor Uzumaki Naruto immediately resorted to force, but Orochimaru noticed a different aspect. Typically, earth release techniques are mostly defensive. Regardless of their defensive strength, any interaction between other techniques and earth release yields a reaction. But absorption was absolutely not one of them. Thus, Orochimaru had a Kimichi Choji test his theory, confirming the guess. Absorption meant this wasn't ordinary earth release. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then continued writing with his fingers. He must be absorbing chakra from outside. We need to create a diversion. Orochimaru's plan was written with such care that the other two nodded repeatedly. As for why they wrote instead of spoke, it was naturally to avoid alerting Jirobo. Did Jirobo possess the ability to analyze information just from the sound of writing? Of course not. Yash. Once the method was clear, Uzumaki Naruto split into over a dozen shadow clones without a second thought. Then they started pummeling each other. Damn it. Watch me break through the shell. Several shadow clones exchanged blows with resounding thuds, and amid the chaos Uzumaki Naruto's original body quietly recovered, while Akimichi Choji, the main attacker, munched on potato chips. Outside the earth prison dome, Jirobo pressed both hands against the earthen wall, drawing an endless stream of chakra. Just as Nara Shikamaru had guessed, earth prison dome trapped enemies while converting all their attacks into chakra for the caster's use. Hearing the incessant noise of battle inside, Jirobo was overjoyed. Fight all you want. The fiercer the better. After a while he felt the absorbed chakra weakening. Head just about right. Jirobo lowered his arms, convinced that the three inside were utterly exhausted. No chakra meant it was time for Earth Release Earth Flow Spear. Jirobo raised one hand, gathering earth-natured chakra into a sharp spike in his palm, intending to pierce through the prison and finish them off in one strike. Inside the earth prison dome, a sharp glint flashed in Nara Shikamaru's eyes. Now, move. At his command, Akimichi Choji stood up and began forming hand signs, his body swelling as if inflated. Human bullet tank. Turning into a sphere, Akimichi Choji charged forward, and the noun-controlled earth prison dome shattered like paper. Boom. What? Jirobo exclaimed in shock. Aren't they out of chakra? In that instant, Akimichi Choji's human bullet tank, after breaking through the earth prison dome, didn't stop, but soared into the air, crashing down onto Jirobo with the force of its descent. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto instantly activated his shadow clones, gathering wind-natured chakra. Rasengan. The tide of battle turned in an instant. But after a brief moment of shock, Jirobo broke into laughter. Not bad tricks. But do you really think this can beat me? Level 2. With a low growl from Jirobo, the curse marks on his body transformed again, turning his skin vermilion and his physique enormous. Earth Release Earth Return. Slamming the ground, a stone slab erupted from the earth, shielding Jirobo and blocking Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. The Rasengan's immense destructive power nearly shattered the rock, but it wasn't enough against Jirobo's level 2 form. Shadow Imitation Technique. Nara Shikamaru's restraining move arrived, but Jirobo thrust one hand into the ground, turning a massive chunk of earth into a boulder and hurling it at him. The Shadow Imitation Technique was forcibly interrupted a few meters from Jirobo, forcing Nara Shikamaru to evade. At that moment, Akimichi Choji's human bullet tank crashed down from above, slamming Jirobo into the ground. Boom. The sheer shockwave of pure force even knocked Uzumaki Naruto backward. When the smoke cleared, only the human bullet tank form of Akimichi Choji remained on the ground. But before Naruto could celebrate, Choji was flung away, reverting from his human bullet tank state midair and crashing heavily onto the ground. So close. So close. Jirobo emerged from the earth, laughing maniacally, his clothes torn and his face somewhat scratched, but only superficially wounded. For the first time, Nara Shikamaru felt the sheer strength of their enemy and the difficulty of the mission. Being stalled by one person, this did not bode well. Choji was at his limit, Naruto had too few jutsu, and Shikamaru himself had only explosive tags without any powerful means. This looked like a sure loss. Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji, lying on the ground, spoke up. You two go after Sasuke. I'll handle him. Saying this, Choji got to his feet, bearing the heaviest injuries. Nara Shikamaru gave a calm glance at Choji and patted Uzumaki Naruto. Well, wait for you ahead. Don't worry, I'll catch up soon. Akimichi Choji grinned as he spoke. You've abandoned your comrade and left. Jirobo did not stop their departure. In his eyes, only Akimichi Choji among the three possessed a decent combat capability, and fighting the strong was the most interesting. Not abandonment, it's a promise. Akimichi Choji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. This is a promise to my comrade. I'll kill you and then rejoin them. Huh. Arrogant talk. Jirobo's expression turned cold. Then I'll just kill you right now. Among the sound ninja, for Jirobo was the weakest, so he generally had no say. Ostensibly, they were all vessels for Orochimaru, but the serpent's lair ran on strength. Thus Jirobo utterly disbelieved in so-called comrades. Any comrade was defined by power. If you were weak, that's my line. Akimichi Choji reached into a small box and took out 3 pills. These were the secret medicines of the Akimichi clan. A battle staking everything. The pills came in 3 colors, each with different effects and side effects. The first was a green spinach pill, the second a yellow curry pill, and the third a red chili pill. Advantage of the first pill: temporarily unleashes up to 30 of the human body's athletic potential. Strength can increase more than 3 times its natural limit. Disadvantage: the short burst of potential is followed by an equally short period of painful backlash. Advantage of the second pill: strengthens the body, nourishes blood and chi, and warms the life gate. Disadvantage: after ingestion, it easily causes full body weakness. Advantage of the third pill: amplifies strength by 100-fold, and when used, chakra forms a butterfly shape. Disadvantage: as strength increases, it places excessive load on the body, leading to death. Akimichi Choji opened the small box, took out the green spinach pill, and swallowed it. Then he produced a spool of wire wrapped around a kunai and wound it around his body. Meat tank. Akimichi Choji's body swelled even larger. As it expanded, the kunai were forced to stand upright, making him look like a hedgehog. No flashy probing, real men went straight to the hardcore. With the multi-size technique empowering the meat tank, he charged without hesitation. You think the same move works on me twice? Jirobo snorted and used Earth-style Earth Rampart to block again. Boom. Boom. But this time the meat tank exceeded Jirobo's expectations. The tearing force from the wildly spinning kunai shredded the wall. It drove straight at Jirobo. Startled, Jirobo coated his palms with Earth Attribute Chakra to defend. Crack. His palms were pierced through, and he was sent flying, smashing into a boulder. Only then did the meat tank slowly stop. Jirobo was bleeding profusely with no intact spot on his body. Before Jirobo could catch his breath, Akimichi Choji, having stopped the tank transformation, could barely stand. The spinach pill instantly boosted his abilities, but the toll was multiplied. Cough. Jirobo spat blood and said, "Seems you're the one at the end of your rope. I'm the winner." Jirobo dragged his battered body, picked up a fallen kunai, and moved to finish Choji. "At the end of my rope. You're the winner." Akimichi Choji slowly raised his head, a fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. "I have comrades I trust. How could I lose? How can I repay Lowen's trust? So I'm the one who wins." Akimichi Choji roared, shoving the yellow curry pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, its soothing medicinal power mending his wounds and replenishing his chakra. Super multi-size technique. In the limited window of the pill's effect, Choji used a Forbidden Clan technique. The ground around him sank and shattered instantly. Akimichi Choji's body soared to dozens of meters, making Jirobo look like an ant. Jirobo was utterly horrified. How was he supposed to fight this? The kunai dropped to the ground. Jirobo turned to flee, but how could he escape? Akimichi Choji punched down, carving a terrifying gash through the forest ahead. The immense force engulfed Jirobo. No. Under the power, Jirobo's body was annihilated. Thus 2 of the Sound Ninja 4 had fallen, while an even greater threat was already emerging from the serpent's lair. After all this, Akimichi Choji collapsed onto his back. When the super multi-size technique deactivated, he lay powerless on the ground. His entire body ached as if torn apart. The yellow curry pill had instantly suppressed the pain and replenished his chakra, but the price was enormous. Akimichi Choji's eyelids grew heavier, but a smile lingered on his lips. "Luan. I did it." Meanwhile, Nara, Luan, and Uzumaki Naruto pressed forward at full speed, pushing day and night to make up for the time lost to Jirobo. "Luan, is Choji going to be okay?" Uzumaki Naruto asked worriedly. "No, I trust him. Choji is incredibly strong." As the pursuit mission progressed, drawing closer to the border of the Land of Fire, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Among the 4 groups divided for the chase, the fastest was the team comprising Liluaka and Ri Xiangningsi. Due to Meitokai's exceptional physical arts, even Ri Xiangningsi, who didn't need to refine his own body, had to train alongside them. Thus Team 3 possessed the greatest physical strength. Liluaka and Ri Xiangningsi relentlessly followed the scent of Zhuozhu. "Shaoli, wait!" Ri Xiangningsi suddenly halted ahead. "Ningxi, did you find something?" Liluaka knew that Ri Xiangningsi with his Baiyan had a perception superior to his own. The scent has converged. Ri Xiangningsi stood on a tree trunk and instantly activated his Baiyan. Under the Baiyan state, the world before him became translucent, yet he detected no suspicious traces. "Ningxi, what is this?" Liluaka pointed at the fragmented spider silk on the ground. Ri Xiangningsi frowned. "Get off this tree." As his words fell, a barrage of earth-yellow hard spikes shot out, smashing the base of the tree. The 2 evaded by a hair's breadth. As the tree toppled, a figure leaped down from its crown. The arrival was none other than Gue Tongwan, carrying the sealed barrel. He sneered mockingly at the pair. "Not bad reflexes." "Zhuozhu." Seeing the sealed barrel, Liluaka moved to attack, but before he could take a few steps, a large net burst from the ground and ensnared him. "Shaoli." Ri Xiangningsi shouted, only to realize the area was now covered in dense spiderwebs. With a swift motion, he too was hoisted up, dangling like a branch. Not ending so soon, are we?" Gue Tongwan set the sealed barrel on the ground. "You should thank me for granting you this chance. If I hadn't stopped, the border of the Land of Fire would be just ahead. So don't disappoint me," Gue Tongwan said with indifference. Inside the web, Liluaka struggled, but his strength couldn't tear it apart. "Shaoli, brute force won't break the web," Ri Xiangningsi warned. In the world of his Baiyan, chakra flowed through the intricate web. Before long, Ri Xiangningsi conceived a plan. He took out a smoke bomb and threw it. The smoke bomb served only to obscure vision. Gue Tongwan emerged from the smoke, his pupils narrowing. Interesting. Before him, 2 intact webs hung suspended, but they were empty. With a whoosh, Ri Xiangningsi descended from above with a whip kick. Gue Tongwan raised a hand to block, but Ri Xiangningsi abruptly altered his trajectory midair and hurled detonating tags. Explosions thundered. When the smoke cleared, Gue Tongwan stood encased in a cocoon of spider silk, layer upon layer. Meanwhile, Liluaka had reached the sealed barrel. Their plan had been executed flawlessly. After sensing chakra within the webs, Ri Xiangningsi tossed the smoke bomb to blind Gue Tongwan. During that moment he used his soft palm to extract both himself and Liluaka from their webs without damaging them. Then came Ryuseong Ningxi's fierce assault while Liluaka escaped with Suiju. With a crack the web defense was torn apart. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Gui Tongwan erupted in fury and gave chase. But the traps he had laid earlier now became his undoing. The hidden webs beneath the ground were laden with countless detonating tags. Now there was truly no way to leave. Gui Tongwan slowly turned, glaring at Ryuseong Ningxi. Trying to stall me like this. As his words faded, the curse mark on Gui Tongwan's neck flared. In his second state his form underwent a drastic transformation. Then with a single step he voluntarily triggered a cluster of detonating tags. Ryuseong Ningxi dodged swiftly, but was still knocked back by the blast wave. A series of thunderous explosions sent smoke billowing and flames soaring into the sky. Gui Tongwan emerged slowly, now a humanoid spider. Secret Art Spider Continuous Webbing. Secret Art Spider Gold. Summoning Great Spider. 3 secret arts unleashed in rapid succession. Gui Tongwan first spat out a white cannonball that exploded midair, forming a massive web hurtling toward Ryuseong. Simultaneously strands of golden liquid dripped from his mouth, solidifying into golden shuttles that pierced through the air, limiting movement. Finally, he bit his finger and performed a summoning tattoo. After a white mist cleared, a colossal black spider leaped up and hung from the giant web, its abdomen writhing as countless tiny spiders rained down. Ryuseong Ningxi, caught in the onslaught, felt a chill run down his spine. He had drawn the short straw, facing the mightiest form of Gui Tongwan. Gui Tongwan, intent on eliminating Ryuseong Ningxi outright, stood poised on the web, readying his final strike. Spider War Bow Wailing Rend. A longbow forged from gold spewed forth from his mouth. The battle against Gui Tongwan was the most perilous battle for Ryuseong Ningxi. The opponent's strength and ninjutsu surpassed his understanding. In simple terms, fear, the so-called genius of my Ryuseong Ningxi, was afraid. Whether it was the massive black spider or the extremely resilient spider silk, any misstep would cost him his life. However, Ryuseong Ningxi might be afraid, but he would not flee. 8 trigrams 64 palms rotation of heaven. Ningxi activated his clan's secret technique. Chakra emanated from his body and gathered between his palms, forming a barrier as his hands moved like rolling clouds and rain. As the dense swarm of little spiders fell upon the heavenly rotation, they were instantly repelled. The immense force transmitted through the barrier crushed them to death. As rotation followed rotation, the chakra air blade followed suit and cut through the spider web. Gui Tongwan atop the giant web narrowed his eyes. Absolute defense, is it? The heavenly rotation was absolute defense. Our Ryuseong Ningxi was confident it could withstand any attack. Losing to Liluaka once was enough. The first wave of chakra-devouring little spiders was soon cleansed completely. Ningxi stomped his foot to engage Gui Tongwan, but the black spiders were not idle. Puchi. A sharp shuttle made of spider silk shot through, forcing Ningxi to halt his steps. Immediately the giant spider's abdomen began to writhe violently, and another swarm of little spiders descended like a torrent. Turning to look, he noticed the spider silk behind him shimmered with a flowing luster, indicating its formidable toughness. Ningxi's brows furrowed tightly. This was a huge trouble. If he turned to break through but couldn't shred the giant web in time, Ningxi would be exposing his back to the enemy. The giant spider and the arrows in Gui Tongwan's hands would pierce him in an instant. From this angle it was a dead end. The view shifted to the distance. Liluaka, carrying the sealed barrel, was dashing through the forest without considering support. All he wanted was to bring back Suiju. As for Ryuseong Ningxi, Liluaka believed he would never lose. Era, where is this? Liluaka sprinted all the way, seemingly having crossed the dense forest. At that moment he stood atop a tree, before him an endless grassland. A gust of wind blew, stirring the grass like wind sweeping over wheat waves. The breeze against Liluaka's face snapped him back to his senses. The route back to my... He slapped his forehead. Damn, and directionally challenged. Just as Liluaka was agonizingly clutching his head, a figure appeared on the plain ahead. He walked slowly, but in the blink of an eye his form drifted over. Liluaka sensed a hostile aura, and the other also noticed his presence. Failed, have you? Huey Junmalu murmured to himself, then pointed at Liluaka and said, "Are you the strongest ninja of my... Did you defeat the others?" Although Liluaka didn't understand what others meant, he could tell from the mention of my ninja that the person before him was an enemy. "Why are you taking Suiju away?" Liluaka immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to strike at any moment. He is the vessel Lord Dashyuan has his eyes on. Lord Dashyuan needs to enter his body to gain greater power. Huey Junmalu replied astonishingly. Liluaka was stunned, but then he angrily retorted, "Suiju is my comrade, I won't let you harm him. Let strength speak." "Very well." Huey Junmalu responded, and a bone spur emerged from his palm. Huey Junmalu, wielding a bone sword, slashed out. As a sword aura swept forth, he himself appeared behind Liluaka and struck down with a sword. Liluaka swiftly turned, clasped his hands together, and used a bare hand blade catching technique to block the strike. At the same time, a sweeping leg kick sent Huey Junmalu flying, followed by 2 upward knee strikes. When the sweeping leg kick hit Huey Junmalu, he crossed his bone swords defensively. Li Lux's two knee strikes landed on the bone swords, but didn't inflict effective damage. The two distanced themselves. Huey Junmalo landed gracefully. Your taijutsu is very strong. Yours. Not bad either. Li Luaka rubbed his sore knees. His taijutsu, if not at the pinnacle, had at least reached a high level, yet it couldn't break through the bone sword. These are bone swords thanks to my Kekkei Genkai, the dead bone pulse. It allows me to freely manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts, even control calcium concentration to form bones. The hardened bones surpass steel in hardness, granting a defense that renders ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Huey Junmalo actually explained, directly revealing all his trump cards. Perhaps no one would have imagined such a battle. Li Luaka and Huey Junmalo were clearly opponents, yet there was a hint of harmony. There were no trash talks nor wanton destruction of the surroundings. Instead, there was a feeling of exchanging blows and techniques while even providing explanations. Next, I plan to use my first technique. Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Willow. As Huey Junmalo explained, sharp bone spurs grew from his shoulders, elbow. The bone spur exuded a sense of endless sharpness. Meanwhile, Huey Junmalo's aura became sharp and fierce. Then he moved, charging like a rampaging beast. Li Luaka switched to defense, as he had no idea how to attack. He simply couldn't land a hit. Seizing on Li Lux's reluctance to get close, Huey Junmalo launched a devastating close-range assault. Boom. 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 Li Luaka focused with utmost concentration. To avoid being impaled by the bone spurs, he had to perceive every move Huey Junmalo made and counter accordingly. With each clash, Li Luaka felt the bone spurs were incredibly hard, and the fierce wind stirred by the attacks stung his face. The exchanges between the two grew faster and faster until even their attack speeds became indiscernible, leaving only a blur of intertwining fists and feet. Bang! Huey Junmalo struck out with his palm, sending the bone spur spiraling. Li Luaka bent his waist, dropping to the ground while using one hand to support himself, and then delivered a whipping kick directly to the top of Huey Junmalo's head. Meanwhile, a bloody line was carved across Li Lux's cheek. The two once again distanced themselves. Li Luaka wiped the blood from his face with a backhand and stared straight at the opponent. Even Huey Junmalo for once rubbed his head. It had to be said that Li Lux's taijutsu was outstanding. Over several dozen exchanges, he had not only evaded the bone spur attacks, but also managed to trade blows evenly. You are formidable, so I have decided to use my second ninjutsu, said Huey Junmalo. Dead Bone Pulse, Camellia. Huey Junmalo reached up to undo his upper garment, revealing a welted torso. At the same time, the bone spur in his right palm retracted, and he reached to his left shoulder, pulling out a slightly elongated bone sword. Li Lux's gaze was filled with solemnity. He had never before encountered an opponent with such bizarre offensive methods. Without a word, the moment Huey Junmalo initiated the Camellia dance, his taijutsu escalated to a new level. Rushing forward, he swung the bone sword upward in a powerful slash. A row of bone spurs burst from the ground, converging from both sides like snapping jaws aimed at Li Luaka. Li Luaka quickly leaped into the air, but Huey Junmalo simultaneously appeared behind him, thrusting the sword with full momentum. Table Lotus. In desperation, Li Luaka could only resort to the second stage of Table Lotus. The white bandages on his arm extended outward, binding the bone sword that was thrusting toward him. With a rumbling crash, they both fell to the ground. Huey Junmalo assumed a dominant posture, but his bone sword was stuck fast. The tip had been wrapped in bandages, and though Li Luaka coughed up blood, he had managed to halt the assault. Expressionless, Huey Junmalo waved his left hand. Another bone spur grew from the palm, ready to end Li Lux's life at any moment. Just then, the sealed barrel nearby began to tremble violently. The talismans on it peeled off one after another, and billowing black smoke emerged. Bang! The sealed barrel burst apart, and the figure of Yuzhibo Zhuozhu walked out. However, he now seemed somewhat different from before. His physique had grown considerably stronger, his skin had turned a dusky gray, and most notably, he exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. Even Huey Junmalo was momentarily distracted, so this was the vessel Lord Dashwan had his eyes on. Truly extraordinary. Seizing the moment of Huey Junmalo's distraction, Li Luaka released the bandages and sent him flying with a powerful punch. Zhuozhu, come back to with me, Li Luaka said. Huey Junmalo was overwhelmingly strong. If fighting was not feasible, then retreat was the option. If worst came to worst, he and Zhuozhu could join forces. Unexpectedly, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu ignored Li Luaka. He merely flashed a strange smile and walked onward. Zhuozhu. Li Luaka wanted to give chase, but Huey Junmalo was already upon him again, swinging the bone sword to create a web of shadows that blocked Li Lux's movements. Wait! Li Luaka shouted. Huey Junmalo halted his attack, indeed stopped, and looked at him with evident confusion. Li Luaka stood frozen for a few seconds, as if making a profound decision. Then he took a porcelain bottle from his pack, marked with the character for wine. Li Luaka remembered that before, after finishing his training and returning home, his father had invited him for a drink. He had drunk it without a second thought, but to his surprise, after that drink, Li Luaka started madly throwing punches, recognizing no one. In the end, Mai Kai arrived just in time to avert the crisis. Thus, wine was both a forbidden item and a tool for Li Luaka. He opened the lid and a pungent alcohol aroma assaulted his nose. Gulp. Liluaka downed the drink in one go, tossed the bottle aside, and quickly entered a state. His face turned crimson, and even his steps became unsteady. Even Huey Junmalu was stunned by this move. Was he not mistaken? Had he just drunk alcohol? What kind of ninjutsu pairs with alcohol? The answer was impossible to know because Liluaka had already collapsed forward onto the ground sleeping. Huey Junmalu approached, thrusting the bone sword. But Liluaka, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly shot up at even greater speed, kicking Huey Junmalu in the chest. Burp. Liluaka staggered, unsteadily burping repeatedly. Just as Drunken Fist Lee and Kimimaro Kagaya were locked in a bitter stalemate, Sasuke Uchiha had already arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. The border was a sheer cliff where the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Sasuke Uchiha stood at a high vantage point, his indifferent gaze scanning the distance. In that direction lay terrain vastly different from where he stood. A stepping beyond it would seal his status as a rogue ninja of Konoha. Are you waiting for Naruto? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Sasuke Uchiha turned around and saw Shinchuan Tianming and Karen Uzumaki. I was waiting for him and also for you, but you especially, Sasuke Uchiha said lightly. I never expected you to actually chase after me. Your decision to join Orochimaru after being defeated due to weakness is one thing. The others are here on a mission to bring you back. Shinchuan Tianming spoke bluntly as he knew Sasuke's reasons for siding with Orochimaru. Yet even if Sasuke had 1,000 justifications, he should not let others bear the risks for him. How could you possibly understand? Sasuke Uchiha sneered. You've never borne the pain of a clan's massacre. You can't comprehend it. Shinchuan Tianming raised an eyebrow. My parents died in the Ninetales rampage. Should I seek vengeance by killing the Ninetales? Do you think I could even lift a hand against it? Sasuke Uchiha fell silent. He was never skilled at verbal sparring. Besides, he understood Shinchuan. The tailed beasts were top-tier combatants in the world of Naruto. When the Ninetales appeared in Konoha, half the village was destroyed, countless ninjas perished, and even the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze lost his life to seal it. You've come to stop me, haven't you? I'm not going back. Sasuke Uchiha produced a kunai to state his position. You've also been branded with Orochimaru's curse mark. You know its power well. To take my revenge, I can only rely on this, so we are destined to be enemies. He was not called second pillar for nothing. Sasuke Uchiha was truly overflowing with adolescent delusion. Perhaps because he had intervened in the Naruto world compared to the original story, Sasuke Uchiha's mind was now more twisted. Beyond his single-minded vengeance, he also craved recognition that his actions were justified. I will kill Itachi Uchiha. I cannot grow stronger in Konoha, so I must become a rogue ninja. I have my reasons, so you must understand and acknowledge them. It felt like a moral blackmail. The biggest instigator of the Uchiha clan's destruction was Shimura Danzo, yet Sasuke Uchiha placed the entire Konoha and all its young prodigies on the opposing side. What if I said I just happened to pass by? Shinchuan Tianming chuckled. I have only one thing to say: it was not the whole of Konoha that destroyed the Uchiha clan, nor is it Konoha that is stopping your revenge. I hope you rectify your attitude toward revenge. These were words laden with meaning, exactly what Shinchuan Tianming intended to convey. People have different thoughts at different times and in different circumstances. When you seek to change something, follow your true heart. Yet this truth eluded Sasuke at the moment. Stop your— Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly and flung his kunai through the air. Shinchuan Tianming stood rooted to the spot, motionless, while beside him Karen Uzumaki drew out 10 shuriken. Shuriken Great Whirlwind. The 10 shuriken shot forth simultaneously, deflecting the kunai hidden, while the remaining 9 continued with undiminished force, like 9 stars linked in a chain, instantly closing in on Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke quickly retreated and leapt off the cliff. Karen, don't interfere. Just as Karen Uzumaki was about to pursue, Shinchuan Tianming called her back. This is a special fight, I'll handle it. With that, Shinchuan Tianming's figure vanished from the cliff edge. Below, through the faint mist, a lake could be seen at the bottom. Upon arriving here, the sound of water grew even more tumultuous and thunderous. After falling for about 30 seconds, the full view of the bottom was revealed. Shinchuan Tianming landed on one of the colossal statues. The water flowing from the dense forests of Konoha formed a waterfall between the two statues. This was naturally the Valley of the End. Shinchuan Tianming stood atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, gazing at Sasuke Uchiha on the opposite side. I want to see your full strength. Sasuke Uchiha activated his Sharingan, then swiftly formed hand seals, and charged a Chidori accompanied by the sound of crackling thunder. Sasuke Uchiha's Chidori pierced through Shinchuan Tianming, but before he could rejoice, Shinchuan Tianming turned into substitution jutsu. Sasuke's pupils shifted, and he saw Shinchuan Tianming standing on the water below. How could he use substitution jutsu right before the Sharingan? Boom! Sasuke Uchiha leaped down from the statue's head, and as he stepped onto the water, sheer force sent layers of splashes erupting. As the water splashes fell, Sasuke's curse mark began to spread. Fireball jutsu. Chakra gathered in his throat and was expelled. Under the influence of the curse mark, the fireball jutsu ignited the water surface like a wildfire. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Chichuan Tianming finally formed seals and 2 water pillars rose from the surface, beside him transforming into the shape of water dragons. A water dragon conjured from the column of water burst through the surface, its maw unleashing a torrent against the raging great fireball technique. As the saying goes, water and fire are irreconcilable, water being the natural enemy of fire. Yet Uchiha Sasuke, empowered by the curse mark, had elevated his great fireball technique to a whole new level. The water release water dragon bullet was gradually consumed and vaporized by the fireball. In the next instant, Uchiha Sasuke had pierced through the steaming mist to stand before Chichuan Tianming, his kunai striking at every vital point. Chichuan Tianming grew somewhat irritated. Are you going to keep this up forever? He extended his fingers to catch the deadly kunai. Lightning cutter. Lightning-natured chakra surged from his palm into Uchiha Sasuke's body, while at the same time he drove his knee into Sasuke's chest. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively flew backward, but Chichuan Tianming grabbed him back and landed several punches to his face. In an instant, Sasuke's figure skidded across the water, sending up a great spray. Aya! Uchiha Sasuke executed a kip up and charged again, his unstoppable momentum splitting the water's surface, his speed reaching its peak. It seems the curse mark's power has given you quite some confidence. Chichuan Tianming also rose into the air, engaging in mid-air exchanges. The two were evenly matched in taijutsu. Uchiha Sasuke was well-rounded, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, kunai thrusts, all were parried by Chichuan Tianming. Had enough. Suddenly Chichuan Tianming broke through Sasuke's offense, with a large hand dragging him down into the water. Boom! The entire lake trembled. The splashing water fell like light rain. Uchiha Sasuke was knocked out of his stage 1 form. Reverting to his original appearance, he choked on water sputtering on the surface. Chichuan Tianming watched him calmly as he stepped forward when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Check-in mission activated. Please stand still, moving midway will be considered a forfeit. Chichuan Tianming twitched his mouth. Every time the system activated a mission, it always happened during a fight. Hard as it was, he had no choice but to comply. Uchiha Sasuke climbed back onto the water, and seeing that Chichuan Tianming wasn't attacking, grew somewhat wary. This guy is a monster. It was ridiculous. He had obtained the curse mark's power, so why was he still getting beaten by Chichuan Tianming? Yes, it was a thorough beating. If this were a life-or-death battle, he would have been torn apart. Why are you so Uchiha Sasuke asked a perceptive question. I think I'm not lacking in talent, and I work hard. In the Ninja Academy, few could withstand even one of my strikes. But why do you always dominate me? Uchiha Sasuke's expression was complicated. After experiencing despair, he had sworn he would never be powerless against anyone again. But reality slapped him hard. Itachi had made him recall the shame of living. And now Chichuan Tianming was an insurmountable mountain. That feeling of helplessness was unbearable for Uchiha Sasuke. There is always someone stronger. Beyond every mountain lies another mountain, Chichuan Tianming said after a moment's thought. Huh. Uchiha Sasuke laughed exaggeratedly. Then a violent aura rose in his eyes and wisps of black smoke emanated from his body. His hair and skin underwent another transformation. If there is someone stronger, I will surpass them. Oh, if there is a mountain, I will climb it. For true power, I will give up everything. Uchiha Sasuke roared, his Sharingan pupils turning a dark gray. This was his stage 2. Ding. Check-in successful. Boom. No sooner had the sound of successful check-in faded than Uchiha Sasuke vanished from sight, reappearing behind Chichuan Tianming to deliver a punch. Caught off guard, Chichuan Tianming was slammed into the cliff, his flesh and blood body colliding with the rock. He felt as if his body had been shattered, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Though strong, he was not invulnerable. Taking a full-powered punch from stage 2 Sasuke, while completely unprepared, was naturally devastating. So, this is my new power. Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the water and moved in for another strike. What lowly creature struck so cruelly? Brother Dragon slithered out of Chichuan Tianming's sleeve. Normally he wouldn't interfere, but Sasuke's sneak attack and lethal intent were too much even for a dragon. Tianming. Uzumaki Karen cried out, rushing to help him up, then roared at Sasuke, have you lost your mind? Tianming wasn't even fighting at full power. Why did you hit so hard? In battle, what difference does it make? Sasuke said disdainfully. I never asked him to hold back. Sasuke is right. Chichuan Tianming slowly raised his head. There's no such thing as holding back in a fight. I was too naive. Despite his severe injuries, Chichuan Tianming's voice was filled with laughter. A breeze blew, tousling his bangs and revealing a pair of extraordinary pupils, the reward for this mission. The Blood Dragon Eye. The Blood Dragon Eye is a Kekei Genkai originating from the Bloodpool clan in the world of Naruto. The Bloodpool clan was once exiled by the Uchiha clan, a truly tragic race. Though their fate was not favorable, the Bloodpool clan possessed a dojutsu no less formidable than the Sharingan. That is the Blood Dragon Eye. Similarly endowed with extraordinary genjutsu, unlike the Sharingan, the Blood Dragon Eye has no tomo. The strength of its dojutsu power is linked to the blood hue in the pupils. When Uchiha Sasuke gazed upon Chichuan Tianming's Blood Dragon Eye, every hair on his body stood on end. He had a feeling this dojutsu was no weaker than the Sharingan. Tianming. Uzumaki Karen directly extended her arm. Bite me and recover your body. Chichuan Tianming did not refuse. He opened his mouth and bit down. His teeth pierced Uzumaki Karen's fair skin, and the sweet blood instantly mended all the internal injuries within his body. Uzumaki Karen endured the pain with a faint moan, yet watching Chichuan Tianming drink her blood, she felt a sense of happiness. It's done. Chichuan Tianming's gaze softened at the bite mark on her arm. I swear this is the first and last time I will drink your blood. Uzumaki Karen's face flushed slightly. If it's you, anything is fine. Alright, now I have to get down to business. Chichuan Tianming gestured for Uzumaki Karen to step back. The pupils of the blood dragon eye contracted slightly, sensing the presence of the Sharingan. Ha ha ha. Chichuan Tianming laughed exaggeratedly, inwardly scolding himself for his foolishness. In the world of Naruto, Chichuan Tianming believed in not changing anyone's destiny, letting events take their natural course. But he overlooked that due to his own interference, some matters and people had already changed. Being passive was no longer viable. In that case, to hell with respecting the plot, to hell with not interfering with others. From now on, anyone who stands in my way must pay the price. Chichuan Tianming laughed at his own naivety, while also feeling fortunate that it wasn't too late. Then from now on he would follow his heart. In a world of survival of the fittest, let his fist speak. Are you using your full power? Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently as a pair of fleshy wings suddenly sprouted from Sasuke, bearing the heaven curse mark, possessed the ability to fly. With a slight flap of his fleshy wings, he turned into a blur and attacked his speed like lightning. In the world of the blood dragon eye, Uchiha Sasuke's movement trajectory was already mapped out. Chichuan Tianming lightly tapped his toes and at the same time summoned the Sun Will Blade from his system inventory. Clang! The blade was drawn, a flash of sword light. Chichuan Tianming thrust the Sun Will Blade sharply to the left. The next instant Sasuke's figure appeared, but his face was twisted with pain. For Chichuan Tianming's blade had pierced through the fleshy wing. Boom! With a slight exertion, Chichuan Tianming pinned Sasuke against the cliff face using the Sun Will Blade. Sasuke, let me show you what a real monster is. Like a demon's whisper as the words fell, the lightning release mountain lightning seal slammed into Sasuke. Aya! The overbearing lightning force ravaged Sasuke's body. At this moment the Sun Will Blade returned to Chichuan Tianming's hand. Uchiha Sasuke's body plummeted, but high in the sky Chichuan Tianming had already switched his hand seals. Lightning released Chidori Sharp Spear. A bolt of lightning shot straight down, piercing through Uchiha Sasuke's body. By the time he hit the ground, he had already fallen unconscious. Beside him, Uzumaki Karen raised a kunai to send Sasuke to the afterlife. In her eyes, the sole survivor of the Uchiha didn't deserve to live. Wait. Don't kill Sasuke. Chichuan Tianming landed and blocked the kunai. His anger was real and beating Sasuke was real, but killing him was unnecessary. Chichuan Tianming had directly used the Sun Will Blade and Mountain Lightning Seal, and as a bonus delivered a Chidori Sharp Spear to Sasuke. Venting his anger while leaving a debt of gratitude, killing two birds with one stone. Chichuan Tianming personally picked up Sasuke, carried him to the other side of the lake, and placed him in a secluded spot. Then he vanished from the Valley of the End. Not long after Chichuan Tianming left, a figure appeared beside the unconscious Sasuke. That guy. Has he already become this strong? The situation on the main battlefield had also taken an unusual turn. Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto made their way unimpeded through the dense forest, only to find Rock Lee lying unconscious on the ground. And three unexpected individuals. Lee. Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, then angrily prepared to fight Gaara Unknown. Naruto, they're not enemies. Nara Shikamaru said quietly. There were traces of battle and a fair amount of sand around, but it was clear that the Sand Village had come to assist. We were on a nearby mission and heard sounds of fighting. He was being attacked by a man covered in bone spikes and another playing a flute. He was in danger, so we intervened, but we couldn't hold them. Temari explained beside them. At that moment, everyone instinctively looked behind them, where Chichuan Tianming and Uzumaki Karen were walking slowly toward them. Seeing Chichuan Tianming, Nara Shikamaru went up to him and asked, Tianming, how did it go on your end? I killed one person, fought Sasuke, but couldn't keep him. Tianming. Gaara extended his hand to greet Chichuan Tianming. Since their last battle, Gaara had not only reformed, but also become an ardent admirer of Chichuan Tianming. Gaara, what are you doing here? Though he knew the reason, Chichuan Tianming still asked. We were on a mission nearby and came to help. Chichuan Tianming nodded, then looked at the unconscious Rock Lee and the surrounding scene. In an instant he deduced that Kimimaro was not dead. Don't just stand there. Let's chase Sasuke. Naruto urged. Naruto. Nara Shikamaru shook his head. Since Chichuan Tianming couldn't stop him, there must be someone helping him. Rushing over would be beyond our ability to handle, and Sasuke has already crossed the border of the Land of Fire. His status as a rogue ninja is now sealed. Damn it. Naruto looked up powerless in his fury. No matter how unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Naruto, Sasuke won't be in danger. Chichuan Tianming said calmly. Do what you can and leave the rest to fate. Naruto fell silent. Before leaving, he had made a promise to Haruno Sakura. Naruto. Chinchuan Tianming patted his shoulder. Don't burden yourself with unnecessary things. You don't owe anyone. Understand. Got it. Okay, since the pursuit mission failed, we have no choice but to report back. Nara Shikamaru spoke. Right now Rock Lee is severely injured and Choji and Niji's fates are unknown. With things at this point, everyone had to gather themselves and head back. After thanking the Sand Trio, the pursuit team could only return home. In the dense forest, they found the unconscious Akimichi Choji and Hyuga Niji. 3 days later, the pursuit team returned to Konoha and were all sent to Konoha Hospital. Soon outside the ward, Tsunade appeared accompanied by Shizune. In the corridor, Nara Shikamaru, Naruto, and Chinchuan Tianming stood up upon seeing her. How are the three of them? Tsunade asked. It's my fault. I failed to analyze the enemy's strength and didn't formulate a battle plan, putting my comrades in danger. Nara Shikamaru said apologetically. Don't take all the blame. Chinchuan Tianming already showed me the mission report. You all did an excellent job. Tsunade said slowly. But from now on, Uchiha Sasuke is officially a rogue ninja of Konoha. The topic was heavy. Even Haruno Sakura, who had come upon hearing the news, could only wipe her tears in the corner. Dismissed. Tsunade ordered, then walked into the ward. What's Aunt Tsunade doing in there? Naruto watched as the doctors in the ward all looked at Tsunade with admiration. Tsunadesima is the most outstanding medical ninja. Also, you should be polite, don't call her aunt. Shizune said defensively. Naruto didn't say much, just pouted. Receiving Tsunade's dismissal, the three uninjured individuals each walking on the streets of Konoha, Chinchuan Tianming deliberately turned into an alley and stopped. Tired from following me all this time? Sakura. As his words fell, a conflicted Haruno Sakura appeared behind him. Chinchuan Tianming, I have a question for you. Speak. In the final battle of the pursuit mission you fought Sasuke, didn't you? Why didn't you bring him back? As she spoke, tears streamed down Sakura's face. Huh. Chinchuan Tianming's expression turned odd. So, because we didn't bring Sasuke back, you're blaming me and the pursuit squad. Naruto. I can understand. But you're obviously so strong. You could have brought him back. Why? Haruno Sakura pressed on. Sakura, do you think everyone in the world likes Sasuke? Chinchuan Tianming said coldly. Do you have any idea how strong the enemy we faced was? Rock Lee, Niji, and Choji are all unconscious right now because they chased after Sasuke. And you come here to confront. Chinchuan Tianming still thought himself naive. How could Sakura's pig-headed mind change so easily? Do you want to know the truth? A malicious smirk curled at the corner of Chinchuan Tianming's mouth. Then let me tell you the truth. The truth is I fought him, beat him half to death, and threw him out of the land of fire, making him a rogue ninja. Sakura felt as if struck by lightning. Why did you do that? Why? We are all teammates of Team 7. Shut up. Chinchuan Tianming didn't give her a chance to throw a tantrum. From all your actions, you don't care about Team 7 or your comrades, only Sasuke. Anyone can blame me, but Haruno Sakura, who did nothing, has no right. If you want something, if you want to achieve something, don't cry and shout. Use your strength to get it. Be it comrades or Sasuke. With that, Chinchuan Tianming left coolly. He didn't care what rift these words would cause in Team 7, but he still wanted to teach Sakura a lesson. As for what the future would hold, who cares? The righteous tongue lashing from Chinchuan Tianming shattered Sakura Haruno's composure, and she couldn't accept it at the moment, breaking down into tears in the alley. In a corner, Naruto Uzumaki watched the scene with a heavy heart, longing to comfort Sakura Haruno. Yet as Chinchuan Tianming had said, Naruto Uzumaki owed no one anything and had no need to bear unnecessary burdens. Damn it. Who cares? Naruto Uzumaki hardened his heart and turned away. On the other side, when Chinchuan Tianming returned to the Chinchuan residence, he found Karen Uzumaki standing in the corridor in a daze, staring at the fresh teeth marks on her arm with a silly smile. Suddenly Karen Uzumaki turned around and exclaimed joyfully, Tianming, you're back. Chinchuan Tianming felt a subtle warmth. Spending time with Karen Uzumaki wasn't so bad after all. In the past, when watching anime, he found Karen's tsundere charm amusing, but now living together gave him a more direct experience. After 12 years of solitude in the Naruto world, having someone waiting at home and cooking meals, wasn't that a wonderful life? Are they alright? Still unconscious, but with Lady Tsunade on the case it should be fine. Chinchuan Tianming slipped off his shoes and noticed an extra pair at the entrance, asking, someone here? Tianming, it's me. Hinata Hyuga emerged from the room holding a spatula. You're... Chinchuan Tianming recalled telling Hinata she could drop by any time. I'm learning to cook from Karen. Hinata Hyuga stuck out her tongue. Last time I brought you food, I tried what I made myself. It was simply inedible. So I'm determined to make delicious meals for Tianming. I see. Chinchuan Tianming remembered that day when he was comforting Naruto Uzumaki to let go of Sakura Haruno. Just as he was getting into it, Hinata Hyuga and Karen Uzumaki arrived with lunchboxes. Chinchuan Tianming couldn't refuse the girl's kindness, but when he opened Hinata's lunchbox, a flash of insight struck him. Indeed, that seemingly harmless yet truly dark cuisine became the most difficult culinary challenge he had ever faced. Knock. Knock. Just then a knock sounded at the door. I'll get it. Karen Uzumaki walked to the door and opened it. Tianming, let's go eat at Ichiraku. Naruto Uzumaki stood at the door, his words trailing off as he was stunned by the scene before him. What was going on here? Why were there women at King Chuan's place? And two of them. Suddenly Naruto Uzumaki's heart filled with bitterness. He understood he didn't deserve such happiness. Coming to Qingchuan Tianming when feeling down was nothing but self-torment. While he, the honored son, chased Sakura Haruno only to be left scarred, Qingchuan Tianming had girls delivering lunchboxes and now even kept two beauties hidden away. Got it. Naruto. Qingchuan Tianming called out to the boy who was about to leave. Heaven knew Naruto Uzumaki's timing was impeccable. He had arrived at the most awkward moment. I'm cooking tonight. Stay for dinner. Really? Naruto Uzumaki asked hesitantly. Well, he had to admit he wanted someone to talk to. Since becoming a ninja and using mission earnings, Naruto Uzumaki's life had improved significantly. Eating at Ichiraku every day was no longer a distant dream. But he kept eating ramen simply because he had no one to accompany him. Eating cup noodles alone at home was truly miserable. Sorry for the intrusion. Naruto Uzumaki changed shoes at the entrance and stepped inside, immediately astonished by how tidy the place was. Having a woman around really made a difference. Please have a seat. Qingchuan Tianming smiled and turned into the kitchen. The living room was left with Naruto Uzumaki, Karen, and Hinata. After a brief, awkward silence, Naruto Uzumaki broke the ice. So, how come you two are here? Because I live here. Karen Uzumaki replied. Naruto Uzumaki's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Could it be? They were living together. Truly terrifying. As expected of Qingchuan Tianming, he could easily do what others couldn't. And what about Hinata? Naruto Uzumaki asked, taking a sip of tea. Hinata Hugo blushed and said, I was also planning to live here. Pfft. Cough. Naruto Uzumaki spat out the tea, tears streaming down his face. Heavens and earth. Had he destroyed Konoha in a past life to deserve this? His mental fortitude was shattered. Naruto Uzumaki silently vowed. If he ever came to Qingchuan Tianming alone again, he would be a dog. The little episode in the living room soon passed, and before long an enticing aroma drifted from the kitchen. The three of them turned their gazes toward the kitchen. Inside, Qingchuan Tianming skillfully flipped the pan and then placed the mapo tofu onto a plate. Home-style dishes, the taste of home. Though he had eaten Japanese cuisine for 12 years, the ingrained flavors of his hometown could never be forgotten. This was the first time Qingchuan Tianming cooked since secretly practicing in the past. The effect was predictable. The three in the living room drooled and walked in. Tianming, what did you make? It smells amazing. I've made a dish that has no equal in the ninja world. Qingchuan Tianming generously presented the dishes. Mapo tofu, tomato, scrambled eggs, stir-fried meat with pickled cabbage, and vegetable tofu soup with dipping sauce. Each dish seemed to exude an extraordinary fragrance. When the food was served on the table, the three of them cast aside all table manners. Half a month after Sasuke's defection, the three people in the hospital were discharged after being treated by Tsunade. At this time it seemed that the good days for Konoha's young ninjas were coming to an end. At a tavern on a street in Konoha, Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi, two fans of Makeout Paradise, were drinking together. Master Jiraiya, doing this will make Team 7 exist in name only. Kakashi said wryly. As the saying goes, one who eats from others has to be soft. He should have known better than to accept Jiraiya's invitation for drinks. Kakashi, I've watched you grow up. I'm practically your grandmaster. Do you think I don't understand you? Jiraiya said calmly, actually you should be overjoyed. No teaching pressure, you can slack off every day. Kakashi was embarrassed. Master Jiraiya, am I really that unreliable? No, Jiraiya shook his head. On the contrary, you are the backbone of Konoha, the one who takes charge when the village is in crisis. Kakashi smiled, but he had no reason to refuse. Naruto is our teacher's son. Having you teach him is a shortcut to power in a short time. But I don't understand, why are you taking Qingchuan Tianming? Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Naruto are all connected through the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's about better reinforcing the seal. And teaching Naruto to become stronger. It's only natural for him to follow Jiraiya, but Qingchuan Tianming. Qingchuan Tianming is extraordinary. Jiraiya rarely put down his sake cup and said, this child's uniqueness far surpasses everyone, whether it's Naruto or the Uchiha. You and I know them inside out, but only this orphan of the Qingchuan family is unfathomable. Unfathomable, such was the evaluation of Jiraiya of the Sannin. Kakashi fell silent as well. He understood what Jiraiya said. From the moment the third Hokage assigned Qingchuan Tianming to Team 7, the boy's display of abilities was unprecedented. In history, there is only one similar to him, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. A genius of the ninja world, outstanding. What could dazzle an era and be recognized by the 5 great nations was Konoha's yellow flash. I understand. Kakashi said slowly, then I'll leave those two to you, Master Jiraiya. As for me, I'll teach. Don't worry about that. That girl has talent in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade has already agreed to take her as a disciple. Jiraiya laughed. But Kakashi's face fell. Great. Team 7 really doesn't exist anymore. One morning at the entrance of Konoha. Just like the first time they went to Tanzako Street, Jiraiya was not late. After a short wait, Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Karen appeared. Jiraiya thought he was seeing things. Tianming, who is this girl? Master Jiraiya, a word in private. Qingchuan Tianming came close to Jiraiya and said, this is the girl I saved in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exam. She is one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Uzumaki clan. As if confirming his guess, Qingchuan Tianming said, her bloodline is purer than Naruto's. Hiss. Jiraiya gasped. The Uzumaki clan had deep ties with Konoha, but after the fall of Whirlpool Country, the remaining Uzumaki went into hiding. To this day, many people believe the Uzumaki clan exists only in name. It's even harder to imagine a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and a pure-blooded one at that. Jiraiya looked at Karen's red hair and unique aura, pondered for a moment, and said, in that case, bring her along. After a while, Naruto finally appeared at the street corner. But upon seeing Karen, he felt a pang in his heart. Wasn't it supposed to be a training trip for 3? Why are there 4 now? And they seem so harmonious. Stop daydreaming. We're waiting for you. Jiraiya gave him a flick on the forehead and then walked off first. Thus the 3-year training journey began. At the same time, in the chaotic border region of the 5 great nations, Orochimaru's snake lair. Inside a natural cave, wisps of heat rose. There was a pool of water in the cave, but the water was blood red and had a faint scent of blood. In the center of the pool, Uchiha Sasuke was meditating with his eyes closed. Standing by the pool were 2 figures, Kagaya Kimimaro and Yukushi Kabuto. I look forward to his awakening, Kagaya Kimimaro said, his voice hoarse. Lord Orochimaru, you should prepare early, Yukushi Kabuto reminded. Naturally, Orochimaru said with a slight smile as he looked at his current body. Kimimaro is good in many ways, but he is not perfect. The battle at the Valley of the End. Severely injured Uchiha Sasuke was brought back to the snake lair. Sasuke, covered in wounds, was in no condition for a body transfer, but Orochimaru's original body could no longer hold out. At that moment, Kagaya Kimimaro stepped forward, offering his body to Orochimaru. In the end, with no other option, Orochimaru granted Kimimaro's wish. This body should last a few more days. Then I will taste Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips and turned to leave, with Yukushi Kabuto following closely. After they left, Uchiha Sasuke in the blood pool opened his eyes. Outside Konoha village, Naruto Uzumaki looked back repeatedly at the receding village, a tinge of sorrow in his heart. He had learned from Jiraiya that this training trip was expected to last about 3 years. Moreover, they would not return during that time. Although Naruto Uzumaki was mischievous, he had feelings too, and inside, he felt reluctant to leave Konoha. Little Naruto can't bear to leave. Jiraiya teased. Who said I can't bear to? Naruto retorted stubbornly. But pervy sage, where are we going this time? Is it like last time, you going to drink and flirt while I train alone? Jiraiya coughed awkwardly and then smacked Naruto on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? 3 years of training will be thousands of times harder than learning the Rasengan. Be prepared. Qingchuan Tianming, standing nearby, pricked up his ears to listen. Qingchuan Tianming was also curious about the training location and method Jiraiya had chosen. Little Tianming, if I'm not mistaken, you are proficient in all nature transformations. Jiraiya struck up a conversation. Probably. Qingchuan Tianming replied ambiguously. He possessed ultimate chakra. Theoretically, he could handle all nature transformations, but he had never actually used them. Jiraiya frowned. Although I am the teacher's disciple, I've disgraced the old man. I'm not that proficient in ninjutsu. How about I take you to meet an old friend? Then it's settled. Actually, Qingchuan Tianming wanted to say there was no need to worry about him, but seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Thus the group of 4 headed toward the border. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at a rather familiar... It was the port where they had fought Momochi Zabuza. After that mission, the shadows of Zabuza, Momochi, and Gato that had loomed over the Land of Waves for years dissipated, and the forces within the Land of Waves were also eliminated. The Land of Waves had been reborn. Are we going to the Land of Waves? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, looking at the renovated port and ships. That's right. I have a residence in the Land of Waves and a few friends I made during my travels. This time I'm taking you there for both a visit and training, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After explaining, Jiraiya led the 3 to buy ferry tickets. The restored order allowed the Land of Waves to establish diplomatic relations with other nations, and the ferries were filled with locals going back and forth. These were typically traders who traveled among the 5 great nations with aquatic products from the Land of Waves. After boarding, the passengers from the Land of Waves occasionally glanced at the group. Unconcerned by the curious stares, Jiraiya greeted them and went into the cabin. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming and Karen stood on the deck gazing ahead at the beautiful horizon where the water met the sky. Naruto Uzumaki also looked around like a curious child, but once the ship set sail, a fatal flaw was exposed. The prince got seasick. I'm going below. To avoid performing a human fountain on the deck, Naruto had to go down to the cabin. Qingchuan Tianming stood by the railing, watching the undulating sea, his mood relaxing. Karen stood beside him without speaking. The young boy and girl together formed a charming scene. It will take at least 3 more days to reach the land of waves. Let's go inside. After enjoying the breeze on the deck for a while, Qingchuan Tianming led Karen into the cabin. The usually stingy Jiraiya had splurged this time buying 4 birth tickets. He and Naruto shared a room while he and Karen were next door. Tianming, doesn't this feel like a date? Karen, what? Qingchuan Tianming asked, feigning surprise. Nothing, you misheard. Karen quickly turned her head and fell silent. Actually, Qingchuan Tianming had heard her, but he didn't know how to respond. They were only 12 years old. It wasn't the right time to start something. Moreover, this was the perilous world of Naruto. He couldn't just do nothing but flirt with girls. It seemed Qingchuan Tianming's words were prophetic. Just as he had that thought, a dragon head emerged from his robe and whispered, "Kid, killing intent is approaching." Killing intent. Qingchuan Tianming scanned the cabin but saw nothing unusual. On the sea. Would I lie to you, big bro? Qingchuan Tianming turned and looked through the porthole. He saw it. Several tiny black dots on the turbulent sea. Fortunately, it was a minor issue. Qingchuan Tianming blinked and his pupils transformed into the blood dragon eye. His vision sharpened. Those black dots were ships with dark cannon barrels, and their sails bore the universally recognized black skull flag. Qingchuan Tianming was stunned. Was this a pirate? Was he in one piece? Before he could finish his inner rant, the pirate ship's cannons flashed and several shells were fired. Without warning, the deck exploded. The ship shook violently. The passengers from the land of waves screamed. What's happening? Jiraiya yawned. Jiraiya sensei, we've run into pirates. Pirates. Jiraiya thought he had misheard. Indeed, the water resources in the world of Naruto were most abundant in the land of waves, and no other place had seas that could nurture pirates, but pirates were far too rare, were they not? Yet before everyone could understand, the cannonballs flying through the sky had already battered the large ship until it was on the verge of capsizing. Let's go check the deck first. Jiraiya rushed out first. The ship was filled with civilians who could not withstand a cannon bombardment. Qingchuan Tianming ascended to the deck and clearly noticed that the entire ship was tilting. It seemed the lower cabins had been breached, allowing seawater to pour in. On the sea surface, not far to the left, 4 or 5 pirate ships were approaching. Qingchuan Tianming observed carefully with his blood dragon eyes. On the bow of the foremost pirate ship stood a figure. The man closed his eyes in meditation, holding a sword in his arms. Lord Ka Xiao, that ship is already within our grasp, said a one-eyed fat man, stepping forward to address him respectfully. The man called Ka Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flickering in his pupils. Their despair is not enough yet. When my brother died, he was far more desperate than this. Understood. The one-eyed fat man immediately turned and shouted to the men below. Continue cannon bombardment. The cannons of the 4 pirate ships aimed once more in the same direction, and then flashes of fire erupted. Again. Jiraiya muttered curses at the pitch-black cannonballs. If this continued, the ship would surely sink. In the middle of the ocean, ordinary people had no chance of survival if the ship went down. Tianming, Naruto, you two protect the people on board. Jiraiya left these words and leaped onto the sea surface, water-style water wall. Jiraiya performed hand seals, but his casting method was different. He gathered chakra in his throat and then expelled it. A gust of wind swept across the sea, raising a small tsunami that rolled the 5 pitch-black cannonballs straight into the depths. This move stunned Ka Xiao on the pirate ship. He had intercepted all the cannonballs with a single technique. What kind of strength was this? Ka Xiao was not surprised by the appearance of a ninja, but he had never seen someone who could roll away 5 cannonballs with a mere gesture. Lord Ka Xiao, this man is rather uncanny, the one-eyed fat man said with a sharp intake of breath. Could that old man have tricked us? He never mentioned there would be a ninja on the ship. Ka Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It no longer matters. As he spoke, Jiraiya arrived before the 4 pirate ships and said, you pirates seek wealth, but you also take lives. Isn't that going too far? Hey! Ka Xiao on the bow looked down and said, are you a ninja? Indeed. I am Jiraiya, a ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya said proudly. But upon hearing the words Konoha ninja, Ka Xiao's killing intent burst forth. A Konoha ninja. That makes things much easier. Ka Xiao leaped down from the bow and came before Jiraiya, saying indifferently, I am Ka Xiao, the 4th captain of the Sakima pirate group. I have been searching for you Konoha ninjas for so long. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, we are indeed Konoha ninjas, but if you want to commission a mission, why not come to the village? Why bomb a ship out at sea? Ka Xiao glared at Jiraiya and shouted loudly, commission a mission. Commission a damn mission. I want to kill all you Konoha ninjas, every single one. Huh. Why do you want to kill us? Ka Xiao's longsword nearly slipped from his grip, his anger seemed to have reached its peak. Haven't you heard of me? Then you must have heard of Gato. That's right, I am Gato's younger brother Ka Xiao, and I have come to take revenge on Konoha. Jiraiya still shook his head. In truth, Jiraiya really did not know. He had not been in Konoha during the mission in the Land of Waves. It was Team 3 that had eliminated Gato and his gang. Die. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ka Xiao shouted, and 4 or 5 dark figures leaped down from the ship onto the water's surface. Water-style water mist formation. Those surrounding Jiraiya simultaneously began to form hand seals. The seawater beneath their feet started to boil and rising steam linked together into a unique domain. Gato stared at Jiraiya across from him and muttered, "Your Konoha ninjas killed my brother. Today I'll kill you all, every one of you must die. Fat man, keep firing." At the one-eyed fat man's command, the cannons of the 4 pirate ships roared repeatedly and a dense volley of cannonballs shot out madly. On the deck, Chi-Chuan Tianming frowned. Naruto, Yu, and Karen moved the injured on the deck to a safe place. As he spoke, Chi-Chuan Tianming began to sense a power he had not used for a long time. A devil fruit ability. Shock. Chi-Chuan Tianming pointed a finger, and the mysterious vibration force formed a barrier that protected the cannonballs flying in the sky came to an abrupt halt upon contact with the vibration force. As the first cannonball quivered, the others followed suit. Then a strange thing occurred. The cannonballs exploded, unleashing immense power and heat. But all the force of the explosions seemed to be isolated. No sound, no destructive power. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into nothingness. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit is Chi-Chuan Tianming's ultimate trump card, usually not used. But not using does not mean not practicing. Currently, the ability rating of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit is still green, only gradual cultivation can enhance its power. In private, when Chi-Chuan Tianming practiced, he didn't focus on air tremors or tremor blades, but on smaller range vibrations. Thus came the scene where he crushed all the cannonballs with a single finger. This move directly stunned the one-eyed fatty on the other pirate ship. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Never seen it before. Some pirates also came onto the deck. The pirates in the Naruto world were actually not professional at best. They had ships that ran rampant in the waters of the Land of Waves, and the vast boundless sea became a breeding ground for evil. Lord Ninja. At that moment, the captain ran out of the cabin and knelt directly on the ground. "I beg you, Lord Ninja, save my family." "Your family?" Chi-Chuan Tianming asked with some doubt. "It's all the work of the Sakama pirate crew. They have set themselves up as kings on an unnamed island and have been robbing merchant ships passing through the Land of Waves. Since the Land of Waves has no ninja forces, the country can do nothing about the Sakama pirate crew. And my family was also taken by the Sakama pirate crew. If I don't cooperate, I won't see my family again." Chi-Chuan Tianming felt relieved. He had been somewhat suspicious. The timing and location of the pirate ship's appearance coincided with this vessel, and the pirate ship's long-range attacks were precise. Without a navigation chart and positioning, it would have been impossible. "Please, Lord Ninja, save us." The civilians on the ship also knelt directly. "Tianming, you've got a good head. Tell us what to do." Naruto Uzumaki could not stand seeing others being bullied. Chi-Chuan Tianming glanced up at Jiraiya, who was being besieged by Kasha. He wasn't worried for Jiraiya, instead he prayed for those few. What good could come from provoking one of the Sannin? On the other side, the pirate ship was preparing a second wave of attacks. There was no such thing as passively taking a beating. "Naruto, let's just confront them head-on," Chi-Chuan Tianming said. "All right." Naruto Uzumaki instantly understood and immediately leapt off the ship, charging toward the pirate ship's location. "This kid is a ninja. Hit him with shurikens." The one-eyed fatty didn't intend to use cannonballs. Using cannonballs on a person is not as good as blowing up the ship. Hearing the desperate voices of countless people, it was truly exhilarating. On the deck of the pirate ship, some men who looked like ninja walked out, but these people weren't even rogue ninja. They were the kind of lowlifes. Swoosh! Countless shuriken and kunai came sweeping toward Naruto Uzumaki as he sprinted across the water. But Naruto dodged confidently. His constant practice of water walking was not in vain. "Fire!" The one-eyed fatty gave the order, and 4 pirate ships immediately raised even thicker cannon barrels. Boom! Projectiles even more powerful than the previous cannonballs appeared, trailing long tails of flame as they came. Karen looked after the people on the ship. After saying that, Chi-Chuan Tianming stomped his feet and launched into the air. Facing 4 huge cannonballs, he also drew his Sun Will Blade. Wind release, wind killing array slash. Channeling Chakra into the Sun Will Blade, Chi-Chuan Tianming swung his blade and a wind attribute blade beam burst forth. At the same time, 2 Chakra clones made the same slashing motion. A total of 3 blade beams directly sliced the huge cannonballs in half, while the 4th one arrived right in front of Chi-Chuan Tianming. Boom boom boom. Successive explosions sounded and black smoke churned over the sea. Just when the one-eyed fatty thought Chi-Chuan Tianming had been killed, he suddenly found a person standing behind him. Turning his head mechanically, he saw those blood-red pupils. Without a word, Chi-Chuan Tianming kicked him into the sea and at the same time swung his Sun Will Blade again, sending out a blade beam that cleaved the cannon turret on the deck. Taking down a pirate ship in the blink of an eye was his current strength. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki on the sea surface refused to be outdone. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, 300 Narutos appeared on the sea, all attacking the remaining 3 pirate ships. On those ships, shuriken and kunai rained down like a storm. But Naruto's original body did not retreat. He directly unleashed a charged Rasengan. Boom boom boom. One after another, the 3 pirate ships were similarly breached and sunk. Thus the only somewhat intact ship left was the one beneath Chi-Chuan Tianming's feet. By then the battle on the sea had also ended. Those who had been besieging Jiraiya were directly swallowed alive by Gamabunta. As the water mist barrier dispersed, Kasha wet his pants. Well done. Jiraiya turned around and saw Qingchuan Tianming standing with his blade, while Naruto's clones filled the other 3 ships. Little Jiraiya, don't call me out for small fries, Gamabunta said with displeasure. Just trying to scare them a bit. Jiraiya said sheepishly. In the end, Kasha was bound hand and foot and knelt on the deck. Jiraiya sat in the captain's seat. Qingchuan Tianming and Naruto Uzumaki stood as his left and right protectors. Now you can tell us about your so-called Sakuma pirate crew. Kashao's gaze was vacant, all traces of his earlier arrogance extinguished. Within the water mist formation, they launched a fierce assault on Jiraiya. They employed ninjutsu and assassination techniques in rapid succession, yet Jiraiya deceived their entire onslaught with nothing more than a water clone. Just as they were about to unleash a forbidden technique, the man summoned a monstrous toad. With a single technique, toad water absorption, several powerful ninjas were devoured into the toad's maw. It was utterly terrifying. You want me to have Gamabunta talk to you? Jiraiya teased. And no need. Kasha shook his head frantically, having no desire to experience the toad monster's tongue. In the 4th captain of the Sakuma pirate crew, and these men under me are my subordinates, Kasha said, lowering his head. I originally made my living in the Land of Lightning, but after learning my brother was wiped out by Konoha ninjas, I returned to the Land of Waves. Consumed by revenge, I encountered Sakuma and became one of them. Sakuma. Jiraiya turned to Qingchuan Tianming and asked, didn't you carry out a mission in the Land of Waves before? Qingchuan Tianming replied helplessly, Master Jiraiya, back then Kato kicked the bucket at the docks and we didn't even board a ship. An awkward silence filled the air. I know of Sakuma, the captain raised his hand at this point. In the Land of Waves there's always been a saying, on land Kato, on the sea Sakuma. Though both are villains, Sakuma is different. Upon arriving in the Land of Waves, Sakuma swiftly organized a group of Ronin samurai into the Sakuma pirate crew and has since dominated the sea territory of the Land of Waves. I see. Jiraiya stroked his chin. In that case, why don't we go meet the Sakuma? Lord Ninja, I beseech you not to. The island where the Sakuma pirate crew hides is naturally fortified, a formidable fortress. With just a few of you, you'll never take it. The captain pleaded. The Land of Waves previously pooled money to hire ninjas from various villages to eradicate them, but none ever returned. Captain, no need to worry. The pervy sage is incredibly strong. Naruto Uzumaki laughed heartily. Besides, I Naruto Uzumaki am here too. No matter what villains come, they're going down. Lord Ninja. The captain tried to persuade further, but Qingchuan Tianming cut him off. Sir, do you have 1 yen? Yes. Though puzzled, the captain handed over a coin. Good. Qingchuan Tianming pocketed the money and said calmly, your commission is accepted. My mission now is to confront the Sakuma pirate crew. Please respect my ninja way. With that single statement, he silenced all attempts at persuasion. Jiraiya gave Qingchuan Tianming a thumbs up. Smart kid, Tianming. Since you're so clever, why not ask for some useful intel? Jiraiya was powerful but not skilled in interrogation, and Qingchuan Tianming's quick wits made him want to put the boy to the test. No problem. Qingchuan Tianming approached Kasha. We Konoha ninjas don't enjoy annihilation. You and your brothers can sail away on 1 ship, turn over a new leaf, or feed the fish. The choice is yours. Without waiting for Kashao's reply, he pressed on. Where exactly is the island? What's the troop strength there? How strong are the other 3 captains and the captain of the Sakuma pirate crew? Kashao's throat bobbed, but the images flashing in his mind sealed his lips. I don't know. Huh. Qingchuan Tianming grabbed Kashao by the collar and shoved his head into the seawater. The salty bitter water flooding through his mouth and nose into his esophagus was excruciating. I don't ask twice. If you still don't know, I'll have to slit wounds all over your body and throw you into the sea. Ga ga ga. Kashao coughed violently. Upon hearing Qingchuan Tianming's latter words, his body felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. I'll talk. I'll spill everything. Thus Kashao confessed everything in exchange for leniency. After learning the truth, even Jiraiya's expression grew severe. Who would have thought that a mere pirate crew harbored such darkness? Cleansing the world's evil during my travels, that is my creed. This time I have no choice but to make the journey. Jiraiya said solemnly, Tianming Naruto, our first training session has arrived. Couldn't ask for more. Qingchuan Tianming's lips curled into a smile. The thrill of the unknown was exhilarating. After the interrogation, the group obtained the exact coordinates of the island. They spared Kashao's life and had him guide them ashore. Given the significance of this mission, Qingchuan Tianming did not let Karen accompany them, and she understood. After the pirates repaired the passenger ship, Karen departed with the civilians of the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and his 2 students boarded the pirate ship. Kashao's squad navigated as if on a routine trip. Finally, as the sun set on the horizon, a dark, oppressive island emerged on the distant sea. The 3 master and apprentices standing on the deck clad in pirate attire exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Kashao, meanwhile, could only play the role of a lackey. Jiraiya had placed a tiny toad inside his stomach. If he disobeyed, the toad would wreak havoc within him. At that moment, Kashao was utterly docile. Does this island have a name? Qinchuan Tianming asked, gazing at the approaching landmass. It didn't before. Now it's called Sakima Island. Ka Xiao responded. Before long the pirate ship docked and someone from the shore came to verify. State your name. The man guarding the pier was a scar-faced brute clutching a flask of spirits. Are you blind? Ka Xiao leaped off the deck and rained down several slaps on the man's face. Captain Ka Xiao. The scar-faced man recognized Ka Xiao and dared not even breathe loudly. Scrub my ship clean tonight or you'll be feeding the sharks. Ka Xiao spat viciously. Understood, understood. With that the pirates of Ka Xiao's squad disembarked and swaggered onto the island. Qinchuan Tianming Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki mingled among them. As he walked, Qinchuan Tianming observed the island, finally understanding why it was so easily defended yet hard to attack. The terrain slanted overall. Aside from the dock, the other three sides rose steeply. Peaks clustered together, the outer edges being sheer cliffs. In other words, aside from the dock there was no way to land on the island. Furthermore, the island was strewn with jagged rocks and some low hills had been excavated into defensive fortifications. Overall it was impregnable. Ninja Master, I've brought you onto the island so. Ka Xiao chuckled beside him. Qinchuan Tianming shot him a glare. Let you go. Not happening. What if you turn around and sell us out? I, Ka Xiao, swear I will never betray you three. Save it. Your words are like flatulence, no one believes them, Qinchuan Tianming said coldly. Ka Xiao felt deeply wounded. The Sakima pirate crew under Captain Sakima had its forces divided among 4 squad leaders. The 4 squad leaders were ranked according to their personal strength and the number of underlings they commanded. Someone like Ka Xiao with 4 pirate ships and around 400 men could only be at the bottom. After returning to Ka Xiao's territory, the 3 vanished into the crowd. Captain Ka, should we contact Lord Suakong? Inside Ka Xiao's camp, the one-eyed fat man asked venomously. He had been kicked into the sea by Qinchuan Tianming and nearly drowned, so his hatred for the 3 was considerable. Do you want to kill me? Ka Xiao shot the one-eyed fat man a glare. Do whatever you want, but if you act under my name, I'll kill you first. Understood. The scolded one-eyed fat man's eyes glinted with shrewdness. Meanwhile, atop the highest point in Ka Xiao's camp, the 3 could see most of the island's layout. Pervy sage, is this a town? Naruto Uzumaki stared at the dazzling neon-lit island scenery, finding it surreal. Wasn't this a pirate stronghold? Don't be fooled by the sight, Naruto, Jiraiya chuckled. They've dominated this island and the land of waves can't deal with them. After so many years, they've certainly built up a strong presence. So be patient and find the weakness. Any thoughts, Tianming? Qinchuan Tianming frowned, deeply pondered for a moment, and said, the prosperity of this pirate town seems to have ulterior motives. It doesn't appear to be for convenience, more like a form of captivity. Logically, a pirate force dominating an island would prioritize manpower and weaponry. Thus, aside from scattered pirate supplies, the island should be filled with armed ships and provisions. There would never be such a sight as a town. Unless Sakima was insane, he wouldn't have relocated a town onto the... Qinchuan Tianming's incisive observation prompted Jiraiya to think seriously. Indeed, building a town in a pirate stronghold was utterly baffling. Master Jiraiya, I have an idea, Qinchuan Tianming spoke. Let's hear it. We split into 2 groups for investigation. You, Master, will extract information from Ka Xiao about the other 3 squad leaders, and then scout their camps. I'll investigate the town. Not bad, Jiraiya praised. With his strength, traversing the entire island was no problem, and taking Naruto along would help the boy grow. Qinchuan Tianming's quick mind made solo action ideal. Their opinions aligned, and the 3 parted ways. Not long after they disappeared, the one-eyed fat man emerged from behind the reef. Now a mixture of anger and elation contorted his chubby face. Split up. Perfect. After leaving Ka Xiao's camp, Qinchuan Tianming headed straight for the town center. The entire town seemed seamlessly embedded in the middle of the island, appearing quite prosperous. Yet the more he observed this prosperity, the more unnerving it became. Walking through the streets, he was surrounded by dazzling sights. But every vendor and every loiterer was a pirate. Soon Qinchuan Tianming discovered a place buzzing with noise, the Sakima Casino. The interior could be described as resplendent. The atmosphere instantly seized anyone who entered. But the chips on every gambling table were not money, they were various kinds of gold, silver, and treasures. In the casino, as Qinchuan Tianming entered, numerous gazes converged upon him. After all, his current form was that of a mere child with delicate fair skin that hardly resembled that of a pirate. Yo! Judging by the emblem on your clothes, you're one of Ka Xiao's men. An untimely voice rang out. Qinchuan Tianming turned to see a burly man at a gambling table puffing on a cigar. Looks like you're a greenhorn. The man's posture was exceedingly casual. The vast table held only a single occupant, while all others stood half a pace behind him. This individual appeared to be a minor chieftain of some influence. The corners of Qinchuan Tianming's mouth curled upward as he strode to the table and settled into the seat opposite the man. This single motion left the onlookers utterly stunned. A true newbie. Does he have no idea what seat he's taken? Qinchuan Tianming naturally perceived the peculiar stares. What? Isn't a casino for amusement? Is this seat forbidden? By all means it's permissible, the man across the table replied with a laugh, clapping his hands before blowing a cloud of smoke. A casino is indeed for entertainment, but that seat has remained vacant for half a month. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kakujiro. Half a month. Are the stakes too high? Qingchuan Tianming inquired with a nod. At these words the bystanders drew in a collective sharp breath. This fellow truly knows no fear of death. On this island, anyone bold enough to gamble against Kakujiro has yet to be born. Not only did the lad dare to occupy that taboo seat, but he also disregarded Kakujiro. Yes, utterly ignored him. Kakujiro had presented his own name, yet Qingchuan Tianming completely bypassed that formality. The implication was unmistakable. Kakujiro's eye twitched and his grin broadened into something more extravagant. It seems I've encountered a remarkable figure today, haven't I? Momotaro, acquaint our guest with the regulations. Yes, Lord Kakujiro. From the crowd a man with a sharp simian visage stepped forth and spoke in a measured tone. Esteemed guest, while a casino is indeed a place of amusement, it adheres to distinct rules. The seat you now occupy belongs to Kakujiro's table. Observe the other tables, they are laden with gold and silver treasures. Yet ours lies utterly barren. Because Kakujiro's table wagers on lives. Qingchuan Tianming raised an eyebrow, his expression icy. Intriguing. How does one gamble? Snap. A smirk curling on his lips, Kakujiro snapped his fingers. In an instant several pirates behind him pulled aside a crimson curtain. Behind the crimson curtain an array of various human organs was displayed. This visceral spectacle caught even Qingchuan Tianming off guard. My stakes are straightforward, limbs, appendages, or your very life, Kakujiro declared with a maniacal fervor. All sorts of people have sat across from me, yet none have provided amusement from the outset. You are the first. Well, thank you for the compliment, Qingchuan Tianming replied nonchalantly. If you lose, will you also surrender your limbs? What audacity. Do you have any idea who Lord Kakujiro is? Momotaro growled, his face dark. Lord Kakujiro is the second captain under Lord Sakuma. With such a status, gambling with you is an honor. You dare demand Lord Kakujiro's limbs. Do you believe I shlunk? A frigid flash of steel sliced through the air and Momotaro's head parted from his body. Too noisy. Qingchuan Tianming sheathed his sunwell blade, having dispatched a man as easily as butchering a fowl. In that instant the casino's clamor ceased abruptly. After Qingchuan Tianming decapitated Momotaro, with a single stroke, everyone's scalps prickled. What else could this be but madness? The casino's atmosphere grew stifling, a torrent of murderous intent stabbing directly at Qingchuan Tianming's back. All awaited Lord Kakujiro's command. What are you people doing? The floor is soiled, do you not know how to clean? Kakujiro remarked in a flat, indifferent tone. Though the men behind him were baffled by Kakujiro's intent, they swiftly and efficiently cleared away the corpse and bloodstains. Kakujiro rose unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The trash is still not clean enough. At his words the others rapidly evacuated the casino. This move portended ill. Clearing the venue signified that Lord Kakujiro was furious. Soon only Qingchuan Tianming and Kakujiro remained within the vast gambling hall. Let me guess, which nation's ninja are you? Kakujiro stated bluntly, never mind, it's irrelevant. You will shortly become one of my treasures. His identity exposed, Qingchuan Tianming felt no particular surprise. After all, Kakujiro was one of Lord Sachima's 4 captains. One in such a position could hardly be a simple character. That's just as well. I'm not adept at gathering intelligence anyway. Qingchuan Tianming rose slowly. I have a question, information about Sakuma. Oh. Kakujiro's laughter grew more unhinged. Does a treasure have the right to ask questions? Qingchuan Tianming shook his head, radiating arrogance. Wrong. I'm not asking you to answer now, rather when you beg for mercy later, this will be your bargaining chip. Among all the men I have met, none are as arrogant as you. Kakujiro sneered. Let's see if your strength matches your ninjutsu. Despair. See. Kakujiro began forming hand seals. As the seals changed, his chakra burst forth and a torrential current surged across the gambling den, drowning everything in sight. Aokawa Tenmei raised an eyebrow. His field of vision had turned into a vast ocean. Yet the seawater was not clear, instead it was eerily turbid. Glug glug. The sea began to churn and Kakujiro's figure vanished from the surface. Meanwhile from the seabed rose a host of floating corpses, each bearing a grotesque manner of death, enough to shock anyone. Genjutsu. As the captain under Shikima, Kakujiro had his tricks. In ninjutsu combat, what terrified people most was illusion. Other techniques merely depended on chakra reserves and power. But genjutsu attacked the mind directly. Aokawa Tenmei stood upon the sea in no hurry to find Kakujiro. Instead, he closed his eyes. Mind's eye. Aokawa Tenmei murmured, activating the first dojutsu of his Crimson Dragon Eye. The mind's eye held no offensive power, but its resistance to illusions was utterly formidable. On the murky sea, Kakujiro silently appeared behind Aokawa Tenmei. He had slain countless formidable foes with that very genjutsu. And this time would be no exception. A cold blade flashed as Kakujiro drew twin swords and lunged. Just as the twin blades were about to sever Aokawa Tenmei, the latter's sun-will sword slid from its sheath at an uncanny angle, deflecting the blow. You weren't caught in my genjutsu. Kakujiro's heart shuddered. His trump card had failed. Aokawa Tenmei slowly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. In those eyes, Kakujiro glimpsed true despair. Under these eyes of mine, even the Sharingan's illusions are nothing, let alone yours, Aokawa Tenmei snorted. But to a mere pirate, concepts like bloodline limits were far too distant. Water release, water thrust. Kakujiro leaped back, forming seals. The water beneath churned violently, conjuring a barrage of sharp spikes that howled forward. Summoning Brother Long. Aokawa Tenmei immediately summoned Brother Long. A dragon belongs to the sea. Though Brother Long was only 3 meters long without claws or horns, he already possessed a faint draconic aura. Dragon's water absorption. Brother Long graciously opened his jaws wide, swallowing all the sharp water spikes. Could you need me for a mere shrimp? Brother Long spoke disdainfully. He was thoroughly unimpressed with Kakujiro. Too pathetic. Isn't this letting you stretch your limbs? Aokawa Tenmei chuckled. Watching the man and dragon banter from afar, Kakujiro's composure shattered. This script was all wrong. In his own domain, within his most prized illusion, how could this man be so powerful? Kakujiro had never met anyone who could break his genjutsu in an instant, except Captain Shikima. But today he had. Pirates, after all, were just pirates. Compared to proper shinobi, a bit of illusion and hand-to-hand combat were Kakujiro's limit. Too bad he had run into Aokawa Tenmei, someone who even as a genin could slay jonin. Run. Or, Kakujiro didn't hesitate to try dispelling the genjutsu and flee. But strangely, the illusion wouldn't break. Oh. Trying to leave. Aokawa Tenmei appeared behind Kakujiro. Where did your ferocity vanish so quickly? Sir. Kakujiro's legs gave way. I'm willing to pay any price for my life. I already offered you a bargaining chip. Tell me about Shikima. Kakujiro's face twisted with bitterness. I'm third in the Shikima pirate crew. We have second Captain Suakong and first Captain Giagula. I don't know much about Captain Shikima himself. Only Giagula is his confidant among the 4 captains. Apart from delivering gold and jewels to the captain or attending his meetings, we never see him. What about this town? Aokawa Tenmei continued. With Jiraiya's strength, the combined force of the others wouldn't matter, so such intelligence was irrelevant. What intrigued him now was the town. Kakujiro's expression grew animated. When I first landed on the island, the town was already there. What it signifies, I don't know. What's the ratio in your raids? Gold and jewels. Aokawa Tenmei changed the question. People. Kakujiro replied, Captain Shikima never sails out himself. His orders are always to plunder, and people are more important than wealth. Some of these commoners become slaves on the island, the rest are handed over to Captain Shikima. What he does with them afterward is unclear. Aokawa Tenmei narrowed his eyes, then a flash of insight struck. I see. The towns on the island always made Qinchuan Tianming feel like they were being raised in captivity, and in fact that was exactly what it was. Shikima ordered the 4 captains to go out to sea and plunder, placing even higher importance on acquiring people than on gold and treasure, which was highly suspicious. Being a pirate doesn't cost money. Is it charity? Building a city and kidnapping ordinary people just to keep them alive. What else do you know? Qinchuan Tianming asked. Master, I really only know this much, Kakujiro said dejectedly. I see. Qinchuan Tianming nodded and his figure vanished into the world of illusion. Kakujiro was stunned for a moment, then let out a miserable howl. Master, please let me out. The price I gave you was only to let you finish speaking before you die. Did I say I would spare you? Qinchuan Tianming chuckled wickedly and walked to the entrance of the casino. Evil requires evil to grind. Qinchuan Tianming didn't consider himself evil, but did one need to keep faith with evil people? The casino's door slowly slid open. When Qinchuan Tianming appeared before everyone, the pirates outside the casino were dumbfounded. They all knew that as long as Lord Kakujiro closed the door, it meant he would not open it until he had his fill of pleasure. Yet now Qinchuan Tianming had come out. Could it be that Lord Kakujiro had changed his nature? No longer killing. Ignoring the collectively stunned pirates, Qinchuan Tianming walked out of the crowd and no one dared to block him. Lord Kakujiro. The pirates belatedly rushed into the casino and saw Kakujiro sitting in his seat. He had already died in the boom. The news of Kakujiro's death shook the entire island, causing all factions to be alarmed. Kakujiro is dead. In the camp of Ka Xiao. Inside the main hall, Ka Xiao heard the message from his subordinates and could no longer sit still. Although Kakujiro was only the 3rd captain, his strength was not something Ka Xiao could match. Moreover, it was no secret that Kakujiro derived pleasure from torturing and killing people. Such a ruthless man, and you say he died in his own casino. That was simply absurd. Where is the fat man? Ka Xiao suddenly thought of something. Those 3 people entered the island in the daytime, and now Kakujiro was dead. That was enough to prove that they had the strength and the intention to overturn this island. At this moment, the best policy was to protect oneself. It all depended on the outcome between them and Shikima. Reporting to Lord Ka Xiao just now, Master Fat has led a group of men toward Lord Sakong's camp. Dammy. Ka Xiao's face instantly turned green. Of course, he knew what the one-eyed fat man was planning, but precisely because he knew, his heart pounded with fear. Send someone immediately to call the fat man back. Forget it, I'll go myself. Ka Xiao stood up, gathered his men, and rushed out of the camp in a flurry. The final frenzy in the night was about to arrive. At the same time, inside the enormous castle at the highest point of the island, news of Kakujiro's death had also arrived. Inside the castle's grand hall there was a feminine-looking man seated on the main throne. The man's long hair obscured his face, but his aura was exceptionally powerful. What is it? The man spoke, his voice quite sharp. Reporting to Lord Shikima, the third Captain Kakujiro has just been killed. The speaker was a burly man with slicked-back hair. Oh. Shikima raised an eyebrow. My research has just been completed and the flies have come knocking. It is said that the person who killed Kakujiro is still in the town. The clothes they wear bear the emblem of the fourth Captain Ka Xiao. Suakong lowered his head, giving the impression that he would eliminate everything for the man before him. As long as Lord Shikima orders it, I can strike at any time. No need. Shikima shook his head. Ka Xiao and Kakujiro are trivial matters. Important is my new research. By my calculations, the time regarding Jayagula's side is almost right. Shikima pressed a hidden latch on his chair and the wall behind him extended to reveal a long passage. Suakong, follow me. I will grant you an unforeseeable power. Having said that, Shikima propelled his snake tail into the passage and Suakong followed closely behind. After the two had left, the passage gradually returned to its original state. At the same time, on the dome of the Grand Hall, two figures appeared in the hidden spot of a giant beam. They were none other than Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto, who had been sneaking along the way. Pervert sage, is that guy a snake? Uzumaki Naruto asked in a low voice. The name of a snake. He is far from worthy of it, Jiraiya said calmly. He had seen through everything. This Shikima pirate crew was simply a pirate cover for conducting human experiments in secret. There was a precedent for such actions. That was Orochimaru. This Shikima must be a devoted follower of Orochimaru. No, perhaps he was once a failed product of Orochimaru. Whether it was his appearance or the modifications he had made to himself, even building a town and capturing people for experiments, all pointed to one purpose. That was to imitate Orochimaru. Surpass Orochimaru. Naruto kid, in a moment, I'll go into that passage. You stay outside on standby. Jiraiya said. Pervert sage, I can fight too. Uzumaki Naruto said, unconvinced. Come on, a kid like you is not yet capable of handling this kind of battle. Besides, there is a reason for you to stay outside. If any pirates swarm in, then they are yours to handle. Jiraiya leaped lightly from the beam, landed beside the main seat, pressed the switch, and the passage behind opened once more. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward. After entering the passage, the door in the wall slowly closed, as if it had never existed. Jiraiya walked softly, cautious not to trigger any mechanism. But his caution was unnecessary. There were no traps in the passage. Soon light appeared ahead, and the end of the passage led to an enormous underground space. The castle was built into the mountain, and all of Shikima's research achievements were completed here. Jiraiya crouched in a concealed spot, gazing down at the scene below. Inside the hollowed mountain, numerous experimental containers were stacked, filled with nutrient fluid, in which bizarrely shaped people were submerged. Only those deemed worthy of modification were placed in the containers. Usually only individuals with exceptional physical fitness could withstand the inhuman torture. Lord Shikima. Lord Suakong. As soon as Shikima and Suakong appeared, the surrounding staff crowded around. How is Jayagula? Shikima asked. Lord Jayagula's parameters are absolutely perfect. The staff member said while pulling open a curtain behind which was a larger container. Inside, a man whose face was indistinct had a shocking appearance. Tentacles were growing from the man's neck, writhing freely and absorbing the nutrient fluid. Success. Shikima exclaimed with astonishment. Finally, after so long, we've succeeded. I've finally managed to research the power of the cursed seal. Shikima trembled with excitement. He was one of Orochimaru's test subjects, but because he was too weak, he hadn't survived the initial cursed seal development. Abandoned in the wilderness, Shikima did not die. Instead, he survived with astonishing perseverance. He was not crushed by the life of a slave under Orochimaru, nor did he harbor hatred for him. He felt only gratitude. Shikima seemed to have had the door to a new world open for him. From then on, he founded a pirate crew called the Stealth Pirates, robbing merchant ships from the land of waves to fund his research. The town on the island was built by him. The purpose was to raise human cattle. He let people live in the town and studied their daily lives and behaviors. After they let down their guard, he would forcibly take them for experiments to experience different emotions. He savored the pleasure of destruction. Those who could be successfully modified became Shikima's subordinates. The failures were disposed of. Inside the huge container, the nutrient fluid was quickly absorbed completely, and Jayagula inside opened his eyes, filled with killing intent. Boom! With a light wave of the tentacles behind his neck, Jayagula shattered the huge container. Lord Shikima. Jayagula stepped out and bowed to Shikima. Jayagula, how do you feel? I thank Lord Shikima for granting me extraordinary power. Jayagula had always been Shikima's trusted follower. A single simple sentence made his stance clear. Suakong. What do you think? Shikima smiled. You have the chance to experience superior power. Want to give it a try? Thank you, Lord Shikima. Suakong said gruffly. Only a fool would refuse. Among the 4 captains, Jayagula was the strongest. In the past, Suakong felt he could exchange a few moves with him, but now facing Jayagula, he was unfathomable and untouchable. The experiment has a chance of failure. Of course it's related to your own strength and chakra reserves, but there is still a risk. If you fail and turn into something else, I will still make use of you. Shikima said. Suakong understands and is willing to serve Lord Shikima. Having said that, Suakong walked without hesitation into another container prepared specifically for him. Once Suakong was in position, nutrient fluid rose from his feet, immersing his entire body as fine tubes slowly pierced into his flesh. Shikima and Jayagula stood side by side watching Suakong's transformation. The latter suddenly asked, Lord Shikima, what is the direction of Suakong's modification? Shikima's research was actually not complicated. It involved using human experiments to create a drug that balanced the repulsion between human and biological attributes. After years of effort, he finally succeeded and then applied it to Jayagula. This was an inferior version of the Cursed Seal's power, merging a deep-sea giant squid with Jayagula. However, Shikima shook his head and said, I have no intention of modifying him. Jayagula raised an eyebrow, not understanding. Jayagula, the human heart, is the hardest to control. Once people gain power, they develop different intentions. Shikima smiled and said, the purpose of this pirate crew is to elevate you and me to a new height. While they were talking, Jiraiya above heard everything clearly. Using innocent people for inhuman experiments, such a sin cannot be atoned even with 1,000 deaths. But before Jiraiya could act, he was detected by Shikima. Esteemed guest, having watched for so long, shouldn't you show yourself? After all, my experiments need to be appreciated. Jiraiya appeared on the corridor, gazing coldly down at Shikima. For your selfish desires, you involved innocent people. You deserve to die. Shikima smiled nonchalantly. Survival of the fittest. I'm just helping them realize their lives' value. Survival of the fittest. Jiraiya laughed. Then I will end your life. How dare you insult Lord Shikima? Jayagula burst out, drawing a ninja sword from his waist and slashing at Jiraiya. Ninja art needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair instantly hardened and wrapped around him, blocking the blade. Jayagula, having his strike blocked, immediately discarded his sword and began forming hand seals, wind-style wind bullet. Jayagula brought his hands together, forming a hole from which a violent wind chakra burst forth. This level of strength is nothing before me. Jiraiya, instead of dodging, directly dispelled the needle Jizo. At the same time, he raised one hand and formed a Rasengan. Grasping the Rasengan, Jiraiya dashed forward. The repulsive Rasengan pushed back the wind bullet. Boom! The Rasengan slammed into Jayagula's abdomen, and he was sent flying by the rebounding force. Defeating Jayagula with such ease astonished Shikima below. After all, during the Wave Country's mercenary ninja attack on the island, Jayagula had made his name by cutting down 3 jonin in a single battle. Meanwhile, the explosion from the underground laboratory echoed throughout the castle. The pirates on guard, startled, rushed into the castle. In the hall, Naruto Uzumaki, crouching on a beam, sensed the commotion. Has the pervy sage made his move? At that moment, the hall's door was violently pushed open, and a flood of pirates surged in. Wait. Naruto leaped down from the beam and stood in front of all the pirates. You shall not pass. An intruder. Kill. The bloodthirsty pirates raised their blades to charge. The pervy sage told me to stop you. How could I let him down? Naruto snorted, then his hands moved rapidly to form seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, Naruto summoned all the shadow clones he could currently call forth. Their numbers were impossible to count. Half the hall was already packed with them. Kill. A small-scale battle erupted within the castle. Naruto alone held off all the minions. Meanwhile, in the town, Tianming, who was investigating, saw the raging flames at the highest point and immediately understood that Jiraiya and Naruto were assaulting the headquarters. Just as he was about to go support them, Tianming sensed a powerful killing intent. On the street where he stood, all the passers-by showed fierce glares. Tianming knew he was being targeted. Could you made Fat Lord search so hard? The crowd parted and a one-eyed fat man stepped out slowly. When you kicked me into the water, I swore I would tear you apart limb by limb. Tianming remained calm. How many men did you bring? You have no chance. The one-eyed fat man grinned. Everyone within sight is here to kill you. I see. Tianming nodded. Since there are no innocents, I'll kill all of you. Big talk. Today we'll see who kills whom. Brothers, charge with me. The one-eyed fat man bellowed, and the bystanders all drew weapons and slowly closed in. Sigh. Tianming sighed. He didn't like killing, but there were always people rushing to die. Lightning Blade. Tianming launched his attack. A flash of lightning in his palm, and a straight beam slaughtered all the pirates in a certain direction. But it wasn't over. While maintaining the lightning blade with one hand, Tianming freed his other hand to form seals. Lightning-style Chidori sharp spear. The lightning chakra within him surged further, amplifying the beam's power, which then bloomed like a flower at its Chakra is limited. Don't be afraid, keep going. The one-eyed fat man continued to encourage his men. Qinchuan Tianming found it laughable. Trying to deplete his chakra with a human wave tactic was nothing but a dream. He drew his sun blade with a backhand and the lightning-fused blade light swept out, cutting down those in front. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a wind attribute blade light slashed diagonally. With peak chakra and the sun blade, Qinchuan Tianming didn't even need to form hand seals, or with a mere thought he could release elemental chakra through the blade. Killing these people was like slicing vegetables. At that moment, on the other side of the street, Ka Xiao arrived with a group of men. When he saw Qinchuan Tianming cutting down an entire street with a single blade, Ka Xiao's legs trembled. What kind of god of death had they provoked? Lord Ka Xiao, aren't we going to support Fat Lord? A lackey asked. Shut the hell up. Now immediately help the ninja lord and wipe out Sukong's men. The one-eyed fat man never dreamed that the one who stole from him would be none other than Master Ka. Qinchuan Tianming slaughtered men as if cutting vegetables. Just as the one-eyed fat man began to retreat, he found himself surrounded from behind by none other than Ka. Master Ka. The one-eyed fat man exclaimed, dumbfounded. This script was all wrong. Hadn't he nodded in approval to besiege this brat? Don't get chummy with me. Opposing the ninja master means opposing me, Ka. Brothers, join me in slaughtering the— Ka drew his katana with unparalleled authority and charged forward to strike. The pathetic one-eyed fat man's underlings, still baffled by the situation, were cut down. After all, Ka would not hesitate to kill his own men for self-preservation. The sudden shift in the rear naturally caught Qinchuan Tianming's attention. He understood Ka's little scheme. Kakujiro had been slain. With Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki launching a frontal assault on the headquarters, Ka had no choice but to pick a side. Being the weakest, failing to read the situation meant certain death. Ninja Master, go ahead. I'll handle these men. Ka exchanged a glance with Qinchuan Tianming and shouted. Striking at one's own allies, there's a knack for it. Then I'll leave them to you. Qinchuan Tianming uttered those words and vanished into the street. Looking up at the blazing headquarters above, Qinchuan Tianming had a brainwave and summoned Brother Long. Kid, got yourself bullied again. Brother Long emerged, striking a haughty pose. Brother Long, I need a ride. Knowing his temperament, Qinchuan Tianming didn't take offense. Brother Long glanced upward and sighed, though no dragon would ever stoop to be a mount who can deny that you're my summoned beast. Get on. Brother Long humbly lowered himself. Thanks, Brother Long. Its formidable long body could now easily carry a single person. Little did Brother Long know this first ride was merely the beginning. Qinchuan Tianming soared into the sky atop Brother Long, ascending straight toward the castle. Meanwhile, inside the castle, most of Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones had been eliminated, and the pirates attempting a forceful assault were firmly blocked at the entrance. Naruto's real body was nearly exhausted. He couldn't take on a whole crowd alone, only stall their advance. Even with the Nine-Tails chakra within him, he was struggling, and that state wasn't something he could activate at will. Boys, this brat's done for. Wipe out his clones and well finish him, bellowed a pirate leader suddenly. As more and more clones were destroyed, the new ones Naruto summoned, and their durability greatly diminished. I'll never let you disturb the pervy sage. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze was resolute. Holding you back won't just help the pervy sage, it'll ease things for T. More and more pirates converged on the castle from the 4 squad leaders' camps. It seemed the enemies were inexhaustible. In the end, Naruto's legs gave out. Just as he was about to forcibly squeeze out the Nine-Tails chakra to block the pirates, no matter the cost, Qinchuan Tianming arrived riding the dragon. Lightning release, lightning flash. Seeing the endless stream of pirate grunts and Naruto struggling in the hall, he drew his Nichirin Blade. A domineering lightning release tore through. The previous lightning flash had severed the head of the one-tailed Shikaku. And this time, like a dragon plunging into the sea, lightning release chakra surged wildly into the Nichirin Blade, reaching a critical point before being unleashed in a single burst. Boom! 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 Sonic booms echoed as the pirate army outside was ripped apart by a horrifying gash. Nearly a third of them were sent to the afterlife by that single strike. The lightning bolt pierced the earth, leaving behind a pungent smell, the scent of roasted meat. In the next instant, Qinchuan Tianming was already inside the hall, right between Naruto's clones and the pirate army. Silence. Dead silence. The clamor of battle, the clashing of blades, all ceased in that moment. After all what had just happened shattered every pirate's understanding. An army assembled from all 4 camps couldn't take a single hall defended by one man. And then a sudden newcomer had cut down a third of their forces with a single slash. Who would dare move? Tianming, you're here. Naruto Uzumaki looked relieved. Naruto. Qinchuan Tianming gave him a thumb up. You've done enough. No need to expend any more chakra. Leave everything to me. With those words, Qinchuan Tianming stepped forward. The pirate leader's legs trembled and they instinctively retreated. He walked on his Nichirin Blade, dragging along the ground, leaving trails in its wake. The pirates backed out of the hall entirely. There was no pity in Qinchuan Tianming's eyes. These pirates had countless lives on their hands, so their deaths were a fitting atonement. Qinchuan Tianming closed his eyes, then opened them again. His pupils had turned blood red. In that blood dragon eye state his pupils contracted slightly. Dojutsu extinction. The second pupil technique of the blood dragon eye annihilation. The blood-colored pupils twisted outward, and a surge of blood-red aura suddenly enveloped the area. Since acquiring this eye at the Valley of the End, Xingchuan Tianming had studied it for a while. From this he developed two pupil techniques. One was the mind's eye for detection, and the other was annihilation. The latter, true to its name, was considered an area effect damage skill. The pirates outside instantly fell under a genjutsu, their vision synchronized as they dropped their weapons one by one. At this moment blood trickled from the corners of Xingchuan Tianming's eyes as his pupils rotated. All the pirates present also began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Human bombs. As he breached each body, the chaotic chakra within them stirred violently, causing the pirates' bodies to swell and then burst with a bang. There were no screams, not even violent explosions. The pirates outside the castle were eradicated without a trace. Xingchuan Tianming could barely stand and nearly stumbled. This time he had completely drained himself. From killing Kakujiro onward his chakra had remained in an active state. He had killed people on the streets, summoned Brother Long to the castle, and used lightning flash and pupil techniques, all of which were extremely taxing. Tianming. Naruto Uzumaki quickly trotted over and said, "Your neck. Don't worry, it's fine." Xingchuan Tianming knew it was the cursed seal acting up again as it always did when he was weak. "Find me a quiet place." Xingchuan Tianming spoke. Naruto immediately helped him to a relatively secluded spot. "Rest here, I'll go in and help." As Naruto prepared to head toward the passage, Xingchuan Tianming shook his head. "Naruto, that battle is beyond your involvement. Besides, you need to trust Jiryu-sensei. He's one of the legendary Sannin." Naruto scratched his head and said, "That makes sense. I'm too weak. Don't be so hard on yourself, just." Xingchuan Tianming offered a word of comfort. "Got it. Recover first, I'll guard the door for you." Naruto walked toward the hall outside. Xingchuan Tianming sat cross-legged to restore chakra. "Just meditating would do. Kid, things don't look good for you." Brother Long's voice echoed in the system space. "I know." Xingchuan Tianming nodded. Brother Long was probably referring to Orochimaru's cursed seal. The cursed seal's power was indeed sinister, showing no signs of improvement. "Kid, your situation is dire." Xingchuan Tianming's mouth twitched. "I have no idea how to remove this cursed seal." In the original story, the cursed seal was indeed impossible to eradicate. One could only suppress its influence to a minimum by increasing strength and chakra reserves. Brother Long can handle it, but there's a condition. Xingchuan Tianming doubted his ears. "You can handle the cursed seal. And a condition." "Wait, aren't you my summon beast?" "Listen to me first. This condition requires your consent. It's a win-in. I am your summon beast, sure, but wouldn't making me stronger enhance your power too?" "Go on. I need to absorb more of your chakra. Once I grow to 10 meters, I can break a restriction in the summoning technique and reside within your cursed seal to alter it. Then you can remove the cursed seal's side effects, and summoning me in battle won't require the summoning technique. Is that you?" Xingchuan Tianming was stunned. In the world of Naruto, summon beasts were called via scroll contracts and blood seals. He never imagined Brother Long could change such rules. "Brother Long, the problem is if you absorb more of my chakra, my combat capabilities." Xingchuan Tianming's maximum chakra was still the same. His recovery rate far exceeded normal, but that didn't mean inexhaustible. "That's something you'll have to consider. All ninjutsu relied on chakra for effect. If chakra flow became intermittent, combat proficiency would inevitably suffer. Without ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu were also problematic. The former, unless it was the 8 gates, ignoring that it was Might Guy's exclusive, wouldn't yield results in a short time even if trained. And the latter. The Blood Dragon Eye's genjutsu worked fine against obscure enemies, but against experts it was almost useless. Xingchuan Tianming realized he was at a crossroads once again. Option 1 completely resolved the cursed seal's side effects, while breaking the summoning technique's rules, making Brother Long stronger to assist in combat. Option 2 bear the cursed seal's side effects, which would intensify as Xingchuan Tianming grew stronger. After a moment of deliberation, he looked down at the Nichirin Blade in his hand. His gaze then cleared. If his chakra diminished abruptly, he would focus on swordsmanship. The Nichirin Blade should be able to overpower all ninja tools, and using it could allow him to develop various sword techniques. A moderate amount of chakra coupled with sword techniques to unleash powerful attacks. Brother Long, go ahead and absorb freely. During Xingchuan Tianming's recovery, the battle in the underground research facility within the passage had also concluded. The institute was in utter disarray, with countless other researchers dead or injured and all instruments and experimental subjects completely destroyed. Jiraiya stood atop the ruins, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the wreckage beyond. "Kara." A sound came from beneath the debris, and then a thick body shot out violently. The massive form instantly sprawled out, occupying nearly half of the underground laboratory space. At the dome, 2 ferocious snake heads could be seen. The battle in the underground lab was quite dramatic. After the battle began, the empowered Gyagula was the first to challenge Jiraiya, but was beaten to a pulp, and his clumsy deep-sea giant squid was useless. It was immobilized by the swamp of the underworld and ultimately taken away by the toad mouth binding technique. Shocked Shikima personally stepped in. His strength was far more ferocious than Jayagula's. But as the fight continued, something was off. Because Jiraiya was always gaining the upper hand, the experimental subject in the container transformed into a snake. Shikima devoured it and evolved into a two-headed snake, but the situation did not change. Who exactly are you? Shikima's snake head hissed coldly, flicking its tongue. For the first time in many years, he felt a sense of powerlessness. I am Jiraiya. I had the title of the Three Ninjas when I was young. Jiraiya said calmly. Three ninjas. Shikima seemed to have learned something shocking. His snake eyes widened. I never thought you were Jiraiya of the Three Ninjas. Shikima did not know Jiraiya personally, but he was very familiar with the title of the Three Ninjas. The title originated from the Second Great Ninja War during the battle between the Konoha forces and the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander. Although Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade could not defeat Hanzo, they persisted until the very end, and Hanzo granted them the title of the Three Ninjas of Konoha. They became renowned throughout the ninja world for surviving against Hanzo. And for Shikima, Jiraiya was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with that man. I was once a failed vessel of Lord Orochimaru. After narrowly escaping with my life, I did not hate him, or instead I imitated his methods. All of my research today is what I once experienced. I wanted to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps and become stronger to gain the strength to stand against him. But it seems there is no chance today. Still, this is fine. A dying at the hands of someone like you is enough value. Shikima muttered to himself, then his massive two-headed snake body began to split, preparing a final attack. Even a madman like Orochimaru has madmen who worship him. Jiraiya shook his head. A true ninja forges himself to earn the name of a strong man, not through methods like Orochimaru's or yours. Summoning technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals and slapped the ground. As smoke rose, Gamabunta appeared mightily. Above ground, Shinchuan Tianming had mostly recovered. He got up and saw Naruto Uzumaki pacing anxiously at the entrance. Naruto, don't worry. Those pirates won't be able to come up. Shinchuan Tianming comforted him. Ka Xiao had chosen his side and naturally arranged the men below. I'm worried about Pervy Sage. I don't know what's going on over there. Although they often bickered, Naruto still cared. Master Jiraiya is fine. Just as Shinchuan Tianming finished speaking, the huge castle trembled violently, and then a tremendous force erupted from the passage, tearing the castle in half. The two quickly ran out. The next moment, the magnificent castle collapsed with a roar. Then a huge black shadow shot out from the ruins. It was Gamabunta. Gamabunta maintained a lunging slash pose with traces of blood still on his huge short sword. Pervy Sage. Naruto said happily. Where are the enemies? Naturally, they've been taken care of. Jiraiya smiled knowingly at his two disciples. And so within a day of arriving on the island, the three of them had directly overthrown the Shikima pirate crew. Shikima died without ever being able to show his research to the world. Now the Shikima pirate crew existed in name only. Aside from Ka Xiao, there were no other strong members, and many pirates had been eliminated. After leaving the castle, the trio headed straight to the beach, grabbed a random boat, and prepared to leave the pirate island. Master Jiraiya leaving Ka Xiao behind might cause future trouble. Standing on the deck, Shinchuan Tianming voiced his concern. Young Tianming, your concern is not wrong, but we cannot massacre them all. Judging from a position of superiority is the nation's affair. Ninjas have never survived by killing to stop killing. Jiraiya smiled. That fellow's strength is limited. Well, report it to Bwajigwa later, and let them handle it. Jiraiya's approach was very appropriate. Within Bwajigwa's territory, he did not have the authority to judge. Instead, he transferred the judgment to Bwajigwa. After Zilai and his party of three departed by boat, things developed as expected. The one and only Ka Xiao quickly swept through the territories of the other captains. When the mountain has no tiger, the monkey proclaims itself king. But Ka Xiao never imagined that his day of downfall would come so soon, though that of course is a tale for later. 3 days later, the boat docked at the port of the Bow Country. As soon as he disembarked, Shinchuan Tianming spotted Xiang Lin standing on the pier, eagerly waiting. What are you doing here? Shinchuan Tianming asked. After finding an inn in the Bow Country, I came here to wait, Xiang Lin replied. Pervy hermit, how much did Tianming pay you to let him bring a girl along? Xuanhua Mingren said, his words dripping with jealousy as if he had bitten into a lemon. Zilai laughed heartily twice. Little brat Naruto, there are reasons you don't understand. But if you could get a girl to follow me, I could take you along too. Xuanhua Mingren. After the group checked into an inn from the pier, they went to a hot spring to wash away the fatigue of the journey. Zilai did not engage in his traditional hobby of peeping on girls bathing, nor did he head to a tavern for drinks after leaving the hot spring. Master Zilai, what is the main content of our training in the Bow Country? Shinchuan Tianming asked curiously. Let's put training aside for now. I need to meet with the royal family of the Bow Country first. Back in the room, Zilai began to prepare for departure. Besides that, Ka Xiao, a dog that eats shit, can't change its nature. He will never reform. We have to use this chance to make the royal family fully aware. It would be even better if they could issue a mission request to the Hua country. Shinchuan Tianming couldn't help but admire Zilai, truly worthy of the title. Gangshou had just ascended to the position of Hokage, and as a woman, she was bound to face gossip and criticism, while in the shadows Jitsu and Tuanzang was stirring trouble. This move, having the royal family of the Bo country directly issue a mission request to Mai, would undoubtedly strengthen Gangshou's position. You all stay here. I'll be back soon. With that, Zilai vanished from the room. I'm going back to my room to train my chakra. Xuanhua Mingren waved his hand and returned to his room. Just as Qingchuan Tianming was about to do the same, Xiang Lin tugged at his sleeve. Tianming, would you like to go shopping together? On the broad streets of the Bo country, Qingchuan Tianming and Xiang Lin walked side by side, attracting many surprised glances from passers-by. After all, the pair was truly a feast for the eyes. Qingchuan Tianming wore a black short-sleeved shirt, his cyan long hair tied into a ponytail at the back, with a few stray bangs falling over his sharp sword-like brows and starry eyes. At 14, Qingchuan Tianming's appearance was gradually transitioning from childishness to maturity. As for Xuanhua Xiang Lin, her fiery red hair was already striking. Without her glasses, her stunning beauty became even more apparent, and despite her youth, her figure was already quite impressive. They truly made a handsome couple. Tianming, look at this. They stopped at a small stall and Xiang Lin pointed to a beautiful wind chime made of conch shells. It's so pretty. The Bo country was coastal, so most goods were seafood related. Even this delightful ornament was crafted from. You like it? Then let's buy it. Qingchuan Tianming glanced at the conch wind chime. The largest shell had a hint of red, making it quite appealing. You two have excellent taste, the vendor flattered. We'll take this one. Qingchuan Tianming opened his wallet but the vendor stared at Qingchuan Tianming's wrist, stunned, and said in disbelief, You are my ninja. Huh. Qingchuan Tianming was confused. When becoming a genin, everyone received a My Ninja headband. Some wore it on their foreheads, others around their waists, and some on their sleeves. But Qingchuan Tianming wore it differently. He dismantled the headband, polished the metal plate, kept only the spiral symbol, and turned it into a bracelet. Even Qingchuan Tianming had not paid attention to this bracelet, but now it was noticed. Is there a problem? The vendor pushed the money back. Thanks to the My Ninjas who protected our master Dezina and helped the royal family sweep away COD Duo's forces, the people of the Bo country now live good lives. That's why My Ninjas are the great benefactors of the Bo country. How could I take money from such benefactors? The vendor's shout stirred up the surrounding crowd. Are they My Ninjas? Great benefactors. My Ninjas receive the highest hospitality in the Bo country. That's a royal decree. Are they the ones who drove away COD Duo, the My Ninjas? Qingchuan Tianming never imagined that the follow-up mission in the Bo country would cause such a stir. Now not only the wind chime seller, but also nearby vendors selling Odin vegetables and clothes all came over, and even an auntie dragged her delicate-looking daughter along. Everyone is too kind. We were just carrying out our mission back then. Qingchuan Tianming took Xiang Lin's hand, shoved the money for the wind chime into the vendor's hand, and then bolted away. The people of the Wave Country were extraordinarily enthusiastic. After Qingchuan Tianming pulled Xiang Lin and ran, they followed closely behind. The street instantly turned into a marathon. But Qingchuan Tianming was much faster. He led Xiang Lin and maintained a leading speed. In the end, to completely shake off the enthusiastic crowd, he dashed directly toward a shrine by the roadside. They followed the steps all the way to the shrine, but before they could catch their breath, the clamor of the crowd rose from the foot of the mountain. With no other choice, they could only keep moving. Beyond the shrine lay a forest, and soon after entering it, they finally lost the pursuing crowd. We finally lost them, Qingchuan Tianming sighed. He was not fond of being surrounded. Xianglin's face was flushed and she smiled. So fun, it's like we're eloping. Qingchuan Tianming found that Uzumaki Xiang Lin was becoming bolder and bolder, often saying suggestive remarks. Am I wrong? Xiang Lin stared straight at Qingchuan Tianming. Probably right, Qingchuan Tianming. The atmosphere suddenly grew subtle. Xiang Lin leaned close to Qingchuan Tianming, looking as if she wanted to devour him. Xiang Lin, wait, we're still young. We can't do this. Qingchuan Tianming said quickly. Even someone as strong as Tianming panicked. Pfft. Xiang Lin covered her mouth and giggled. I know, so when we grow up a bit it's okay. Qingchuan Tianming was speechless. Was he being arranged no matter what? But it didn't matter, he wasn't made of stone. How could he have no feelings for Xiang Lin after spending so much time together? Worst case scenario, they were both single now, dating wouldn't be a problem. And so, in an unspoken way, their relationship took another subtle shift. They walked side by side. Xiang Lin boldly took Qingchuan Tianming's hand. At first, he felt a bit awkward, but then he thought, damn it. I'm a grown man, what am I afraid of? Feeling the warmth from Qingchuan Tianming's palm, Xianglin's smile curved into a crescent moon. Holding hands while running away and willingly responding were vastly different. Thus they walked and stopped, soon arriving at a tranquil bamboo grove. Xianglin's expression shifted slightly. Tianming, this bamboo grove is strange. Strange. Qingchuan Tianming looked out. The lush, tall bamboo grove seemed perfectly normal except for being pleasing to the eye. The arrangement of these bamboos is odd, and there's a faint connection of chakra around them, Xiang Lin said slowly. It must have been carefully set up by someone. At that moment a breeze swept through the bamboo grove and a thin mist rose. Within the mist several masked ninjas appeared holding blades. The masked ninjas did not emit strong chakra but were overflowing with killing intent. Xianglin, be careful, it's a genjutsu. Qinchuan Tianming's pupils transformed into blood dragon eyes as he spoke calmly. If the masked ninjas were not real, their chakra couldn't be suppressed, and the mist rising in the bamboo grove was suspicious. Tianming, are you okay? Xianglin asked, worried. While her perception was strong, she wasn't adept at genjutsu. It's nothing serious. In Blood Dragon Eye state, Qinchuan Tianming was immune to any genjutsu. He was more concerned about Xianglin falling under one. Don't worry about me, my constitution prevents me from being affected by genjutsu. Xianglin said, reading his mind. That's good. Qinchuan Tianming nodded and drew his Sunwill sword. At that moment a bamboo leaf fell, splitting in two midair. Simultaneously several masked ninjas drew their ninja swords and surrounded them. Clang. A sword slash came. A sharp forward slash swung toward Qinchuan Tianming, unlike others' use of blades. These masked ninjas possessed sword intent in their techniques. Ordinary ninja tools were mere aids in combat, and ninja swords were usually used for assassination. But what Qinchuan Tianming faced was not only flawless swordplay but also chilling sword intent. Clang. He blocked a forward slash with his Sunwill sword, and the opponent's sword intent transmitted through the blade. At that moment another ninja appeared behind him, leaping high and lunging to strike. Wind release, wind killing formation. After knocking back the masked ninja in front, Qinchuan Tianming used his ninjutsu. 3 sword beams shot out, slicing the airborne masked ninja in half. Simultaneously 2 chakra blade beams vanished in the air and transformed into vine-like forms, restraining the remaining 2 masked ninjas. However, a strange thing happened. The 2 masked ninjas actually broke free from the chakra restraints without disrupting the chakra itself. The masked ninjas stepped forward a few paces, sheathed their blades without continuing the assault, and then dissipated like mist. Impressive swordsmanship, the youth shows great promise. At that moment a somewhat stooped figure appeared on a bamboo branch behind them. It was an old man in green robes with an indistinct face. Though slightly hunched, he exuded an aura like a blade. Who are you? Qinchuan Tianming asked. I am called Juha, the old man said slowly. That was just a small test for you. You passed. As Jiraiya said, you are indeed remarkable. You know Jiraiya sensei. Qinchuan Tianming's thoughts raced. Could this be the old friend Jiraiya had mentioned visiting? More than just knowing him. The old man named Juha spoke. Jiraiya and I have been acquainted for some time. In those days we even drank together and soaked in hot springs. Ahem, that's not important. Huh. Realizing Juha was not an enemy, Qinchuan Tianming sheathed his blade and stared dumbfounded. Jiraiya sensei, maybe older, but he looks younger than you. What does a brat know? Juha said irritably. You may descend the mountain now. It wasn't just women who cared about age, and Juha was sensitive about it too. Qinchuan Tianming could only bow apologetically. Then I'll take my leave. Shortly after leaving with Xianglin, the bamboo grove vanished without a trace. This was no bamboo grove, it was clearly the shrine. When Qinchuan Tianming and Xianglin returned to the inn, Jiraiya had also come back from the palace. Jiraiya sensei, how did it go? Qinchuan Tianming asked. What else? The wave country naturally takes it very seriously. The lord even declared they would hire leaf ninjas to deal with the pirates. Jiraiya said confidently. How could he tell the truth? After entering the palace, his identity as a leaf ninja earned him the utmost hospitality. And Jiraiya requested to soak in a mixed bath with a girl, strictly for bathing. Tianming boy, where did you two go? Jiraiya noticed the disheveled state of Qinchuan Tianming. Then Qinchuan Tianming recounted how they bought a wind chime, were chased by enthusiastic villagers to the shrine, and met Juha in the bamboo grove. Oh, you're quite lucky, kid. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Juha has a weird temper. I never thought he would. Jiraiya sensei, is Juha really that strong? I can sense his power, but in terms of chakra. Qinchuan Tianming voiced his doubt. Juha is undeniably strong. If he weren't averse to fame and wealth, living deep in the mountains with his wife and ignoring worldly affairs, the wave country might have more say among the 5 great nations. Qinchuan Tianming was stunned. For one person to give a country more influence, how powerful must that person be? Stop guessing. Tomorrow I'll take you to visit him, Jiraiya said. Isn't his residence beside the bamboo grove? Qinchuan Tianming asked. Jiraiya smirked. Who told you that? Which mountain has bamboo groves? Boom. This information hit like a thunderbolt. Which mountain didn't have bamboo groves? So from the very start on the mountain it was an illusion. An illusion that even the blood dragon I couldn't see. If Juha were an enemy, he would have been dead by now. Noticing Qinchuan Tianming's confusion, Jiraiya smiled. Keep all your questions for tomorrow. The night passed without incident, and the next day the 4 of them arrived before the shrine. Naruto Uzumaki examined everything with childlike curiosity, while Qinchuan Tianming's face was shrouded in gloom. The secret of that bamboo grove had troubled him all night. Thus the group kept climbing the mountain. When the sun was high, they finally reached a cliff. Below the cliff lay a lush green bamboo forest. Gazing into the distance, they felt the sensation of a sea of bamboo listening to the waves. Before long, a tiny black dot appeared in the distance, which turned out to be Juha approaching. Juha walked atop the bamboo sea as if on flat ground and soon reached the group. Jiraiya, I never thought you were still alive. Juha opened with a jab. As long as you're still kicking, how could I dare to die? Jiraiya retorted. The dynamic between these two friends was peculiar, no greetings, no reminiscing, just greetings about life and death. Are these the children you brought? Ju's gaze shifted to the three. Master Juha Qingchuan Tianming greeted. Pervert hermit, is this guy really strong? He doesn't look it. Naruto Uzumaki blurted out as usual. Ju's face darkened. You can feel for yourselves whether I'm strong. With a flick of his sleeve, Juha sent Naruto sliding into the bamboo sea. Could you have half a day to reach the destination? Then Juha flicked his sleeve again. The group felt a shift in space and suddenly stood before a bamboo hut. Qingchuan Tianming was utterly dumbfounded. This felt like some kind of spatial ability from a fantasy novel. Could you seem to have a question? Juha spoke. Master Juha, I want to ask, is this an illusion? Qingchuan Tianming inquired. No, Juha shook his head. Do you ask because you have the blood dragon eye and think you're immune to illusions? Juha smiled faintly. My bamboo sea is merely the manifestation of sword intent turned into a bamboo grove through illusionary means. He reached out and a bamboo flew from afar, transforming into a black blade in his palm. The black blade hummed softly in his hand. At this point, Qingchuan Tianming needed no words. He was about to kneel and seek apprenticeship, but was interrupted. A swordsman needs no such formalities. Juha shook his head. A swordsman uses his blade, one man, one blade. That is Aido. It is about following one's heart. I already accepted you yesterday. Ju's action of turning bamboo into a blade made Qingchuan Tianming fully realize why yesterday's illusion had deceived the Shuilong Eye. It was because those bamboo groves were not illusions driven by chakra, but rather chakra infused with sword intent. The entire bamboo forest was permeated with Ju's sword intent. Listening to the sea of bamboo was listening to the sword intent. Such a master was worthy of being a presence that could strengthen the voice of the land of waves. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming secretly marveled at Zilai's connections. Having traveled for years in search of traces of the Akatsuki, he had also made many acquaintances. Oh, it seems you are quite satisfied with young Tianming. Zilai chuckled and then walked into the small courtyard of the bamboo cottage. The reason I took you in is that you possess an excellent blade. Juha began. You use chakra to infuse the blade, making you a powerful ninja, but not a powerful swordsman. There are many secrets to the path of Aido, but I have never followed conventions. I trained under others in Aido and later changed my name to Juha because I claim to be the strongest in Aido. Renaming myself because I am the strongest. Every technique has its origin and evolution, but what unparalleled audacity it is to rename oneself after the art itself. As the strongest in Aido, I don't need you to inherit the Aido, so everything about the Aido blade has nothing to do with you. Juha spoke bluntly. I will only teach you 10 cuts. Let's see how long it takes for you to comprehend them. If you study for a lifetime, I will be your teacher for a lifetime. If you study for a second, it will also be the same. It must be said Ju's words were straightforward, just like his person, his name, and his path. He no longer needed Qingchuan Tianming to bear any unnecessary burdens, nor did he care about any formalities. He was merely a teacher of swordsmanship. That was all. I have learned. Qingchuan Tianming bowed to him sincerely. Now draw your blade. Qingchuan Tianming drew the sun will blade as instructed. As the blade left the sheath, a domineering aura emanated. What a fine blade. Juha praised. Now attack me with your strongest swordsmanship. Strongest. Qingchuan Tianming was puzzled. Wasn't testing one's level usually done with a casual attempt? Don't worry. On the basis of the blade, how much chakra you have means nothing to me. Juha said calmly. Understood. Qingchuan Tianming gripped the handle of the sun will blade and thrust out a strike. Wind release, wind killing formation. The wind release blade aura led the charge, and the blade auras of 2 chakra clones also struck toward Ju's location. To achieve such an effect with a single strike, your talent in swordsmanship surprises me, but it is far from enough. Juha completely ignored the incoming wind release blade aura. Suddenly Juha moved. His hand holding the blade made a swift slash. A soaring sword intent sliced the wind release blade aura cleanly in two, while the chakra blade that had burrowed into the ground crumbled the moment it emerged. For this strike, Ju's blade had not left its sheath. His hand was empty. He had not even activated chakra. Pure swordsmanship. Qingchuan Tianming felt it empty-handed. Juha was a true swordsman. He paid no attention to the power of the wind-killing formation or its trajectory. From start to finish, he had only made one cut. The first cut is the draw cut. The essence lies not in drawing the blade, but in the cut itself. You must have the resolve to win with a single cut. With that resolve, the first cut will be accomplished. After speaking, Juha tossed the black blade to Qingchuan Tianming. The moment it touched his hand, it transformed into a bamboo stalk. Qingchuan Tianming looked up at Juha, had already turned and walked into the courtyard. At the same time, in a bamboo forest as blinding as a single leaf blocking the eye, Xuanhua Mingren staggered forward with various wounds on his body. Damn old man, his temper is even worse than the previous age. Even so, Xuanhua Mingren couldn't change his habit of talking back. It was precisely because of his impertinent words that Juha had slapped him into the bamboo sea to trudge through it. Not only could one not see the end of the bamboo sea, but ninjas also inexplicably appeared. Those guys wouldn't speak, they just charged straight in and attacked. After repelling several waves of ninjas, Xuanhua Mingren finally understood it was an illusion, but he was nearly exhausted. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before long, another dark figure appeared ahead. Endless. Xuanhua Mingren grimaced, but worse was yet to come. The dark figure that emerged was none other than Yuzhibo Zuizhu. Zuizhu. Xuanhua Mingren shook his head. Zuizhu can't be here. Damn illusion. The Zuizhu glanced at Xuanhua Mingren, then raised a hand and threw a flurry of shuriken. Mingren could only dodge and look for a chance to counter. So that's your trick. Xuanhua Mingren's temper flared. He grabbed a kunai and charged forward, engaging the Zuizhu in combat. The dark figure of Zuizhu was highly skilled, not much different from the real Zuizhu back then. Using such an illusion to test me. After Zuizhu left, what I must do is bring him back to Konoha. No one can stop me, and you fake won't have a chance either. Xuanhua Mingren snorted coldly. As the kunai stabbed towards Zuizhu, his other hand began forming. In the bamboo grove pavilion, Qingchuan Tianming stepped inside to find Zilai and Juha seated on opposite sides of a bamboo table. Tea is here. The bamboo door slid open as Xuanhua Xianglin emerged carrying several teacups, accompanied by an elderly woman with a similarly stooped figure. Despite her age, every movement radiated an undeniable aura of strength. My dear, Juha reached out to take the cups. You know nothing about tea. Just wait and drink, the old woman retorted sharply, leaving Juha speechless. She set the tea on the table and lifted a kettle, pouring boiling water over the teaware. Zilai, it's been a while, hasn't it? About 5 years. But that's trivial. What matters is that you're as radiant as ever, Jifeng, Zilai complimented. Heh, still your style, Zilai. Always the smooth talker, Jifeng chuckled, then poured the tea into cups. Young man, have a cup of hot tea. Thank you, Grandma, Qingchuan Tianming said, lifting a cup. Even before drinking, he sensed a unique aroma. Excellent tea. Little one, do you understand tea? Jifeng asked. Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. No, but I know it's good. Good enough. Jifeng glanced at him and nodded. A fine child. My dear, don't let a few compliments get to you, Juha muttered. Can't the tea shut your mouth? Jifeng retorted as usual. The legendary swordsman Juha, it turned out, had his moments of submission. Huh. Truly Jifeng's tea. Zilai took a sip and praised it lavishly. The tea is not that miraculous, but having someone to drink it with makes it fragrant, Jifeng said, pouring herself a cup to moisten her throat. There should be one more person, shouldn't there? That brat offended me earlier, so I made him walk here, Juha explained. Old fool, how dare you punish my disciple? Jifeng's expression darkened instantly. Jifeng, calm down. That kid Naruto really needs the tempering, Zilai quickly intervened. There's a child present, at least spare Juha some dignity. Spare some dignity. Jifeng eyed Juha. Do you need me to spare you any? Juha immediately shook his head and laughed. You're right, my dear. I'll go fetch him right away. But just as Juha stood up, a rustle came from the bamboo grove nearby. Everyone turned to see Xuanhua Mingren bruised and battered, lying on the ground. In an instant, Jifeng was out of the courtyard and lifted Xuanhua Mingren into her arms. What a fine child, he actually crossed the bamboo sea. My dear, let me help. Juha followed her into the house like a faithful attendant. Zilai is inside, Qingchuan Tianming began. I know you want to understand your situation, Zilai explained. This time you and Naruto's master will be them. You'll train in the blade with Juha, and Naruto will learn wind release from Jifeng. Qingchuan Tianming was slightly taken aback. In the original story, Xuanhua Mingren's wind release training was 3 years later. He hadn't expected it to be brought forward so inexplicably. So who is Jifeng? Juhi Sensei seems very afraid of her. Jifeng. Zilai smiled. Juha isn't afraid, he loves her. When they were young, they were an enviable pair. Don't underestimate Ju's swordsmanship, Jifeng's power is equally unfathomable. In their youth, Jifeng was a ninja who mastered wind release. She was one of the few who could overwhelm other elements with— What? Qingchuan Tianming was astonished. Elements subdue one another. Can wind release truly overpower others? It can, Zilai nodded. As long as one is strong enough, with a profound enough understanding of wind release. And let me share a little secret, Jifeng once instructed the Fourth Hokage. That left Qingchuan Tianming completely— It was indeed the most fitting arrangement for Xuanhua Mingren to study wind release under Jifeng. But what shocked Qingchuan Tianming most was that Zilai had brought him here to learn the blade from Juha. Clearly he was being treated as a valued disciple. Inside the bamboo house, Jifeng laid Xuanhua Mingren on a bamboo bed inside. Exactly the same, just like Minato. Juha patted her shoulder. Zilai knew this would pain you, yet he still brought him here. Jifeng shook her head. Actually, it's fine. We've lived long enough. In youth we always competed for supremacy, but later we realized absolute power comes with absolute pain. Otherwise, why would we choose seclusion? But then again, we dare not endure that pain while others do. So offering some help to such people is a fine thing. Jifeng still remembered the day when Zilai brought Basui Shuimen. The scene was so similar to today. Thus Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto became disciples of Kendo and Jifeng respectively. Although they were a couple, their teaching methods were quite different. Grandma Jifeng, who taught wind release, led Uzumaki Naruto away from the bamboo sea. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming put away his Sun-Wheel sword and learned the Kendo 10 forms with a bamboo sword. Both had obtained guiding teachers, and Jiraiya's schedule became more flexible. He would occasionally go out to gather intelligence and also found time to teach Uzumaki Naruto summoning techniques and how to master the Nine Tails chakra. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, the ninja world underwent tremendous changes, and an organization known as Akatsuki re-emerged into the public eye. The members of Akatsuki were notorious rogue ninjas from various countries, and their activities plunged the 5 great nations back into a period of turmoil. As time passed, the Akatsuki organization initiated a tailed beast capture plan in the ninja world. Once again, the situation became turbulent. At the port of the Land of Waves, as the ships docked, a man with long white hair disembarked and hurriedly made his way up the mountain. It was Jiraiya, who had been away for half a year. He skillfully traversed the bamboo sea and arrived at the bamboo house, where he saw Kendo and Jifeng leisurely enjoying tea. "Jiraiya, you've been gone for half a year. Why are you back in such a rush?" Kendo said lightly. "Don't mention it, Akatsuki has initiated the tailed beast capture plan." Jiraiya said with righteous indignation, "Someone has already been captured as a Jinchuriki." This news was undoubtedly shocking. Jifeng's hand shook slightly as she poured tea. "Is it that Akatsuki that once stirred up trouble among ninjas?" Jiraiya nodded. "After 48 years in Konoha, I've been traveling around to gather information on Akatsuki, and just recently I finally got some clues. But let's not talk about that. Where are Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto?" "They're practicing behind the bamboo house." Not far behind the bamboo house, 2 tall figures stood facing each other. Uzumaki Naruto said with enthusiasm, "Tianming, I have to win against you once. You've said that too many times over the past 3 years. Qingchuan Tianming slowly replied. In these 3 years, both youths made considerable progress in every aspect. Uzumaki Naruto had finally mastered wind release to perfection after 3 years. Qingchuan Tianming had also reached the 9th form of Kendo. "This time I can definitely do it." Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed hand seals, combining the wind release chakra in a reverse manner, gathering a powerful Rasengan in his palm. "Rasengan Shuriken!" Uzumaki Naruto shouted as he hurled the disc-shaped Rasengan forward. After 3 years of practicing wind release, Uzumaki Naruto had developed the Rasengan to a level not even achieved in the original story. That was long-range Rasengan attack. The Rasengan Shuriken shot out, and its spiraling force even twisted the ground, creating cracks. "A remarkable Rasengan Shuriken," Qingchuan Tianming remarked, raising an eyebrow. He then swiftly drew the Sun-Wheel sword and with an eerie speed executed a single slash before sheathing it. This action left only an afterimage, and the Rasengan Shuriken was directly cut in half. The other half flew uncontrollably toward the bamboo forest. Bang, bang, bang. The separated Rasengan Shuriken left a large crater on the ground, but the other half did not cause an explosion. Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto turned around to see Jiraiya emerging from the bamboo sea with the half of the Rasengan Shuriken dissipating in his palm. "Master Jiraiya. Pervy Sage." It had been half a year, and they missed him dearly. "Not bad, you two have become even stronger," Jiraiya said with great satisfaction as he looked at his 2 disciples. "I'm here to bring some bad news. Your training must come to an end." "Why?" Uzumaki Naruto asked. "Because the situation has become unstable, and I've received orders from Tsunade to take you back to Konoha." Qingchuan Tianming remained expressionless, knowing that the plot of Jifeng's transmission was about to begin. Everyone returned to the bamboo house, where Grandma Jifeng had already prepared food. Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto were somewhat at a loss for words. "Stop lingering, finish this meal, and hurry up," Kendo said with a stern face. "How can you speak like that, old man?" Grandma Jifeng nearly snatched away Kendo's bowl. "Tianming, Naruto. Don't mind the old man being so fierce. He actually cares for you both. He just has too much." Grandma Jifeng said, "Don't have too much psychological burden. Of the ninja world always needs fresh strength like yours. In the future, just come back and visit us." "We definitely will." Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto finished their meal, and the atmosphere at the dining table was quite harmonious, just like the day they arrived 3 years ago. After lunch, Uzumaki Karen helped to clean up while Qingchuan Tianming was called aside by Kendo. "In these 3 years you have practiced the Kendo 10 forms to the 9th blade. I've always said you were far from it, but today I'll tell you the truth. You are the most outstanding in Kendo. I practiced for 10 years back then, and in terms of swordsmanship you have already surpassed me." Qingchuan Tianming smiled and said, "Kendo master, I'm not quite used to being praised by you." Without the melodramatic lingering of bitter grudges, Qingchuan Tianming departed without even leaving the courtyard of Iato. When the group of 4 once again arrived at the dock of the Land of Waves, Qingchuan Tianming felt a surge of melancholy. Over these 3 years he faithfully practiced the 10 forms of Iato, while Uzumaki Naruto tirelessly honed his Rasengan and wind release techniques. Karen, on the other hand, had it a bit easier, occasionally descending the mountain to purchase daily necessities. As for Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto, this outing was undeniably exhilarating. Master Jiraiya, how did things go on the island? Qingchuan Tianming spoke. That matter. Kakashi naturally took control of the remaining pirates, but the Land of Waves soon sent a request for employment to Konoha, so Kakashi's fledgling regime was wiped out before it could flourish. Now the island has become a tourist area. Jiraiya explained. And who is it that originally carried out the mission? It's said to be Karina Yuhis Team 8. Jiraiya grew curious. Why do you ask? Just asking. Qingchuan Tianming laughed it off, though he was somewhat surprised that Team 3 had conquered the island. After all, among the Konoha 12, Team 8 had the weakest composition. Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino were merely support, with only Inuzuka Kiba taking the lead. It seemed that he could no longer view things from the perspective of the original story, for too many people and events had changed. The group began boarding the ship. This time no mishaps occurred along the way, and they smoothly approached the port of the Land of Fire. Walking through the outskirts of Konoha, gazing at the faintly visible village, he felt a sense of serene joy. After 3 years away, he truly missed home. Let's disband at the village entrance. Go home and rest for now. There will be missions assigned to you tomorrow. At the village gate, Jiraiya greeted them, and then headed towards the Hokage's office. Qingchuan Tianming, Uzumaki Naruto, and Karen headed together towards the war orphan district. Naruto, we haven't been home for 3 years. We can't go back empty-handed. Qingchuan Tianming raised a very insightful question. Uzumaki Naruto also realized, after not living there for 3 years, we really can't step through the door. How about we buy some cleaning supplies? Sounds good. The three arrived on the streets of Konoha to purchase cleaning tools. The surrounding vendors kept staring at them. This was actually quite normal. After 3 years of rigorous training, Qingchuan Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto had undergone some changes in appearance. They had transformed from little brats into rather handsome young men. However, knowing all too well the nature of Konoha's villagers, Qingchuan Tianming wore no pleasant expression. He was simply there to buy things. Soon after, the three finished their shopping and arrived at a liquor store. Suddenly, a jar of wine flew out and shattered at Uzumaki Naruto's feet. I'm so sorry, are you hurt? A pink-haired girl ran out of the store, bowing an apology. Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. Haruno Sakura looked up, equally stunned. Uzumaki Naruto, Qingchuan Tianming, what are you doing here? When did you get back? We just finished our training and now we're buying some tools to clean the house, Uzumaki Naruto said cheerfully. These days he felt quite at ease around Haruno Sakura. I see. I'm here to buy sake for my master. She's too busy, but insists on having a drink, said Haruno Sakura. After 3 years, Haruno Sakura had changed from the original story. When she saw Naruto, she didn't have stars in her eyes, nor did she resort to violence. Instead, she was in a perfectly natural state. She seemed genuinely delighted at the return of her comrades after 3 years apart. Kakashi-sensei will be really happy that you're back. Seeing the things in their hands, Haruno Sakura moved to help. Sakura, it's okay. Don't be so polite. Sakura reached out and took a heavy item from Uzumaki Naruto with seemingly effortless ease. Qingchuan Tianming was secretly amazed. Could it be that Sakura had already mastered the Byakugo seal? In the original story, Sakura was disliked for 2 reasons. 1, because she was a hypocrite. She called for Naruto when she needed help but ignored him otherwise. 2, because her strength was embarrassingly weak. She had been nothing more than dead weight throughout. But now it seemed she had grown far more than a little. The group of 4 arrived at the war orphan district and parted ways at a fork in the road. Tianming, how tall do you think the weeds at your house are? Karen chuckled. I don't know, Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. Hopefully they haven't overgrown the yard. The two chatted idly as they made their way to the Qingchuan residence. However, the sight before them left them doubting. Where were the overgrown weeds? Where was the mess? It looked exactly the same as when they left. Karen approached the door, examined the keyhole, and said in surprise, the lock has been changed. What? Qingchuan Tianming leaned in to look. Indeed, it was true. Could it be that even a destitute place like our house attracts thieves? Just as Qingchuan Tianming was utterly baffled, the front door creaked open. The person inside and the two outside stared at each other with wide eyes. Tianming. Hinata. Qingchuan Tianming wondered if he was seeing things. The mystery was solved. The Qingchuan residence was spotless, and the door lock had been replaced, all done by Hinata. It should be said that during the 3 years Qingchuan Tianming was away, Hinata Hyuga would regularly come to clean the house whenever she had no missions. The old lock was replaced with a new one. Tianming, you're back, Hinata said, too surprised to know what else to say. Please come in. Qingchuan Tianming put down the cleaning tools and saw the house was immaculate. He couldn't help glancing at Hinata. 3 years later, Hinata Hyuga had matured, growing from the little sweet potato of before into something remarkable. Her glossy black long hair gave a very gentle impression. In fact, Hinata Hyuga was the gentle type, whether in appearance, eyes, or temperament. Qingchuan Tianming's gaze shifted slightly downward. No need to say more. Big was right. Tianming, why are you peeking at me? Unexpectedly, the Byakugan's field of vision was so wide that Hinata Hyuga immediately caught his guilty look. It's been 3 years since we last met, Hinata. You've become even more beautiful, Qingchuan Tianming said with an awkward laugh. At this compliment, Hinata's cheeks instantly burned while Karen Uzumaki tactfully went into the kitchen. Soon only the two were left in the yard. Suddenly the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qingchuan Tianming was stuck not knowing how to break the silence, and Hinata Hyuga was naturally thin-skinned. You go first. You go first. They spoke in unison. Ahem. Qingchuan Tianming had to speak slowly. During these 3 years of training outside, I thought the house would be overgrown with weeds. I never expected you to take such good care of it, Hinata. I don't know how to thank you. Hinata Hyuga shook her head and said, not at all, I didn't do much. When you left for training, I originally wanted to go with you, but at that time Karen talked to me, so we made a pact she would accompany you on your training, and I would wait for your return. Qingchuan Tianming was completely confused. I don't think I understand. You originally wanted to come with me. Then you and Karen have a pact. Wait, what pact? I don't know. A girl's secret, of course you would. Karen walked out of the kitchen with her arms crossed. Karen. Qingchuan Tianming looked at the two girls who seemed so in sync, and his heart felt a chill. Hinata Hyuga's cheeks were like a ripe red apple, as she seemed to have gathered great courage. I hope, Tianming, that ever since our first meeting I've liked you. The encouragement during the Chunin exam, and the pouch you gave me, I cherish them all. But Karen also likes you, Tianming. So to avoid troubling you, we made a pact Karen would accompany you on your training, and I would wait for your return. At this point, if Qingchuan Tianming still couldn't tell it was a confession, he would have a pig's brain. In fact, Qingchuan Tianming was not unaware that the two girls liked him, but he had never imagined a situation like today. The always introverted Hinata Hyuga could directly confess her love. The key was that the love triangle that gave Qingchuan Tianming the biggest headache, the two girls had already resolved it 3 years ago. Truly terrifying. Tianming, you don't need to feel burdened. The Hyuga clan is a major clan and polygamy is allowed within the clan. Besides Karen and I don't mind. But if you don't like me, I can. I do like you. Qingchuan Tianming interrupted, speaking first. After all these years, he finally stood firm. Hinata Hyuga was shocked. Even though this was the answer she had longed for day and night, the impact was still immense when spoken by Qingchuan Tianming. Fortunately, Qingchuan Tianming was indeed a man. He stepped forward and pulled Hinata Hyuga into his arms. At the same time, he waved to Karen. Thus the singlehood problem that many people longed to solve was settled by Qingchuan Tianming, and he got two at once. That night no one knew who started it first. Qingchuan Tianming experienced an extraordinarily long battle. No words were spoken that night. The next day when Qingchuan Tianming woke up in bed, he could smell two very pleasant scents. From the kitchen came the sound of the two girls laughing while making breakfast. Qingchuan threw off the blanket and got out of bed. His legs were shaking. He nearly lost his balance. I never thought I'd have a day when I couldn't stand steady, Qingchuan Tianming said with a wry smile. Perhaps in the entire ninja world no one else could make him unsteady. Tianming, you're awake. When Qingchuan Tianming walked out of the room, the two girls had already prepared breakfast. He looked toward the voice and saw the two beauties smiling like flowers. Suddenly he seemed to understand what it meant to reach the pinnacle of life. What bullshit, Hokage? What bullshit, number one? Wasn't this life with them just wonderful? At the same time, in the Sunagakure of the Wind Country, an AMVU of the Hidden Sand Village appeared in the village, rushing toward the Kazekage's office at great speed. Gara, the fifth Kazekage at the time, personally met with several AMVU. But before he could ask any questions, a violent explosion resounded. Boom. Boom. As several Umbu of the Shoin village arrived at the door and were about to speak, a peculiar energy surged upward, then exploded instantly. After the smoke cleared, half of the Feng Ying's office was destroyed, while the other half was protected by Wailua. Whoosh. Whoosh. Shortly after, a large number of Umbu from the Shuin village swiftly assembled at the Feng Ying's office and fanned out to search the surroundings. Unlike the Muyi village, the Umbu of the Shoin village were entirely under the control of the Feng Ying. At this moment, a figure flew over from not far away, and Qin Jiolong with a worried expression said, "It's the Shao organization." To this answer, Wailuo's expression did not change much. Instead, he looked at the rather disheveled Qin Jiolong. "Are your injuries okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Jiolong said, "I learned from the last Umbu that it's Ji Sha, Ji Xia, and Didala." The resurgence of the Shao organization and the Tailed Beast collection plan were no longer a secret. "Wailua, the most important thing now is your safety," Qin Jiolong said with great concern. "Me?" Wailua smiled and said, "You're worrying too much. They'd need another 100 years to catch me. I am the Feng Ying. I'll be right here in the Shoin village waiting for them." "Wailua, this is not the time to be impulsive." Qin Jiolong, knowing he couldn't dissuade Wailua, sighed and said, "I'll go find Shoju." Wailua did not stop him. Instead, he alone gazed at the azure sky. Ji Sha, Ji Xia, and Didala. "Show, it's been a long time since we've stretched our legs." Meanwhile, in the desert beyond the Shoin village, two men in red cloud cloaks strolled slowly. One of them, with a massive frame walking on all fours, was none other than the former rogue ninja of the Shoin village, now a member of the Shao organization, Ji Sha, Ji Xia. Beside him was Didala. Scorpion, how does it feel to be back? No feeling at all, Chi-Sha-Jixia replied coldly. Not everyone has your hyperactivity. Unfazed by the jab, Didala raised his hand, watching the mouth on his palm chewing. The Feng should have received my greeting gift by now. Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy by doing that? Chi-Sha-Jixia asked with some displeasure. Didala was a madman, his battles utterly devoid of tactics. He would directly engage even when ambushed by the Shayin Umbu, even stuffing clay bombs into their bodies. Art is an explosion. Isn't it interesting to blast away all obstacles? Didala's gaze fixed ahead, and he laughed. See funds right here. On the dunes ahead, a number of Shayin Umbu in the desert terrain of the Wind Country concealment techniques weren't particularly important. After all, there was nowhere to hide except beneath the sand. The moment they met, there was no outdated trash talk. The Shayin Umbu directly unleashed a magnetic release sand explosion wave. Everywhere they looked, a surging tide of yellow sand rolled in, crushing down with irresistible pressure. The combined ninjutsu of the Umbu was far more powerful than alone ninjas. Didala unhurriedly grabbed a handful of clay from his pouch, which the mouth on his palm chewed and processed. C2 Giant Dragon. Didala swiftly molded the processed explosive clay into a massive clay dragon. Once shaped, the dragon seemed to come alive. With a flap of its wings, the colossal body charged toward the surging wave of sand. Did you think that was it? Didala snorted, flinging the remaining clay forward. C1 Clay Spider. Boom. 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 The C2 Giant Dragon clashed head-on with the sand explosion wave. For Didala, art is an explosion, and so is battle. The immense blast wave from the C2 Giant Dragon generated a repulsive force that forcibly halted the sand wave. Meanwhile, amidst the violent explosions, the C1 Clay Spider silently crawled up the pant legs of the Shayin Umbu. The next instant, another series of devastating explosions. Before the Shayin Umbu knew what was happening, they were reduced to shreds. The violent blasts caused the surrounding sand to collapse and sink. After the smoke cleared, Didala and Chi-Sha-Jixia had already departed on a clay owl. Interesting, so interesting. Didala was utterly satisfied. His joy lay in explosions. If the ground below hadn't been an endless expanse of yellow sand, Didala would have kept dropping clay bombs. Aren't you afraid such a high profile will complicate the capture mission? Chi-Sha-Jixia said coldly. Didala replied dismissively. I'll tell the Nichirin village outright that I, Didala, have come to capture the Feng. Let them brace themselves, and then I'll capture him hidden. You. Chi-Sha-Jixia paused. You want to capture the Feng alone? Of course, I'm more than enough. But I'll need you to guard the village entrance to keep others from escaping. Didala's expression twisted. After all, capturing the Feng is the organization's plan, but blowing up the entire Shayin village is my plan. Madman. Chi-Sha-Jixia shook his head, too lazy to argue. Like Didala, he had his own pleasures. His joy lay in first making puppets, then killing, different from Didala. The two rode a clay owl for a while, soon glimpsing the silhouette of Sunagakure amidst the desert. Before the village stood two towering colossal boulders, between which a narrow winding path marked the entrance. Upon arriving before the boulders, Sasori leaped directly from the clay owl, landing on the ground with a tremor that sent layers of yellow sand rippling outward. Daidara, on the other hand, flew straight over the boulders and headed directly into Sunagakure. The villagers of Sunagakure let out exclamations of surprise at the sudden arrival of Daidara. High in the sky, gazing at the dense crowd below, Daidara grew excited. This is a grand gift for you. Tiny clay spiders were scattered, so numerous that it seemed they intended to baptize the entire Sunagakure in the fires of war. The clay spiders descended rapidly just as they were about to hit the ground. A fine stream of yellow sand shifted horizontally, moving with such speed that it instantly enveloped the entire Sunagakure in a protective layer. The clay spiders met the yellow sand barrier and exploded. As the smoke cleared, the yellow sand barrier remained unscathed save for a tall figure standing atop it. The fifth Kazakage, Gaara. Gaara crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent as he swept a glance over Daidara. Aren't you going to call Red Sand Sasori along? As expected of the Kazakage-sama, your strength is impressive. Daidara's clay owl beneath him charged at Gaara. Sand armor. Without making any move, the strands of yellow sand flowed from the mouth of the gourd behind him, forming an armor before his body. Sand clone. The clay owl collided with the sand armor, but had yet to explode when a sand clone materialized, its hand clenching into a fist. Endless yellow sand completely enveloped the clay owl before it could explode. Boom. The sound of the explosion rang out, but all its force had been absorbed by the sand armor. On the opposite side, Daidara's face showed astonishment. Is this the strength of a Kazakage? Clay bombs were Daidara's proudest technique, and their inability to detonate was extremely frustrating for him. Is this the strength of an invader? If so, I am disappointed. In 3 years, Gaara had not only secured his position as Kazakage, but also rapidly increased his power. Perhaps a Sunagakure Jonin might have no chance against Daidara, but Gaara was different. He was not only the Kazakage, but also harbored a secret unknown to the world. Daidara grabbed clay and began to chew. Soon the C2 dragon soared into the sky, spewing clay bombs from its massive maw, targeting various parts of Sunagakure. Simultaneously, Deidara's figure flickered, appearing behind Gaara with the intention of scattering clay spiders, but before he could complete his move he was ensnared by the shifting sand underfoot. At this moment the Gaara before Deidara also dissolved into flowing sand. "What are you doing?" Gaara's indifferent voice sounded from behind. Deidara then realized had he fallen under a genjutsu. Instantly Deidara's expression turned complex. He had sworn to capture the Kazekage single-handedly. Yet now after 2 attempts, he hadn't even discerned the enemy's true nature. Suddenly a massive hand formed of sand clamped onto Deidara's face, slamming him down and dragging him across the ground. Gaara then closed in, delivering a punch to Deidara's abdomen. "Rest assured, every death among the Umbu will be Boom! Boom! Deidara's body flew across the ground. Somewhat disheveled, Deidara's mind reeled. This wasn't going according to plan. Wasn't I supposed to blast Sunagakure into chaos and then drag Gaara away to complete my mission? Is this all you've got?" Gaara stood atop the yellow sand, exuding an imposing aura. "Impossible. Your strength can't surpass mine." Deidara grabbed more clay, his hands not fast enough, so he resorted to using his mouth as well. Gaara, however, made no offensive move, remaining motionless. "Shikaku isn't the enemy you warned me about, too weak." Shikaku within Gaara replied, "A tailed beast's instincts are extremely acute. I have a feeling this is a great crisis for you. Don't let your guard down, Gaara." "Understood." Few knew that Gaara had perfectly synchronized with Shikaku. He was now the first Jinchuriki capable of fully utilizing a tailed beast's power. The abilities of a tailed beast were at the ceiling level. In comparison, the invader Deidara was no longer a threat. Clay clone. Deidara spat clay from his mouth, which transformed into a humanoid form, charging at Gaara, while he himself prepared an even larger clay bomb in his hands. Art is an explosion, no mistake. This was Deidara's everlasting belief. If an explosion couldn't defeat the enemy, it only meant the power wasn't enough, thus, he simply had to increase the power. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sunagakure, Sasori, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened both. He slowly turned around to see Kankuro behind him. "Traitor of Sunagakure, today I will end you." Kankuro snorted, and the puppet crow shot forward, its blades raining down on Sasori like a storm. Kankuro's attack came fiercely. As the blade of his puppet crow struck Sasori's body, a clash of metal rang out. Before Crow could claim the upper hand, Sasori's massive frame suddenly sprang up. From his abdomen, an iron chain shot forth, latching onto Crow's head and flinging it away. Simultaneously, the blades on Sasori's body burst forth, mercilessly piercing Crow through and through. "You've used Crow to such a level, not bad at all." Sasori's head turned back, his body opened and closed, and the wounds on it vanished seamlessly. "But this thing was just my practice piece. Imperfect creations have no right to exist." As Sasori's words fell, Crow, riddled with blades, exploded into countless fragments with a thunderous roar. For his own former work, Sasori knew every joint of Crow, including its weaknesses. "Even without a puppet, I will Kankuro bravely drew a kunai and charged at Sasori for close combat. Among Chunin, Kankuro's taijutsu was outstanding, even rivaling that of a jonin. When Kankuro closed in, he spotted the switch on Sasori's back. The real Sasori was inside, the outer shell was merely a puppet. A puppeteer with keen observation, but what use is it? The blades from Sasori's body effortlessly parried all of Kankuro's attacks. Kankuro kept changing his assault patterns. "Save your breath. Once I shatter your shell, I'll take care of you." His reason for facing Sasori was simple. First, Akasuna no Sasori was a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Second, he was a genius puppeteer. Only a fellow puppeteer like himself could hope to counter him. "Seems you're deeply mistaken." Sasori paused, then surged with intense chakra. Kankuro's expression changed, and he swiftly retreated. Boom! Boom! The explosion echoed as Sasori's outer puppet shell detonated outright. Kankuro backed away, eyes fixed on Sasori's every move. Through the thick smoke, Sasori's true body slowly emerged, but his appearance made Kankuro's scalp crawl. "Weren't you going to shatter my shell and finish me?" Sasori sneered, glancing at the markings on Kankuro's face. "That seal. Looks like Grandma taught you quite a bit. Then let me witness it." Kankuro took a deep breath and began to use his second puppet, Black Ant. Compared to Crow, Black Ant was not an offensive puppet, but he had no choice now. "Your naivety lies in thinking you can defeat me with things I created," Sasori mocked. "Let me show you the gap between us as puppeteers." Inside Sunagakure, the battle between Gaara and Deidara was nearing its end. The yellow sand covering the village had been blasted into pieces, yet still stubbornly held on. Gaara hovered in midair, nearly half his body already transformed into Shikaku. Impossible. Deidara, battered and disheveled, couldn't believe his eyes. He had already used C3 clay, yet no matter the attack, Gaara's sand could block it all. At the same time, the protective layer over the village wouldn't break. Deidara felt frustrated. He had wasted much clay bombarding. For the first time, he actually considered retreat. His clay supply was dwindling. Moreover, Gaara gave Deidara the impression that he hadn't even used his full strength. Yet as Deidara faltered, strands of yellow sand had already attached to the surface around him. C3 Garuda. In desperation, Deidara tried to go all out, but suddenly realized the clay had lost its activity. That was a bad sign. Deidara's explosive art relied on specially activated clay processed through the mouths on his palms to grant it explosive power. However, preparing activated clay was troublesome and not easy to carry. Normally Deidara carried just enough activated clay, but now it had lost its activity. He looked closely and saw tiny sand particles on his clay. Those sand particles had neutralized the clay's activity. C3 Garuda could not be made. Sand binding coffin. Gaara clenched his fist and the shifting sand instantly compressed. It also absorbed the chakra within. Go atone underground. Gaara changed his hand seal and streams of sand suddenly gathered beneath Deidara, forming the shape of Shikaku. At that moment Deidara realized the truth. Gaara could already use the tailed beast's power. The intel was wrong. Shikaku's sand clone opened its huge mouth and sucked Deidara's body inside. Moments later Deidara was buried under 2 kilometers of sand beneath the village. However, as he dealt with Deidara, Gaara cast a glance toward the outskirts of the village. From that direction Akasuna no Sasori dragged in a half-dead Kankuro. Boom! Thousands of sand spikes erupted like the fangs of a beast aimed at Sasori. But Sasori leisurely placed Kankuro in front. He can still be saved. Of course, whether to save him depends on the Kazekage's will. The sand spikes ultimately did not pierce Scorpion. All the sand spikes remained poised to strike. I never thought you would actually kill Deidara. Scorpion was also quite astonished as he sensed the dissipation of Deidara's presence. He felt little over his comrade's fall. After all, his own body had been transformed into a puppet. Joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure were far too luxurious for him. Gaara stared at the half-dead Kankuro, his hands clenched tightly. It seems the Kazekage still values bonds. Scorpion spoke. Unlike Deidara, I came only for you. I care nothing for the village. Scorpion. At that moment Granny Chio rushed out from the village below. What are you doing? Scorpion's gaze was as indifferent as water. Granny, it seems your puppet arts haven't progressed over the years. Kankuro has been using the toys I created all along. Scorpion, since you have become a rogue ninja, you are now an enemy of the entire sand-hidden village. Today you will not take Kankuro away. Granny Chio waved her hand and dense rows of puppets rose from all directions. Then the jonin of the sand-hidden village surged forward, gathering behind Gaara. At the Kazekage's command they would strike without hesitation. Yet facing nearly the entire sand-hidden village, Scorpion showed little surprise. I have been advancing all along at a speed you cannot comprehend, Scorpion said. Even if you all rush at once you cannot take my life. But if you do, Kankuro will be buried alongside me. Kankuro was Scorpion's greatest trump card. After all, he was not only a member of the sand-hidden village, but also Gaara's elder brother. Gaara, do it. The severely wounded Kankuro slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, don't worry about me. Strike now. Kill this traitor. Gaara, did you hear that? Will you act? Scorpion still wore a childlike smile as if he alone could I will go with you. Gaara's answer surprised everyone. No. Gaara, don't worry about me. Kankuro cried out excitedly. You can take me down together with him. You absolutely must not do that. Gaara was the Kage, the one who led the sand-hidden village. Even if it meant Kankuro's death, it was a price worth paying. Yet Gaara slowly stepped forward from the crowd. I am not only the Kazekage, but also your younger brother. In the past I was ignorant and did many terrible things. Now that I have a chance, I want to make amends. How touching. Scorpion laughed as he curled his fingers. The fragments of Crow and Black Ant behind him reassembled into an iron barrel through Chakra. Gaara walked up to Scorpion, slowly turned around and addressed everyone in the sand-hidden village. You should immediately select the next candidate for Kazekage. Do not cling to me. With those words, Gaara voluntarily approached the iron barrel. The barrel opened and closed, swallowing him inside. Scorpion then discarded Kankuro like trash. After reclaiming Gaara, Scorpion did not attack the sand-hidden village further. A puff of purple smoke rose and red sand. Scorpion vanished from the village together with Gaara. Kankuro. Granny Chio extended her prosthetic arm to catch him. Damn it. We must rescue the Kazekage. The sand jonin with one voice prepared to give chase. Stop. Granny Chio's voice rang out. You are no match for Scorpion. Granny Chio, but the Kazekage. I know. Granny Chio slowly rose. A karmic bond. I will bring the Kazekage home even if it costs me my life. At that moment a path opened through the crowd. Shoju with her 3-star fan slanted across her back and a grim expression stepped forward. Just now Gaara said to select the next Kazekage. As things stand, I am the only one qualified to temporarily manage the village. Shoju said coldly, there is no need for pointless pursuit now, and Granny, you need not go. What we must do is request aid from Konoha. But 3 years ago we were duped by Orochimaru and indirectly caused the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The fifth Hokage is his disciple. Will they send reinforcements? Granny Chio worried. We won't know unless we try. And this time I will go to Konoha in person. At the same time in Konohagakure, the territory of Team 7. The familiar scene remained except Uchiha Sasuke was missing. Hatake Kakashi stood with arms folded looking at his 3 students. These 3 years of your individual training have also been 3 years of my idleness. Fortunately today Team 7 has finally reunited. It was truly painful, The ill-fated Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke had defected. Uzumaki Naruto and Qinchuan Tianming had followed Jiraiya for training, and Haruno Sakura had trained under Tsunade. Kakashi, left in limbo, had been carrying out missions for 3 years and had almost forgotten he was a teacher. It was truly tough. Kakashi-sensei still loves to joke. Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartily. Kakashi-sensei, why are we still gathering today though? A class after graduating from the Ninja Academy refers to the small group formed during the Genin period. Once the Chunin exam concludes, the class transforms into a squad and the instructor becomes the captain. However, due to the peculiarity of Team 7, it seemed that only 3 among their cohort were still Genin. Those 3 being Aokawa Tenmei, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Because from now on Team 7 is a thing of the past. We are now the Kakashi squad. Hatake Kakashi said slowly, but I am a nostalgic person. That's why I called you here today, to recreate the feeling of the old days. Hatake Kakashi then took out the bells from his pocket. All 3 understood without words. Just as Aokawa Tenmei was about to warm up, Kakashi's gaze shifted to him. Aokawa Tenmei, you don't need to participate. Aokawa Tenmei. Because I have something more important for you to do. Kakashi said with a laugh. 3 years ago, before they set out, Jiraiya had brought up Aokawa Tenmei while drinking with Hatake Kakashi. That boy was too extraordinary, unfathomable. Especially after returning, Jiraiya drank with Kakashi again. When Jiraiya recounted Aokawa Tenmei's 3 years of rigorous training and how he consistently surpassed Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi fell silent. Back when the team first formed, Aokawa Tenmei had already created 100 shadow clones. Now Kakashi had no desire to face another such display from him. Alright, what's the mission? Aokawa Tenmei said with a smile. Since Kakashi didn't want him to join, he would simply, you need to go to the streets of Konoha for me. Kakashi pulled Aokawa Tenmei aside and whispered. After hearing it, Aokawa Tenmei was utterly dumbfounded. Sending him away just to buy the latest issue of Make Out Paradise. Damn it. But what could he do? He went. Leaving Team 7's territory, Aokawa Tenmei did not walk quickly. Walking down the street, his mind was constantly calculating the upcoming plot. Normally the beginning of Shippuden was the Kazekage rescue mission. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Gaara in 3 years. During his 3 years of training in the Land of Waves, Aokawa Tenmei's mindset had undergone a transformation to live his life well while pursuing the pinnacle of strength. In those 3 years he had done nothing. He had even refused some check-in missions to remain true to his heart. The system was merely a tool to help him reach the top of the ninja world. The choice was his. For 3 years he only trained in the 10 forms of Iajutsu. His bond with Karen deepened, and so did his friendship with Naruto, as well as the mentorship from Jiraiya and the Iajutsu couple. Perhaps later he might alter the plot. Aokawa Tenmei. Suddenly a cool voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Temari surrounded by sand ninjas. Temari. Temari's original plan was to meet with Tsunade. But upon encountering Aokawa Tenmei on the street, she spoke up. Because Temari was one of the few who knew Aokawa Tenmei's true strength, the one who subdued Gaara in his tailed beast form and brought him back to the right path. Even after Gaara became the Kazekage, he would often mention Aokawa Tenmei's name. Temari, why are you in Konoha? Aokawa Tenmei already knew the reason, but pretended to be surprised. Temari said with a worried expression, the Akatsuki has initiated their tailed beast capture plan. They've taken Gaara. We've come to seek aid from Konoha. Aokawa Tenmei nodded. Can you tell me the specifics? Of course. Let's talk as we walk. And so Aokawa Tenmei decisively turned away from the bookstore selling Make Out Paradise and followed Temari to the Hokage's office. Along the way he learned the full story. What he couldn't believe was that Deidara had been defeated by Gaara. Unexpectedly, the casual suggestion he had made 3 years ago had been realized by Gaara. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade personally met with Temari. The Akatsuki Jiraiya has told me about this organization and their tailed beast capture plan, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Tsunade crossed her arms calmly. Shizune summoned Team 7 and Team 3. At her command, those summoned arrived. Aunt Tsunade, what's the urgency? Naruto barged in with his usual boisterous manner. Naruto, don't be rude to the Hokage. Hatake Kakashi immediately gave Naruto a flick on the forehead. Yo, Kakashi, you're here too. Soon after, Might Guy's Team 3 also appeared. Since everyone is here, I'll make it brief. The Akatsuki's tailed beast capture plan, long rumored among the 5 great nations, has been set in motion. The 5th Kazekage Gaara has been captured by Sasori of the Red Sand. We have received a request from the Hidden Sand Village. Although there have been misunderstandings between our villages in the past, Konoha will definitely provide assistance in this matter. Lady Tsunade, shouldn't this go through the higher-ups? Kakashi spoke up. Rescuing someone is like putting out a fire. We can't wait for a council meeting. Tsunade, always decisive and swift in action, immediately finalized a series of plans. Kakashi Gai, this mission to retrieve Gaara will be carried out by your 2 teams in cooperation with Sunagekure. We must bring back the Kazekage. Tsunade stated directly. Yes, Lady Hokage. It was evident that Konoha was genuinely assisting as they dispatched their 2 elite teams. As everyone was discussing the battle plan, a knock came at the door. Come in, Tsunade said. Lady Hokage, I request to join this operation. The person who pushed the door open was none other than Nara Shikamaru of Team 10. Shikamaru. Chinchuan Tianming understood instantly. As expected of the man with the highest emotional intelligence in Konoha, he already knew how to maneuver in front of his crush. Nara Shikamaru. Tsunade shook her head. The mission plan won't be changed easily and Team 10 has its own tasks, doesn't it? Nara Shikamaru, come out with me for a moment. Temari tugged at Shikamaru's sleeve. Thus, as everyone watched in bewilderment, the two stepped into the corridor. Have you lost your mind? Why did you suddenly show up? What are you trying to do by interrupting the Hokage's plan? Temari scolded in a low voice. What's the big... Shikamaru scratched his head and said slowly, you'll eventually become part of the Nara family. Since Gaara has been captured, how can I stand by and do nothing? Nara Shikamaru, Gaara's fate is unknown. I don't have time for your nonsense. I'm not joking around. Unlike the original story, these two had already developed a deeper connection during the pursuit of Sasuke. For 3 years the exchanges between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire had been harmonious and Gaara had actively shown goodwill toward Konoha. Thus whenever there were communications between the two villages, Temari would be the one to handle them. And every time Temari came, it was Shikamaru who was in charge of receiving her. Over time the two developed feelings for each other. However, out of Temari's shyness, they had kept it a secret. This matter is not up for discussion. I'm getting involved no matter what. After falling in love, Shikamaru's IQ seemed to plummet in some aspects, but that was normal. If you don't spoil your girlfriend, who will? In the Hokage's office, Shikamaru once again requested to join the Gaara rescue mission. Lady Hokage, after successfully completing Team 10's mission, I will head directly to Sunagakure, Shikamaru stated. Tsunade pondered for a moment. The Akatsuki we're about to face is indeed a formidable opponent. Adding a strategist shouldn't be a problem, but I'm curious why you're so insistent on joining this mission. Shikamaru was now a chunin inundated with missions of all sizes. Moreover, Team 10 currently had its own assignment. What motivated him to seamlessly transition from one mission to another? Temari, standing nearby, panicked. Would that idiot Shikamaru let something slip? Shikamaru was also taken aback, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Finally he said in front of everyone, because I'm dating Temari. Gaara's matter is the Nara family's matter, so I can't stand idly by. Boom. The reason was unexpected yet reasonable. Shikamaru, since when did you start dating? Uzumaki Naruto was completely stunned. What was happening to the world? Isn't dating normal? Naruto being single is beyond understanding. Shikamaru's words were sharp. Anyway, please approve, Lady Hokage. Very well, Tsunade replied. I didn't expect this answer, but am satisfied. A ninja must always have something to protect. So as you wish, after completing Team 10's mission, head to Sunagakure. Yes. After leaving the Hokage's office, everyone parted ways. The departure time for Sunagakure was set for 10 o'clock the next morning. When Chinchuan Tianming returned home, Hinata, Hyuga, and Karen had already prepared a meal. Tianming, you're back, the two women said in unison. Chinchuan Tianming looked at the delicious meal with a sense of unreality, especially at the happy smiles blooming on the women's faces. Having won over both women felt like a dream. Tianming, why aren't you eating? Is it not good? Noticing his distraction, Hinata quickly asked. Not at all, Chinchuan Tianming smiled. It's just that I have to go to Sunagakure tomorrow for a mission. He then briefly explained Gaara's capture. Should we come with you? Karen asked directly. Chinchuan Tianming nearly spat out his food. Karen, this isn't an ordinary mission. It's a joint operation between Team 7 and Team 3. He dared not imagine what it would be like to bring both of them along. Karen, missions are no joke. We shouldn't add to Tianming's troubles. Hinata said gently. Besides, Team 8 will also be heading out on a mission in a couple of days. Fine, Karen nodded, then dropped a bombshell. In that case, Hinata should stay tonight. This mission will take at least several days, so you'd better pay your dues before you leave. Karen licked her finger suggestively. Chinchuan Tianming paused in his eating. No wonder today's meal was all about replenishing energy. Early the next morning at the entrance of my village, all members of Team 7 and Team 3 gathered. Since both teams were quite familiar with each other, there was hardly any need for adjustment. Kakashi, we can finally fight side by side again, Might Guy remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The last time Team 3 was here was to rescue your Team 7. Now we are on a mission together. Kakashi Hatake coughed slightly, and then explained, last time was an accident. Tianming, let's see how much we have grown in battle over the past 3 years. Rock Lee had also undergone significant changes in the past 3 years, and appeared much more confident. Sure, Tianming. Chinchuan nodded. Hinata Hyuga's gaze occasionally drifted toward Tianming. Chinchuan. No surprise, with his younger sister's heart already lost, who else would he pay attention to? Tianming. Chinchuan also looked at Hinata Niji, feeling a bit uneasy. Is this big brother-in-law really that perceptive? Although Hinata and Niji are not biologically related, their relationship is very harmonious. Naturally, he has the vibe of a big brother-in-law. Tianming. Chinchuan could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. Since everyone is here, I won't say much. This mission to rescue the Wind Shadow is quite challenging. The specific actions need to be discussed with Sunagakure. Let's set off now. There were no unnecessary words. A few people mounted their ninja steeds and headed towards the Land of Wind. The distance between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire is not short. One must traverse nearly half the terrain to enter the Land of Wind, and Sunagakure is located in the heart of the desert. Traveling long distances relying on ninjas to hurry, they would probably arrive at Sunagakure only to find it too late. Even riding their steeds, it still took a considerable amount of time to reach the Land of Wind. At the desert outpost in the Land of Wind, they could go no further with their ninja steeds. Thus they left the steeds at the outpost and switched to camels for transport. In the midst of the golden sands of the desert, apart from the vast expanse of gold, the rest was an unbearable heat and the painful wind that stung their faces. As they reached a sand dune, the leading Temari suddenly stopped. She sensed a slight change in the wind direction, and her expression turned grim, saying, "Not good, there's a desert tornado ahead. We're in trouble." "A desert tornado? What's that?" Naruto Uzumaki asked. "It's a natural disaster in the desert. Desert tornadoes can vary in size. If it's small, there's no problem, but if it's large, we can only pray for luck." Naruto nodded, seemingly understanding, and then his eyes caught sight of a massive tornado in the distance, towering like a pillar of heaven. "Is that it? Is there a way to avoid it?" Kakashi Hatake looked at the approaching tornado with a worried expression. The Leaf Village has no experience with tornadoes, and they have no strategies for such disasters. "This tornado is quite rare, we can't avoid it." Temari spoke calmly, saying, "In theory, wind release techniques can counter this tornado, but at this level, can ninjutsu really counter natural forces? In theory, it can be done. Without needing the Shadow Might Guy, and Kakashi Hatake could find a way if they put in their all. However, exhausting all chakra to counter a tornado is not wise." As the tornado drew closer, the wind pressure grew stronger. Then their camels were directly sucked into the tornado. "Everyone don't resist, let's make use of the wind," Temari said, as Sunagakure frequently faced tornadoes. Thus they were not as desperate about it. Under Temari's lead, everyone began to gather chakra, channeling wind release chakra to their feet. With a single step, they were all lifted into the air. Instead of resisting, they utilized it. Leveraging the tornado, they were thrown high into the air, though their exact positions became uncertain. A powerful gust suddenly erupted in the eye of the storm, separating Team 7 from Team 3. The unobliterated group was swept by the tornado to an unknown distance. After an indeterminate amount of flight, Tianming Qingchuan vaguely saw a village appearing in the desert ahead. It was undoubtedly Sunagakure. Is this truly a blessing in disguise? Tianming Qingchuan floated in the air with a sense of resignation, pondering Temari's clever maneuver of using the tornado's wind to travel. However, this method was indeed the most labor-saving, albeit with questionable precision. "Are you here?" Just as Tianming Qingchuan was about to land, a voice resonated in his mind. "Shikaku." Tianming Qingchuan was somewhat bewildered. "Wait, isn't Gaara captured? Where did this voice come from?" "It's me." The sand on the ground began to pile up, and with the force of the strong wind, it quickly formed into the shape of Shikaku. However, the Shikaku was somewhat miniature. Boom! Tianming Qingchuan fell from the sky, creating a large pit in the ground. "Shikaku, how did you end up here?" The Shikaku before him bore no resemblance to a tailed beast. Its size was only about Tianming Qingchuan's height. "It's a long story." Shikaku seemed to see a trusted person, saying, "What you said 3 years ago was correct. Because even though I did not leave, Gaara growing alongside him did not escape the fate of being captured. 3 years ago, Qingchuan Tianming defeated the tailed beast turned Gaara with a single strike, leaving Shikaku with a message. If separated from Gaara, Shikaku would not even have the luxury of being free. Whether he could survive was uncertain. Ultimately, Shikaku chose to trust Qingchuan Tianming's intent and attempted to forge a deeper bond with Gaara. Over the past 3 years, the relationship between the human and the beast had been quite harmonious. Shikaku revealed more of his tailed beast abilities to help Gaara grow stronger. Gaara also performed admirably, integrating Shikaku's essence into the hearts of others. For instance, the masks of the sand villages A and Bu were reformed to resemble raccoons, and various items similar to Shikaku began to spread throughout the village. This coexistence was quite pleasant, allowing Shikaku to be remembered fondly. However, this seemingly favorable arrangement was ultimately shattered. Listening to Shikaku's recount, Qingchuan Tianming furrowed his brow and said, "If Gaara was captured, why are you here?" That guy voluntarily allowed himself to be taken in place of Kanjiro, and before leaving he separated a part of my power to mark his presence. He told me that even if he was taken away, someone would come to rescue him, and it would definitely happen. Shikaku replied, "Such sentiments are beyond the comprehension of tailed beasts, but seeing you here I seem to understand a little." Qingchuan Tianming felt a mix of emotions. "So you're waiting for me? Then what about the tornado?" "That was me," Shikaku admitted. "After the seal was lifted, the only humans I interacted with were Gaara and you. And I only trust you to bring Gaara back." "So that's how it is," Qingchuan Tianming said, pondering why the tornado had swept down upon them. "Next, I will reside in your hands, communicating with you through my consciousness. There is still a part of my power within Gaara. As long as I am close, I can sense his location." Understood. This effectively meant installing a tracking radar. After waiting a while at the entrance of the sand village, figures soon appeared in the distance. "Qingchuan Tianming. The members of Team 7 and Temari were surprised to see Qingchuan Tianming who had been The tornado not only separated the two teams, but also brought Qingchuan Tianming here alone. Hello everyone. Qingchuan Tianming chuckled. The landing site of the tornado was unpredictable, so it is fortunate to have been brought here. Shall we enter the village first? Then the Sand Village can dispatch AMVU to search for Team 3. Tomorrow, no need. Kakashi Hatake shook his head. Before we set off, I discussed with Guy that if an unavoidable force caused separation during the mission, we would initiate an alternative plan to bypass the Sand Village and search for Gaara alone. Since Konoha has a backup plan, we don't need to worry, Temari said with understanding. This backup plan was in the Akatsuki Sasori took Gaara aiming only for the border regions of the Wind Country, which significantly narrowed down their search area. Soon they arrived at the hospital in the Sand Village. In the ward, Kanjiro lay on the bed covered in injuries, his face filled with frustration. Why? Gaara had to replace me. He clearly could have. After all, Gaara is your brother, he has his reasons for doing this. Moreover, worrying won't help. Grandma Chio comforted Temari has already gone to Konoha for help. Given the time, she should be back soon, but I don't know who she found. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the ward swung open and a group of weary figures appeared. Grandma Chio's eyes widened in surprise. Konoha's White Fang. How dare you come here? Without warning, Grandma Chio grabbed a fruit knife and lunged at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was taken aback and quickly began to defend himself. Old lady, you must have some misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding, Konoha's White Fang. Even if you turn to ash, I would recognize you. It seems Konoha harbors ill intentions and sent you here. Grandma Chio refused to listen to any explanations. Kakashi could only helplessly dodge. Please take a closer look. I am not Konoha's White Fang. Old lady, he really isn't that person. Temari interjected. Grandma Chio double-checked Kakashi Hatake's appearance and suddenly realized. It can't be that he is so young. You are indeed not Konoha's White Fang. Who is Konoha's White Fang? He was my father, but he has passed away, Kakashi Hatake said calmly. Oh my dear sister, how could you be so rude? An old man popped up from the side saying Konoha's White Fang has not been around for many years, and why not let go of the grievances of the previous generation? Grandma Chio pondered with a cold expression for a moment before sighing. I'm sorry, it was my rudeness. It's all. Kakashi Hatake wasn't truly offended. You must bring back Gaara, please. Kenjiro still felt very guilty. There's no time to lose, let's first hear San's plan. While the Shuin village was formulating their plan, Mitakai's third class was blown to the other end of the desert. The endless desert, no matter which direction one looked, was nothing but yellow sand. Teacher Kai, do you really know the way? Tian complained. Mitakai, who was searching for the road ahead, shook his body and directly admitted, I really don't know how to go. But hesitating is not manly. Mitakai pointed a finger in a direction. Let's follow our hearts. What does this have to do with being a man? Tian was very headache. Teacher Kai was like this, he never got discouraged no matter what. He could still get pumped up, but it was useless. Mitakai scratched his head and could only chuckle. Let me try. Rishiong Ningxi on the side could not figure out how this hot-blooded man could be the green beast of Mai. In truth, he was good for nothing except fighting. Ningxi, can you do it? Tian was somewhat pleased. Tian, if Ningxi can't handle it, then we'll have to follow our hearts. Liluaka chuckled twice. Rishiong Ningxi instantly activated his buy-in, and under the buy-in the flow of chakra was exceptionally clear. This was the result of his training. Experts of the Rishiong clan could not only discern the chakra flow of enemy ninjutsu, but also see through the natural chakra of the environment with ease. These were abilities that even Jonin usually possessed, yet Rishiong Ningxi had already mastered them. In Ningxi's vision, the most abundant element in the desert was wind attribute chakra. After all, this was within the territory of Foam Country, and the desert was nothing but sand, lacking any other nurturing for chakra. After observing for a while, Rishiong Ningxi detected some different chakra. Earth attribute. Fire attribute. Although very faint, they were present. Ningxi, any discoveries? Seeing Rishiong Ningxi's somewhat grave expression, Liluaka asked. Teacher Kai, my method is to sense chakra. This method cannot find Shuin village's location, it can only get us out of the desert. That's already very good. Mitakai chuckled, it seems my contingency plan with Kakashi is useful. What contingency plan? When the two teams are separated due to force majeure, then we act independently. Mitakai seemed to have regained intelligence. Regardless of the Shao organization's purpose for taking Feng Ying, their trail definitely won't be in the desert. Following Ningxi's perception to leave the desert first might be a method. And so Team 3 stopped worrying about how to reach Shuin village and directly let Rishiong Ningxi lead the way out of the desert. At the border between Foam Country and other great nations. In a forest not far from the desert, Qisha Jixia finally arrived at the temporary destination. Before him was an unremarkable cliff, and this cliff happened to be the Shao organization's temporary stronghold. Dragging the iron barrel containing Wa Ai Luo Xia came before the cliff and pressed his palm against the rock wall. Instantly the rock wall rippled like water. Xia stepped forward, his figure swallowed by the rock wall. Inside was a huge natural cave with several stone pillars rising from the ground. You came slower than expected. Suddenly a voice rang out and on the stone platform ahead appeared the phantom of a masked man. The masked man's mask was spiral-shaped, leaving only crimson eyes visible. Some incidents occurred, but it's not a big problem. Xia placed the iron barrel on the ground, and it automatically disintegrated, spitting out what AI Luo. Didn't Didala come back with you? The masked man asked. He was the one who got into trouble. He was killed in Shine Village, Xia said expressionlessly. No way. That guy is such a loser. On another stone pillar another phantom appeared, laughing exaggeratedly. It was Fei Duan. With Fei Duan's appearance, the other Shout organization members also appeared one by one in clone form. Forget it. In that case, let's prepare to refine the Yue. Didala's death did not stir the slightest emotion in those present. The Shout organization represented all human desires, but had no compassion. The masked man in the main seat waved his sleeve, and Wa Ai Luo's body levitated. Just as they were about to act, the masked man let out a puzzled No. The ratio is wrong, the masked man said directly. The Shohi inside Feng Ying is not complete. These words caused a sensation among the group. Pfft. Fei Duan laughed again. Xia, you and Didala went to Shine Village to capture the Iwei, lost a member and brought back a defective one. You really caught nothing. Shut up. Xia glared at Fei Duan fiercely. If your real body were here, I'd tear you apart. Stop arguing. In the end, the masked man calmed the situation. He glanced meaningfully at Wa Ai Luo. Deliberately splitting the Iwei to leave yourself a chance at survival, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. The masked man seemed to have a new decision. Gue Jiao, currently your real body is closest to Feng country. Take a trip there, you might even encounter the Jiao Wei. The Akatsuki openly declared that in pursuit of their ideals they needed to capture the tailed beasts to re-establish order. This act would never be agreed upon by the 5 great nations, including all the hidden villages. Therefore their headquarters could only be located at the borders between nations. Can we contact neighboring countries for support? Not ideal. The Akatsuki members are extremely powerful, a single ninja would just be feeding them experience. If we send a large force, we would be detected. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. Inside the Kazakage's office, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure were engaged in heated discussions. Why not follow Gaara's wish and elect a new Kazakage? Suddenly a sharp-looking old man spoke up. Pacha, what nonsense are you spouting? Our Kage was captured protecting the village, and you're making sarcastic remarks. Shio said coldly. Shio, don't act like a saint. I'm doing this for the village's good. The Kage's duty is to sacrifice for the village. We won't forget Gaara's loyalty, Paja retorted without backing down. The other high-ranking officials remained silent, but their tacit understanding was clear. Many supported Paja, openly opposing the Akatsuki was something they dared not do. Moreover, the reason Sunagakure was attacked was entirely because Gaara was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. For the village, a Jinchuriki was a weapon, yet also a target that attracted trouble. If they sent the Jinchuriki away, perhaps the Akatsuki would lose interest in Sunagakure. I know it's not my place to speak, but I have to say, are all you Sunagakure high officials this pathetic? At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and in the corner Qingchuan Tianming spoke on second thought. I'm not from Sunagakure, so I'm not being disrespectful to you. Shio, see this. This is Konoha's reinforcement. Paja sneered. A mere beardless boy, simple courage isn't enough. Paja shook his head. For the sake of you being Konoha's reinforcement, I won't bother with a brat like you. You've got it wrong. It's me who's bothering with you, Qingchuan Tianming laughed angrily. Your Kage never considered gain or loss when protecting the village. Brat, are you teaching me how to do my job? Paja said furiously. Gaara was always an element existence. He brought many disasters to the village. Besides, is it the Kage's duty to put villagers in danger? Do you need to lecture me? Qingchuan Tianming glanced coldly at the Sunagakure high officials. So Gaara risked his life to save just emptiness. In that case, Qingchuan Tianming turned to Hatake Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, I request to terminate the mission of supporting Sunagakure and change it to rescuing the Kazakage. Simply put, if you won't save him, I will. Hatake Kakashi scratched his head. We weren't supposed to get into trouble, but now you're part of Team Kakashi. Since you've made the request, how could I, as the captain, remain indifferent? Team 7 mission change, rescue the Kazakage. Yes. Hatake Kakashi was a man of his word and immediately led the team out of the Kazakage's office. Frankly, such a support mission was thankless. As support, it was inconvenient to directly intervene in plans. Now, with internal conflicts in Sunagakure, the Konoha ninjas found themselves in an awkward position. Qingchuan Tianming's breakthrough was quite brilliant. Wait. Just as Team 7 stepped out of Sunagakure, Tamari came chasing after them, panting. I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Tamari said apologetically. Right now the village has no leader, so the high officials are in charge. Paja holds real power, but Lady Chio will act. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Sunagakure was a surreal example. This matter is beyond your control, but it's fine. Team 7's current mission is to rescue the Kazakage. Hatake Kakashi acknowledged the intricacies behind the village's politics. Tamari's face showed bitterness. I chased after you for another favor. Kankuro was poisoned in his fight against Sasori. Sanagekir's medical resources can't cure him. So I'd like Sakura to stay here. In exchange, I'll join your team. This request was not merely a favor, it was rather harsh. Now with the Kazekage to rescue and no support from Sanagekir, they were also asked to leave Sakura behind and take Temari instead. Even Hatake Kakashi couldn't readily agree to this. Kakashi-sensei, I'm willing to stay and treat him, Sakura said. During my training with Master, I've become a skilled medical ninja. Since Kankuro needs help, I'll remain here. Thank you, Sakura. Temari felt a weight lifted from her heart. As the eldest of the three siblings, whether it was the Kazekage Gaara or the puppet master Kankuro, they were both her younger brothers. Now with Gaara captured and Kankuro critically injured, the consecutive blows were devastating. Just as Haruno Sakura was about to return to Sanagekir village and Temari temporarily joined the team on the verge of departure, two advisors rushed out at the village entrance. It was Ebizo and Granny Chio. You've seen the unpleasant side of the village, Ebizo began. Our mission is to rescue the Kazekage. Even if Sanagekir doesn't join, we will carry it out. Hatake Kakashi said coldly, though somewhat displeased, that's not what I meant. Granny Chio interjected, the Sanagekir higher-ups are divided about rescuing Gaara, but that has nothing to do with us two old geezers. We are merely advisors in name without real power. Moreover, I've watched Gaara grow up and Akasuna no Sasori is my wretched grandson. Chio said calmly, I will come to support you after I develop the antidote. You support. Hatake Kakashi couldn't believe it. Such a large village as Sanagekir, only Granny Chio was willing to step up. How ironic. Boy, do you look down on me. Chio rolled up her sleeves. No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, thank you for lending a hand, but... Chio looked at Temari and said, Temari, you should stay too. Peijiya might try to seize power in the chaos. You must keep him in check. As for bringing Gaara back, he'll go. Granny, how can that be? Temari shook her head. Stop talking nonsense. If this old lady doesn't act, will you look down on me? Chio insisted. Temari, you must trust your elder sister. She is a puppeteer renowned across the 5 great nations. Ebizo chimed in. Alright. Thus the lineup changed once again. Temari was to keep the scheming higher-ups of Sanagekir in check, while Haruno Sakura would develop an antidote to counter the poison inflicted by Sasori. After the antidote was developed, she would join Chio to support Kakashi. Let's move out. Despite the grim situation, they had no choice but to act. Qintuan Tianming saw through it, but said nothing. On the other side of the desert, Might Guy's squad finally crossed a part of the desert and arrived at a Gobi desert. The Gobi was desolate, nothing but brown ground and dense hills all around. Seeing land, we should be able to leave soon if we keep walking. Analyzed Hyuga Niji, the direction was correct. However, at this moment, Might Guy behind them turned his gaze. Seeing their teacher so serious, the 3 young ninjas also became alert. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from ahead. A hot wind blew and a dark figure appeared in front. The newcomer wore a red cloud cloak and carried a bandage-wrapped samahata on his back. You little ants came so fast. Hoshigaki Kisame crossed his arms looking down on Might Guy's squad. After being contacted by the masked man at the temporary base, he had set off without delay. However, to ensure the smooth extraction of the one tail, the one facing them was merely a clone with 30% of his chakra. To think I'd run into you. Now I'll get my revenge, Kisame said coldly, his gaze locking onto Might Guy. Gai-sensei, you know him. Rock Lee looked bewildered. Even Hyuga Niji and Tenten were puzzled a Gai-sensei had such a story. Might Guy stared back at Kisame, his expression extremely serious. After hemming and hawing for a while, he could only say, probably know him but no memory. In fact, it wasn't Guy's fault. He was a passionate maniac. Besides teaching his 3 students, he would occasionally drink with Kakashi. Even when going on missions, his enemies were always crushed. The Azure Beast of Konoha only remembered those he deemed strong. Clearly Kisame didn't make the cut. Kisame's face, already unpleasant, turned even worse at this mockery. Konoha ninjas are as annoying as ever, Kisame snorted. Well, after I kill you, you'll remember me. With that, Kisame began forming hand seals. As the seals changed, chakra gathered in his throat, and then spewed out. Water-style giant wave strike. From Kisame's mouth shot a stream of water, which grew larger in the wind and crashed down, instantly flooding the entire Gobi. He himself rode the waves and pressed down. Team 3, prepare for battle. Guy ordered, and the 4 immediately scattered to avoid the water impact. Kisame's aim was clear. First, eliminate the strongest, Might Guy. Using the water he had spat, Kisame swiftly flashed behind Guy, drew Samahata, and slashed down. Boom. Rock Lee burst through the water, landing a leaf whirlwind kick on Kisame's wrist. Simultaneously, air twisted between Hyuga Niji's palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. With Niji's palm strike, the vacuum palm blasted Kisame's body from a distance, sending him flying. At the same time, Tenten hurled a volley of shuriken, which eerily halted just before reaching Kisame. The explosive tags attached to them triggered a second wave of attacks. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out as Kisame Hoshigaki took the full brunt of Team 3's combined attacks. Over the past 3 years, the young ninjas of Konoha had all improved. Meanwhile, Might Guy sees the dropped Samahata. However, as the Samahata touched his hand, a sudden stabbing pain shot through Might Guy's palm. The handle of the Samahata abruptly sprouted barbs that pierced his skin, and in the instant it slipped from his grasp, it returned to Kisame Hashigaki, like a shark diving back into water. Interesting, Kisame Hashigaki praised while brandishing Samahata. If you weren't somewhat capable, this would be too boring. Might Guy frowned. This great sword, that water style. So you are. Oh. Have you figured it out, Might Guy? Kisame Hashigaki asked excitedly. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. It must be said Big Guy's taunting skills were top-notch. Kisame Hashigaki didn't understand how this man could say such hurtful words. Ninja art shark binding tech. Samahata plunged into the water and stirred it up. The water beneath Kisame began to distort, and the curling waves transformed into massive sharks, one after another, opening their gaping maws to strike. Might Guy stomped his foot, bursting out of the water, and simultaneously pulled out nunchucks from his bag. Hiya! He swung the nunchucks with fierce speed, shattering the oncoming sharks with direct strikes. The strongest against the strongest. Kisame Hashigaki also drew Samahata and rushed forward with large strides to clash with Might Guy. Meanwhile, the three young ninjas also attacked the three sharks. The battle between Kisame Hashigaki and Might Guy was expansive and fierce, a contest of taijutsu and raw power. Samahata was overwhelmingly domineering its slashes, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds. Might Guy countered with skillful leverage. Boom. Rumble. The water beneath them was twisted into various forms by the sheer force of their clash. Kisame Hashigaki took the opportunity to leap into the air, his peripheral vision observing the three young ninjas struggling with the sharks. He then rapidly formed hand signs. The sharks that had been fighting the three young ninjas and were being destroyed instantly transformed into water clones upon dissipating. Water prison technique. With the change of hand signs, the water clones simultaneously released a water prison, trapping the three young ninjas. Meanwhile, below, Samahata suddenly expanded, knocking Might Guy back. Samahata returned to Kisame Hashigaki's hand. Looks like having students has made you much more cautious than before, he said. Might Guy turned and saw his three disciples trapped in the water prison, his heart jolting in shock. The water prison technique is a technique that completely seals chakra and can drown a person. Come on, show me your real strength and maybe you can save them. Kisame Hashigaki beckoned with his finger. During his first invasion of Konoha with Itachi Uchiha, he had been at an advantage until he took a solid kick from Might Guy. He remembered that kick for 3 years. When he received orders from the masked man to intercept the reinforcements coming to rescue the one-tailed Jinchuriki and encountered Might Guy again, Kisame Hashigaki was thrilled. He thought he could have a real battle. But that bullgut guy didn't even remember him. Moreover, because of the 3 deadweights, Might Guy didn't dare to fight with full strength. How boring, no real combat experience at all. Yes, deadweights, that's what the young Konoha ninjas were to Kisame Hashigaki now. Might Guy looked at his 3 suffering disciples and understood. He then put his nunchucks away. Oh, are you going to use a different weapon? Kisame Hashigaki asked curiously. That's right. Might Guy looked up, his expression completely changed. An overwhelmingly fervent aura surged up, instantly causing ripples on the water beneath his feet. Now this is interesting. Kisame Hashigaki exclaimed excitedly. Simultaneously, he closed the distance to Might Guy in an instant, swinging Samahata in a horizontal arc that slammed heavily into Might Guy's body. The moment Might Guy plunged into the water, Kisame Hashigaki formed hand signs again and pressed them onto the surface. Water release 5 feeding sharks. From his 5 fingers, intense chakra burst forth, transforming into sharks that charged towards Might Guy. Might Guy had already fallen to the bottom. His clothes were ripped, revealing his perfectly toned upper body. The blow from Samahata had shattered his green jumpsuit, yet despite that he was unharmed. This clearly demonstrated his immense physical strength. Underwater, as Might Guy watched the ferocious chakra sharks approaching his body, suddenly emitted a sound like thunder. 8 gates technique. Gate of view open. With Might Guy's explosive shout, the chakra within his body was squeezed out at a limit-breaking speed, and an astonishing force surged upward. A different kind of energy distinct from chakra propagated through the water. In an instant, it crushed the chakra sharks in close proximity. As the gate of view opened, chakra and strength merged together, forming layers of green flames. The green flames were not actual fire, but a manifestation of the 8 gates technique. I'll use this move. Might Guy crouched slightly and leaped directly, distorting all resistance. On the water surface, Kisame Hashigaki stared at the green light below, his heart filled with dread. He had already sensed it, but he couldn't dodge. The next moment, Might Guy burst out of the water and kicked Kisame Hashigaki squarely on the chin. Morning Peacock. Hashigaki Kisame felt an immense force hurling him into the air, and then he found himself suspended in midair. Might Guy, enveloped in a faint green blaze, had drawn level with him. A guy threw a punch, and though his fist had not yet reached its target, a torrent of flame-like fist shadows like falling meteors already crashed into Hashigaki Kisame's body. With each punch Might Guy threw, his arm and fist shadows multiplied into 1,000. The entire sky had been dyed crimson, and Might Guy's eyes were white. Only one word remained in his mind: fight. The righteous straight punches of the morning peacock were merely the beginning. Around his gaze, thousands of leg shadows rammed into Hoshigaki Kisame's frame like rockets. Hoshigaki Kisame was utterly defenseless. As the morning peacock erupted within him, he plummeted. The scorching heat and overwhelming power dismantled his bodily functions completely. With a sizzle, Hoshigaki Kisame plunged into the water like a small fish falling into boiling oil, instantly evaporating the entire stretch of water beneath him. At the same time, the water prison technique that had plagued the three young shinobi collapsed on its own. Master Guy Rock Lee rushed forward to support Might Guy, whose steps were faltering. "I'm fine," Might Guy assured his students, signaling that he was merely exhausted from unleashing the morning peacock. "He's down there." Nichi Hyuga activated his Byakugan toward the ground and spotted Hoshigaki Kisame's corpse. The man lay scorched black in a concave crater. "That one was just a clone," Might Guy said. "What?" Nichi Hyuga could hardly believe it. Such a formidable opponent was only a clone. Only by fighting Hoshigaki Kisame had he realized his strength. This technique is called the living corpse reincarnation. It creates a clone using the user's own chakra and will. "It's a forbidden technique," Might Guy explained. "I didn't expect him to have it either. But it's all over now." With Might Guy in action, naturally everything was settled. "Master Guy, are you alright?" Nichi Hyuga asked, also concerned. "Nichi, are you worried about me?" Might Guy laughed heartily. "No problem, a man of youth knows no fear." Initially, Nichi Hyuga thought Might Guy was just a buffoon, a passionate fellow who never stopped talking about youth. He always harbored some distance toward him, not fully endorsing his teachings, believing that endless physical training could never lead to greatness. But after witnessing Rock Lee's transformation during the Chunin exam, and just now seeing the morning peacock instantly defeat Hoshigaki Kisame, Nichi Hyuga finally understood the true strength of his master. At the same time, within the temporary hideout of the Akatsuki organization, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been sitting cross-legged on a stone pillar, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed instantly. This sudden turn of events directly disrupted the extraction ceremony for the One Tail. "What happened?" the masked man on the high platform asked in displeasure. "I was taken down." Hoshigaki Kisame gasped. "The clone was destroyed." "Oh, it seems a formidable person has come this time," said Haydn nearby, excited. "Why not let me go out and deal with him?" "No," the masked man shook his head. "Every step of the tailed beast capture plan is meticulously designed, or we cannot afford any mistakes. We've already wasted too much time on the One Tail." After speaking, the masked man leaped down from the high platform and arrived before Gaara. He chanted a strange incantation and changed hand seals, slowly drawing out the soul of the One Tail from within. Though the One Tail's soul raged violently in resistance, it could only thrash impotently in the masked man's hands. "It would have taken more time to extract it properly," the masked man lamented, forcibly severing the soul. "But we can't waste any more time." "Sasori, clean up the remnants you left behind yourself," ordered the masked man. "As you wish," Sasori replied coldly. "Don't worry, I'll send someone to assist you." "No need," Sasori refused bluntly. "Since the mission to retrieve the Jinchuriki is complete, I can go all out." "It's not that I don't trust you," the masked man said calmly. "But the newcomer also needs a chance to prove himself. Appear Kimimaro." As his voice fell, a stooped figure stepped forward. The other members of the organization were startled, for they had never heard of any newcomer, nor had they detected his presence. At the focal point of their gazes, Kimimaro licked his lips and flicked out his snake-like tongue, rasping, "Everyone's still well. You are Orochimaru." "That's right, that sinister and venomous feeling is unmistakable." Haydn instantly identified Orochimaru's identity. "Heck, call me whatever you like," Orochimaru said, unconcerned about being discovered. But this revelation was hard for the others to accept. Orochimaru was a traitor to the Akatsuki. How could he switch bodies and rejoin the organization? Despite their confusion, no one voiced a question. Dashiwan's reappearance inevitably made it impossible for others not to guess. Yet the masked man said nothing more, and the rest were too indifferent to question it. Sia cast a glance at Dashiwan's new body, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. "No matter who you encounter, there is no need to intervene." With that, Sia's figure vanished from the temporary stronghold. Dashiwan also turned and left without a word. Stepping out of the temporary stronghold, he gazed at the desert not far off, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Qintuan Tianming, what surprises can you bring me?" Dashiwan gave a cold laugh. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out blood. The body of Jun Malu had finally reached its final stage. Dashiwan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. 3 years ago, Yakushi Kabuto had brought the battered Uchiha Sasuke back to the snake lair, all for the sake of waiting for the perfect Sasuke. Dashiwan could only temporarily settle for Jun Malu's long-cherished wish to serve as his vessel. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Sasuke grew ever more perfect, while Jun Malu's body gradually revealed its unsuitability. He had originally planned to replace Sasuke, and had already prepared to act, but the Akatsuki organization launched a tail beast capture operation that shocked the ninja world. The capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the news of Konoha's night march to the rescue spread like wildfire. Dashiwan saw a name once more, Qingchuan Tianming. It was during his attack on Konoha that he discovered this perfect vessel, especially after their encounter left a curse mark. Only then did Dashiwan realize what rubbish his previous vessels had been. Qingchuan Tianming was absolutely perfect, even surpassing Sasuke. For a moment Dashiwan's heart wavered. Sasuke's body was undoubtedly one that would serve him for a long time, and he could finally study the secrets of the Sharingan he had always dreamed of. Yet he felt something was missing. There was a gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Qingchuan Tianming. But even the slightest discrepancy in Dashiwan's eyes, which were obsessed with perfection, would be magnified. Soon the Akatsuki's temporary stronghold was abandoned, leaving only Gaara's corpse. Moreover, Red Sand Scorpion and Dashiwan had never gotten along, and neither of their actions required prior notification. Inside the Akatsuki's temporary stronghold, Red Sand Scorpion raised his hand to set up a formation. He lifted his gaze to Gaara lying on the ground, his eyes filled with desolation. I wonder if Grandma will come. Meanwhile, in the final desert region of the Wind Country, Squad 7 and Squad 3 finally rendezvoused. At the same time, Sakura, Haruno, and Kyoba joined the fray. That's the border area over there. I have a feeling I'm not wrong, Kyoba said, pointing to a range of mountains. The group immediately set off. Gaara is ahead, the one-tailed Shikaku's voice echoed in Qingchuan Tianming's mind during the sprint. Things are bad. What's wrong? Qingchuan Tianming asked. Half of my soul has been extracted. Gaara's body is already dead, Shikaku replied dejected. After hearing this, Qingchuan Tianming said nothing. In the original story, Gaara had also died and Kyoba had brought him back at the cost of her life. But under these circumstances, even knowing something, he could not jump to conclusions. Before long the group found the Akatsuki's temporary stronghold, a cliff adjacent to a shallow pond. As they arrived, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward without a second thought. Is it inside here? Stop, brat, Kyoba called out. A formation has been laid here. A formation? Really? Naruto Uzumaki looked utterly puzzled. Of course, and it feels familiar, Kyoba said, taking a deep breath. It seems my grandson has been waiting for us. With that, Kyoba approached the cliff and pressed her hand against it. The cliff began to ripple like water. Everyone, this formation is not only defensive but also contains an illusion. That child's methods are far too cunning. I can only break the defense. The illusion is up to you. As her words fell, the cliff trembled and the entire precipice sank down, revealing what lay within. At the same time, Squad 3 was transported elsewhere by the illusion. Lee, Naruto Uzumaki said urgently. Kakashi Sensei, Squad 3. A guy can handle it, Hatake Kakashi said calmly. He was also taken aback by the power of the illusion. It worked like a spoken command, taking effect without giving anyone a chance to react. But he truly believed in Might Guy. Inside the temporary stronghold, as the rock wall opened, Sia, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened them, showing no surprise at the sight before him. Gaara, Kyoba said with anguish as she looked at Gaara lying on the ground. Qingchuan Tianming rushed to Gaara's side without a word, but two bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground and dragged Gaara into the earth. Bone spikes. Junmalu. Qingchuan Tianming's pupils shifted as he locked onto a shady aura. Kakashi Sensei, I'll go bring Gaara back. Qingchuan Tianming dashed directly out of the cave and pursued into the dense forest. Hurry, we must catch him, the soul of Shikaku within his body urged immediately. Meanwhile, in a forest, clearing the ground suddenly burst open. Orochimaru emerged from the earth, dragging Gaara behind him. Cough cough. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but paid it no mind soon. Inside the cave, the group was momentarily startled by the scene of Gaara being taken away, but quickly regained their composure. Qingchuan Tianming has already gone after him. For now our target is this one. Hatake Kakashi's gaze locked onto Sasori. Sasori stared straight at Kyoba and said, You've grown old. I wonder if your limbs are still as nimble. Sasori, you have committed too many sins. I cannot forgive you. Kyoba replied coldly. Who cares about that? Sasori laughed heartily. Besides, I chose to stay here just to wait for you, because I want to see how far I've surpassed you. Sasori extended one hand. The chakra swirling at his fingertips flew out, reassembling the scattered iron fragments on the ground into a massive iron ball that rolled toward the group. Leave it to me. Without a second thought, Naruto Uzumaki activated the shadow clone technique. Countless Naruto clones charged directly at the iron ball. Naive. Sasori smiled faintly. Just as the Naruto clones approached the iron ball, the rapidly spinning sphere sprouted spikes. The whirling force shredded the shadow clones instantly. A transforming puppet. Kyobaba's expression grew somber. She never imagined he had honed his puppet technique to such a level. Seeing that Naruto's clones were no match, Hatake Kakashi swiftly charged forward. Trusting his disciple, he gathered lightning chakra in his palm and closed in on Sasori in an instant. But Sasori remained motionless. Haiden, how long do you plan to watch? As the words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows in the corner, a man with a swept-back hairstyle grinning. Haiden. Without a word, Haiden swept his death scythe horizontally. Kakashi had no choice but to abandon his attack on Sasori, leaping high into the air. The lightning in his hand was hurled toward Haiden. Sasori, I'm curious what kind of person made you so interested, but he seems pretty good. Haiden pulled the chain, lightly recalling the death scythe to block Kakashi's attack. In the Akatsuki organization, each member represented an ideal. Haiden had only one trait, the opposite of his partner Kakuzu. One craved battle, the other money. The plan to capture the One Tail was set by the masked man, and this battlefield was also part of the operation. But Deidara, who had a similar temperament to Haiden's, had died in Sunagakure. This made Haiden intensely curious about who could kill Deidara and naturally about the pursuers from Suna. Haiden's appearance disrupted all the plans. More precisely, it had already been disrupted when Gaara was taken away by the bone spike. Hatake Kakashi's expression was exceptionally grave. He had heard from Jiraiya that every Akatsuki member was an extraordinarily powerful existence. Facing 3 of them at once with Might Guy trapped in a genjutsu space was a dire crisis. I won't thank you for staying. Sasori spoke. Understood. Not everyone is like Kakuzu. I just want to fight. Haiden licked his lips and pointed the death scythe at Kakashi. That guy looks good. Do as you please. Sasori's target was only Kyoba. Kakashi, things seem unfavorable, Kyoba said. But leave Sasori to me. Understood, senior. Kakashi nodded. Sakura, assist Kyoba. Naruto, we move. Shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals, and a swarm of Naruto clones surged toward Haiden. Kakashi's chakra had always been limited, so in direct combat, he let Naruto provide cover while he himself waited for an opening. Oh, this is the feeling. Haiden excitedly charged into the army of shadow clones, his death scythe sweeping wide to reap the clones. Tactics were non-existent for Haiden, he simply rushed in. After Kakashi and Naruto engaged, Sasori could no longer hold back. With a grand wave of his hand, the ground trembled violently, and a dense swarm of puppets rose behind him, an awe-inspiring sight. In the past, you used puppet techniques to destroy a village. I refined this art and conquered an entire nation. Sasori's expression brimmed with arrogance. He wanted to prove his utter supremacy in puppetry to Kyoba. 100 puppet jutsu. Countless threads of chakra emanated from his fingertips, entwining the puppets. In the next instant, the myriad puppets' eyes burst with light as if they had come alive. Madman. Kyoba spat viciously. But the battle had to continue. Meanwhile, within the Genjutsu space, Team 3 was transported to a mountain. Each occupied a winding mountain road facing an identical version of themselves. Gazing at the self that appeared before him, Meitokai's expression grew visibly solemn. Yet as he remained motionless, the opposing Meitokai also stood still in place. Liluaka Rishyung Ningsi Tian, are you alright? Meitokai called out, his voice piercing the clouds. Kaizen-sai, I'm fine. Over here there's a clone identical to me. I have one too. After receiving the replies from his 3 disciples, Meitokai breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, this illusion space is akin to an inner demon. It represents our other self possessing all our abilities. Your teacher is no ninja skilled in breaking illusions. The only thing I can entrust to you is this: believe in yourselves. Defeat the one before you. As his words fell, Meitokai set an example. In a flash, he closed in on the doppelganger, spinning his leg in a swift leaf whirlwind that struck with fierce precision. The Meitokai retreated 2 steps, raising an elbow to block the point of impact from the leaf whirlwind, his entire body crashing against the cliff wall. Yet Meitokai's face grew even more somber. He knew the foe had sustained no injury. With Meitokai's signal to strike, the 3 young warriors also engaged their own doppelgangers. Liluaka likewise initiated with a leaf whirlwind, lowering his center of gravity as he closed and then driving a knee upward in a forceful charge. Boom boom boom. The leaf whirlwind inflicted no damage. The Liluaka countered with a reverse leaf whirlwind of equal force. This strength. Liluaka slid backward, leaving a harrowing trail on the ground as he marveled. The imposter indeed possessed skill. Facing such a formidable opponent only ignitedly looks competitive spirit. On the 3rd level of the mountain path, the battle between Rishyung Ningxi and his counterfeit was equally imminent. The 8 trigrams 64 palms engaged in close quarters combat, yet the Rishyung Ningxi likewise parried every strike flawlessly. This clone is abnormal. Rishyung Ningxi instantly activated his Byakugan, only to find that the counterfeit's chakra pathway was identical to his own. Ordinary clones can only mimic physical appearance and perform simple jutsu. But this one seemed to be a one-tune replica. They were not facing a clone. They were facing themselves with equal abilities. The opposite counterfeit also mimicked the action of activating the Byakugan, yet Rishyung Ningxi felt no sensation of being scrutinized. It seemed the counterfeit could not replicate the Kekkei Genkai. Rishyung Ningxi kept this discovery to himself, as no one else possessed such a bloodline limit. On the 4th level, Tian also glared at the counterfeit before her. Compared to the original, the imposter's brows exuded an air of arrogance, and the bust size was a full circle larger. Damn it. Tian pursed her lips, grabbing the scroll behind her. As it unfurled, a torrent of ninja tools hurtled forth, and the counterfeit performed the same motion. In an instant, the 4th level was riddled with holes. Tian was slightly shocked to find the imposter completely unscathed. So it truly is a replication ability. But if you think that will defeat me, you're too naive. While Team 3 was trapped in the illusion space, Kakashi and Xiandai engaged Xia and Fei Duan. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming caught up with Da Shiwan, or rather Da Shiwan had intentionally waited. In a forest clearing, Da Shiwan's face lit up with excitement as he saw Qingchuan Tianming appear. Qingchuan Tianming, it's been a while. Qingchuan Tianming's expression remained unchanged. I never thought you'd use Jun Malu's body. So you know about Jun Malu, cough cough. Da Shiwan chuckled. This child is good in every way, but one thing, he's not perfect. Otherwise, how could we have had this meeting today? So you appeared here deliberately for me. Qingchuan Tianming said coldly. In the original story, after defecting, Da Shiwan had no further ties with the Akatsuki. Now his appearance at the temporary base signified a shift in the timeline. Indeed. Da Shiwan said greedily, you have no idea how perfect your body is. Not even Sasuke can compare to you. I will have your body. Qingchuan Tianming once again felt the curse mark stirring. To gain my body, I fear you lack the fortune to enjoy it. Qingchuan Tianming said calmly. Shall I let you witness the power of a Sannin? After 3 years of seclusion, Qingchuan Tianming was about to fight for the first time. 3 years ago, he could only flee at the sight of Da Shiwan, but now times had changed. I love this defiant attitude of yours. Taming you is a great pleasure. Da Shiwan burst into laughter, then opened his mouth to spew forth a gigantic bone serpent. Having taken over Jun Malu's body, Da Shiwan could indeed use Jun Malu's abilities, including the Kekkei Genkai. The bone serpent was one such deadly technique. No summoning required, just direct emission. Watching the skeletal serpent hurtle toward him, Qingchuan Tianming stood his ground unhurriedly and said, Brother Long, care to stretch your limbs. As his words fell from the curse mark on Qingchuan Tianming's neck, materialized a massive, majestic dragon head. Without a word, Brother Long let out a thunderous dragon roar. The sonic attack blasted forth, shattering the bone serpent into pieces. This is... Da Shiwan couldn't believe... You assimilated the cursed seal's power. Da Shiwan said, hardly believing it. He understood the cursed seal better than anyone. Before defecting from the Akatsuki, he had been keenly interested in Yuzhibo Yu's Sharingan. However, Da Shiwan, who was no match for Yuzhibo Yu, never managed to uncover the mysteries of the Sharingan. But after defecting from the Akatsuki, he shifted his approach. Since he couldn't obtain the Sharingan, he decided to study Kekkei Genkai directly. Da Shiwan, who had repeatedly modified his own body in his lifelong pursuit of mastering all ninjutsu, soon immersed himself in new research. He personally scoured the 5 great nations for talented children and brought them back to the Snake Cave. After years of painstaking research, he finally achieved some results, the Cursed Seal. It could be said that no one in the world understood the Cursed Seal better than Da Shiwan. Seeing the dragon head emerging from Qingchuan Tianming's neck, Da Shiwan was momentarily baffled. Qingchuan Tianming gave a slight smile. Over 3 years of training, Brother Long had been growing by devouring his chakra. Now Brother Long was over 20 meters long and his strength was far from what it had been 3 years ago. The cursed seal left by Da Shiwan had long been assimilated and improved by Brother Long. Now the seal seemed more like Brother Long's dwelling place, transcending the limitations of summoning jutsu. Interesting, Da Shiwan praised, perking up. At the same time, bone spikes began to protrude from various parts of his body. Junma's body bore the earth curse seal. Combined with Kekkei Genkai and snakes, Da Shiwan had grown to an inconceivable level of power. Without any further words, Da Shiwan swept his hand. The bone spikes on his back shot up and transformed into a long bone snake. Though it lacked flesh and blood, its skeletal structure alone radiated a sharp, formidable aura. Bone thousand snakes. Da Shiwan began forming hand seals. The long bone snake charged forward, instantly shaking the earth and sky. The surrounding forest was flattened, leaving terrifying marks on the ground. As the smoke cleared, a creature over 20 meters long, resembling both a dragon and a snake, burst out. Though Brother Long had not yet grown claws, its head already exuded draconic might. Qingchuan Tianming stood atop the dragon's head, casting an aloof glance at Da Shiwan. He hadn't moved, but his blade was already drawn. Creak. The bone snake, having missed its target, turned to attack, but Brother Long sent it flying with a single tail sweep. Boom. 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 Above the ground, a blade aura slashed toward them. Qingchuan Tianming had just closed in on Da Shiwan while delivering a lightning cutter. This swordsmanship. Da Shiwan crossed his hand spikes to block the blade, secretly marveling at the cracks on the bone spikes. How many secrets do you hold within you? Da Shiwan said with mania. Guess. Qingchuan Tianming replied with a faint smile, his attacks never letting up. Facing Da Shiwan's relentless barrage of slashes, Qingchuan Tianming did not resort to the 10 forms of Iaido. He simply swung his blade over and over again. Even this alone was already terrifying. But Da Shiwan was no pushover either. He retreated frantically while spitting out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The Kusanagi sword had also undergone some change, its sword techniques flowing unceasingly with a cold, sinister intent. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 rounds. Cough cough. Deshiwan spat out another mouthful of blood, but he didn't mind. So powerful. This is the vessel I've been dreaming of. Deshiwan laughed wildly a few times, letting the blade aura slash across his body until it was covered in bloody gashes. You are worth it. I will give everything to obtain you. Soon the ground where Deshiwan stood became a pool of crimson, and his bone spikes also turned blood red. In an instant that chilling extreme killing intent surged forth. Lightning release mountain lightning seal. Sensing Deshiwan's transformation, Qingchuan Tianming immediately launched a ninjutsu. A massive mountain of lightning pressed down upon Deshiwan. Crackle. Crackle. In the lightning's glare, Deshiwan remained expressionless. Even the thunder couldn't dispel his killing intent. Interesting, Qingchuan Tianming said as he stepped forward, swinging Nichirin Blade horizontally. Wind killing array. 3 blade auras held forward. Deshiwan caught them with his bare hands, and the remaining chakra-coated blade auras were shattered outright. Rise. Deshiwan uttered a single word softly. The earth instantly shattered and countless bone spikes burst out like tentacles. This was an eerie sight. The bone spikes, already incredibly hard, began to writhe rhythmically. In the next moment, thousands of bone spikes aimed at Qingchuan Tianming and shot forth. Before the bone spikes arrived, the inescapable sharpness had already reached him. It seems I have to get serious. Qingchuan Tianming frowned. He knew he couldn't dodge these spikes. Since he couldn't avoid them, he would face them. The chakra within him surged wildly, and a long-dormant special power stirred once again. Airquake. Qingchuan Tianming sheathed Nichirin Blade and threw an unremarkable punch. Where his fist stopped, transparent cracks appeared in the air. Instantly the bone spikes that had been closing and came to a sudden halt, and then shattered. Using the fruit ability drained his chakra instantly. But Qingchuan Tianming's figure had already shot forward. Before Deshiwan could recover from the shock of the shattered bone spikes, he saw Qingchuan Tianming charging at him. Lightning release thunder flash. Blinding and frenzied lightning flickered across the four-wheeled blade. Qingchuan Tianming compressed his lightning release chakra into the blade and unleashed it in a single burst. A straight horizontal slash. It was so fast that Orochimaru barely managed to raise his bone spikes, only for them to be sliced cleanly as soon as they emerged. Orochimaru looked down to see the bone spikes before him severed in half and his own chest pierced straight through. From the wound, snakes could be seen writhing to stem the bleeding. Unstoppable. Orochimaru could not believe it. How could this child have grown to such a level in 3 years? Especially that mysterious power just now, it was something Orochimaru had never felt before. Transparent cracks appeared in the air, yet they could shatter attacks from afar. Orochimaru slowly turned, his vertical pupils locked firmly on Qingchuan. What kind of ability do you possess? Everyone has secrets, don't they? Qingchuan Tianming said with a calm smile. At the same time, the soul of Shikaka, the one-tail, sank into the ground, hurrying toward Gaara. A large amount of blood gushed from where Orochimaru stood, though he paid it no heed. You intend to fight me in this state? Qingchuan Tianming pointed his blade at Orochimaru and said confidently, you can try. See if you kill me or take over my body. Now Qingchuan Tianming was utterly unafraid of Orochimaru. Let alone Orochimaru's weakened body, even at his peak, so what? Cough cough. Orochimaru spat blood again and said, you're right. It's this body that holds me back. Orochimaru knew full well that Kimimura's body was severely depleted. We'll meet again next time. Without hesitation, Orochimaru turned and left. As Qingchuan Tianming had said, if Orochimaru insisted on fighting, he would be risking his own life. And Qingchuan Tianming had no intention of killing Orochimaru, for although he had the power to defeat him, finishing him off was no easy task. Moreover, given the current situation, Team 7 might not be able to handle Sasori. In the original plot, Sasori of the Red Sand died due to a plot-induced death. If Sasori abandoned his last shred of humanity, both Chiyo and Sakura Haruno would have perished. In other words, the Kazekage rescue operation would have failed. Compared to Daidara, Qingchuan Tianming considered Sasori of the Red Sand a more formidable opponent. At that moment, Gaara, who lay on the ground, stirred. Gaara. Qingchuan Tianming quickly helped Gaara up. Gaara opened his eyes weakly, and seeing Qingchuan, he gave a knowing smile. I told them not to rescue me. But deep down I hoped you would come. It could be said that Qingchuan Tianming had changed Gaara's life. In the Chunin exam, he crushed Shikaku's full form and helped both Shikaku and Gaara grow together. Calling him a teacher would not be an exaggeration. Although Qingchuan Tianming was not the most dazzling ninja in Konoha, in Gaara's heart he was. I'm here. Qingchuan Tianming patted Gaara's shoulder. You've done well. How are you holding up? Not well. Gaara gave a bitter smile. 80% of Shikaku's soul has been extracted, and the remaining 20% fell into a deep sleep to awaken me. Perhaps there will be no one-tail Shikaku from now on. No, there will be. Qingchuan Tianming encouraged him. You and Shikaka have long become one. As long as you exist, Shikaku will exist. Meanwhile, at the temporary stronghold, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Sasori's 100-puppet performance swept across the battlefield like a plague of locusts. Chiyo and Sakura Haruno were holding their ground. Elsewhere, Kakashi, Naruto, and Haiden were locked in a stalemate. Watching the Haiden before him revive yet again, Kakashi Hatake was at a loss for words. The terror of this enemy lay not in overwhelming ninjutsu or taijutsu, but in his monstrous self-healing ability. No matter what kind of wound it would diminish over time. Are you two finished? Haiden laughed heartily. You've given me quite some entertainment, so you can die now. Haiden had lost all desire for amusement. He would finish them off in one go. Stomping his foot, he swung his scythe in a frenzied onslaught. The wild dance of blades was so chaotic that even the Sharingan could not fully track it. Naruto dodge. Kakashi Hatake shoved Naruto Uzumaki aside, and the scythe slashed across Kakashi's arm, leaving a gash. With a sweep, Haiden yanked his scythe back and licked the blood from its blade. Feel the fear of death. The blood on the scythe dripped to the ground, mingling with Haiden's own blood. Then, using his foot as a brush and blood as ink, Haiden began drawing a ritual pattern. His ultimate secret technique. By collecting the enemy's blood and mixing it with his own to draw the pattern. Haiden and the enemy's bodies would then be taken over by death. At that point, Haiden only needed to harm his own body, and the enemy's body would collapse in sync.